At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel. Don't play games.
Hello and welcome to the British University Esports Championship. My name is Noam and joining me is T Governor as we get started with day number 2, and we've got some Dota 2 coming up. The spring finals where Warwick Esports are going to be playing into UCL Gaming, aka University College of London. These two teams battling it out for that all-important title in a best of 5. We're going to be live in just about 5 to 10 minutes. T, how are you doing?
Doing pretty good. You know, I'm excited to be able to come back to uni Dota because, like, for me, this was like 2 to 3 years whilst I was at uni. I was trying to play in this league, in this very tournament, I believe, and failed miserably because my uni didn't actually have a big enough team to actually roster enough players. But Warwick, though,
Same.
these were the guys that would dumps to people back then. I remember because you know Bisa. He used to be at Warwick Uni, so he used to play in it. And then I think he had a little protege that he trained up. I can't remember his name, but he was there for another period of time, another carry player. So yeah, Warwick's been a very scary uni team for esports and Dota especially for some years.
Yeah, we actually got dumped by them as well. We were the Staff Stallions. Staffordshire University was my university, and we had a team. I mean, to be fair, our team was like terrible. I remember I kind of applied and then got in, and they were like, "Wait, you're 3K?" At the time, and I was like, yeah, and they're like, whoa, you're our captain, and I was like, oh god, what have I done? What have I walked into? So yeah, I mean, probably in a worse situation than your university team, but I understand they've done slightly better now, so you know, there we go.
It's improving, but no, I think at my uni it was like I had one guy who was an exchange student, and he didn't really want to talk. I then had one guy who worked in the cafe who actually quit uni, but he counted as like a uni student because he still had a card, so he would play. But he just worked in the local caf. I had one guy who was like 2K. Me at the time I was, I think, maybe 5K, and then the other guy I can't even remember. He didn't even play Dota. I don't think. We had to just get a ringer in. So yeah, it was rough. It was rough, but no. Now I get to actually watch the good uni teams playing. So it'll be good.
Yeah, definitely the best of the best. Warwick Ducks versus UCL Gaming, and we got some familiar names on these teams as well. Of course, if you've been watching the other UK event, the ESL Prem, we've got Overlom. He's going to be playing for the Warwick Ducks. This guy's a familiar name, and some other names I believe you know around these teams, right?
Yeah. So in terms of Warwick, I actually play a little bit with the Warwick guys actually, like in my unranked games, and these are like the exclusive A team of Warwick. But yeah, I think Kingfisher, he's been around UK Dota, I know especially for probably since I started, maybe 6 years ago maybe. So he's the name. And then Sylar I'm aware of. I think he might actually be the Bisa protege. I can't remember. Don't hold me to that. Okay. But he might be that guy. And
possibly
then on the team,
fake news, but we'll just
possibly fake news.
Take it as gospel.
Yeah, and then on UCL, the only one I know is actually Mini TV. He's just a UK chap that I believe he used to do some casting for a different game, but now plays Dota, and his team varies in, I think he's got like one 7K player and the rest are all like divines and stuff. But yeah, I think I think going into this, I don't want to put it out there that early, but I think Warwick are, in my opinion, would be the heavy favorites. I think it's at least like 70-30 Warwick, just from like seeing the two rosters.
Yeah, judging by the chat which has been going on and from what you've seen as well, Warwick definitely do look like the favorites, and you know, a couple of the players, as you say, you just know more of the Warwick Ducks players, and Overlom's going to be a very, very powerful force in that off lane, having played in plenty of competitive events himself, and even being to a LAN finals here in the UK as well. So let's take a step back though, and have a look at what we're expecting out of these two teams. You know, what kind of heroes would you want to see from teams which are, you know, maybe trying to break in? Are you hoping they go for their niche picks, their comfort picks, or are you hoping they try and follow the meta trends a little bit closely?
I think because this is a British tournament and it has no kind of allegiance to obviously the pro scene, I think we have to focus on what people are comfortable with. You don't want to put hit people on heroes just because it's good in a game you just watch. Like Chicken Fighters just want to talk a game against Team Spirit. Whoa, let's pick the Phoenix Wyvern combo. No. Just give them what they're comfortable on, let them play their game, and just have fun, enjoy it. Don't feel too pressured to see what's good and bad.
Yeah, and I think that's the important attitude to take, right? Like, it all comes down to mentality and things like this as well. If you guys are feeling like, you know, whoa, we're being really put under the gun here, you know, we're being streamed, we're in this finals, and you forget to have fun, then you're not going to win. I mean, we learned so many times over from so many different teams that you have to be feeling the chemistry, you have to be enjoying it in order to perform well. If you don't do that, then you're probably not going to end up with a win, and you're probably going to end up having a bad time as well. And at least if you're having fun, you lose, then you know, it's whatever. You can you can still say we had a good time. Do you know any of the? Obviously, we know Overlom. He used to live as a bad, and unfortunately, that hero is not quite so good anymore. But still has a few favorites around. No, he's like a pretty damn good Mars. What are you expecting out of him?
In terms of Overlom, well, his primary hero pool in terms of what he spams is Slardar, Axe, Necro. They're his primary 3. Second to that, you have, then it kind of maybe touches on Mars, and then after that, you kind of like into a grey area where his like Overlom's very much a comfort player. He doesn't have a big hero pool, so I think this team, we've not seen any of their games. They're not on Dota Buff, unfortunately, but I'd expect them to build drafts around these set heroes. The fact that you have 4 heroes, maybe UCL know the 4 heroes and ban all 4, and then Overlom's like, well, I've got to pull out a new one. But I think they're like Axe, Slardar, Necro, Mars, and maybe I think you said Abaddon. These might be some core heroes they build around. Maybe less than Abaddon, but team fight initiating heroes, you want one of your best players to have impact in the game, and these heroes will always have impact.
Yeah, and I think it's important you mention initiation. I think that's the most key thing. When I'm looking at this, these drafts, I'm going to be looking at your ability to take objectives, your ability to start team fights decisively, because sometimes, you know, if you can't start a team fight with a nice big blink stun or initiation, then you're probably not going to be finding much if you don't have that much synergy inside your team. And of course, your ability to take Roshan. But it basically comes down to objectives and team fighting. Like, I'm not too worried about timings in games like this, because timings come into more effect when you're playing at 100% peak efficiency, reaching the skill ceilings of the heroes. It might not necessarily be happening these games, so I'm more focusing on what these guys can do in team fights and how quickly these guys can push when they do win that team fight. And that's also going to come into effect on where they're taking the team fights, how the vision comes out from both these teams. And yeah, I think the number one thing I would say, if these guys, hopefully they're going to watch, and if not, then I'm going to DM them and tell them to watch, because I think your insights are going to be very helpful for them going forward into the future. Alrighty. Let's get into this draft. We've got a couple of heroes being banned out already. Warwick Duck's going to be taking away the Lich, the Abaddon, the Nyx Assassin. Meanwhile, UCL Gaming, they're going to be getting rid of the Chen, the Death Prophet, and the Oracle to start things off. But of course, you know, we're in 2020 now. We've got the 4 bans to start things out, so got one more coming from each team. Any thoughts on these bans so far?
I think both teams are kind of going for the same style of bans to some degree, where they have both taken away elements of that big push, that potential of ending the game from one decisive fight, but also taking away the saves. When you think about games that have maybe a little bit more sloppier gameplay, less execution, you think about heroes that will excel in this. Oracle, Chen, Abaddon, Lich, all of these heroes are really good at making fights a little bit longer and a little bit more annoying. Even Nyx to some degree, if he can get in there first. I'm liking the bans, and they're just making sure that they are banning for the games that they're playing. They're not trying to look at like some pro game they watched the other week and trying to tie into that. They're very much keeping them. It's a realistic draft so far, which it's the grand finals. You'd expect them to have an understanding of how to draft win the tournament. Like, again, it's the tournament meta. I think this kind of builds on that point, right? A first pick Lina. Yep. This is clearly its own tournament meta we got right here, like, or its own uni team playing their own style.
Yeah, I like this. Just going straight in with the Lina first pick. Why not? Meanwhile, Grimstroke and Trill Warlord going to come out from UCL. I mean, you know, these are 2 very good heroes. They're very popular in the meta right now, but I think Grimstroke is one of those heroes which just kind of always feels good. Like, I've never played a Grimstroke game and been like, man, that was a crap Grimstroke game, at least in the most recent patch.
Well, it's mainly because its skill set, it ticks so many boxes, right? It's a strong laner, you have the Inkswell, you have that stun, you have the bug for silence against certain heroes, you have the ability to push out lanes, or waves, sorry. It does so much, and then again, the team fight with the Soulbind, it's so good. So yeah, that's why it's such a high tier hero right now, that it plays at every stage of the game, it has impact. And if the game goes late enough, you might even get a cheeky little Aghanims. I've seen it in some of my casual games. It's pretty good, but again, position 5, you never really see it. I'm talking about really late in the game. But yeah, it just scales really well. It's beautiful.
There are some heroes which are brilliant on. There's some heroes where it's like when you're playing against which is crap. And like I was playing a Grimstroke game, and I was like, we're getting crushed by this Spectre in the late game, and I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna turn the Spectre against them. I'm gonna build the Axe. We'll have a Spectre off our own, and we're gonna. And the Spectre just like spawns. I'm like, oh yeah, here we go. First fight happens. Spectre spawns, turns around, attacks the real Spectre. Does a decent amount of damage, but also kills himself on dispersion in like 2 hits. And I'm like, oh. Well, that's 4,200 gold just gone down the drain. Doesn't really do anything at all, which is feels pretty bad. But there we go. You live and learn.
Yeah, I think focusing on this draft a little bit more, though, the issue I think right now is simply Warwick Ducks have revealed 2 fragile heroes. Where even if the Lina is mid, it isn't a hero that like wants to be on the front line. You're always poking damage. Same again with Wyvern. You're that supporting cast. So they need to build a little bit more front line into their draft. Otherwise, they're going to find it hard to play the map to actually transition to any objective push. And you see how UCL, they've got a very solid lineup right now. You've got the flexibility of the clock being 4 or off lane. You have the Grimstroke troll lane, very strong. Like they've shown a lot in terms of their core, but it's so solid that okay, cool, it's whatever, right? But they ban out the Razor to cover their troll, and here you go, Warwick Overlom. You got to think about his hero pool, right?
Really,
the Mars has been banned. Axe. It's a decent Axe game, of course. It's troll. If he ultimates on low HP, you can still Culling Blade him through the ultimate. So very good. The issue is simply the laning phase.
Yeah.
How good is it inside the lane? If he starts skipping behind the tower, of course, then he should free farm because Grimstroke isn't that strong at zoning out an Axe. But an Axe Lina, it should be a good time. So yeah, I like this Axe pick for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty dominant. I think Warwick are in a pretty... I mean, if you can control the troll, which it looks like they can, they might be in a really good position to pick themselves a Phoenix on the position 4, which I'd really like. I like the Axe Phoenix lane. I like the idea of what the Phoenix will bring to their draft, and synergizes so well with Axe and the Wyvern. And it's not going to get banned, obviously, because all picks by UCL, I would hope, because they've already got a Lina on their team, and Lina obviously pretty good against the Phoenix already, so not really much opportunity there for UCL. But seems like UCL are sticking much harder to the meta, and Warwick is staying into comfort. As we said, we preferred to see some comfort coming out from Warwick Ducks, and that does seem to be what they're going for. We'll see if UCL can. I don't know. I mean, I'm interested to see. Obviously, we're not going to be able to tell fully until like the 5th pick is due and done, and how closely they're sticking to the meta. They might have wanted to get these meta heroes out first for the first couple, and then pick some comfort heroes later on.
To bamboozle them with an absolute left, like
yeah.
No bamboozling here.
Still sticking to it, and the Timsaw versus Axe really nice if you can get that. However, getting that matchup is going to be kind of tricky.
I don't think so, actually. I think this is actually pretty good for them because they have last pick. You have Troll Timbersaw, so you could put Troll mid, put Timbersaw safe lane, still pick up your off lane. Axe doesn't like playing outside of the off lane because skipping behind tower is a play that you want to do in your enemy safe lane. If you try and do that in the enemy off lane, it's such a condensed area, it's not good for you. So I think right now, it's really easy for UCL, if they want to, is to put that Timbersaw into the safe lane against the Axe, troll mid, and pick up another offlaner to complete their draft.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think the other important thing is simply, I don't want to see this Lina mid. I think Lina mid just doesn't really do enough this game. So I like the fact that it's just a Lina Axe lane, it's a classic lane from like 2018. But, you know, let's see it. Yeah, there's Gyro Carry. Still clean. They just need that frontline hero right now because like they have two, like Lina's Wyvern sit on the back line and throw their spells out. Axe is an initiator, like a re-initiator, right? Like he doesn't really want to be visible. He wants to be hiding in the trees. Gyro is pretty squishy to some degree until you get BKB Satanic, that kind of timing. So they need a mid lane right now that can actually approach a tower. For example, like a DK. Even though there's a Timber, I don't want to say DK, but like a DK.
DK would definitely be something to give them that objective taking ability, as I mentioned.
But I don't want to see it this game.
No.
Because of the Timbersaw.
No.
It'd be so sad. It'd be like, oh, you're asking to like lose this game at that point.
What about for UCL though?
For UCL? I don't mind it. It could work to some degree, but I think they need some way to actually take teamfight, have some control, because Timbersaw is going to take up so much space on the map through those early rotations, be able to push down towers. Clock can always find the Axe, so you take away the initiating factor. If the Clock has a good game, Clock v Axe, Axe doesn't enjoy that game. And then the game's pretty simple, so I think if UCL can just find any team fighting style hero for themselves, then they're going to be in a good spot. But they have the last pick, so they're going to be able to find out the perfect hero for themselves. It's now Warwick Ducks, so they've got to decide how do they complete this draft. Like OD, it's a really good OD game. The issue there is all three of your core heroes need to pretty much sit back and farm for like 25 minutes. But you do have Lina, Wyvern, and Gyro, so all three of these heroes can push out waves really easily.
Yeah,
so you could stem the bleeding for enough time. You already know that you're going to give away some early towers, but you know that your tier 3s will always be safe, and eventually your draft will be so much stronger. Like, I really like OD for that factor.
Yeah, it could definitely be a factor for Warwick, and I'm not really sure UCL will be able to deal with it in their final 10th pick. But they might want to go for something. I mean, it seems, as we said, it seems like they're just going safe here. They want heroes which can do a bit of everything. They've got a bit of pushing power. They've got a bit of nuke. They've got a lot of team fight. Very obvious what Warwick want to do. They just want to be taking the fights off UCL, basically running at you. I'm not sure AD fits into that work very well. I think they're either going to run the Lina at mid or go for something which is going to really just give them the be all and end all. Something which is going to build Vessel, I hope, to deal with both the Troll and Timber.
Just go wild, go Pugna, run at them.
I actually really, if they have an Invoker player, I really think this could be a Quaswex Invoker game.
Yeah, I agree. That's good as well. Like, the two options really is, except that the game's hard, go back. Oh, Void Spirit, sure.
Okay. Alright, yeah, this is just tempo, more pickup potential.
Instant pick though, Ember.
Okay, the Ember into Void. This can go one of two ways.
Yeah. No, I like this. I like both drafts. I prefer, I believe, the Dire draft due to its simplicity and how easy it is for them to come online. I would say, I think for sure. I think Dire has the better draft because it just looks cleaner. I think this Lina Wyvern combo, it feels hard to really give praise to just because they are two heroes that kind of do the same thing in laning phase. They're a little bit underwhelming, then they come online and they always have to play behind someone, and Void Spirit will naturally want to enter the fight really quickly. You might leave it's hard for them to build up quite a clean line, right? It's hard to keep these supports alive, and if they actually get that jump correctly, then there's not enough save on this Radiant lineup to actually keep them up. So yeah, I'm personally, UCL have won the draft so far.
I do agree with you in principle. UCL have the better draft, just like flat down on paper. However, if this game descends into a brawl, an absolute brawl, then it's really easy to see. Wow, look at that low. Wow, that is art.
What, the duck?
The duck.
Oh.
Look, that is just, my goodness. I didn't realize. Did they get the art section of the university, the art faculty, to design their logo for them? Because that is just.
Yeah, because I know that Warwick is renowned for its art. Really strong for its art.
You can tell. This is that's actually emoting quite a couple of emotions in me. Relating to my father and my family, which I've previously undiscovered. It's making me I'm gonna have to look away before this gets too emotional. Anyway, Overlord heading up towards the top here. 3 heroes sitting on the high ground for UCL, looking on down. But yeah, as I was saying before, I think if this does descend into an absolute chaotic matchup for just fighting, we are. This is a British tournament. Weatherspoons after closing hours is what I'm expecting from this game. That's a vibe I think we're going to be getting from this game. And if it does descend into that, then I do favour the Radiant draft. But yeah, completely agree that on paper, if it were a competitive game, then I'd be throwing all my chips into UCL right now. I mean. Tier 1 competitive game.
That's fair.
Yeah, Overlord. Oh, he set a little trap here. Mini TV's got to trigger it. Kingfish gonna throw down the light strike around top of him as well. Mini TV's actually taken a couple of heavy hits here, but of course he is a troll warlord, does have the access with no matter what coming in from the side with the battery cell, but they're not going to trigger it. Not going to try and go for any extra value hits here. And bounty runes going 3 for the Radiant and only 2 for Dire.
Wow, there's 5 bounty runes in the game now. That's pretty interesting.
Wait, what? Oh, did I do a silly?
Yeah, you do a silly.
Well,
the 5th bounty rune is actually now for when you go for half HP on your carry here, you get gifted a free bounty rune. There you go.
That'd be fair.
Fun. That would be sick. Actually, more importantly, as Kingfish gets a little bit tickled in the top lane.
Yeah, he's getting really low here actually, but they don't have the access to finish him off, Kingfish.
Oh. He has the, no salve actually. He opted to go for Mango and a branch instead, so he's going to be pretty much out of lane. And I like what Dire are doing right now. Like, when you're well, I'll keep using this phrase until I actually do a little bit, understand Radiant a bit more, but when one of your highest level players is the offlane, it's so easy to shut that guy down. I spoke about how Axe has no flexibility in where he lanes. So he's kind of stuck in this offlane. You tri-lane him, you give Troll level advantage. Look how the supports are not taking any XP right now. They're ensuring that if this Troll gets to level 3 and Axe is level 1, it's going to be such an easy time for him to like actually pressure here.
Yeah, Overlom is now allowed to come forward for a single CS, making him 1-0 at this 1 minute mark so far.
Oh, this is a nice pull from Silo if he gets it off. Okay, gets the range creep.
It's something, and...
Ooh, Grimstroke though. Oh, he's gonna go.
He's taking so much damage, he's just gonna drop. Oh my goodness.
Not first blood, luckily, the creeps. What a misplay actually from Grimstroke. Very unfortunate to see.
Yeah, walking into the creep wave and just taking a bunch of right-click damage from the Axe, from that Battle Hunger, and Thing... Are we calling him Thingkish, Kingfish, or Kingfisher?
I'm gonna call him Kingfish because his name is Kingfisher from what I know him from.
All right.
Unless you've done the rebrand, maybe we have to respect the rebrand.
Thingkish, maybe. Very important to rebrand in these university days, you know.
Exactly.
Start
it could be the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the clock sees his Grimstroke dies and goes, "Nah, I'm out of here. I don't want to lane with you no more, brother."
Yeah.
Instantly ditched the bot lane.
But they've been bringing up a trial of their own here, and they're looking for the kill. Once again, opening up onto the Grimstroke, catching with the Light Strike Array, but Air being able to get under the tower, back to safety, and turns around, getting an extra couple of value hits onto Sylar as well. But unfortunately, Stroke of Fate just about missing. So now, well, things are rebalancing as Kami and No Matter What are down in this bottom lane. I'm not too sure why this Clockwork is down here though. I don't know what he can do in that bottom lane. Like the Timbersaul's fine.
The idea was he forced the TP's top, so it's two, let's say tri-lane on tri-lane. You instantly TP the Clock bottom, and then you have that 2v1 matchup against the Gyrocopter. Unfortunately, the Clock didn't get in a position to actually pressure the Gyro, so it was kind of like, it didn't have any value on kind of visually, but in terms of pressure, it was present. You can see from the 8 CS on Gyrocopter, and the 18 on Timbersaw, it did apply a lot of pressure.
Well, so far, so good for the Dire, as they're off to a decent start to this game. Every single lane going pretty well for them. Slightly even at mid, as the Void Spirit drawing even with the Ember Spirit. We know that this lane, top lane, we're actually going to have the Lina falling. Another look over towards Overlom as well. They have him inside those cogs. Right click's coming through. Airbeam doesn't have enough mana for another Stroke of Fate, but Overlom, is he tanky enough? I don't think he is. He's going down to the right click, to the battery style, and down he goes. 2 kills up in the top lane. Clockwork just goes for the long journey up the top, and this should have been telegraphed. He zoned out the Void Spirit for a good, like, creep wave or 2 in the middle lane. But, yeah, and then just walks up top and finds himself 2 kills. Very nicely done.
Look at the warding setup on Radiant. They've got this triple ward pretty much covering Overlom. Like, their entire game plan right now is we need to give Overlom a game, and Dire, just the fact that they've responded with this tri-lane and the movement on the clock, pretty good right now. Even though, yeah, they shouldn't have died, but still. Like, it's the saddest part is actually this Wyvern. The fact that he had to go, like, awkwardly tri-lane. I think the instant TP to rotate against a tri-lane is a pressure move where if you use that TP, you can't sit bottom, you can't pull, you can't try and like find value
top
in your
again.
own game.
This time the Troll Warlord's in trouble. Pops a Ferret Fire. Is it gonna be enough? It's not. Mini TV gets killed off by Thingkish. They leave him alone for 2 seconds. The supports get slightly too far from the lane, and he's saying out the sorry my bads. He's like, yeah, I know what's going on there. I bet the supports were like, all right. Now, Mini TV, we're going to go and pull. We're going to go and ward and stuff. Don't die. And he's like, yeah, got you guys. Don't worry.
But this is where the warding from Radiant is actually allowing to make this play. So they're trying to find value out of already quite a hard lane.
Not very good CSA from the Clock, unfortunately. But
no, not at all.
Nevertheless, he doesn't need to CS. He's a 4 player. That's other people's jobs.
Wait, what? 4s are meant to be the greediest role in the game.
Oh, might be.
They hide underneath the support tag, but they're still the most creeps. Let's not joke here, come on.
Well, if we're talking about some teams, man, did you see Kuro in his game? Clockwork getting beaten down here and gets punished. A haste rune Void Spirit comes jetting on in, and that's going to be his first kill off the game, making it happen on the Void.
Sorry, what you said about the that game?
Oh yeah, Kuro, he had a game where he played position 5 sniper and did the most damage in a game. He had like crazy items, Aghanims and I think I'm not sure if he had a Midas, but he definitely had Ags and Dragon Lance and all sorts of crazy stuff going on. Yeah, it's pretty easy, but
Sniper Ag's actually really strong. Like, really
it's
strong.
really good, yeah.
Yeah.
The cooldown is
Just
ridiculous.
find that
Top
farm.
lane,
But
stun out onto the Troll Warlord, just throwing a little bit of
a little
harass
bit
his way.
tickling.
Yeah, tickler's pickle.
I think it's dangerous to say this, but the way that the meta is shifting, position 5 is slowly becoming that role where you can pick any hero as long as your draft is complete enough. Any hero works in the 5 role, because all you need to do is place wards, have a decent laning presence, and then your game is like pretty obvious from there on out. So I wouldn't be surprised if people got really quirky with the 5 picks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bounty Hunter, I mean, let's talk about the patch a little bit. You know, they kind of said, no gold. No one gets any gold anymore.
Oh, it's so good. Honestly, I'm so happy that they're reducing gold. Like, have you seen like the average game length of like, it's like barely 30 minutes or something, right? It's like 30 to 33 minutes.
Oh, the phone top lane, there's a bit of fun hanging out. Well, not if you're Overlord right now. He's having no fun at all. Lifetracker going to hold back mini TP, but it's not making a difference. He's inside those cogs, and he is going to die. Can they get the return kill? Pinkish really wants it, but unfortunately won't have the reach to kill off the clock, and it's just going to be Overlord going down once again up in this top lane. Dire, UCL, really making the plays up here.
Yeah, they're doing work, but this is where it's hard to find farm. Like, he can't skip behind the wave because Clockwork against any skipping hero, Clockwork normally wins. The battery set up the cogs, like Darkseid doesn't enjoy it, Axe doesn't enjoy it. So just the fact that you have this Grim playing so heavily towards top lane, this Timbersaw unlocks this playstyle. And yeah, I just like the fact that the Dire, they've clearly done a little bit of homework on how they want to play against this this Warwick team.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if it pays off in the mid game, but when the laning phase looking real damn good for them right now. Meanwhile, bottom lane, trying to unleash a little bit onto the Timbersaw, but he is not bothered. I mean, this is all of their spells, and he's down to about 2/3 of HP, and now they've got help coming in no matter what, making his way in around the side. Still, not many levels on the Clockwork, and yeah, they're nice and safe down here.
I'd like to see maybe a casual bracer on this Timbersaw, especially with the change to the magic resistance on your attributes. Like, he needs to have a little bit of magic resist. You're playing against Void Spirit, Lina, Gyro, Wyvern. All these heroes are going to pump out quite early, 15 to 20 minute damage, and he needs to be the tanky one. Casual bracer into pipe, it unlocks his game, enables his Troll and Ember heavily, and yeah, he could pretty much dictate the tempo of this game from his really strong laning phase.
Yep, absolutely. Cammy looking forward onto the gyro, and he gets blown up. They take him on down. They're looking for more here as well, but with Melrose TPing in, are they going to want it? They do want it. They will take down the Wyvern no matter what. Might be the collateral here. Kingfish rotating himself as well, but Ember's joining this party. It's going to be a 2-on-2, but the Clockwork has dropped. Bean even making his way over to this one as well. Now a 3-on-2 as UCL bring in the numbers. Melrose is in some trouble. He doesn't have any more spells left. He's going to get killed off. It's a triple kill for Cammy in this bottom lane. UCL, they destroy them, taking them down one at a time, just knocking them up, flicking them over, and that is going to be a very, very bad series of events for Warwick down in the bottom lane.
This is the best move that could be made right now. Your Timber lane is the lane that is drawing in TPs. You force all the TPs to this bot side of the map, and you then convert the kills. So right now, Radiant have pretty much no strong presence, and Overlord trying to eke out the farm's top still, but mid-TV on the Troll Warlord, he's already level 7 against a level 5 Axe, so he's not going to feel that much pressure against himself.
Certainly doesn't. Able to just spam out those axes into the Axe. Oh, the irony! As Overlord's pushed under his tower by the very item he loves.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Very weapon he loves, nonetheless. Yeah, Battle Hunger not going to do much. And they've even got Kish thinking of coming back up the top, but he's kind of like, well, do I want to be in that lane? Do I want to experience that? Not really. I'm going to wave bounties instead. Maybe do some stacking. That is something you can do on this Luna, which is nice, actually, is just stack as much as you can. Is he going to get the double stack? Oh, wait.
If that's the nice thing, that's the only nice. Oh no, Mr. Slave.
All right, got one. One out of 2 ain't bad. But yeah, we got a Gyro, we got a Lina. They can stack for each other. It's something.
We're already clutching here to find value in this Lina.
Oh, he is.
Overlord though again, got on top by the Troll Warlord.
In a bit of trouble as the Wyvern gets cut down at bottom, but up at top, the stun comes through to save the day. And actually, they might be able to turn this one. Melrose is here. Can he get the ultimate? He needs to pop it and will be able to do so, but Overlord comes in and says, no, sir. You do not get to throw any more axes today. I am the real axe, and Overlord is going to grab that kill. That's got to be a really satisfying one.
Yeah, that's so satisfying. But also, it's the post-core death. If you look at the minimap, Clockwork instantly drew lines mid and bot like, our carries died, push out lanes, please.
Yeah, make some kind of value out of this as the Gyro getting beaten down here. Could be in some trouble, but is there going to be the save coming through? Stylops here. Does he have the save? He doesn't have it. There's no cold embrace. Origin under the tower. Slider Fist come through and they grab the kill. And we're going to jump back to that slightly, but Origin still on the run here, and the Remnant's going to come down, but does miss. But there's too many heroes here. Laguna Blade just has no more. Origin is going to get killed off.
Just deleted.
Want to point out that in order to secure that kill into the Gyrocopter, Clockwork actually used a hook shot onto the Void Spirit to stop him being able to jump across, which is a really, really clutch play. I like that a lot.
Yeah, that was. I didn't see if so to say the Void actually blocked it, right?
No. The Clockwork jumped onto the Void Spirit, I believe.
Right, okay.
I'm not sure which way around it was, but
yeah,
if he meant to jump onto the Void Spirit, that was great, because it stopped the Void Spirit coming in and interrupting the kill. Maybe he was going for the Gyrocopter and the Void Spirit deliberately, maybe it was accidentally.
I saw it as like, whoopsie, I've hit a Void Spirit, guys.
Could have been either way. Either way, it worked much better for the Dire there, I'd say. Although,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Like they're pressuring this tower, they bring the Timbersaw mid, you take away the bot tier 1, you play off your 10-minute catapult wave, you're in a really good spot. You got a level 4 Wyvern, he's not in a position to try and defend towers. Clockwork missing the hook, pretty cute, but how do you stop this
but still
push?
playing very well. I don't know, Governor. I don't know.
I just don't like the itemization from this troll right now. You see his quick buy, the Battle Fury. This game isn't about playing for 30 minutes plus. You're already winning this early game tempo. You should play for that. But the stun.
Oh god! Oh god! That's painful. Overlom, he's gonna grab himself another kill here. They
are trying to bring numbers though. I say with gritted teeth. Again, another D-ward. The same cliff been D-warded twice now.
Yeah, not sure on this one, but you know, the fight for the cliff continues.
The Radiant are winning the cliff fight. That's the main fight they are winning, and also killing off this troll. They're the two fights they're winning right now. Troll vision, cliff vision, and killing troll.
Yeah, and all things considered, you know, not the best situation now for the Dire. They've only got a 1k gold advantage despite having a pretty good laning phase. They're kind of letting this lead disappear. A couple of key pickoffs onto the Troll Warlord, and he's cut down, right down, actually below the axe in net worth. So despite this laning phase, despite Overlord getting completely zoned out for the first few waves and being bullied and killed, he's now ahead of the Troll. So that's all it takes, a couple of kills. You keep your eye off the Troll for a little bit too long, Troll isn't careful on the map, and that's what happens. Is this a dead lane up at top for the Dire, T?
Not really a dead lane, so to speak. It's more the fact that they need to rotate the rest of their team to the lane and put the troll farming behind them, right? Like, the way that they're playing right now is you have 4 super active heroes and a troll. But the troll is playing in the lane that it's the only tier 1 tower available, right? So it's the only tower that Radiant might want to defend. So troll playing there, you're asking to die. Especially when it's the troll v Axe matchup. Axe, as soon as it gets 6, the troll can never be too cocky because you have that Culling Blade against your ultimate. The troll is actually committing for the Battle Fury.
Very close on to Psylop. Might have just moved into the vision. They see him.
Ember and Void Spirit going for the identical builds. The straight Vessel Rush. Trying to be these tempo control heroes.
I mean, you definitely need the Spirit Vessel for... Oh, okay, no, gets himself out. Yeah, you definitely need the Spirit Vessel to control the Timbersaw. I'm not sure if the Dire need one necessarily.
It's mainly for maybe the Cold Embrace play, where whoever you're jumping, if they do get Cold Embrace, you now have that hill to layer over there and prevent that big save coming out. Pair that with the damage from Timbersaw or Grimstroke, and then suddenly Wyvern's kind of a dead hero, which kind of is right now, as he's level 5 at the 14-minute mark. Going on 50. Not an ideal situation, but they're giving him a lane right now, which is good. They've kind of But they're all farming the same area though. Like, sure, you give your Wyvern the lane, but look at the position on the map right now. You got Radiant all choked up in this little corner, and Grimstroke just drew it. Like,
look at that,
this is where they are. Yeah, and Dire on the other hand, they're owning pretty much the entire map to some degree. They're spread out, but they are moving down towards this bot lane. They have this vision in between the mid tier 2 towers. They should try and take fights here. Sure, your troll's going for a terrible build, but he can still fight. Like, they should make some moves happen right now. This is their strongest window pre-Axe Blink, because look, he's got 2,000 gold right now, 200 gold away. This could change the next fight.
It certainly could. It certainly could. Meanwhile, the Spirit Vessel nearly finished up from the Void Spirit, but still does need a little bit more gold for that one. And that, I mean, even if he has this, though, they're not going to kill the Timbersaw, I don't think. Like, he's got Yules now, so
Yeah,
good luck.
Yeah, he has the hood.
What's it
hooked
do?
hood. Onto the gyrocopter.
Alright, are they committing to this one? They certainly are trying to bring him down here. It might just be successful. Winter's Curse, but it's not enough. They'll kill him off the battery assault anyway. Meanwhile, Melrose thinking of jumping forward onto this one, but there's not really much to jump on here, I'm afraid. Still waiting for that Spirit Vessel, and even if they had it, as we said, I think the Timbersaw's still way too tanky to really care, and they will finish off the tier 2 here. They are just buttering Works toast right now, UCL.
Gyro just pinged that there's a ward on the high ground, and Melrose started farming the camp. Okay, this could have been dangerous. Oh no, if he dies, please, no, Gyro ping the ward, Melrose! God. Is he a liver?
Jump forward, the Ember, chasing onto the high ground, finds him with a slide of fist. Melrose goes down, Lena as well, gonna follow suit. Overlord trying to make something happen, trying to save the day. Yules comes out onto him from Cammy, thinking of jumping down to the lower ground, finally gonna give this one up and get a buyback from Finkish, and this is enough to tell him to get away. And Ember actually could be in some trouble here. He's got the slide of fist, and that will mean the other side misses, but the Laguna will not. Now finishes off the Ember Spirit and gets some one exit kill, which is pretty important. They're looking for more here. Overlord is chasing. He doesn't have that blink off cooldown for another 9 seconds though, so I think this clock is going to get away unless he stays to farm the wave. No, get out of there, buddy. There we go. He's out of there, and that's going to pull things back into well, not neutral. It is still very much the Dire favored, but losing that
was whack. Let's be real here, no man. That was absolute wild stuff. This poor gyrocopter, right? He's put in a position of death. During his death, what can he do? He can't farm. He can't really do anything. So he says to his team, there's a ward here, lads. Be careful. His Void Spirit, on the other hand, he sees gold. Doesn't care. Dies. Buyback. Yeah, Dire in a very driving position right now. Radiant are just... Whew. Oh no, the Gyro's dying again. No, Gyro!
Not again, Gyro! Oh dear, getting picked up again. And Raj in a horrible position, and Overlord is reliving his life, but a Winter's Curse. Oh, okay, we use a Winter's Curse for him, do you?
Reset.
Yeah.
Okay. But more importantly, the reason why this is so hard for Radiant right now is because they've not been able to put control a foothold. Look at the minimap, look at the vision. The only ward is in the top tri-camp area where they pretty much 5-manned at like the 15-40 minute mark, right? So, okay, going on to the Ember Spirit though.
Amber could be in some trouble again. Light Striker Ray gonna come down and also looking down.
Nice.
There comes the dunk. They'll take him out. Ryujin is in the bin.
He was very greedy there. Very greedy being on... Like, Dire actually have no vision out either. Like, both teams are pretty much playing entirely within fog. And which plays into Dire's favor because their hero's a little bit more tankier, they can be a bit more kind of cocky. But when you do get this Axe Call, if you are pairing it with the Void Spirit and the Lena, it is a lot of damage. The issue is, for Radiant to get a kill, they have to be 3 heroes together, right? They need to have Axe plus Lena plus 1.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of resources, whilst Dire, they can move freely around the map 1 by 1 and pretty much have no real cares. And that's why you see a 5k lead to Dire so far, because of this kind of ability to play so loosely.
And it looks like Troll Warlord has just finished off that Battle Fury, so it's going to be about 19 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I don't love it. I definitely would have preferred something a bit more aggressive, something you can fight with, but you can still fight with Battle Fury. You know, we've seen a lot of teams go for Battle Fury and then head towards Roshan with it. It's not an item which necessarily means you're just going to sit and farm for the next 10 minutes. My worry is that is going to be the case, though.
Yeah, I'm ready for that. Like, that might be because how I treat... So when I play unranked with the boys, right? I treat it as 4 of us go fight and be apes, and then 1 man has to farm. One guy, one farmy boy needs to do his thing, right? So currently, they're adopting this unranked philosophy of 4 fighters plus 1. In this game, though, is it good? Not at all. Not really. I want to see that gusto. I want to see that early diffusal blade chunk through the axe, for example, get to that survivability. But I guess the rebuttal to the argument would be Troll against axe. He wants to be able to get to SMY Satanic as soon as possible, so that if he does get called, he's got the status resistance to survive the call, and then that turnaround to not die. So I can see why he's gone for the Battle Fury, because he sees that perfect timing. Does he need it though?
Call onto Clockwork here. The rest of the team coming on through. They might have found themselves a cheeky little pickup in the jungle. Light Striker Ray going to keep that lockdown coming on through, and they will finish the job. Sylark get credited for that kill from the team gank onto No Matter What. It's something, and more importantly, they're able to get some vision down at the same time. So
that's critical.
That's what I like to see.
Critical.
It's only one little ward, but we'll see how much it can give them.
But Dire in a position right now that they control the outpost. They have this high ground ward again. Oh,
Hold
okay,
on, T. I need to
nice.
shift it into reverse. They didn't place a ward during that engagement. That was earlier on they placed this one, so...
Oh, no.
Would have really
Take
liked
it
to see
back.
them place division that one, but yeah, that's it makes this whole like excursion much less valuable if you don't place a ward during that. But it's okay, it's okay. I'll still live off that ward they placed 2 minutes ago. Welling access damage from the troll, that's nice to see. If we saw the further stacks, then we'd definitely be starting to get worried, but clearly showing that he still wants to throw access at enemies, which is important. Although it is good for farming as well, to be fair. To be clear.
Again, Radiant clumping back up in their corner. Are they maybe smoking if they're grouping like this? Nope, they don't have a smoke. They're just grouped up defensively.
Team farm, team farm, team farm.
We don't need levels. We just need farm. Woo! That's the Warwick motto.
Boys that farm together die together.
Over a 40-minute
Homies for
game where
life.
they heavily on the level.
I see this unity coming out from Warwick Ducks.
I can't get over the fact they're called Warwick Ducks, but their pitch is like a wolf, right?
Yeah.
Like, where's like the additional duck with the wolf?
Radiant's bottom
Maybe the
tower
duck
is under attack.
riding the wolf, like a horse, something.
A metamorphosis of the two.
Oh,
A wolfy duck.
do you want to fight a 1 duck-sized wolf or 100 wolf-sized ducks?
100 wolf-sized ducks. Jesus.
That one-
Jesus, that's an easy one. Wolf-sized ducks would be horrifying. You seen those guys tear up a piece of bread? Imagine you're the bread.
Oh,
Christ.
damn. What if I had a loaf of bread though? That would be hype.
True, you could just like scatter them. Just distract
Yeah.
them.
The shepherd of the wolves.
Although I don't think one loaf of bread would be enough to satisfy 100 wolf-sized ducks.
No, but that's when they get so
Might
hungry
be
that
like
they start
one or two
fighting
of
each
them.
other. Right?
You're grasping here, mate. You're grasping. And compare. And
Isn't that
let's
what life
compare the
is,
other
really?
option, right? One duck-sized wolf is not threatening. that's essentially a puppy. What we're talking about here.
Just boo it. Just boo it
literally.
away.
It would not be tricky. Smoke up from the Dire. They're going to give him a little bit of the wraparound here. And they found one. They're going on to Wyvern. The big team fighter taken out of the mix. And Finkir's just trying desperately to just walk away. Doopy-doopy-doo. I didn't see anything. I'm out of here. And might escape. They've got a yield on the timber. And now Origin coming on over as well. They're going to have
There's
the
the
roots.
root.
They're going to have the damage inside the Shagram and taken on out. That's going to be a second kill. Turning it nicely. And now looking towards this middle tier 2 tower. And
Radiant's
guess what?
structures are
The troll's with them. That's what we wanted to see. Good job, Mini
good
CB.
fight.
Yeah.
But that's because of the draft from Radiant, right? Like we spoke during the draft about this Wyvern and Lina. They're both heroes that don't really want to get jumped. There's no front line. Radiant, they don't actually have anyone who wants to stand in front. And when the game's pretty hard and they're trying to play this delicate wave clear, it's hard for them to actually ever position themselves correctly. And you see them trying to get up this mid lane, instantly die. The vision from this mid lane ward gets them these kills. Like Radiant are relying so heavily on surviving another 15 minutes and defending their tier 3s. I'd like to see Dire shift towards Roshan, shift towards pushing in multiple lanes, and then actually take a big team fight into high ground.
Yeah.
Like Radiant, you can see how they're playing, right? They're playing in this tri-camp area. They're trying to be quite defensive. Of course, now there's a little bit more room. They're playing open, but Roshan will be the one location that you should be able to draw Radiant into a fight. Then you can punish them on the side of Dire.
Punch him. Yeah, that sounds like the plan. I like what the Void Spirit's been doing, by the way. You know, he hasn't had a huge game impact, but he's trying to find his impact by pushing out top wave again and again and again. Just causing issues and forcing Dire to play a little bit not their own game. Be controlling on the map a bit.
Timbersaw actually looking at his quick buy, going straight for the Hex. He's
Yeah.
got yours pipe. I need some more control. Let me go for a Hex. It's
Casual
interesting.
Hex.
I've not normally seeing the third item Hex, but why not? Why not?
Yeah, so this kind of feels like they're saying, all right, well, we're probably not going to be able to go high ground until we get that Roshan, and even then, you know, we might need to take some time. We want BKB on our troll. Maybe I can squeeze out a Hex in that time. I don't know. BKB on Ember's probably more likely the timing they're waiting for before they go high ground. Aegis plus BKB on Ember, and then maybe they'll have the Hex on the Timbersaw, and by that stage they can
has been killed.
yeah, break high ground. They're going on to Cammy here though. Does seem like a tricky one. Yeah. And by going, I mean he's just going to walk into the Remnant. He's like, yeah, so what? Cool Remnant, dude.
But instant D-ward of the, yeah. I will say that both of these teams opting for just simple high ground vision when they move to an area, rather than trying to go for warding that might prolong for its entire life. You see how Dire when they placed it, like this ward here, it's a different ward now, finally. Like, they've always placed it on this high ground spot, and it gets dewarded as soon as they leave the area. I like the fact they're diversifying it now to try and keep it alive and actually be able to play us into this area with a smoke, for example. Because this is how like the game's becoming quite stagnant due to the inability of moving high ground. Troll, the only hero that can go high ground on Dire is Troll. If he moves up high ground, you suddenly have Blink, Blade Mail initiation from the Axe. You have the Laguna Blade. He's popped dead. Now you have to reset. So Dire playing it slow because they know that they rely on key items to break up into this high ground due to the threat of the Axe +1.
And do you think this
Dire's
Spirit
top
Vessel
tower
is getting its value from Raijin?
I think it allowed him to play that tempo game, but he is a little bit underfarmed right now because he is moving quite a lot with his team at this point. I don't mind it. It's just I think there's the point in which they could have been super aggressive and maybe ending the game. They were waiting for their troll, so the item is fine if the troll could have maybe fought a little bit earlier. But yeah, I still think it's perfectly fine if he eventually gets the BKB.
Once again, Radiant just always having someone up here in the top lane, pushing out this top wave and trying to do something to stop the Dire from just playing their own game. But this
I can't really contest this. They have smoke. They missed the smoke on the gyrocopter. He's now not smoked up. Dire have a ward onto the bounty rune to the left-hand side of Roshan. They are cutting away from that ward though, so it's kind of a lucky play from Radiant.
They're trying to go for this without Gyro?
Yeah, Gyro not at all trying to fight.
Oh, nice call from really
Overlord.
good call from Overlord. Onto the two supports. They can take these two down in time. This might be the fight. They'll take down one, they'll take down two. Now the Winter's Curse coming into the backlines of the Troll Warlock, controlling him up as well. But Sylar is going to lose his life. But Overlord with another big call coming on in. Melrose around the back as well. But Kingfish does get taken down, but they bring down Cammy. Overlord does eventually drop the Mini TV, controlled up and killed off. Oh my god. Overlord just tears this one wide open. Who needs a Gyro when you've got an axe with balls the size of this? He takes them down, and now into the pit they go. I mean, that is the only way that play could have worked. That is the absolute only way that could have worked.
So at the start of that fight, if you look to the bottom side of Roshan where I'm pinging now, it's like they placed that ward. As soon as that ward got placed, Overlord then capitalized and jumped on the double support that you saw walking high ground.
Yeah.
And the only two heroes that you can kill on Axe pretty much in this game right now is like either Ember or Grimclock, right? Like they're the three easiest kills for you, layering into the damage. And the fact that he gets both of the supports based off this ward and the initial jump, it's such an easy fight for Radiant to take. I think Dire though, if you look at Grimstoke's inventory right now, he has 2 wards on him. They only had 1 ward out. If you're trying to go for Roshan, you have to respect it. If you place a ward in the river and you play above Roshan, play into the fact that Radiant have to move into your vision and then into the high ground of your area over here, it's a completely different fight. But Dire, they opted to move into the river, move into the high ground area, and now suddenly Radiant are at an advantage. They were 8-9k down, but they would take this fight. This should have been the Dire favored fight that decides the next 15-20 minutes of the game of them owning the map, but yeah, it's pretty good. Can Radiant replicate that fight again? Will Dire make the same mistake? I don't think so. Oh, I say that. Overlord going in by himself. Gyrocopter isn't here though.
Looking ideal, but a nice curse got to come in. Is it going to save him though? No, because the Chakram and the damage is just a little bit too much. I think the Battle Fury doing a decent amount as well. Meanwhile, Clockwork, he's going to get dropped. They'll turn around. Finkish going to lose his life. Mini TV looking for more. Sylar's going to be the hero. Can they kill him off here? They're chasing, and I don't really think he's got any way out of this one. So good night, sir. And Arash? Sir, this isn't a place you want to be in. Your
Why is Dire running away? It's a solo gyrocopter. You should be killing him.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but whatever. The Gyro gets out. That's Dire, just kind of still proving that they're the kingpins. They are in control of this game. Okay. No age is going to change that.
Yeah, Overlord went from like the godly cool to like the worst cool. He's gone polar opposites right now.
All or nothing, baby. I like it.
Literally, yeah. Hero to zero, pretty much.
My kind
but
of
okay,
gameplay.
Dire now get Roshan. And yeah, okay. Radiant come back, we'll put that one back to bed. Oh, Clock getting the hook onto the gyrocopter.
Gyro popping the BKB and maybe looking to turn around in this one. I mean, no, they just finished Roche, so in theory these guys should be alone for the time being and they will kill off the Clock, but they're being baited into a fight they don't really want here. Void Spirit being targeted down and Overlord's going to happily allow him to get that leash off, which is a little bit unfortunate. He's going to lose his life and Cammy just casually strolling in from behind, gets a Yules up onto the gyrocopter, and now the rest trying to chase in. The Dire's really going to be able to bring him down here. He's got no good BKB from earlier, and down he will go. The Dire continue their warpath through the enemy side of the map, and it really feels like it's starting to unhinge for the Ducks.
Yeah, they can't really muster anything at this point. Like, they play so much around the core. They got that kind of perfect call outside Roshan. It looked pretty good, but then again, like I said, it's so hard to replicate that moment. There were so many things that Dire did wrong to make Radiant's play look so good, and even after that Roshan, the warding setup, Dire still have all this lingering vision on the Radiant side of the map. Radiant have pretty much nothing. They got the one ward on the bottom bounty rune. It doesn't really help them with anything, and yeah, unfortunately, Gyrocopter having to defensively BKB there on the Clockwork Initiation means even in the fight, no BKB, means no real fight. So Gyro just doesn't have any fight. Like, look at the net worth right now. You've got 14.5k Troll, 14k Ember. Meanwhile, your Gyro and Axe are both sitting on like 9 to 10k. Like, it's so... It's hard for Radiant. They just need to continue prolonging the game for as long as possible. Play off the fact that their high ground is really strong with the Axe. Like, it is so strong if you defend your tier 3s. Outside of base, they are just nothing. But in their base, they have everything to fight for.
And in their base, they shall have to stay for much longer now. The Radiant, they are going to be a bit stuck from now on. Although, I mean, they can come out and take a wave together, but everything now has to be done together. Yeah.
Hold hands, guys. We're in for the long one.
Look at that, though.
This Joe honestly just roams the map so freely. He's just like, I'm gonna go here now, but guys, like, oh god. He just doesn't really care about like anything. Just doing his thing.
Yeah.
Chad's gyrocopter soaring through the map.
Yeah, but I'm also not... I don't know how I feel about him having both the Fairy Fire and the Orb of Destruction. That feels a little bit greedy when you could give one to your Void Spirit. Like, I don't value the Enchanted Quiver on Void Spirit at all.
No, not at all. He should have the Orb of Destruction on the Void Spirit for sure.
You get that hit on everybody you Astral Step through, and if you can just like Astral Step everyone and then get some flat cannon damage down, it's something. Not going to be enough to turn these fights. I mean, everyone's just so tanked right now, but...
just look at Gyro's items. He's got Maelstrom, BKB. He's now trying to go back for the Ags, a farming item. He's like 3 items away from being able to be a dominant force in this game. It's so hard to see how they can find this.
I want to see the Rapier commitment, honestly. Like, it feels like something that at least they can play towards. Meanwhile, Grimstroke being targeted up right now, and I think Evie might have lost his life. Overlom comes in, gives him the dunk, gives him the big
Fun fact, his favorite animal is a giraffe.
Cool. How'd you know that?
The hold on, let me go back to Discord. From Emmy, yeah, very helpful. Yeah,
the player expert Emmy here to help out for all of our questions and needs. If you guys got any questions for the players, let us know. We'll pass them on. Emmy just knows everything. Like, we asked
always
him,
correct.
Yeah, we asked him what's Veer's favorite player. Bam, favorite animal. Bam, straight away told us. Got it. Like, so close that it might as well have been right. So
pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, it was giraffe.
Bat and giraffe, basically the same animal. Just like Dire. Animals. Just running over this game.
Not the smoothest of segues, but
how'd you segue a bat and giraffe to their animals, right? Dire
yeah.
bombastically running around.
Oh, look at these guardians of the steppes.
Oh, the doors to the high ground.
No.
Oh no,
Doesn't want to walk up there.
Wrecked.
Yeah, no more guardians today, but he's about to run out anyway.
The key thing is this high ground siege. The fact that you have this axe cool into damage like here. Is there anything else? Oh no.
Winterskirt's gonna come out, and Troll.
Not a fan.
Kind of held still, but I mean, this is the Aegis carrier. No BKB used in that either. I don't like that Winter's Curse at all, but still.
No, not at all.
Holding off. I think they could just go back in though, right? Like.
Oh, nope. They're like, no, we need to reset. But this is the issue when you push high ground with only one wave. Like, it's so easy for Radiant to push out this wave and then Dire now locked into an awkward position for another 30 seconds. Like, if Timbersaw had just walked bottom, pushed in that second wave, you then have constant pressure layering into this high ground. But Dire just refusing to push in multiple lanes, therefore their push is pretty much stagnated due to the wave clear. Like I mentioned already, the lean, the Wyvern, this Gyro, all these heroes can defend high ground really easily. So Dire have to abuse multiple lane sieges.
Yeah, and they get more money that way as well. More XP, I think that's important to note as well. And it's not like they're going to struggle. Yeah, if someone gets jumped in a lane and there's 2 heroes, say Ember and Clock farming another lane, they can just run over there. Like the Timbersaw can just run over there. Like they're not going to be able to. They're not going to struggle to respond to anything which Radiant puts down on them. So.
And the other thing as well, is the way that this has occurred, because only one wave was pushed in, it's so easy for Radiant to push that wave out and then smoke without too much of an obvious like expectation that smoke has occurred, right? Even though now this bot lane is slowly pushing in, Radiant were able to get all the way to this top side of the map without even being like scanned. Of course, Dire have positioned very defensively, but still in a position where Radiant could have actually maybe taken a fight. Another reason why you should always have multiple lanes being pushed in when you siege.
35 minutes into this game, and it's been a pretty heavily dominant performance from UCL so far on the Dire. They've been doing well. They've been pushing hard, and they've been taking objectives, and they've been just kind of playing the better game, but really struggling to finish this one out now. And I'm not. I don't know. Do we have Dota Plus in this account? Are we balling?
Oh, you need some
We're
Dota
not
Plus.
balling. We need some Dota Plus information, T. I want to know the
win probability right
probability.
now is at 98% for UCL.
Very good. Very good.
That's right. My little hype moment for you.
Overlord
Blinking in aggressively.
running into 5 heroes, but they're jumping forward onto the Wyvern instead. But meanwhile, King Kish just gets taken down on the front lines, still trying to chase down Silo, and Overlord with his BKB, he's just being ignored. They don't even care about the axe. He's finally going to get off this call, but it's onto a Timbersaw who doesn't really care if he's controlled up for 2 seconds. And the BKB pop from the Gyro here, they're going to be allowed to completely reset from this Adire. They don't care about this BKB. 2 BKBs popped from the Radiant, getting absolutely nothing done. And now the smoke up, the re-engage might be coming.
Can Dire finally actually siege his high ground? Like,
Maybe.
they lean the ball back again.
They have to be careful, but the BKB's still available on mini TV, so he's not
It doesn't
too
matter though,
worried.
if he gets called by Axe right now with Blade Mail, he just instantly dies. They got the curse set up. This is he's gonna die.
They've got the hook shot though, coming on onto 2 in the backlines. 2 return kills coming in quickly,
There
but
he
they
is, he's
will
gone.
kill mini TV. Can they take the fight anyway? Gyrocopter really low, will be killed off by this Hex, and they'll look over towards no matter what as well, but it's Overlord who's the real target. Oh no, actually it's Void Spirit who's the real target. They're juggling him with Yules right now, but the chains comes down. There's a buyback from the Gyrocopter, but it doesn't really matter. Melrose dies all the same. Overlord getting melted down as well. They don't need a Troll Warlord when you have an Ember Spirit who's now diving the tier 4s. The Gyrocopter loses his life, and it makes it a full 6-man team wipe after the dieback from the Gyrocopter. And I think this might be it. I mean, I don't think they can end, right? Because they don't have the trolls, they don't have the damage to really get through the entire Ancient, but 2 lanes of racks.
Maybe go for 2 lanes. But I think the most important thing about this fight is simply they use so much on radio to set up for this troll kill with layering into the Axe call, right? These engagements should simply be Axe as the initiating factor. You jump the troll, boom, he's now dead because you have this culling blade against his ultimate. Perfect, even if he does get it off. Then you use the curse defensively to try and take away another part of the fight. The issue here, you used pretty much all of your big spells to try and lock down this troll. That after you kill the troll, Timbersaw had a free fight, Amber had a free fight, and it was so easy for them to get the return kills. So Radiant identified how to kill the troll. They just kind of used too many resources to mount a good enough fight for a good comeback.
Has fallen.
Yeah, they just end up not needing it, man. I love the fact he didn't buy back into that one either. Like, you kind of just trusted the teams like, hey, you know what? I can't really get that easily. You guys got this, and they did got this.
Man, he's a carry player, man. Look at him. He doesn't want to buy back. Look, he wants his Satanic. He wants the Battle Fury. There you go. See, look, Battle Fury, SMI Satanic. Like, he's trying to get to the golden period against Axe, and he doesn't want to wreck his stats. He feels like this game's already in the bag. He wants the dub.
He may well be right.
He needs a screenshot
come on,
sent to his
buddy.
parents.
It's time to give up on your Aghanim Scepter dream. Like,
Oh,
get yourself.
Can we just not look
rapier.
at Gyro,
Come
please?
on,
It's too. No. Let's look at Timbersaw. Timbersaw's items look kind of funky. Oh, they look very nice now.
They did, dude. Yeah, that's the
Big
full Lotus Orb finished up. And by the way, they did hit the timing we were talking about. Rapier ran out, but they had themselves the BKB. They just picked up a Radiance on the Ember Spirit, and they had so +1 after the BKB and the Scythe of Vice at the same time, and that was what they need to go high ground.
I would say I've really enjoyed this the Timbersaw and the Ember, like how they played this game. For this, like the space the Timber's made, the rotations that the Ember's made, and the fact that these 2 players have pretty much given UCL such a strong lead.
Oh yeah, 100%. They've been very, very dominant in how they played the map, not really giving any space, and now we hit that 40 minute, and those items will be coming up. Meanwhile, Overlong looking for the cool. Will find the clockwork. They're going to try and follow up with Melrose and Fingerfish from the high ground as well. Does he have the good blade? He certainly does, but not going to be able to get off much damage with it because Winter's Curse has come down in time. But they'll kill off no matter what in time. But he gets off the ultimate. Overlong, he's going to lose his life so quickly. Mini TV dumping in the damage. He's got no buyback. They find him. So left fist catches out the Void Spirit. Up high they go, down low now as well. Anarush on the run, and he could make his way up to the high ground here, but Cammy is still chasing. Doesn't really have any spells. Items available soon. Lina full staffed up. Mini TV still trying to chase. Finds a tower, finds a hero. Can't decide which to go for. Jumping forward onto Lina. She's going to be dead. 3 more heroes thrown into the bin, and I think this may well be the end for Warwick. Game number 1 should be going the way of UCL. They're not calling it just yet, but they may as well. Origin jump in on forward. They've got the Hex onto the Gyrocopter, the Spirit Vessel as well. They're going to try and heal him up, but with that Spirit Vessel coming on through, the game is over. GG, well played, is called from Sylar, prized from his lips, but game number 1 will go the way of University of Central London. Very nicely done. That was a satisfying game from them, I think.
Yeah, it was nice. I think I just like from the point in the draft, their draft just looked better on paper, and they to some degree they executed the draft pretty well. I think the only discrepancy would have been how the clock moved around early on in the game, and then the troll going for the greedier itemization. But other than that, the way that the Timbersaw was able to soak all this farm, soak all this pressure on the map, the Ember making all these really active moves, it just kind of unlocked the game for them. You see, okay, looking at this replay, right? You've got this Grim, cool, little mistake there, doesn't really matter. But after this point, the clock, he's dying around the map, but he is forcing things to happen. So it's not too bad for Dire right now. And Overlom, I think that this was the critical part, right? The fact that you were able to break down this key component of the Warwick team was Overlom. He is the offlane player, so how do you stop the offlane player from doing his thing? You tri-lane the bugger. The bugger don't get no farm now. He out of here. See ya, buddy. And sure, he had some recovery farm. He was able to do some stuff, but the issue to that was your Gyrocopter. He's in a 1v1 against a Timbersaw. And now your key component of your draft, the Timbersaw, the Ember, they're having 3 lanes. So sure, you've done like damage control for your axe, but it just doesn't help. So I think, yeah, UCL, the way they played this early game, the way that their draft was so complementing for each other, just gave them this better performance. And sure, you see the nice call from Overlom here as well, but it's just a little bit too late. If this was maybe 8 minutes earlier, then sure, we might have had a game on our hands, but Radiant were always in the kind of catch-up position.
Yeah, it kind of feels bad. If they had like something which could take Roche, the ability to jump into that pit after they take that fight, then you might have had something to play for there. But it doesn't really matter if you take a team fight, even if you are behind. But if you take a team fight without managing to turn into objective, then all you did is get yourself a pocket full of gold. And when you're like, what is it, like 10k gold behind at that point, then it doesn't really make much of a difference. So that's about it. Closing thoughts on that game, T?
I think that both teams have the ability to obviously take the series. I think it stems down simply to draft. I think one team just had the far superior draft, whilst the other team just didn't really muster anything. So I think Warwick, shift away from your first bit leaner, gets like a bit more robust, and then we'll probably have a really good fun action-packed game in the second game.
I think so as well. I think game number 2 might be pretty damn close. Let's go and first get ourselves into a break, and we will be back shortly afterwards with Warwick Ducks versus UCL Gaming Society game number 2 in the best of 5 here at the NSE Spring Finals. See you in a bit.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello and welcome back to the NSE British University Esports Championship. My name is Nomad. Joining me is Chi Governor as we get through today's spring finals, where we have Warwick Esports fighting out versus UCL Gaming in this best of 5, and University of Central College London are now, I don't know why I keep saying Central, it's just University College of London.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're currently 1 game up, so doing pretty well, and a very impressive performance from them. Pretty on meta, pretty nicely played, and a pretty clean game from game number 1 for them. Warwick, you know, they were tagged as the favorites coming into this one. What can they do in game number 2? I think part of me wants to say move a bit of onus away from, move a bit of pressure away from the gyrocopter, and maybe have your win condition at mid lane and see how that works for them. But to be honest, it's hard to really criticize and draw solutions from a game that was that convincing.
Yeah, I think let's not get too carried away with that part. I think there's some components of Radiant's playstyle that didn't really put them in a good position. The fact that they had this trial in against Overlord, they reacted so early to it. They brought 3 heroes in rather than leaving 2 heroes bottom, maybe trying to pressure out this Timbersaw a little bit, even though it's really hard. Like, it's the fact that Radiant reacted a lot throughout the entire game, so they never put themselves in a position of actually making a good move. They defensively huddled up in that tri-camp at like minute 12 to like 18, I think they stayed there. So there's a lot of things that Radiant did in the game that never gave them any kind of momentum.
Yeah, I think so. And, it all comes down to making sure you have every single box ticked inside your draft. I think one of those things was the lanes, which maybe they kind of let slip a little bit on the side of Warwick. Their laning phase was not good. And from there on out, you have a team which wanted to run at you. When you have an Axe and a Void Spirit as 2 of your cores, this is a team which doesn't want to play from behind. And they were really behind after that laning phase. They were really behind for the whole game, to be honest. And from then on out, didn't really allow as much of a game to be played, I would say.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well is actually maybe the team has a strong reliance on Overlord having a good game. I think from the way that I watched that Gyro farm, he doesn't look like a strong factor of like, if this guy gets farmed, he's going to carry the game. Whilst Overlord, he has that potential flair that he could maybe do that. We saw it in a couple of those calls. I think if we maybe don't bash on the gyro for too much, because he's actually a stand-in for one of the players. One of the main carry player for Warwick couldn't actually play in this because I believe he went home due to obviously what's going on currently in the world. So this guy is a stand-in. If I check the badges, I think he's actually like a divine carry compared to the actual carry being a maybe low-ranked immortal. So there will be a discrepancy in like what the carry they're used to. But I think that's more important, that maybe give Overlom a better lane. Let the gyro or his name Anuraj, I believe his name was. Anuraj, a more aggressive hero. Then maybe try lane Anuraj with your supports, put him into top lane, put Overlom on this key component of your draft, maybe like a Slardar or a Necro or whatever in the bot lane solo. And then you give Overlom a good game. You can maybe enable Anuraj from fighting rather than having to try and find farm. And then suddenly you've now got this tempo in one lane, a farming Heimermar core in another lane, and then your mid lane. He was pretty good. He made some good moves. He done his thing. He was pretty equal to the Ember Spirit. So I think that could be a nice little change up in their playstyle to really enable each of these factors that they have.
Yeah, I think you're right. That could definitely be a way just to get it into a more comfortable state to play the game and a more comfortable draft to play the game from. Is there anything you'd want to ban out on the side of Warwick to kind of counter what they've done in the first game?
I think the first game draft was very much a default draft, so to speak. So it's hard to find a component that was like, oh wow, this is really good. Maybe you show some respect towards the Ember. I think he made a lot of good moves, and that pressure is normally quite hard to deal with when you're in a team that hasn't got like that big synergy in it. So maybe Ember Spirit you could show some respect to. I think the Timbersaw, they might raise it in priority, where this game was a very reactionary Timbersaw pick, but I could see them just picking up first phase because it did so much in terms of that kind of that void where it makes so much space. So maybe show respect towards the Timbersaw or the Ember Spirit, but the rest of the draft, you can very easily deal with it. Like, I like the Axe 3 Troll. Like, the Troll pretty much did nothing in this game in terms of like the first like 8 fights. Like, maybe at the very end of the game he done something, but it was all about the Timbersaw, all about the Ember Spirit, and the fact that they controlled pretty much this entire game, and of course the clockwork rotation as well.
I was going to say, I think I would be looking at the clock if I were Warwick here. I don't think I want to be playing into that. I think he did a lot of work in the laning phase, both when they started with the tri lane, then putting pressure on the gyro and just securing Timber's lane. Like, he near enough secured all 3 lanes not by himself, but certainly huge partly if due to him. So I think I would probably get rid of the clockwork if it were me, but we'll see what they get rid of. Warwick Duck's actually starting with a first phase Timber, so that's certainly going to be something. Yeah. But yeah, and anything, I mean, do you think UCL felt threatened by anything which Warwick played with?
After that game, I don't think they've got any concerns in terms of that initial draft. I think they'd love to play against that type of draft again. I think they'd probably take it 3-0 if they had to deal with that type of draft. But I think maybe you show some respect to Overlom's hero pool a little bit more. But again, I find it so hard because even if Overlom was on a comfort hero, sure, he had a bad game, he had the timings to be able to get into a good position, but the rest of his team kind of let him down, right? So I don't think UCL are really that scared of Warwick right now.
Yeah, no, they're not. So maybe they just go for what they went for last time, which if we... what are our memories
so
like?
Their bans?
They banned
it was
Lycan.
No, so it was Chen,
Warwick banned
DP,
Lycan,
Oracle, and then I can't remember the last ban, but Warwick banned out Abaddon, Lich, Nyx, and Lycan.
Interesting. Yeah, Abaddon. And the Mars as well was taken out by UCL, wasn't it?
Yes, that's it. Mars was banned as well. But yeah, UCL going for Dire again, and Warwick having Radiant.
No,
they've disconnected.
That was actually the wrong team, so we just have to do a quick reconnect.
Okay, I'll put my knee back down. I was getting comfortable for draft talk, and my knee was up.
Get pretty for the cameras once again, dude.
I don't want to shock anyone here, guys, but because obviously everyone's at home, as I focus up again, it's shirt up top, shorts below. Like, you don't need to be in the full attire. Let me rejoin the lobby, actually, whilst
you got something on down below?
Yes, mate.
Try hard.
A little bit.
Have you? What's your dress code been like for the lockdown life? Have you been freeballing it, or are you kind of dressed for work and?
No, I just kept it normal. I always wear shorts. I'm a shorts kind of guy. As you see, it's a sunny day. I want to feel like I'm outside whilst inside. Can put my shorts on, nice little t-shirt. off you go. Maybe when it gets to the evening, put some slacks on, get a little bit more comfortable. But yeah, I've not really jumped into a whole new clothing regime due to the pandemic. That's a bit too out there for me. How about yourself? What are you thinking?
I'm people have been like very kind of insistent on trying to shame people who wear jeans, which I think is a shame because I love jeans. I find
but not
jeans quite
inside.
comfortable.
Come on.
I like jeans inside. I really find that comfortable. I think I look good in jeans. I don't like wearing some days are definitely like a tracksuit button.
No, but you're a menace to wear jeans. They're so like
why?
But like they're so like I don't know. I wear like the skinnier jeans because I'm quite I just want to flex the calves that I have, the only good part of my body. But still, like it's just not that comfortable. I want to feel free. I want to feel like I can do what I want in my room. And yeah, jeans just don't do that. I can't do yoga in jeans. I can't do yoga in shorts, but I could probably do it better in shorts.
I think you could do yoga full stop.
So mean.
Alrighty, let's get back into this draft. It does look like we've got the game now sorted out.
Wait, they're in the same site. Was pick maybe the wrong order? I guess it was pick because they're still on the Radiant die. It must be a pick issue. Anyway, same
Maybe.
bands still coming through. Timbersaw for Warwick. I think you have to respect it. I kind of touched on it earlier. It's like the idea that it was the fact that you have to TP so many heroes there to try and get that kill. Your entire map is destroyed. I think the fact that you double to triple TP bot lane, it ruined the game. Oh, and look, there you go, Warwick. Timber and Ember ban. Alright, cool. They were listening. They actually banned out 3 heroes. They're banning out the entire draft.
They are indeed, yeah. The Grimstone. Was it going to be the Clockwork? Place your bets now, chat. If you think it's going to be a Clockwork ban for Warwick Ducks, press 1. If you think it's going to be something else, press 2. And if you get it right, then you get absolutely nothing but a pat on the back, and you can feel really good about yourself.
Oh, it's the troll.
Oh, it's a troll instead.
But it's basically
the mystery third pick.
What the? Not a fan of this drafting tactic from Warwick. It's never seen in the history of Dota before. Is the ban out 4 of your 5 heroes you just played against. But UCL, on the other hand, they're going for exactly the same bans. Chen, DP, Oracle. Will they round it out with, I believe, was it the Mars that we said? Was that the last ban for UCL, I believe? Will they do that again? They are second pick this time.
They've actually called GG in the chat, UCL, so I don't know what the rules are on that one. Can we get the rule book brought up, please?
We're going to a game 3!
Yeah, let's go. Get one more. Yeah. What are we going to get rid of with UCL here? I mean, they're still a Lycan, they're still a Mars. They have let the Lycan through. This might be something which Warwick Ducks want to play with here.
Oh. There's the Clockwork first pick, so Warwick nabbing the Clockwork.
Yeah. Called it. I knew they'd go for it.
And then Jenny Kim, whoever that is that guy who is I can't remember his name for the actual stream, but he's called GG again. That is 2 GGs now from this guy. Going to a game 4. I don't know how many
times they're going to let them off, yeah. Warwick Ducks just running away with the series in this draft.
Okay, Beastmaster. Sure. It's a very early Beastmaster.
It is rather, but I mean, it's a strong-ass hero. Like, I think, especially when you look to like teams which are good enough to play it well, and yeah, I mean, I just like the hero. It does so much for you, you know. He's a little bit of everything. He's a little bit of lockdown, a little bit of push, a little bit of aura, and a whole lot of muscle. Nice eye candy.
I think one way of looking at it actually is because of the patch changing the way that like the gold, right? It's like 50% less for streaks and 10% less on like objectives, right? I think that's the TLDR for it.
Okay. That
means that your effectiveness of net worth needs to be higher because the ability to actually get the items will be a little bit harder, right? So for example, Beastmaster technically has gone up in value because he will find his farm without the need of these objectives slash streaks. But the cores in any team, naturally they play off of that to maybe have a comeback against these like Deathball strats, right? So now it's like it's easier for Deathball to exist because you take all these early towers, sure, it doesn't really matter that you're taking a little bit less gold, but if you're getting all these kills, it doesn't really matter if they kill you because it's like half the value, right? It's still going to be a lot of gold, but it's like Deathball is stronger pretty much from this change in gold.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but yeah, I'm a little bit surprised no one's tried to, well, I guess we only had one game, but I would like to see a bounty or an out coming out. I think both those heroes do seem to have been kind of hugely buffed by this patch. So if you guys don't know, by the way, the patch change was that the gold bounties have been reduced by 20% for all objectives, towers, kills,
20.
everything.
Okay.
I believe it was 20. I mean,
Oh,
you
we're
get the
both
patch
pulling it
reference.
from there. All right. Hold on.
We are indeed.
Give me a second.
So
kill 10%,
bounty.
10% from gold. I was right.
All right.
Whew.
All right. Fair enough.
And 50% for kill streaks. All right, cool, nice. We were right the first
50%
time, no
kill
matter. All right, nice. Oh, it's
Don't say
actually
we. It was you. You're the analyst. You get to take the credit for that one.
yes. Thank you. But no, this Wyvern pick is actually the way that you pick Wyvern. This is nice. You know, you got your the clockwork you've opened up. That's cool. The Wyvern
Someone gets
deals with the
roared, you just throw down
Beastmaster
the cold
push.
embrace. Yeah.
Yep, it's nice. But the only
But?
issue is
Issues.
they do have the Shadow Demon against Wyvern, which means if the Shadow Demon has maybe an early Aether Lens, you're going to be able to consistently get that disruption on the cursed target, therefore
no.
mitigating that turnaround from Wyvern.
Goodness.
Yeah, wow.
Absolutely right.
thank
Could
you.
be a bit of a pain. Also can grab anybody who's inside those clockwork cogs and throw them in a disruption as well, either the clock or the hero, and either help them escape or help them live a little bit longer for the turnaround to happen. So yeah, big fan of the Shadow Demon. I like the Beastmaster as well. Even though the clock was picked as an answer to the Beastmaster, I think Beastmaster versus clock is a nice matchup. You've got balls to block hooks, you've got hawks to see the clockwork coming. Wyvern as well, you know, without flying vision, can fly over trees, but Beastmaster is never going to really lose sight on him. And you can also see him approaching. You know, Wyvern, he does have to be somewhere near the team fight in order to get off that ultimate. And sometimes you can get caught out by a cheeky little hawk, throw a disruption or a roar his way. All of a sudden, his team fight's not so good anymore. So I think already you've gotten a lot of value out of this Beastmaster pick.
A classic counter to the Beastmaster is Naga, because you have high armor on Naga, you can always push up the lane, you don't really care too much about the boars. The question is, does Warwick play Naga Siren? I don't think they do. From what I've seen from the Dota buff of Anuraj, I believe he plays Wraith King, Juggernaut, maybe a little bit of Gyrocopter, but he's been spamming a lot of the more let me go fight you heroes in recent time. Yeah, so there's a Terrorblade, Wraith King, Juggernaut, Slug were his main primary runs across the last like week or two.
But Nyx is going to be the pickup for UCL instead. This is just basically like a middle finger towards Wyvern, I believe.
Kind of, I think it's more like we need a position 4, like the Beastmaster lane might be bad, so we need a position 4, like naturally when you have a melee off lane, unless you have really a strong melee off lane, you want to have your 4 with the ability to skip the waves. Nyx naturally wants to buy boots and be that wave skipper, so you're setting yourself up that if the lane is hard, you have that mechanism of enabling your 3 through your 4. It's a default pick, so it's pretty strong. Also, it takes away quite a lot of these mid heroes. Obviously the in heroes are very strong, so take them away, and now you've got, it's like makes Warwick's draft a little bit harder. But I feel you still have kind of gone for an opposite draft from the first game, where they don't really have a lot of team fight. They have a lot of ways to maybe pick off and play off of like a little bit of tempo. But in terms of a big team fight right now, Warwick are in the driving seat for maybe commanding that if they pick correctly.
Yeah, I think this might be an Overlord pick coming up now. I would like to see the Slardar give you some free vision onto the Nyx Assassin, some strong initiation, but they go for the Jug instead.
There it is,
Carry.
the Anuraj Juggernaut. Let me give you a stat. Hold on, let me pump you out a stat. He's currently played it. How many times do you think he's played it in the last 2 weeks?
10.
10, okay. Wrong, 2 times. How many games do you think he won out of those 2?
3.
10 seconds remaining.
So close. Math is not on your side today, but he won 1. Do you know how many deaths he had across those 2 games on the carry Juggernaut?
6.
18.
Ooh.
But he did have 27 kills. So across the 2 games, he went 16-9 in one game and 11-9 in the other game. So I'm expecting 9 deaths this game.
Yeet.
Stats don't lie, guys. Stats don't lie.
Yep. All right, let's see it. Juggernaut, aggro, Juggy coming on through. I don't like the pick, though, to be perfectly honest with you. I think Shadow Demon has a great answer to Omni Slash, as does Nyx Assassin.
Yep.
Beastmaster has a great answer to Spin. I think it's a pretty garbage Juggernaut game. And Beastmaster can also really easily kill off his healing ward. All things considered, I'm not into this Juggernaut pick at all. In fact, I would almost say I dislike it.
I
Strong
would
words
agree.
indeed.
I would agree, but I like it for the fact
Give me a
that
caveat.
it's the fact that Juggernaut is an enabling core where if you pick it correctly, the healing mode, it doesn't allow for that push tempo. It's an okay laner. It's not going to be too hot in this lane against Beast and Nyx because Beast is pretty good. But if you get out of that laning phase part, I think we've already identified that Anuraj needs to be that enabling core. He isn't your win condition, and Juggernaut has that capability of soaking up quite a lot of space, right? You described so many things about the Juggernaut where if in a team fight, Beast is roaring the jug, Nyx and SD are playing around this jug, right? Then suddenly your offlane, your mid aren't getting locked down by a roar, aren't suddenly getting saved by some random disruption or something, right? Or being caught off by a disruption, right? Like you've now got a way for Anuraj to control the team fight through his presence alone, which I think he didn't have at all in that last game.
Okay.
And another reactionary pick, right? And as much I'm not bashing on Anuraj here, but I think that Anuraj is probably one of the out of the 3 cores. He is the stand-in. He is one of the maybe the weaker guys out of compared to Overlom and Melrose. So the fact that you've now got pretty much an entire draft built around how to counter one Juggernaut, it puts Warwick in such a driving position to enable both Overlom and Melrose.
Yeah, I see what you're saying here. There's a lot of answers coming up for USCL. Something we see in answer to the Razor quite a lot is a Queen of Pain. Could be an option here. It's okay. But there's a decent amount of lockdown on the side of UCL. Nick Assassin's Queen of Pain's pretty good as well.
But they have no draft
so...
at that point. They have no stuns. They have a Clockwork and a Curse. Sure, it's going to be it's a really good game for it, but they need to find an offlaner that then completes the entire draft. So maybe the Slardar and you play full tempo, but then you have Razor's side. No, you can't go. Okay, so okay,
Overlom
they go Slardar. But
a favorite.
The only reason I don't like this is because you still have that last pick. They have Razor that can flex between mid and side lane. You already revealed that Slardar's your off lane. You're gonna obviously reveal your mid lane as well, but I think just put Razor's carry now. You then pick up a mid last against whatever Warwick picks, and then it's really hard for Warwick to muster anything, right? The Beast, the Nyx should be okay against Jug. Razor, SD will love playing against Slardar, and you counter mid lane. Warwick have to play some exceptional laning phase and some really good team Dota to be able to punish this this UCL lineup. And I think that's mainly why they banned out the Shadow Theme, because it does give Warwick that kind of group potential. You have the level 15 talent to eat through the towers. You've suddenly got this re-amped up Juggernaut from the Slardar as well.
Yeah, and lane's fine into the into Matey Boy Razor, because you got the Razors still.
Okay, banning out the OD. Another save mechanism. They identify that they assume that the Razor is carry. But what would they want mid? It needs to be aggressive. It needs to be able to control. Slardar and Jug both want to do the same thing. They want to hit creeps. Wyvern is not aggressive. He wants to sap up XP when your carry goes jungle. So right now you've got pretty much 2.5 redundant heroes in your lineup and a Clockwork that wants to run around and get kills. So you've already got quite an offset draft. And now you need a mid that can somehow make all these players kind of wrap into one. Okay, what are they going to go for? Okay, so they do go for the Quap. So this kind of, the last 2 picks pretty much expected from Warwick. It doesn't look great, but it means that they're going to have at least a matchup. Maybe, ooh, okay. This could be a big play. So UCL, if they pick Dragon Knight here as a reaction to the Quap, they could then put Slardar mid against the DK, then put the Quap into the Razor lane as an off-lane Quap with Clockwork against Razor, and then you actually have a good laning setup from Warwick, and UCL kind of drafted themselves into a corner and an enabled Warwick's draft.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's something I'd like to see. But at the same time, I don't think the Razor's going to struggle against Queen of Pain, so you might think of a better pick for your offlane, but no, they go for the TA.
Okay.
Interesting. I mean, it's not as strong as Tyria versus the Queen of Pain, but I guess Ginny Kim's just been like, you know what? I'm ready. This is a TA game. If ever I've seen it, put me in, Chief.
It's about ending the game, right? You have 4 heroes that will just want to fight, run around the map.
This is so aggressive, actually.
And then TA, even if she gets pressured in the lane, how does a Clockwork can move into the jungle, but there's no one else really do it. Maybe the Quap can be a little bit aggressive too, but it's so hard for Radiant sign up to move aggressively into the jungle cleanly. So then TA is going to get that early Blink Deso timing. You pair that with maybe even an early Necro on the Beastmaster, maybe even the Dominator Vlad's type build, and now suddenly like your Juggernaut can't really join the fight, or Sala can't join the fight because Razor naturally counters them very easily. You then have this, what's it called? The Beastmaster taking your towers, the TA just ripping through your support. So I think Dire, they have a very nice lineup to be able to take this game. Again, I think they've done a nice draft, but simply because Radiant have put themselves in a corner with the fact that they have like they don't have a way to cleanly start a fight in frontline. This is the same issue in the first game, right? Like, who's the guy that just walks to a tower and happily hits it? You don't really have that in both games now.
Yeah, it's questionable, and I think I'm kind of gonna agree with you here. I think the Dire looks good. UCL, I think it's gonna be a 2-0.
Okay, so we could just mute.
Just to remind everybody.
We could just mute our mics now. Just fast forward.
Just feet up and watch it all take place exactly as we said. We said all that needs to be said about the game.
Yeah.
maybe.
More importantly, the Beast change. I haven't actually seen a Beast game since the fact that the Hawk doesn't block the camp anymore. So it's not going to be as plain sailing for this bot lane for the Beastmaster as it normally is, and you have to use your Hawk more for scouting out support. Is he going to come gank you? Is he not? Like, that's how you play Beastmaster now.
30 seconds to battle.
Actually, I was setting a mode to change quickly, guys. Sorry, everyone. It's very unprofessional, but that was something which was really annoying.
I'll let you change the setting. I was about to eat a bit of chicken, but I realised that you might not be focused on the game, so
there we go.
I'll do the talking bit.
Things going to be smoother from here on out. All right. Yeah. So we are getting into game number 2 here, and UCL put in a decent performance in game number 1, leading to the first game advantage. And I kind of feel like they're heading towards the second game. We need to see some really strong performances from Overlord and from Anaraj this game. I feel like the Queen of Pain, there's kind of like a limit on how effective she's going to be in this game, especially leaning into that TA. Like, TA is not going to destroy her, but she's not going to be able to like dominate this lane, I don't think. So I am definitely looking over. Yeah, not the ideal start, but there we are. And I like the way he kind of hid the sentry wards behind the tower there to see if he could see something useful. Meanwhile, up on the top, though, they kill off Ervine as Ervine was going for the creep pull, it looked like. Oh, but they catch him out. Not on a jug, right?
Anaraj is not going to enjoy the free farm. Meanwhile, Slardar with free farm, like, it's not going to unlock this game. He doesn't do well against push. Like, farming a Slardar doesn't stop the Beastmaster. So I think really right now, just they're playing for their players rather than the game.
Yeah, and you look at this draft as well from the Dire. This is a fast draft. This is a draft that wants to run at you. And the more levels and farm you have on this Beastmaster, the easier that's going to be. Like, they don't really care if their race is in a really hotly contested lane. Like, he's just got to get his boots, probably go for, well, I don't know, drums and just fly into the enemy team as well. Like, they're fine with that. They don't really care. So I think, yeah, as you say, securing Overlord too heavily could be the end of them, but we'll see.
I know I said earlier about the idea of enabling Overlord, but I think that you enable Overlord through giving him a free lane 1v1 and applying your carry pressure in an aggro try, because then you're enabling Anaraj through fighting.
Mid, Queen of Pain under the tower, going for it, but he's got the shield, but luckily Melrose is able to blink himself back. Very close.
This is not good though. Queen of Pain is shipping out tangos on her courier. She has no mana at all. Meanwhile, the TA already had a salve in inventory. So now you're gonna, yeah, it was nearly a kill, but TA should now dominate this lane. Korbash is sending her courier back to base. Meanwhile, Raze is dying top.
Oh, okay, that's something. They're able to bring him down. Finkish finds a rotation.
The funny thing is, actually, if you quickly look at Corp's courier, it got to the tier 2, and then she was like, I need mana, so she sent it back, and now bringing out a Mango. Not a good start to this lane from Melrose.
No, and still really needs the salve as well, to be honest. The Tango's not really going to be enough to keep her in this lane, but she's trying to bet. Kingfish coming in from behind, though, looking for Jenny Kim here, but Jenny Kim is pretty damn tanky. Well, now the fraction comes down, looking like a bit of an easier kill. Jenny Kim might be losing his life, comes towards the Melrose, but doesn't have the damage, will drop, and that's a huge rotation in from the Clockwork. This honestly saved Melrose's lane.
Yeah, it stemmed the bleeding for sure. But CS-wise, you're still down by nearly double, so it's not looking that good for the Quap.
No, but you know it's a huge breath of relief.
For sure.
But yeah, one thing I want to say about UCL is that I kind of need them to sorry for Warwick. Oh wait, no, who was the Clockwork on last time?
It was the Dire team. It was
it
played
was
by No Matter What.
Yeah.
It was the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, the one hero not banned and instead taken up by. So they did actually effectively take out every single hero by taking the.
Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, wow. Yeah, they literally done the full draft. Congratulations, Warwick. You've drafted the anti-draft of a draft, I guess.
Yep. Every single hero denied. Good luck. Got to play completely differently.
What a Chad move, actually.
Yeah. That's one way to do it. Sylar just denying them every single hero. Trying to go for the pull here, but No Matter What is having absolutely none of it. But Overlom's going to come in and does have that back to the deep queued up. The stun going to allow No Matter What to get. No, he's out of here. Although the damage being taken away from Overlom, they need somebody else to come in. King's trying to close the gap here and get off the damage, but unfortunately can't seem to chase him down. Evein's just hugging. They won't be able to get off the battery start. Now he's got to pop the cogs, try and get himself out of danger. Meanwhile, Slaughter was able to get himself out on pretty low HP. All things considered, a bit of a skerfuffle up here on the top lane, and no one really ending up getting that advantage. Although Finkish comes back into Evein, kills off Mini TV's courier, which had the wand inside of it, so that's kind of annoying. He hasn't had a stick in this lane the whole time in a tri lane, and now we're at it for even longer.
Good. I think he started with slippers in his inventory, so not good itemization coming out from Mini, unfortunately. Kind of, I dare not say it, but 2 games in a row. So yeah, actually, more importantly, if we quickly look at bot lane, this is the key thing. Anuraj is actually having a good time.
He's having a real good time.
He's actually having a stellar little time for this guy. 30 CS, 33 on Beastmaster. You can see the Beastmaster actually hasn't really played for many denies with his ball, so kind of a different playstyle coming out from Beastmasters, and which is now enabling this Juggernaut.
Yeah, and it doesn't even look like he's been faring that many salves to him. You know, I just checked his net worth quickly, and he's only about like 1k behind, which is sorry, 100 behind, which isn't that bad. So clearly not a huge struggle for Anuraj. He's got his wave coming under his tower here as well, so should be pretty happy with this. Doing good. Meanwhile, up at top, though, they might have found No Matter What here. They're trying to chase him down. He does have the spike carapace, though, to try and get himself over towards the trees, and they won't be able to finish him off here. So just a bit of playing around, a bit of cat and mouse as they continue to play this very, very active try-on-try situation. But meanwhile, overall towards the middle lane, Jenny Kim, he's tearing it up. 42 and 6 compared to the Queen of Pain, 20 and 8. Should get himself 2 or 3 more here, but a bit of a smackdown for poor old Melrose here.
And it's not even a good rune. Well, TA just side-bladed the Quap on the first wave, and then the courier usage, the fact that Quap was so aggressive, TA had the regen necessary post-aggression, Quap didn't, and then Quap had to wait for a courier. Yeah, Quap just put herself in such a bad position from her aggression. But Radiant are in a position to maybe try and do something, but it's a Clock Wyvern gank. The clock coming in there, okay. It's paying off.
Yeah,
kind of. Is it?
Clockwork getting low, but in comes a Sonic Wave, and that is your big DMGs coming on, smacking down, and it's going to result in 2 kills in the middle lane. Bad rotation in from the Nyx Assassin, going to make that an extra kill at mid. Melrose is going to be very happy about that one. I mean, who needs to rotate when you can have heroes rotate to you?
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. You raise a good point.
Thank you. So 7 minutes into this one, and yeah, that's a bit of a turnaround in the middle lane. Let's see how that affects the net worth, though, as it's now the TA actually behind the Queen of Pain. So that's actually fairly huge. We'll actually leave it on net worth here because I think last hits they're so 2019. We're 2020 now. We're into net worth.
Oh, Mini though again slapped top lane, and by slapped I mean tickled lightly.
Tickling might turn into a bit more of a fumbling, and that fumble could lead to a whole bashing as Overlord comes back in. He's got that bash to the deep ready in one more hit, and down he goes. And I'll look over towards Admin as well. I think this is going to be a 2-for-1 package deal up here in the top lane, and Radiant are more than happy to take advantage of all these special offers, although Overlord getting real low, but he's going to survive. Has the South, does live, and that's going to be a clean 2 kills up for them in the top lane, and very happy smiles over for Overlord and Sylar.
Yeah, I guess that's the one saving grace of the Slardar v Razor, right? Is the fact that you take my damage, but I'll still bash you. That's done. He's still got like 150 damage locked away. Good old Slardar. But Anuraj, the bot lane into the Raw. Oh, buddy, no!
Anuraj needs to get off something here, but they've got the chain disables, and that's going to mean absolutely no chance of survival here. The rotation in is successful. Meanwhile, Sylar, they might have found him in the trees, but he's got that flight to get himself away. The Hawk coming in a little bit too late. Mini TV's got the plasma field, but Sylar should be out safe and sound. Mini TV does stop chasing for now. Gets distracted by the creep wave.
Another thing that's happened again in this game is Warwick have the same playstyle that they had in that first game. Look at the warding. They go for this triple ward setup pretty much. It might change from this hill ground to over here, but they have so much focus on ability to close out the enemy jungle, which does put Anuraj 2 games in a row in a difficult position where that first move into that safe lane area, it will most likely lead to a kill because he just doesn't see it coming.
A very active start, and a lot of kills coming away for the Radiant. Warwick off to a very violent start to this game, but actually they don't have the net worth advantage, and that's just come from the laning matchups. You know, there's TA doing very well to find her farm in the middle lane, and now Ion Talon as well. That is chef's kiss of neutral items for Jenny Kim. But meanwhile, we got a kerfuffle happening. Clockwork on the run. Meanwhile, Juggernaut trying to go for the Omni Slash here. That's a beautiful one onto 2 heroes, and they will be able to take down Mini TV. And now look forward to Cammy as well. Cammy, no mana. He's going to have the Primal War off cooldown, but unfortunately, he might be able to put the wand and get it off. Turns around, uses it onto Clockwork, looking for the kill instead, and does find that little cleanup before he does go down himself. But will he? He's running. He's fast as hell. See you later.
Melrose.
He's gone. Anuraj still chasing.
Kill him.
He's not done.
Kill him.
Chasing. Spin. Cammy still running. Melrose comes through and finds that scream. Finally grabs that Beastmaster. Does make a ton of space for his death, but die he certainly shall.
A soldier's fortune.
Mini TV just covering his farm at this point. 3.1k net worth. It's not too bad. It's just hard to see the poor old Razor just getting hit on so much. Oh, top lane though. It's actually so sad to play Clock v Shadow Demon, by the way. Like, you hook, you get disrupted, you battery assault, you have delusions that tank it.
Sylar, he's got the Cold Embrace to delay his death. Is it going to save him? No, it is not. They will kill him down. The hookshot comes in to try and help him, but unfortunately, Finkish might just throw himself in, but Melrose comes through with the Sonic Wave, takes down Mini TV. Finkish might actually survive this one, and Cammy will not. Razor and Beastmaster both losing their lives for a stinking little Wyvern kill. Nicely done, Melrose. He is absolutely doing it. Finding the rotations, making this hero work for them, and this is the Queen of Pain we wanted to see when they drafted it. And that's what you're talking about. He needs to make the rotations, he needs to find the kills, he needs to save his team from just getting run over in this laning phase, and he is doing exactly that. And now we have that net worth coming in their favor at last, coming back round. Exactly what they need right now.
The difficult thing is though, even though we have seen 2 double kills now inside of Quap, you've got the one mid where it's TA and Nyx, and then top as well, you have the issue where the TA is still getting towards her blink there, so top net worth not being contested. The Beastmaster pretty much now close to getting his Necro 1. They are itemizing for that strong timing. Whilst Radiant though, look at the Juggernaut. He's so far away from his Battle Fury right now. Slardar, he's trying to go for a blink dagger. Like, there's going to be such a hard timing where Dire can play as 5 as a really strong 5, while Radiant, they're going to have like at best 4 heroes. I think it's sure it looks good right now, but it's so scary for Radiant for the next 15 minutes until Jug has at least Battle Fury +1.
It's hanging in the balance for sure. What items are we looking for on the side of the diet then for their go time? I mean, I'm not going to let you answer with TA because even I can do that.
Go on,
Radiance
yeah.
blink.
No, so it'll be obviously the Yules on Razor. It's going to be Nyx just need levels, and then Shadow Demon just needs levels. So it was simply Beastmaster Necro, Razor Yules, TA Deso Blink. At that point, they could win most team fights as they can just control the fight. The Razor should be able to stop the Slardar initiation. If the Clockwork comes in, you have the SD save because he's already level 6. Like, yeah, I think right now they're 4 minutes away from just being able to control the map.
They're looking to see if someone comes in the middle lane to defend this one, and they might well get Melrose hit. Are they in range? Blink away.
Nice stun.
Oh, the hesitation from Melrose. It might have just brought him down here. The roll's going to come down, hook shot onto the boar of all things, but Queen of Pain does still make it away. Gets the blink across to the tier 1 tower and does survive. So slightly unfortunate there. The boar hook shot does work out for them, I guess.
Slardar has blink now. Like, it's all about the blink reveal. Do they have a smoke ready? They do not have a smoke on the side of going bottom though.
Bottom.
Mini TV
could be in more trouble. Oh,
whiffed.
Misses with the stun. Overlum uncharacter. Go for the TP.
Bold.
Did he? Wow. Did he actually click on the guy? See?
No.
This guy's got no. You saying he didn't?
No, he just TP'd, I think.
Really? Nah,
Yeah,
he checked him. He checked him. I give my guy credit there. There's no way you TP in front of a Slardar.
But he's just balls of steel, man.
I'm
I'm saying he's just got balls of steel. Like, he didn't need to check because he felt it, you know? That's the difference. See? Whew, recovery. I'll check. I'll download the replay after the game, and we'll find out. Nice double stun from the Nyx.
Yeah, Winter's Curse had in response though, and he might have just lost his life for this one. Overlum comes jumping on in, throws down the bash, throws down the damage. Now it's going to be both the Queen of Pain and the Nyx Assassin dead, and the hookshot come through from Finkish, but it looks like Sylar's going to lose his life. Jenny Kim just getting off the damage in this fight. Oh my god. Tears Overlum in two. They will say goodnight to the Clockwork as he makes his way up to the high ground, and they don't want to chase any further than that, but they've found so many good pickoffs in this fight. That is just the dream scenario there for the Dire.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Queen of Pain dying at the start. That makes everybody very, very happy on the side of the UCL.
And this is the other thing, though. When you think about how Radiant want to take a fight, Dire only brought 4 heroes to this fight, right? And they were still able to win because it's so, like, you have Clockwork, Wyvern, Slardar. All these heroes are kind of like defensive style heroes where Clockwork initiates, but he doesn't really do a lot of damage due to the fact that there's SD on the other team. Wyvern, defensive curse. Slardar, he's an initiator trying to enable someone else, but the hero that he's meant to be enabling is off farming for another 15 minutes. So Dire can fight as 4, because even as 4, they're going to have a stronger lineup. And if they come as 5, they should be able to steamroll Radiant.
Yeah, that will run them down. And that's a plan. They want to get that steamroller fueled up, ready to go on the tracks, and run over some fools. We use the team's term steamroller in casting a lot, and very kind of like, you know, liberally, but it's actually a pretty horrifying term, the idea of running a steamroller over someone. It's pretty graphic.
Kinda, but like if you don't like the guy, then why not? You know, if you can afford a steamroller, why not use it?
I have people in my life I don't like, but I don't necessarily want to run them over with a steamroller. And if you
no, but like a steamroller is so big,
doing that,
would you know that you even steamrolled over them? Like you're meant to be flattening things, so how are you meant to differentiate what you're rolling?
Well, so you're saying that the end product would not look like?
No, because if you put enough cement or whatever below, then it's just gone.
Bury them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's what the
but that's what Dire are doing right now. They're burying Warwick underneath their ability to play the map.
They're crushing every bone in their body down into. Well, they want to, not yet, but that is a plan.
3 minutes away from the full crush.
Horrifying.
Yeah, they're still mixing up the concrete right now.
Yeah, getting the thing fueled up and warmed up. I don't know how you start a steamroll, to be honest. So
neither do I, mate. I'm really clutching here. I can Google it if you'd like, but
I wouldn't think it's too hard. Should we just shove a bit of diesel in it, turn it on, just go?
Oh, I see. Just roll away.
Mind you, it's called a steamroller. Does it involve steam?
An age-old question.
I mean, I've never thought of it before,
but now I ponder.
Does a steamroller involve steam?
Are you Googling that right now?
Maybe it heats it up as it rolls then. Maybe that's why it's used for like tarmac and stuff.
How steamrollers work.
Please find out. I'm very curious now.
No, so no, please, yeah, it's fine. I got you. I want like a picture. I don't want like a Nothing too hard to look at. Oh my! The first picture that first picture comes up is like a kid's steamroller toy thing where a kid's like going through the rollers. Basically what we described. All right. Okay, moving on. Oh, there's a fight. Thank God.
Somewhat.
Oh, what's the curse for?
Which is curse. I guess that's the one greedy Wyvern, but they will take him down from his own units, and Overlord's also going to be heading the same way as well. Sylar just finally gets finished off. They don't even kill Cammy, and he gets himself a double kill out of this. Oh God. Like, what a... Okay, yeah, that's the UK Dota curse I've ever seen.
That was, yeah, especially against the Shadow Demon. So, stun.
Oh, what a stun.
The Fish of Kings and the King of Fishes is gone, but... Oh, another edge got oh my Jesus!
Oh, it's all falling apart.
Like, that initiation, it's like the Slaughter gets an instant jump on the Beastmaster. You have to assume that there will be a Shadow Demon somewhat behind him. If you layer the curse, you then suddenly, the disruption instantly saves. He was very low HP, but he was able to survive due to that disruption. You have to keep the curse more defensively. Like, Radiant just getting a little bit picked apart right now, primarily due to their own spell usage.
And interestingly, I was looking at nothing. My bad, guys. I promise I wasn't Googling things. But interestingly...
Go on, here we go.
I just want to point out, so a steamroller is frequently used to describe what we would consider colloquially to be a steamroller, but because they're not powered by steam engines, they're technically called road rollers in the industry. So really, if we want to get the Dota industry into a stage where we're being...
Slaughter jumping onto the Shadow Demon! No!
He's road rolling him. Jenny Kim takes the Aegis, jumping forwards, road rolling over Overlom, Sylar, looking for the next, but Melrose, he's well and truly out of there. Doesn't want to be the next victim of this vicious road roller of the Dire team.
It's disgusting, honestly. Just the graphic, just thinking about the graphic there. Just can that be the NFC tweet? If Dire win this entire tournament as a 3-0, them inside a road roller, Juggernaut getting roared up and dying.
He's down. Anurag's going to be the next corpse on the pile of the Dire campfire. And Tier 2 tower immediately pinged out.
Kind of what you said about the Jug, right? The Jug pick is... Like, the Jug pick is fine if you get to a point where you're playing with your team with a little bit of momentum and a little bit of item. But the issue is, he's still building towards his Battle Fury. It's 20 minutes in, no Battle Fury.
Templar Assassin, and in comes the save. And blink away. Didn't even take any damage. I was able to blink away.
They need to be a little bit more careful though with how they push.
The fact that disruption,
the fact that the TA was able to actually get cursed next to all those Necro units, a bit of a yikes. So I need to top lane though.
Yeah, MiniTV all by himself here, does have the Yules, and the rest of the team coming on over, so he's going to Yules to buy himself the time he needs. The stun miss from Overlom. He's choking a little bit here. They're trying to bring down MiniTV, but it's just not going to happen. And Melrose, he wants that Necro unit, but going to take a ton of damage in response for it, and they drop down the ultimate from the Shadow Demon on top of him. Seems a little bit OTT. Jump into the trees here, but they're just going to focus on the objectives, Dire. UCL, they know what they need. They need the tower, they take it down. Tier 2 being pinged out as well, but they're also pinging out something else. No matter what, he's doing some scouting. He's doing some playing. He sees Overlom, he sees Melrose, he's hanging out for his team. Guys, get yourselves over here. I've got a couple of heroes for you. And MiniTV, he's interested in this indeedy. And they're going to take down Overlom in seconds.
That sweeping motion from Dire, just moving from one part of the map to the other, like it's Radiant. How do they push out lanes? That's the other thing as well we haven't really mentioned yet. If Radiant don't have a good start to the game and can play momentum themselves, how do they play recovery mode? They push out lanes pretty slowly. Wyvern can, but Juggernaut no item can't. Clock can't. Slaughter can't. Like, if they ever get behind and lose control of any tempo, I think it's near impossible for them to muster anything outside of a good smoke gank. But the smoke they did set up for, they layered Slaughter, Stun, and Curse, and they completely whiffed it onto the Beastmaster. So yeah, Radiant really, they have to play off of smoke or even try and sneak Roshan like later on when it's back up again.
Pretty much the only options now looking for Radiant as they start to get choked out of this map, and Melrose surrounded by heroes blinks the only way. There isn't enemies, but they're still chasing hard, and he's under a trap as well. Nice. The ultimate being used from the Shadow Demon. Do they have a cancel? They do have a roar, and now the heroes come charging on through. Melrose, he might have bought space, might have died in a good location, but dead all the same, and the pings are coming out. So I'm going to take them long to run back down to this bottom tier 2 tower, unfortunately.
Rough, honestly, very rough for Radiant.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, this one's just really gotten out of hand for them. This run at you lineup, They've hit their timings, and they're making sure that the University of Wolverhampton know about it. Wolverhampton.
Look at it. So look at the itemization quickly from Shadowman, not Shadowman, Dire. So Shadowman, for example, Aether Lens for the curse, very strong. Nyx Meteor Hammer, eventually classic. Razor, Yule's BKB, really strong. This entire Dire team has itemized correctly for this 20-minute mark, 25-minute mark timing of we can just own the game. So props to them for that one.
Yeah, and Jug's still just desperately trying to get even a Yasha online for himself. Finished that Battle Fury, but next item is just not there yet. Overlom being slowed up, and the ball's going to come in and cancel the blink up option. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hook shotting onto his teammate. Not what you want to see, but at least he was in smoke, so they won't know about it. And down goes that melee barracks. I'll leave the range racks up. Who cares about that anyway? They just get themselves away.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't know what to say from that.
Well, it's just the reset from Dire. It's going to be a very, I would expect I hope to see a clinical finish. You know, take that bottom, you move top. Where's the objectives next? We need to take this tier 2 top so that if we do win a fight in your base, we can get mega creeps. They're going to move out. They don't have Aegis anymore though. No, but I still think that when you're 12k up and you've got such aggressive items, like look at TA, right? No BKB, doesn't care about it because of course Omni Slash, Curse, Slaughter, like you don't really need it right now, so just go for pure aggression, and that's what I think Dire should be doing. Just reset and go again. You have so many ways to prolong a fight. If like basically all you have to do on Dire to win a fight is get your Razor, throw him in the front line, and be like, tank a spell or two, please, sir. You get to save from a disruption, and now the fight's won because TA doesn't get anything on her. Like if TA starts a fight, suddenly gets maybe amped up by Slaughter, Omni Slash by Jug and dies, then we can maybe expect a comeback from Radiant. I just don't see that happening because I'd hope to see TA be a little bit more defensive and wait for the Razor to tank a spell or two.
Yeah, the patience is going to be needed, and especially without the BKB for now as well, I think it's kind of scary for the TA. There's a possibility of death.
Flooding into top area, going for the tier 2. They de-ward the only ward Radiant had here, which I think, and again, is another issue across these games. If the warding has been very default, always gravitating towards the high ground. You see, Dire, on the other hand, they do shift for some warding that might be a bit harder to ward, whilst Radiant are very much, they see the hill, they place the ward, which makes their map pretty dark when they're on the back foot for most of the game. Oh, Nyx wrapping behind. There's a sentry though, scouting out the Nyx.
They're going to grab this kill. They are going to go for it, but nice reactions on the Carapace here. Is it going to set up for the rest of the team to get in? Can they finish off the Nyx assassin in time? He is not going to lose his disruption. Disruption coming out in time. They will still kill him off all the same. Finkish finds him with the rocket flare, but they bash back into their base and they are able to just focus down this tower UCL. So they haven't really lost that much. Nyx assassin dead, and a couple, oh my god, the damage from Overlom from the Templar assassin coming out there with the crits. Overlom nearly just straight up losing his life, but thankfully there was a cold embrace to save him. All right, I'm fairly happy with the series of events. Fine, me TV. You know,
he was like spamming his jewels in the hope that he missed time. If I spam it hard enough, it'll work. Doesn't work like that, mate. Doesn't work like that. Yeah, so if you land your Yules on top of a BKB target, it stuns them. Patch 727.
If only.
That'd be so. If that was a play, like you Yules into a BKB Enigma or something.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, it should do that. It should mini stun when you land. I'm into that.
Oh, mid though.
Get Gaben on the phone. What?
Okay, you didn't see it, but literally it was a stun into one fat crit. And then a small right click after, just because the crit didn't kill her. But two right clicks from
no
TA.
Dota Plus, so I can't review the death damage, but
that's unfortunate.
Sorry guys, a little bit of the old T-Torino from me. Looking over. It was a pretty quick one though, to be fair. And that's going to be a quick one as well. See you later.
The enchanting quiver, the reason why she got the quill kill there.
Yeah. The extra range.
That's why she's critting so hard right now. Look, ready?
Yeah.
Oh,
that one gets dodged.
Scuffed.
A little bit of miscommunication on that one, and it's going to cost them dearly. Just kidding. They get the kill all the same.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, Dire just kind of doing the thing. Radiant can't muster anything. But Anuraj is, to be fair, Anuraj is doing his own little thing. He is pushing out the side lanes and trying to pull on the game. But the issue is when you're only one hero is able to push out your lanes, you don't have any pressure on the map, right? Like, as Dire pushing as a death ball, you want to have maybe the wave behind them skipped. Anuraj is playing a very default style of split push, which is I run down one lane, hit tower, go back. He's not playing in between the towers, not trying to be a little bit cheekier. Again, it's pretty hard when you do have the Beastmaster in the game due to that BKB piercing raw against your spin TP. And
Razor really nearly picked up that DD, and obviously Ginny King was just like, no, you leave that DD. I want to go and one-shot someone. Does anyone die from a blinking meld strike onto someone here?
Wyvern probably
With
does.
the DD? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Wyvern will clock to some degree. Actually,
He's
19
got
armor.
enough
Maybe
health.
Quap, 1800 HP, 13 armor.
Ooh, yeah.
It's close.
Wyvern definitely there.
Oh,
Like, I
okay,
genuinely
Wyvern
think he
will,
one-shots
yeah.
him.
I'm down.
Killing
Off
that
you
trap.
go, Jenny Kim. Can you go
Go on.
one-shot the Wyvern, please?
Go on, we want to see it for science.
Odds on, mate. Odds on. Oh, no, it goes for the...
Overlord. Ooh, messes up the meld strike there. So Overlord, help him. They're turning on. They want him. Oh my
Anuraj!
god! Oh no! What was that? You gotta respect the Templar assassin, and he just gets absolutely mullered. They get the Aegis off him. And meanwhile,
They still
Cammy,
have
his
the
roll's been
curse.
put to waste. I'm not too sure on this one. The curse comes down onto Templar Assassin, allowing them to set up a Juggernaut. Throws in the Omni Slash really early here, but might as well. Do they have the damage to bring him down? They do! The Templar Assassin
was the
is
Razor?
dead. And now, no matter what, Mini TV like, oh, there's a fight going on. Hey guys, I'm here. But he's just trying to run the Juggernaut back to the base. But Jug, he's going to spin himself to safety. Meanwhile, the next Assassin might go down to the Shadow Strike. No, he's got enough.
Nah,
health to
he's
deal
fine,
with
he's
it.
fine.
He's a
What a-
healthy boy.
Like, what a sloppy engagement from Dire, really. Like, they jump a Slardar, they then force the Jug buyback, cool. But then Mini TV is, like, just watching the entire fight. That could have been just a clean wipe and game over there, but Radiant finding a little bit of breathing room. Is it enough? Probably not, but still breathing room nonetheless. The game continues. Oof. It kind of was like the
just
first
like-
game, right? Like,
yeah,
Mini
just
did-
like the Roche
he
fight,
just
right?
farmed, right? Yeah, it's like, oh wait, I've got to be here in this game deciding fight. No way. Okay, a little bit of, but this is why I still think that these games are pretty close if the drafts are a little bit more like less one-sided, because both teams are making these more finite mistakes. I think in this game though, the Shadow Demon is having probably one of the better games. He's always been in the position near his team to be able to make the saves. He's always got the correct save off. I think the Wyvern though is panicking a little bit with his curses. He's just kind of throwing it out quite willy-nilly. But yeah, Dire, again, the couple players having a little standout game to secure this strong timing they have. Cammy plus Shadow Demon in this game.
Cammy Shadow Demon combo. Making it happen.
Work.
Yeah, but you know, this minor setback, they don't care. They're smoking up. They're going for it. I like this as well. One of my biggest criticisms often when I'm watching kind of...
No buyback on Anuraj. He's completely out of position.
The damage though, it's there easily as the TA just unleashes hell onto the Juggernaut. He's put into the bin 100 seconds now. No Juggernaut. Meanwhile, Kingkish trying to make his way back to the high ground and will escape with the creep wave coming on through. It's only a matter of time before the Dire are up here taking your towers. What do? What is the play? I'm not sure there is one.
Pray. That's
Pray
about
to
it.
Jeebus.
Yeah, or to anything. Start praying. Some
Under attack.
like majestic being's gonna have to save you from this. Like, you have no carry. That you're gonna need to hit like the fattest curse in the world. Hopefully, like TA onto Razor with an amped Razor could be the play here. Like, if you get this curse right here, and then maybe you initiate onto the Beastmaster, then I can see it happening. Right here, get the curse, fat curse. Oh, he scuffed it. Absolutely scuffed it.
Layering the hook shot as well. Not quite the toast they were looking for this morning, and Sylar's gonna drop. Pinkish, ever the same way as well. That's two head dead. They now...
Hang in for the end. They identify that the game is most likely over.
Yeah, that's not much
99%. I'll
left.
check Dota Plus for you. It's literally 100% right now. The game
Right,
thinks
nothing
Dire have
left.
won.
There
Nothing left.
is zero in the tank. Razor's just like, let's secure mega
All
creeps,
right.
guys. That's my new
Alright, you
thing.
know what? Mini TV, why is he going for Mega Creeps? Come on,
He's made
get
the
some
call, though.
cojones. Go
Team
for the
captain
end.
said, guys,
Yeah,
I do not want to take the Ancient. I want to take the Mega Creeps. And everyone's just like, well, yes, Daddy.
grow a pair of cojones, Mini. End the game, brother.
They have bottom. Oh, they do have bottom. Okay. They didn't have bottom before. They finished up earlier.
All right, now go for the end, Mini. Get the
See,
cojones.
no matter what, he's a small one. He's throwing down these Meteor Hammers. Aurora onto Queen of Pain and nearly finishing him with that crit, actually. Jug on the front lines, being wheels up, and he's got that ultimate out onto him from the Razor. Static Link coming through as well. A lot of healing. Look, why is he healing so much? Oh well, it doesn't matter. He's dead. Oh, yeah, he's dead. No, he's alive, but the game's over. They called GG. So there you go. Game number 2 goes the way of UCL. 1 game away from taking the victory here. Blimey, didn't expect that.
Yeah, you gotta give it to UCL. Their drafts and the general execution of their itemization and their mid game is so far superior to Warwick. I think Warwick haven't really been able to muster anything that convincing in laning phase to really turn it into a game. And I think it stems down to the fact they're trying to enable Overlord so heavily that they are just completely ignoring that Anuraj needs a game. You have to have a carry in your team to play. The Jaro left solo against the Timbersaw, the Juggernaut left solo against the Beastmaster. Like, even though you have a decent time on the Juggernaut, it doesn't amount to anything because Beast just takes your tower. And now, looking at the replays, you see here, like the Quap gets this free double kill mid. Cool, it's nice, it's cute, and you have some aggression on top lane, but it's still, if you look at the net worth, the Beastmaster right now, top net worth 3.1k, Juggernaut, it doesn't convert to anything. I spoke in the draft, I spoke about like effective net worth, right? Beastmaster, Necro free, bam. His game could be over at that point. TA, Blink Deso, game's pretty much over at that point. Razor just needs to could buy anything. Yules, BKB, any item to exist, fine. Shadow Demon, Nyx, they only need levels. Like, UCL are so reliant on such cheap items to get them online, whilst Radiant, Juggernaut needs Battle Fury, Manta +1. The Quap needs to have a really good game, which he kind of had through some key rotations, but it never amounted to anything, because after the kill, the rest of your draft is so like farm dependent. Slider wants to hit creeps, Juggernaut wants to hit creeps, Clockwork Wyvern don't want to go for that extended kill. It's all about, okay, we get the kill, reset, and so many times, like that one time we just saw in that previous replay, they went for the play, had a couple misplays, and that's it. Like, I'm just not that convinced from Silo Wyvern. Sorry, go on, as you were saying.
Yeah, and I think the lack of push on Warwick were actually hurting them a lot as well, because, you know, even if they did find a little bit of an opportunity, there was nothing to do afterwards. You were like, okay, cool, can we take towers? No, Juggernaut's dead, or Juggernaut's in a different lane, he's already been split pushing, or he's in the jungle, and it's like, oh, we've got Queen of Pain and Slaughter. Good luck. So, unfortunately, they weren't able to transform any of the few kills they did get into much. And UCL just, you know, this draft, it looked great. It looked really good. They played it to a great level, utilizing this Templar Assassin perfectly. Beastmaster as well, just absolutely dominating. And I think, you know, MVP for me for this game would probably... I think it is going to go to the TA just because she did
you're one of those lousy core MVP guys.
I know. We had great performances both from the Shadow Demon and the Nyx Assassin as well, but what are you saying?
I'm giving it to Shadow Demon.
Every
time I saw Radiant try and take a fight in their desperate attempt of being proactive, I saw the Shadow Demon always with disruptions, always in the right place, always enabling his team. So I personally would give it to him for being the one factor that stopped Radiant mounting a comeback. Of course, TA, complete free farm, dominated the game in terms of her damage, but the smaller plays, the minute plays, I'd personally give it to Shadow Demon.
Fair enough. Alrighty, well, we're going to throw it over to a short break, but when we come back, we'll have game number 3 of Warwick Ducks versus UCL Gaming Society. Can we bring it out to a fourth game, or is it going to end here? Is it going to be a clean 3-0 with the ways UCL have been playing? I wouldn't be surprised. Stick with us to find out. We'll be back very shortly with more NSE action.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello and welcome back to the National Student Esports British University Championship. My name is Nomad, and joining me is T Governor as we get into the third game and what could be the final game. T, but I mean, based on the performances we've had, what do you think is going to be the likelihood of UCL being able to take the 3-0? What odds do you give this final game? T?
Sorry, my bad. I was muted. I was eating my chicken and I forgot that I had to unmute. All right, yeah. I'd say like 75-25 probably to the side of UCL, simply because I think their drafting and their robustness is a lot stronger than the side of Warwick. I think Warwick, they're trying to be a little bit quirkier with their lineup, and their stubbornness to ignore Anuraj as a carry is really making them like non-existent within these games. I think they need to really actually identify why they're losing their first 2 games. If they can fix that problem, probably could go at least to 4, 5, maybe even the 5 games, right? But right now with how they're playing, it's like they don't even have a carry player because they're not enabling him in any way. They're just letting him out to die, to drive by himself, whatever the phrase is, whatever.
Yeah.
You get the point.
Yeah. I think, yeah, they either need to decide to pick him a hero which he can just run around with and kind of be a hero, and give him, firstly, you need to give him a half-decent laning phase somehow, some way. Because it's just kind of unfair right now. This guy clearly doesn't want to be sacked. He's not playing heroes which should be sacked. He doesn't play away, but he did perfectly fine in his Juggernaut last game, but then still, no one wanted to play with him. No one wanted to go. I almost feel like in the group chat, Anuraj is like, can I have a support down at bottom? No, Anuraj, shut up!
We have Overlom in the team. Let Overlom farm. God damn it! It's like, no, please. I'm sorry. I'm the standard. I'll be quiet. I love Overlom.
Anuraj, I swear to God. You're a stand-in.
If you complain about our support again, we won't let you copy. Wait, did you think they work? Do you think they're at the same degree? Because obviously they're uni students, right? Do you think they're on the same?
In my experience, it was always like, yeah, no, it's always kind of like generally IT people, but not generally from the same course. You know, you've usually got. Okay, here's my guess, right? Each team has one games design,
Ooh, that's a bold one. That's bold. Okay,
yeah. 1 game design for sure. Then 2. Ooh, I'll go. What's the IT hardware one? IT hardware, sure. I'm sure that's a course.
Okay. Yeah, so you got 3 so far. Where's the other 2 coming from?
4th one. It's going a little bit out there. Digital art.
Wow, that's left field. All right, and then 5.
That's Overlong. He's an artist, I'm sure. Though someone needed to make that logo for Warwick Ducks, right? And then 5.
Of course.
5. The 5th person. Maybe not IT. Maybe skewing over to somewhere else. Maybe science. I'm gonna say biology.
I'll say personally, I'd go with like chemistry or physics, maths. Maybe even like a little computer scientist. You have to go for the default
computer science.
That is like the basic level. I go to uni. I want computer. No, but like in terms of the computing degrees, right? It's like the one, right? It's like the bread and butter of not like literally basic, but yeah. So there's computer science, and then left field. Let's just go something completely wild, like architecture or geography. I know.
Yeah, and our player expert has responded to all this with no idea, by the way. So I'm fairly sure we got it spot on though.
Okay, so let's test. What do we want to know?
I want to know what courses they're doing now. I think these guys are on a break. They what do they need? They just need to.
Can we get a prospectus delivered to us so we can next time be reading about the uni? We could. That's it. To get the unis more involved, we start pitching the. Yeah, there we go.
That's a good. Yeah, and of course, if you guys, it's what time are we on now? I mean, university in September. You guys looking for one? Warwick Ducks or UCL? Maybe you're gonna choose from the winner of this. Yeah. I think that's a really good idea. Actually, choose university on who wins NSE Spring Finals.
Yeah, like if I knew, like I wish that I did a little bit more research into esports and Dota at uni, because again, I went to the uni that had no esports scene, and I liked partaking in esports. So I done robotics, so I'm sure I could have done that at different unis. I might have changed a different uni if I had a little bit of a better Dota team, maybe. So, of course, probably not, but.
I think it is important to talk about some of the causes we're playing for. Well, I mean, there's only one cause we're really playing for. We've got a special effect we're trying to support, an awesome charity which helps those who can't usually partake in video gaming do so. It's a really awesome charity, actually. I've heard about them a lot and contributed to them a bit as well. They're always esports events, and they just do awesome things. They're just trying to make sure that those who are disabled can still experience a bit of the magic of gaming. And I think it's a really important thing, kind of underrated in the charity world, because giving people enjoyment and enrichment in their lives, where a lot of the time, they feel kind of lost and struggle finding the same kind of pastimes and enjoyment out of these things. But gaming is a fantastic escape, as we all know, and I think for these kind of people, it is pretty fantastic. So, Special Effect for sure, an awesome charity to contribute to if you guys are looking. Obviously, trying times right now. I don't think many people are making a lot of money, but. Yeah, for those of you who are still doing all right. How are you doing? You're doing fine. You're in Ukraine, aren't you?
I'm doing okay. It's like everyone. It's interesting times, but yes, I am in Ukraine right now. Correct. Sunny outside. Even though, actually, fun fact, our air quality is the worst in the world right now. We are like on a measurement scale. So China, normally pretty bad for their air, is like a 150. Kiev is actually like a 349 right now. So. If I go outside and breathe, then we got issues. So I'm staying inside today.
Windows shut?
Yep, they're shut for sure. Nothing, not air conditioning, not even on. I'm not cooking anything that's going to be smelly, because obviously I'm going to have a smelly apartment. So it's just going to be bread, and yeah, that's it.
Sounds all right. I've been enjoying. Britain's been. We're in lockdown, which we've been responsible about it. We go for our shop maybe once every 9 days or so. We go for a shop and just try and get as much as we can in, so we don't have to go out again.
Yep.
And cycling. I think cycling is kind of like the best thing you can do right now, personally, because you don't really worry about getting ill while you're cycling. You're just shooting past everyone. You're not really touching anything either. You're just kind of on your bike. Eddie Gates, just kick them open. Or use your bike, just ram into it as hard as you can, and you'll probably get over it one way or the other.
Okay, I was going to say, if you're able to kick a gate open while cycling, then props to you, man. You're That's some skill.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about speed when you're trying to open the gates. Just run it hard enough, and you should get it open.
Have you
if
thought about...
if it opens the wrong way round, or it has a latch, you are in a bit of trouble. But that's
do you not do like the bunny hop, right, where you get to the gate and you just hit like a quick like front flip, like whoop, off we go, and then over the gate, or find a hill
I haven't gotten
and like go up
yet.
the hill and off over the thing.
Maybe. But we do have ourselves a draft game number 3 now underway. The teams are fueled up and ready to go with what could be the final game if UCL are going to keep up this streak going on right now. As they're just smacking.
Oh, no man. Okay. Will Warwick ban 4 heroes from the previous game and pick one? Okay, no, they're not.
Banning heroes from the first game still.
Are they going to ban the same 4 heroes from the first game and first pick Clockwork? Also, these teams have been the same side and pick order all 3 games. So there has been no flexibility in how they want to change. And I think, honestly, second pick is why UCL have, like, owned this game so far, or the series, because they've gone for a decent enough second pick opening. Their draft isn't too vulnerable to get punished too much. Radiant are picking weaker heroes, and they sometimes pick that flexible hero to utilize last pick. So I think the fact that we haven't seen a shift in pick or side from Warwick might also be a factor in why the great demise happens and an unfortunate 3-0 occurs, because again, no one wants to see a 3-0.
No, well, I mean, I imagine UCL fans want to see a 3-0, and UCL themselves probably want to see a 3-0. The downside of that, people who are here for the Dota, no, they do not.
That's very true.
Yeah, still going for the same bans, Warwick. They don't want to play against that Timber. They don't want to. Surely they banned the clock though. Mind you, they picked it last time, but.
We'll see. Okay, so they go for the next ban actually this game. Will they? I think maybe the position 4 could be a nice target. So maybe even ban out the Clockwork here as well from Warwick. You then take away that simple rotation that you have on UCL. You might put them on a harder hero to make moves on. I think Nyx and Clock both are quite easy heroes. They move to a lane, they either battery assault cogs or they hit a stun, and suddenly it's like it's unlocked that rotation. Maybe we could see that being banned out here from Warwick, but we'll see. And UCL, look at their bans again. They haven't changed anything in their first openings. Like, we're banning the same heroes, we're not changing, we're the ones with the lead. If you want to make, they're forcing Warwick to make all the changes. And you can see how it punishes them during the draft.
Beastmaster thrown away. So I like this, you know, kind of a little bit of both. 2 heroes from last game, 2 heroes from the game before. But unfortunately, Warwick now, they can't ban everything anymore. Too many heroes, unless they pick every single hero and ban every single hero over the past 2 games, which UCL have played. And that would be a way to do it, but to be honest, I don't think that would be a good idea, T.
I honestly wish there were more bans in a draft. That'd be fun.
More?
But, yeah, but like...
10 bans.
Yeah. But no, I mean, like, I like the 4 in the first phase. I think that's really refreshing. But I'd like to see maybe 1 more ban somewhere. That'd be fun. 20 ban. You know what? I want to have every hero banned out other than the 10 we pick.
So you're just left with a pool of 10 heroes.
Yeah.
And then you just have to try and find the best ones. Isn't that like...
That's a really limp captain's draft.
Yeah. There was a mode. Isn't that like a limited heroes mode or something? No,
yeah,
that's only like the easiest heroes.
It's like the 40 year cap. No, but like, I like the idea of just increasing the depth from which drafts become interesting. Because like, you look at Pro Dota right now, and we'll reference Chicken Fighters. They're having a little bit of prominence in their previous tournament they're playing right now. Their drafts are always very standard, right? You see the classics like Mars, Phoenix, Wyvern, Pugna 4. Like there's fundamentals of that team, and I'd like to be able to break that down and put them into a difficult position. Sometimes it's hard to do that when you don't have that many bans.
5 seconds remaining.
Already, Warwick. I'm not convinced with the first pick Clockwork, and UCL, Mars, Snapfire, very solid pickup. You're going to have that strong laning phase from the Snapfire. You're going to have an insane team fight from Mars. Clockwork doesn't really like playing against Snapfire because the cookie, anyone you go on will get cookied out of the cogs. Even if you go onto someone with Mars, the Mars can spear someone to the cogs as well. Yeah,
We'll grab the Lich.
Okay, so Warwick not revealing that they've shown that they have two squishy, low lockdown supports. Let me rephrase that from squishy. Two low controlling supports that probably could get punished by mobility. Puck will excel, Ember will excel, Storm Spirit will excel in these types of games. And of course, you only have one ban right now. That's about it.
What about at the end of every draft, you spin a giant wheel with all 10 heroes on it, and whichever hero it lands on, you have to repick.
Oh.
So you get an 11th pick, but you might lose one of your heroes.
Sounds a bit wild. I don't feel like RNGing my way to like TI Grand Finals. Okay, so
if you could add any rune to the game, which one would you add? Like, if you have you ever thought about a new rune?
New rune. I think maybe a teleportation rune.
10 seconds.
So like you can like within any area of the map that you have vision of, you can like just power drop into it after like a 4-second channel or something. But it's basically it's like relocate from a rune, and the rune can only spawn like once in like the game, you know. So once you get it, that's it, you've got it, type of thing, and it's locked into your bar. But I think that could be kind of cool.
Okay. I always thought a spell double damage rune would be fun. A bit OP, but
oh, that sounds mental. Imagine like a Lena Grimstroke type game where you just soul bind and Lena with axe goes boom, just like, oh gee, I'm sorry.
Berserk.
Deleted.
But to be fair, double damage is like super disgusting late game anyway, so you know, just be the opposite.
Okay, so Warwick banning out the Ember, identifying the fact that they don't have a lot of control on the supports and that UCL have already played the Ember. UCL reacting to that ban with a PL, thinking, okay, they're banning out the Ember for the PL. When in reality, it's not really that ban. It's actually a ban covering the support. So I think UCL actually wasting a ban here, and then fully going in for the team fight. UCL have now put themselves in a position that they are really vulnerable to aggression. So for example, like a Lycan or I say Beastmaster is banned out, but that type of ability to go is really bad for UCL. And Juggernaut is a really good hero here. Like strong against the Mars, you can always spin out of the initiation from Mars. You don't really care about the eggs. You can spin kill it in the early levels. Of course, if Phoenix eventually gets eggs, then you can't really kill it within your spin right clicks on the egg. But still, let's not talk about that part of the game because we're hoping that Warwick can actually muster some aggression in the laning phase. And instead, hopefully, they go for the Anuraj Wraith King, one of the heroes that I mentioned that he had been playing quite a lot in his games. Do you want to know how many games he's played?
10.
No, 6. How many games do you think he's won of those 6?
3.
4.
Damn it.
Positive win rate. That's much better than before. The times he's lost, he went 1-6, he went 4-9, and he went... Okay, that was it. And then the wins, he's gone 10-2, 9-3, 8-2, 11-3. So he can clearly get the dub. He can clearly get the kills with Wraith King. But it is a decent pick here. They have kind of left themselves...
that wants to play with him.
But they've left themselves very open to, 1, a defusal buyer, and 2, a hero that ends the game. Because they don't really have a lot of team fight, and Wraith King likes to play in a game where he can frontline a little bit, and then the team fight comes in after his first life goes down. And the issue is right now from UCL is they have so much team fight that if they can ignore the Wraith King, who needs to farm Radiance +1, again, a classic of what Warwick's been handicapped by is the fact that they have to wait so long to come online. If UCL can punish the Wraith King having to farm, they have so much team fight to blow up the Lich, the Clock, and then whatever maybe vulnerable support cores they pick up. For the rest of Warwick, they might not even be able to get a game going because of how they played before. So I like the Wraith King pick, just the way that Warwick's been playing. I don't see them really pushing it to anything new and successful.
Is there anything to stop UCL just grabbing the PL now?
One, it's banned.
Okay, that will stop them.
I think Gyro does really well for UCL. I think they could also go for another Razor game where they just put the Razor flexi between mid and carry. It's good against Wraith King, nothing too special, but they go for the Troll. So this is your defusal buyer. You're going to have an early defusal blade against the Wraith King. You have the ability to be aggressive. If Mini TV buys another Battle Fury in this game and doesn't go defusal blade, then I hope NSC bans him for this tournament and never lets him compete again. But it's just so scary for Warwick right now. The fact that you
10
have,
seconds remaining.
again, it's the same thing. Where's your team fight? How do you start a fight? Like, what do you do? Maybe this pick does it? God, no, this is rough. This is really rough.
This? I mean, I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
You've got
Why
Phoenix
is it
with Phoenix with Sunray. You've got the Vessel purchase on Phoenix. It's a hero that naturally wants to frontline with damage being layered behind it. The damage that you're layering is a Clockwork Lich, so not a lot. Your Mars can go for Phase Vlad's Pipe, therefore mitigating all the early damage from Warwick. They're very much a one-dimensional lineup in terms of, whilst Wraith King farms, their damage comes from Battery Assault, Chain Frost, and then the Death Pulse and Scythe from Necro. So from pure itemization from UCL and team play, they're going to already be at a stronger position than Warwick. If they want to move to a tower, they have no way of taking towers. Their way of starting team fights is when Wraith King walks in front, and again, like I said, he's waiting on around 10k net worth to do that. The Troll already only needs Fate or Tread's Diffusal, and he pretty much deletes the Wraith King. So right now, I'm not seeing Warwick, unless they play a perfect laning phase that we haven't seen yet, and play really good tempo, I don't see them having anything. And it's hard to say that they can have tempo, because the heroes don't have, like, Wraith King, Necro. They rely so heavily on their mid lane, again, being the last factor that can actually tie this draft together. It's hard to say, like, what could it be? They ban out the TA. Maybe they go for the Razor themselves at least, and maybe run over them, but that's still so bad because they can't go high ground. They need a way to hit. They basically need a way to hit buildings and a way to layer damage behind the Wraith King Necro. Like,
yeah, I mean, he's like hit this Phoenix as well.
Yeah, like, they could.
Marala, let's go.
Yeah, I was literally about to say, but it's like no.
No.
This is rough. This is very rough.
Rough.
Yeah.
Like an off lane? I'm really clutching here. It's not good versus Mars, but it's doable. I think it's just Overlom. He doesn't really have like that hard of a hero pool. Like
Overlom's playing the Necro. That's already a given, I'm sure. They're looking for they're looking for the Melrose hero. They're looking for the who's our mid laner that can connect the dots and somehow make this draft a little bit better. Okay.
This feels like a desperate pick here from Warwick Ducks as they finish off their draft with a Visage to try and find something, way to take this game. I say Visage, I think. Yeah.
Okay, I chop and change between the two.
I think he says Visage as well. So
okay.
So it was go by what the heroes say.
This pick,
I'm sure he's not getting his own name wrong.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a strong-ish hero to some degree. I've not seen it at all in the mid lane in the last like 2 months, and I think it's gonna be difficult to pull off because again, it's like you want to play off like Visage bird thing does pretty well when you're playing with a team, and you have a Necro Clock Lich. There's no real damage coming from this. Like your Wraith King needs items, he doesn't do real much damage. Maybe in laning phase he gets a cute crit, but in reality in the game, in the team fights, not really. The Necro, he's an aura buyer by heart, he doesn't really buy damage, so he's not going to do anything. And Visage again, same thing. Kind of an aura buyer, might buy a solo crit, kind of does a cute couple right clicks, but where's the damage? I think this Radiant lineup, unless they pull out some incredible laning phase where they go 10-0, 15-0 and somehow jumps to the tier 1 towers, I think they're going to just be slowly rolled over.
Complete outdraft in my opinion. I think this Troll Warlord and this Shadow Fiend both are looking to have like really easy games. Like Troll just needs to get Diffusal and he's going to be a horrifying hero to play into. Shadow Fiend, like the problem with Visage is his laning phase. And Shadow Fiend, the problem with his laning phase is if he gets dumped in the first 2 or 3 levels, he's not a hero. The only thing which Warwick can do, in my opinion, to try and turn this game is to dump this Shadow Fiend by rotating the Clockwork in a bunch of times onto him successfully, which is a huge ask, but it could be possible. I think that's what we need to focus on, this middle lane. But let's get into it. Game number 3, and what could possibly be the final game here at the NSE Spring Finals. And it is going to be Warwick Ducks versus UCL Esports. Can't remember what they I've seen UCL like Impulse Gaming or something, or is it? mentioned a few times. I don't know if
Sure.
that's their official title.
Don't worry, I'll do a little bit of research for you. Don't worry, buddy. Give me a second or four.
UCL Instant Reflex.
Yeah, it's... Oh no, Instant Reflex is a team that MiniTV plays under with his friends, I believe. So I think he just stole that name and slapped it into UCL as like a brand integration, you know? Yeah.
And they got a couple of their players.
I just wanted to use the term brand integration once, and now I've finally been able to do it. So tick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good luck. Hope she sees this, King.
Yikes.
Alrighty, so Troll and Snapfire are going to be up in the top lane, a fairly decent lane. I think Snapfire's not like the strong, and she's pretty good. She's not like the strongest laner, but Troll is the strongest laner and definitely fills that gap. And when you're playing into a clockwork, and
Are they tri-laning over?
No,
I literally thought the same thing.
Anuraj,
When will they learn?
Give him a break. Give him one game just to try and do something.
Dude, ducks aren't that smart, I guess. They literally just like quack, right? What did they do for society?
Quack, quack, yeah. They just want that bread, but they ain't gonna be getting no
They
bread
ain't getting
today.
no dough tonight. All right, that's me done for that one.
Overlon taking the bounties up top. It's gonna be a 2 for 2. It looks like.
Rah, run at them. We got all the stuns in the what? Okay, we can battery assault. Oh, we can't. All right, rough start for Radiant already. I think the most important matchup is this mid. Oh, I say that.
They're running him. They're running at him.
Oh,
MiniTV. He
how
could
do
be
they
in some
run back
trouble.
into this? How does
Yeah,
MiniTV get picked up? What? You've
You
seen
need
them the
to-
entire
you didn't
time,
respect
Mini.
them. You didn't respect them.
He didn't have any instant reflexes there. That was just
No.
None whatsoever. But Shadow Fiend going for the Raze build with mangoes, pretty much the best way to lane against the Visage. You just instantly take away his creep wave, force him under tower.
Hates CSing under tower.
But he's got 2 so far, and he got 3.
Oh,
okay,
3. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah. Well played, Melrose.
Play buff is 62.
Oh, he just missed the CS going for
322.
aggressive. No, this is not good from the Visage. He just went to try and zone out the Shadow Fiend, missing 2 CS and tanking 2. Oh no, he just missed pretty much a... Okay, he got 1 CS out of 4. Trying to do half
Mario's
HP.
doing pretty nice with the with his limited damage, but I guess when you're going to Shadow Fiend, your damage looks pretty sick.
Yeah, it looks nutty, but yeah, he's not too hot. Oh wait, look at the bot lane, look at the bot lane! Anuraj has got a laning partner!
Oh my god, he's got a support!
He's got a support!
It's like, thank you, Sylar, thank you, my captain. Like, shut up. I'm not enjoying any second of this.
Hit the creeps, boy. Don't talk to me. I'm not even playing my bird.
Yeah.
Oh, what a CS.
That range creep. Yeah, the nice slow motion CS that makes it all the more satisfying, and they can deny the range creep from that God's Rebuke. Kiabi. Oh, missing the spear as well. Mars, get it together, my friend.
Scuffed gaming.
Making some UK Dota plays there.
Yeah. I think this was tied up as British Dota, so we kind of circumvented the UK part by saying British, so we're kind of in the clear, right?
Yeah, I see. No matter what, getting jumps one here, he doesn't have to die for another 16 seconds, but at the same time, they also don't have any damage on the side of UCL, so not too hard for the Dodge just kind of edge their cells away. So on the side of Wolverhampton. Wolverhampton on the Radiant, the Wolverhampton Ducks.
The Dukes.
Ducks, quack. Meanwhile, back in towards this middle lane. And yeah, you know, he's off to a decent start, better than I thought he'd be doing.
Yeah, it's nice, and I don't mind this. It's a Shadow Fiend Visage lane. It's going to be pretty much a trader farm, I think, unless the Shadow Fiend had a really good start with the raises. But the key thing is, how does the Visage play the game post laning phase? Like, who's he pairing up with? The Wraith King wants the jungle, the Necro, unless he has an insane start, will probably be on damage control. Luckily, I say luckily, on a good side, Necro is actually doing pretty well right now with a full TCS.
But we don't gotta be
I
friends.
just fear the 20-minute mark again. This is the biggest handicap to Warwick is they don't know. Oh, Cammy missing a spear in bot lane, could have been a Wraith King kill. But yeah, Radiant, they just don't ever draft anything for 20 minutes, and it's an issue.
Not keen on it, but Mini TV doing a good job on CSing under the tower up here in the top lane, using the axes as well.
Bot lane, Phoenix
meanwhile,
getting
down at
tickled.
bottom, Phoenix, yeah, he might be dropped here. The right click comes in from Amaraj as they will get a kill down here, the first kill of the bottom lane. And Kami's turning around to fight them. I'm not sure that's the best idea, but no stun from Amaraj means no threat onto the Mars, so he's going to be okay for the time being.
Amaraj is like, nah, look, you're laying with me, we get kills.
Yeah,
you're laying with
let's
Overlong,
go.
you feed profusely.
You've
Amaraj better than
unleashed the
Overlong,
beast.
confirmed. Yeah.
Beast is here and he's ready to play some Dota 2.
Radiant's courier has been
Oh, lane's phase is going pretty good for them, all things considered. It's not really convincing any way or the other. Literally, like, there's like 4
It's the
CS
calm
between the
before
top
the
and
storm.
bottom, so yeah.
Like, if anything, Dire should be the ones maybe pulling ahead with kills due to them having the more aggressive, like, early game lineup for in terms of level 2, level 3. But with the misspells on bot lane, we've not really seen many kills converted. Compare that to top lane, Dire, they're very much on like, all we need to do is farm. We can't kill the Necro at any point because we're a troll Snapfire, so just chill. But Shadowfiend in the mid lane, getting picked off by the clockwork, like you mentioned earlier.
Nice rotation.
Yeah. Finkish, Kingfish, all the words above. Nice little rotation there. Tranquil Boots. Got the Mango, he's going to be active on the map.
Kish, bish. Meanwhile, Overlom has to retreat from the top lane, but Mini TV also got really low in that engagement as well, so all things considered, not a bad trade for the Necrophosts.
Neither of them have salves coming out either, so it's like oof.
Yeah, Necro's like, if I could just come in and get myself a couple of CS, then I'm going to be nice and healthy.
Overlom's Courier is dead for 20 seconds. Oh, but look at bot lane though. Cammy getting dove again.
No, we're not, but we are now. Turns around with the God's Rebuke, forcing them back, and it doesn't look like anything's going to happen down here as this Phoenix is scaring off the side of the Radiant.
Big misplay from Mini TV. Look at the base right now. The Courier running back to the base. Actually, because he didn't actually bring any items the first time it came out. Because he was trying to collect his wand. So, very unfortunate for Mini TV.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, okay.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, sure.
Not that I know. Meanwhile, Melrose, he's hit that level 6 now, so can be a threat. And I've got to say, done well in this middle lane. This Shadowfiend's been forced to the jungle as well, so if we throw it over to Net Worth, and we'll see him pretty far behind. This Visage up at 2,600 gold. Meanwhile, the SF down in 1,500. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they've killed off Sidon. They're going towards Adaraj as well. Adaraj might be losing his life here. There's a Mango and a God's Rebuke in just 1 second, and they will kill him off. A double kill in the bottom lane for Cammy. Meanwhile, over towards the mid. No, up at top. Jenny Kim drops. No, well, it was mid. My bad. All over the place.
Solo kill from Melrose.
Oh, that is
playing off
really,
the catapult wave.
Really bad.
This is going to be an early push onto this mid tower. This is really good from the Visage.
So just to be clear, the Shadowfiend was jungling and just giving Melrose a lane and just waiting for it to push under tower, and then the moment the creatures come under the tower, he dies with a catapult wave up nonetheless. I mean, that is...
really good from Visage, yeah.
tower is under attack.
Oh,
He's not taking this, he's
scared. It's in deny range. No.
Snapper.
Deny it, Shadowfiend. Deny it. Get the gold you deserve.
Yeah, he will take it away and grab that 45 gold. It's 45 actually. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, Mini TV, not particularly healthy, but Kingfish isn't either. And it looks like he's going to be the first one to drop, and Mini TV healed up as well by his support. So, all things considered, nice rotation round and saving the Troll Warlord's life. Keeping him nice and healthy and killing off that pesky clockwork.
Okay, this is the start that we needed to see from Radiant. Like, you got the Visage taking an early tower, sure it gets denied, but the tower's gone. Map's opening up.
Arcane Ring, sir.
Oh, nab it. Oh.
Yeah, Jenny Kim's here, but there's 2 supports coming over. Melrose, he has to be cognizant of this, and he is not trying to run himself away using the extra speed gain from that Grave Chill to get himself back, and they don't really have the chase on this, so he just
not a good
TP's
TP.
away.
Not a good TP. He had
all the way back to base? Oh, wow.
Yeah, 70% HP, full mana, all the way back to base, especially when his birds were not killed. Non-effective TP, but being defensive nonetheless.
So what do you think is better? The Arcane Ring on Visage, or the... Oh, Mars down at bottom, getting low, but it's actually Anoraj who's one in trouble. The Sun Ray doesn't keep it connecting. They do not. He cancels it out, throws down some more Fire Spirits. Anoraj, is he going to drop? He's so low! He is. He's dead. Burns away to the Phoenix. But meanwhile, the other carry dies. Yeah, both carries dying.
Yeah, he died to the scythe.
Oh, that's way worse then. Twice as long the death timer for the Troll Warlord. Doesn't feel good at all. Well, Arcane Ring found by yeah. Back to my original question: Faded Brooch on Shadow Fiend or Arcane Ring on Visage? Which do you think is a better pickup here?
The Arcane Brooch, no, sorry, the Faded Brooch is better.
The Arcane Brooch on Visage Fiend.
That's really cool. No, the Faded Brooch is really good for the early farm. Obviously, movement between camps, the extra manas, like it's an additional double raise, sorry. That's pretty nice. But I'm a big fan of the Arcane Ring on Visage. I think it's better. You want that early armor and spammability of spells. You need that in. So Arcane Ring.
And he swaps it out for a Faded Brooch.
God damn it.
What the hell?
Take the ring, you don't need the brooch.
10 int, he's just passed up. I mean...
He needs armor, bro.
Doesn't give spell up anymore. What's the point?
He's got 2 armor now. Get the armor in you, buddy.
Yeah, not a big fan of that.
No, not at all. Boo. Boo to Melrose. Gets the Invis rune, looking to maybe go on the Snapfire. Baiting with the birds.
All right, he's just going to get Grave Chilled and killed.
Cooking away.
Yeah, unfortunately the birds keep on chasing, don't get stunned, and the blast coming out from Melrose there, but struggling to finish the job here. Not using the stomps from the familiars, but doesn't need to. He's got another.
And this is why he needs the Arcane Ring. He just spammed out.
Where's his mana gone?
Pretty much 390 mana to get a kill. Look, bring out Clarity.
No, they're getting the kill onto the Phoenix. They will bring him down and catch him. And that is a fiery pigeon brought down to ashes.
Okay.
And this one's he won't be rising from.
The game's a lot closer. This is good to see.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of life coming out from the side of Wolverhampton.
And it's the first time I think the mid lane's actually gone really well for Radiant, and this is like it's unlocking the game. Like they dual lanes, they had real lanes on the side of Radiant. Their mid lane actually won, and then they can muster a presence within the game. The issue is, again, they will probably fall off eventually in the teamfight department, but right now this is their best window. If they can continue this lead, maybe take away this bottom tier 1 tower, get to a 6k gold lead, let that build for a little bit. Wraithen gets a couple items, Radiant's Blink for example. You've now got a game on your hands where you can roll Dire over before they even set themselves up with the itemization to deal with you.
Alright, as we move in past this 10-minute mark, and you know, I think we can claim Wolverhampton as the winners of the laning phase in this Visage, looking very, very scary. Yeah, he could be in some trouble. Running and running, but unfortunately these damn birds. Oh no, that doesn't work, Cammy. That does not work. That only works on heroes, that spell, and he is just going to get run down. They even throw down the Weeper side, keep him dead for 43 seconds. Disgusting. The tower is falling absolutely instantaneously. Wolverhampton might just run this one over. I mean, they're not going to hit any timing soon enough to actually do anything about this, is my thing.
Yeah, so if you look at the
what do they do?
The troll doesn't really have any farm. He needs to be able to take away this early tower. And then from there, that early tower gold gets him to that one item. Like we... Oh, the missed cookie, no! In the bot lane, very close to getting it. Just can't deal with this aggression top. Radiant has 2 heroes have pretty much taken 2 towers. And Dire, getting baited by the Lich, comes bottom, shields up the tower, prolongs the push just long enough to make it a good trade. Silent smoked himself back bottom as well. Don't know why, but he's down here.
They will finally finish off this tower, but with the amount of effort they put into it.
Hello? Did you see what he did?
No.
He frost shielded the tower on like 1 HP and then threw out his ultimate on a troll.
Oh yeah.
And the troll was just by himself and didn't bounce to anything.
Well, you know.
But you didn't see it, so
yeah,
lucky for
I didn't see it, so it didn't happen. There we go.
Oh, the hook onto the Shadow
forwards onto the Shadow Fiend. He's in some trouble. Jenny Kim trying to fight out, but what can he really do? The answer is nothing. There are some Monomus Kisses coming in over the top, but unfortunately they're way off the mark from Kish.
Oh, Mr. Rebuke.
Oh god, it's taken some time to bring this guy down. There we go. Sunray finally finished the job, but with these troublesome birds flying in over the top, you have to be a little bit cautious.
And the way that this game's gone so far is your Phoenix is meant to... Your Mars is meant to be able to make plays, move around the map with Arena, whilst your Phoenix soaks up a little bit of the XP to get Vessel. Like, they've not really had any laning setup for the last 4 minutes from Dire, so Radiant are just freely moving around the map and doing whatever they want. And, yeah, this is their best time to do it. So Radiant actually pulling out a game.
Yeah, University College London looking to slightly fall apart in this laning phase.
Maybe confidence.
Early mid.
Yeah, they got a bit too comfortable. Yeah.
Wolverhampton, they finally found themselves a bit off momentum.
if they win this game, do you think Dire will ban out Visage?
I should hope so.
Okay, we'll see.
It has to look pretty damn good for them, but I think picking the Shadow Fiend into the Visage was a bit of a risky move. You're basically saying, like, yeah, you're not going to be good enough to put enough pressure on my Shadow Fiend, and he's just going to find his first kind of, get to level 5 and then run over this game. But in fact, the shoe is very much on the other foot.
Pretty much. The Shadow Fiend didn't really have... He just needed to like push out the lane quick enough so that he could play on the tab, but as soon as Visage gets 6, it's so hard to do that because of the bird dive. And as you see here, the frost shield on top of the bird is pretty obnoxious.
Cammy goes for the ultimate, but does get himself brought down by the Reaper's side. But they've got an egg on top of the arena. It's doing a decent job. They've already taken down the Clockwork, and the Requiem comes down with the double damage. They'll take down Sylar. Have they found a fight? They've taken down the Necroforce as well. The turnaround fight might be here, and now they're looking for the Melrose as well. Running on forwards, they haven't got any lockdown to throw into him right now, so just gonna have to try and do it with the right clicks. There's a buyback from Sylar coming over to help out this Visage. They'll take his birds instead, but a big fight here from the Dire. The University College London find themselves a really important engagement in the middle lane, and that's going to put them storming right back into this game.
Yeah, a very questionable buyback from the Mars there. If the Mars didn't buy back, that fight would have been perfect. But then unfortunately, he gets a little bit antsy, thinks the fight's continuing and buys back. Mini TV though in the top lane. He's used his whirling axes already, doesn't have ultimate. Cogs up for the clock. This could be pretty spooky.
Very annoying to bring him down here. He's going south, but unfortunately, he's just going for the bounty rune. If I'm dead, I might as well find some value out of my death.
Oh, and his Curie's dead as well.
Good job here. Yeah, another whirling axe is going to come through, so going to cause a lot of misses. But unfortunately for him, there is another soul assumption available, and that puts an end to Mini TV shenanigans. And Overlord's just like, hey, look, Roshan's here, guys. Everyone's like, oh yeah, Roshan, he's a cool dude. Let's give his pick a little bit of a tickle.
Oh, it does give a good Aegis at the end of it, so it's worth the effort.
Yeah, worth the effort to tickle him for that grand reward. And just like that, I mean, things come tumbling back in the other direction.
Oh, he drops it. There we go.
Oh, I see.
So
yes, indeed.
The reward. Thank you.
Visage grabs that Aegis. Love a bit of Aegis on Visage.
He's a tanky little
Necroforce, but it's all good.
But it's just beautiful to see that Warwick do have a carry player, and Araj can be enabled in his team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know what? It's about 3:45 now, and considering these university teams, this is probably around the time they normally wake up. So maybe it's just a case for the Wolverhampton players starting to, really get out of bed and clear their eyes, recover from their hangovers, whatever.
The self-isolating hangovers.
Sure.
Oh, hook onto the troll.
Oh, another chain frost going awry. Meanwhile, their troll is getting brought down again. They were too worried about trying to avoid the chain frost. They didn't think about saving their carry. And Mini TV just gets chopped up once again. Still looking for this diffusal blade, by the way. 16 minutes into the game, coming up on 17 minutes, and he's still not that close to it. Ouchies.
Yeah, indeed. Oof. Rough. It's just not a good troll game, but like the way that this game's developed, it's made it such a hard troll game where if he got the early diffusal and was able to play off of his Mars, play off of the Phoenix Egg, for example, it's a pretty good game. But then the fact that he's had pretty much recovery mode, look at the map, there's no tier 2s in the middle or top lane, it's so hard for them to do anything, and now Sylar just giving away a free kill.
Hold on 1 second, I've just been informed that...
Yeah.
What university are the Radiant again?
It's Warwick.
Why have they got a wolf as their flag if they're not Wolverhampton?
Oh, you've been
so confusing.
I haven't even... Do you know, every time you talk about the teams, I just zone out, because I'm just like, team's cool. It's Warwick, man. Warwick. It's not Wolverhampton. How many times... Have you been saying that, like, the entire series?
I don't think so. I think I had it right earlier on, but yeah, I've kind of fallen into it. I mean, their flag's a wolf. What are they doing?
It's Warwick. Please.
They're called the Warwick Ducks, yet they've got a wolf as their logo. I mean...
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that's a them issue, not a me issue, all right?
I feel like you're being a scapegoat here. Look, Warwick University logo, it's nothing there, but then if you do Warwick University Esports, hold on, if I go notifications, I click this thing, I go to Warwick. Yeah, they're Warwick Esports in like insignia or whatever is a wolf. They are the wolves of esports of UK or something. I don't know, but yeah, they're Warwick, man. All right, nice.
Fair enough.
We got over that one.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean,
Sorry,
Patrol
Warwick.
died during that incident.
You're not Wolverhampton.
Yeah, sorry, Warwick. You're not Wolves. My bad.
Because
Change your logo, please. No, I'm just kidding. Don't change your logo, because on my behalf. But seriously, you might have some branding issues there.
Radiant are scanning.
That's the biggest
Am I the only
concern
one that
here.
thinks this? Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. They're both kind of relatively close to each other.
To be clear, Warwick's 11th in the UK for university rankings. Wolverhampton are 124th, so don't make that mistake.
Shout out then.
Yeah, there you've been giving them a great shout out.
Even though there were 124 entrants, but there we go.
You have to make the leaderboard as big as it can. Make people happy. Wooden Spoon Award and whatnot. Participation.
Indubitably.
Alright. Let's check where my unit was actually. Yeah, Radiant just slowly pushing into the base, by the way, as I check my... Oh, 51st. Big up. Better than Wolves.
Where's Staffordshire at? 124. They can't be lower than 124, surely. The high ground, Melrose with these damn familiars blasting away at the Mars. If you're looking for their names, they might be called the Staff Stallions, as they're called when I was playing for them. I know. What a name.
Dire's middle
Tower has fallen. All they need is just a bit of pinging, a bit of right clicks, coming onto the high ground.
Yeah, they just don't really have... they don't have a vessel on the Phoenix yet. And, doesn't even get the egg off goal.
And in it comes that Reaper's side, but he does have a buyback. They could look for something here. Mini TV on the high ground still doesn't have it. Where is the defusal? It's 20 minutes into the game. Come on, kill the creep in front of you, get it sent out, but
disgusting.
No. Oh god, they've got the Mortimer's Kisses coming on over the top, but it's doing nothing. Mini TV popping the ultimate as well. Jenny Kim dropping that Requiem, but it's just not doing much. They take down the Aegis, but that is it. A jump in forwards, the egg comes out as well. The defense might be possible, but no, Mini TV goes down, and down goes Shadow Fiend as well. It's going to be maybe even the end here. I mean, I don't know what they do from this point.
They got nothing.
They could so much to this defense, and it looks like even Fiend's going to go down as well. And there comes the final soul assumption of death.
They don't have anything.
Jesus.
Yeah, damn. Like, when we discussed this lineup, it was like Radiant have to have great lane, great tempo, and to enable Anaraj. And they've literally done everything that we said that they had to do to win this game. They've ticked those boxes. They haven't made one mistake. And if they made the mistake, it opens up the game, because if Troll was to get the Diffusal Blade, if there was suddenly a really good team fight, the Cores and Radiant are destroyed by a Troll Diffusal if he's not instantly scythed. But Overlord has hit multiple scythes on these heroes, like taking away the Phoenix pre-egg, killing off the Troll multiple times before he gets ult off. Like, it's such a strong game from Radiant where they've actually had, they've changed up their playstyle so drastically from the first two games, and I think it's put Dire on a bit off guard. Same with us, like, the way that I phrased this game was like, okay, are Dire going to win this because I know Dire should win lane, how the last two games are gone. But Radiant, their adaptations, yeah, greatly improved.
Yeah, absolutely. They've really woken up and started playing a nice strategy and some nice data along with it. And Melrose on this Visage has just been the driving force behind this team, and he has looked absolutely fearsome for Warwick. Finkish running away, but there's a lot of heroes coming around turn 10. This might be a dead clock. Let's see if they rotate in heroes. There is a Necrophos TPing on over here. Meanwhile, Pigeon, Phoenix, he's in trouble. Egg comes out just in time, in the nick of time, and they will drop down Finkish. Meanwhile, is Wraithkin going to complete this TP? It's a long-ass TP. Meanwhile, Overlord being controlled up. They might just be a 1v1 kind of feed-a-thon here. Let's see what they try to do here. Salah coming in from the side. He has got the Chain Frost. That's going to bounce around, but Main TV just popping the ultimate onto the Wraith King here. Troll Warlord. He's going to win this engagement. He doesn't have enough mana for the reincarnation. He pops a 1, but no, he popped it too early. Oh, God. And Arash, a costly mistake indeed. And now they look across to other heroes.
Visage,
they'll take him down Evian at the very, very least, but a really, really bad fight for the Radiant here.
It's a little bit too late, though. It doesn't really mean anything. They're getting the kills, but...
I don't know if this one's actually going to go as well as I thought. Mini TV could be in some trouble here. Melrose just chasing him, and he's got the stuns, he's got the solar touch, and he's got the kill. The carry is dead. Melrose just eating heroes up, one after the other. Oh my god.
So much damage. Visage just pinging bottom. Go, get me out of this game. I've already won it for you lads, please. Just pushing through bot, like, it's just good to see. I think Dire, like, if this troll got a diffusal blade any earlier, this game probably would have gone the distance. But the fact that it took him so long to get this one item, it was so hard to see. Like, that one smoke play, imagine it, like, if you hadn't lost racks there, make the same smoke play, you have an early diffusal, it's going to be a good, decent fight. It's going to turn into like a, maybe contest Roshan, but the fact that you make this play when you're already 13k down, it's kind of how all the games have gone, right? Like, the losing team has just been losing, and then they make one final effort play. There's never been a play to try and get them back in the game. They've already kind of accepted the pressure and the defeat to some degree.
Cammy, careful, Cammy! Oh god, that cookie! Oh no!
He was bulwarked looking down, so when he was clicking back, he wasn't turning around. That's why he got cookied in.
Right, I see. Meanwhile, oh, I thought he'd come out from the troll just in time, but I mean, he's already nearly dead and not healing up at all from this. Finally finds a hero to go on to, but the moment he comes out of that ulti, he's just dropped like a rock. And now on the front lines, Cammy tries to pop that ultimate, tries to bring down the next frost burst, just not happening. Entourage on the front lines, he's going to die, but he's got the reincarnation. Mars trying to get away, full stuff up to the high ground, but it might be the same fate as before. See you later, my friend. And Airfield on the back line, they are just getting absolutely annihilated. And there's your good games coming out. The GGs are dropped, and game number 3 will go to not UCL, and they go to Warwick. Finally, we have a series on our hands.
Wait,
the Warwick Ducks take game number 3.
Sorry, no, was that Warwick or Wolves or Warwick? Warwick, right? Warwick,
sir. Yeah, with the Wolves Wolf logo for Warwick.
Oh, but no, yeah, I think Warwick, the university that's ranked higher than the wrong one, did pretty damn good. They adjusted their playstyle. Draft wasn't really adjusted, but I think the main component there was just playstyle. The fact that they had a lane for the Wraith King, they had a way to play out the game. The mid Visage dumpstered the Shadow Fiend. The fact that as soon as the Visage got 6, used the birds on the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend can't really get rid of them. Instantly dies, takes his early tower. He then freely moves around the map. So yeah, I think if you want to be critical to UCL a little bit more, is their bot lane should have gone a lot better. A Mars Phoenix should be able to beat Wraith King Lich, but we saw multiple times missed spears and some clunkier gameplay from the Mars, so I think maybe enabling this Wraith King a little bit too much. And the initial rotations from UCL weren't as strong as they'd done before. You see here how the Visage and the Necrophos basically took 2 towers top by themselves. This should be a rebuttal from UCL where they can push in another lane and maybe try and equal the tower. That tower gold would have unlocked that earlier diffusal blade and allowed for a fight. But on the other hand, Warwick, they brought so many numbers to these objectives, and it made it so hard for UCL to want to split push and to just wait out this early aggression, because they just felt they needed to fight, and they really couldn't, because the Phoenix, he had Urn, no Vessel. The Troll trying to take this fight here, no Diffusal. The Shadow Fiend had no BKB. Like, if they got to Vessel, Diffusal, BKB, the fights are probably pretty much even at this point, and it could have been a good game. But Warwick keeping up the pressure, keeping up the tempo, that even when UCL get what could look like a good fight, they've already lost 2 racks and they're 14k down, so it's kind of worthless. So I think Warwick just overall solid laning phase, solid map movement, and this Visage just, and the Necro, these two together just dumpstered the game.
Yeah, no, they really did. The control from these guys was really good. They had this Wraith King, which was able to actually have a game, get some creeps, have some farm, put it out without Radiance as well, which just made the game so much harder. He was able to sit himself in the front lines. Doesn't matter if he dies, doesn't really matter if he's getting right-click down, like he's got a second life. And the Troll taking so long to get that diffused. I mean, there were 1 or 2 clumsy deaths up at top, and I think that just made all the difference this game. Like, if you can find your diffuse a little bit early, you have something to play around, but without it, with your Shadow Fiend getting dumpstered, and with the Mars in the bottom, you know, he had an okay-ish time, but you just didn't have enough. You didn't have anything to play around. That's what it comes down to. If you don't have a hero, an item to play with, then you have yourself issues. So we're going to throw it over to a short break, and then we're going to be back with game number 4 between the Warwick Ducks and University College London Gaming Society. My name's Nomad. He's been T-Gamer, and we'll see you very shortly.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello and welcome back to the NSE Spring Finals. My name is Nomad and joining me is T Governor as we are into game number 4, where we are currently 2 games to University College London and 1 game to the Warwick Ducks. So you shifted those odds any further? You know, I know we came into this last game saying that it was about 75-25.
Mm-hmm.
After that game, now what are you adjusting to? Because for me, I think I'm saying it's a straight 50-50 now.
Oh, I think you saw that last game and you jumped on it too hard. I think we're still probably.
I know my British players. I know my momentum. This is they've woken up now and they're just like, oh yeah, let's go, baby.
I'd say we'd maybe be inclined to sit more towards like a 65-35 situation. So maybe like a 10% change. I think Warwick did get one of the perfect games in terms of they had a Necro versus Troll lane, which is very Necro favored. They had the Visage dumps to the Shadow Fiend, because again, Shadow Fiend couldn't really do anything as soon as Visage hit 6 and the bird's diving him. So tower was gone, that's good. And I think bot lane, UCL misplayed quite heavily on the Mars Phoenix, therefore enabling this Wraith King to have a pretty good game. So I think all these factors played well into Warwick's side, that if UCL just adjust a couple things and go back to the original game plan, in terms of just having a stronger start to the game, they'll be good. I think when we looked at the game 1 and game 2 in the tri-lane scenario, how they kept trying to tri-lane Overlom in this game, they didn't actually tri-lane, of course, on Radiant side. They dual-laned, they brought 3 heroes top and then rotated 1 bottom. At that point, Dire, they could have also maybe tried to enable this troll. If you think about the first 2 games, they always had mini TV, had a secure lane, right? You had the Timbersaw in the first game, and the Beastmaster in a 1v1v Jug. So Mini TV has never had to actually play a real hard, difficult lane. He's always been given pretty much to some degree free farm, and then he just continued farming and hasn't rejoined many fights after that. But we then look at this game, he actually had to play a real lane, and instantly he kind of collapsed. So I think the change in Warwick's playstyle in game 3 completely put UCL on the back foot, and I don't think we've seen Mini TV actually have to play a hard lane yet. And as soon as that happened, so I think UCL a couple more changes and they should be back in the driving seat.
All right, important question then. Who do you think is the most handsome player amongst all of these?
Most handsome player?
If you had to guess.
If I had to guess, I'd probably go with Finkish. So I think, if I remember him correctly, I went to a LAN that I saw him at like 5 years ago.
And you were like, damn, he's hot.
He was a stellar chap back then, I think. I can't remember. But yeah, I'd probably just go with him. I don't think... Yeah, what a wild question.
I just ask, you know.
What about you? Who do you think?
I always... Have you ever had it where you've kind of got in your head what someone looks like, and then you see them in real life and you're like, whoa, this is not what I expected?
Yeah, for sure. Of course, like all the time. Like they have a deep voice, they have a squeaky voice, they have a... I don't know, they have a bit more bravado in their online voice, and then you meet them in person, they're completely different. So every single day.
I think why is there's someone who keeps changing their name every game, and he's now Mini TV fan.
Yeah, that would be...
I love that. That's Jillian whatever from last game, aka
the mid laner, right?
In the first game. Yeah, mid laner. I like that though, you know, he's like, hey, Mini TV, you know, you had a rough game last game. Let's just get you back on track. I'm here for you. I'm supporting you. I'm even going to change my name for you. You can do this. That's how you need to play around just your carry player.
So more importantly, actually, the bans from UCL have changed this game. They banned out Necro, banned out Visage. I think that's perfectly fine. I think these 2 heroes were like instrumental, especially if UCL want to play the troll again. I think you need to respect the Necro troll lane and ban the Necro. And I think Warwick showed their hand with like their pocket pick, and if they could, I'm sure they'd probably happily pick this mid as a default pick for this guy, because it was a really solid hero, especially because the build-up is like Solar Crest, Helmet Dominator, you run around the map, take towers. Warwick, that's their biggest issue, and I think it's already a good ban.
I think there's too many heroes you don't want to pick Visage into. What's up, my dude?
I was just thinking, so UCL ban out the Bristleback, they pick up the Ember, so the Ember is basically their counter for the potential Terrorblade that Warwick might be picking. Anuraj has played a couple Terrorblade games in his recent week, so they might still... Okay, they go back for the Wraith King, so Coddle Wraith King lane. And I'm a big fan of this. I think, honestly, that Warwick can probably take this to a game 5 if they have Anuraj on the Wraith King. I think the playstyle of Warwick and how they can win games is you get this guy, he goes in the front line, you get Overlom on his like the hero for him to have a good impact on, and you play off the fact that it's so hard to kill anyone. As long as they can take towers And as long as they have Overlom in a good matchup, they'll be fine. So again, last game, Necro v Troll, good matchup, and the mid dumpstered. I see it being a little bit harder this game because when you think about the heroes that Overlom plays now, they're not really present. I guess maybe Night Stalker is the final hero I can think of Overlom playing that could be really strong.
Yeah,
the
he
Ember
likes
Spirit.
that a lot as well.
It's really good against the Ember Spirit. You go for an only Blink Dagger to get on top of him.
Yeah.
It's going to be potentially a free lane depending on the carry that UCL pick. I think honestly that because they're picking up their position 4 now in UCL. If you think about Coddle Clockwork, you could maybe go for, I'd like to say a ranged hero, like a Shaman or something. Okay, Willow. Okay, of course, Mars Willow. Yes, of course. Which this plays perfectly
Love a
fine.
bit of Mariska.
Yeah, this plays perfectly fine into what Warwick wants. But
Not as much as some people, but I do love the hero.
nice. Kind of hot.
Won't go into that. Oh, okay. We are going into that apparently.
I think,
Alright, Warwick.
I think Night Stalker. I think Warwick
Yeah.
goes Night Stalker right now
Or Axe.
because UCL have done
We
the
can
same
go for
thing
Axe
again.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't mind it. I just think there's not enough explosive damage behind the axe. Like we saw that game, there was a Lina, there was a Gyro. This game, you've got Cottle Clock Wraith King, so it's like you have to kill within the blade mail independently on the axe.
But with the axe, the thing I like about it is that you can protect the egg with it. You can't protect the egg with Night Stalker.
Sure.
Sorry, not the egg. The
The
Ignis
wisp.
Spartus.
It's
It's,
kind
it's
of-
still an egg.
The thing
it's an egg of light.
Phoenix egg naturally people run towards. Coddle ult people run away. So it's kind of the opposite. I'd say you don't really care about people running out of.
Either way, you can control them. And,
Sure.
Yeah, I think.
So the axe is fine for the jump on Ember with Blade Mail, but like, and also maybe the Willow in Dark Realm and in the Realm, sorry. But it's like, I still find it a little bit difficult, especially because UCL have Flexis Ember where it can be mid or carry. They have last pick because again, the teams have not swapped sides or pick order in the entire series so far. So yeah, I think potentially this axe might not have a strong performance simply because there's no layer damage behind it. If they pick up a mid lane that has a bit more explosive damage, then sure, I think it could be a really solid game. Just the issue is they have to pick that hero with that damage. Otherwise, big issues will arise.
So final 2 bans coming out. University College London, they get rid of that Queen of Pain. Warwick Ducks, what's their final ban here?
10 seconds remaining.
I think they're looking for the cheese, right? They're like, could they meepo? Not really. Could they brood us? No, they can't. Good. Just going through that checklist, making sure Huskar would be a pretty good Huskar game, but I feel like they want something more objective focused.
So what is the? So they banned that Quap.
They don't want
Just-
to troll into Axe, but PL
No.
is an option. Again,
not
not great
against
into
Axe.
Axe,
No.
but
You go
you
for
want something. Maybe AM.
AM's
It's a bit
fine.
slow, but-
Again, against Axe is bad. No, I think you don't look at the UCL lineup right now. It's all about Warwick because they're the ones that have to decide their mid lane. Depending on the pick, you then heavily counter it with the UCL last pick. So for Warwick, they're trying to work out what is their pick right now, and then they'll potentially ban to cover that pick. What picks can they go for? Leshrac, Lina. I kind of like Leshrac just for the ability to go, and that's kind of how they won the first game. That mid laner that could take early towers. Leshrac does the same thing. Pugna does the same thing. Lina could be cute if correct, but it's such a bad hero that I don't really want to suggest that one. I don't really know what Melrose plays. I'm going to tab out, see if I've got his Dota buff still open, and I'll get back to you. Okay, Melrose. He plays Ricky, Death Prophet, but that's banned. Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, Monkey King.
Some quick Dota buffing.
Yeah, he plays all the standard mids really. So it bans up PL. He pretty much plays all like the stereotypical mids. That's like his Dota profile.
They could.
TA could be nice for just the ability to end the game.
If you can take the lane, then you can Storm Spirit, right? Well, they got Chains, Sinister Gaze.
Yes, Storm to some degree is fine, but then you still have the fact that you just last pick a hero, like a carry, right? You could easily put Ember mid AM carry, for example. Sure, you have the Axe v AM, but then you have the fact that Storm's never going to have a game, and there's so much pressure on Axe to have a good start. So
Yeah.
I like Gyrocopter on UCL personally. So they go OD. Okay, I really like Gyrocopter for UCL. I think that Gyro as a hero naturally can punish the axe if he wants to go skip. You have a really solid aggressive lane, and you can buy your itemization is just phase, drum, BKB on the Gyro. You end the game before the Wraith King comes online. If the game gets a bit harder, you can go Axe Diffusal Blade, for example, the OG build that did at TI. And yeah, I think Gyro is really good. So versifies their magic, their damage. They then have magic and physical damage across all their heroes pretty much. So Mars, Ember, and Gyro all pretty much do a bit of both. Yeah, I really like Gyro.
Yeah, I can see it happening. But is the OD that good this game?
It's a free OD game in terms of, not for lane. OD is a terrible laner nowadays. But in terms of like, the game, if you catch the Ember, if you get on the Mars, sure, it'll be good. It's that layered damage that I spoke about with the axe. If the axe hits the core, the OD ultimate will rip them to pieces. The issue is simply, if Ember Spirit goes for like a phase Maelstrom BKB build, the OD is going to have a lot of pressure running at her. It's going to be difficult. Mars, like, yeah, so if the game is slow enough, then it's fine. But the key thing here is Warwick just don't have that ability to collapse post laning phase that that UCL have. That UCL
so
have.
Obviously they don't run the Ember Spirit into the OD.
Yep.
They pick up the TA instead, and that's going to be their final pickup.
Yep. So yeah. Let me tab that one back there. There we go.
I just want to point out this is going to be an extremely annoying cast in this game when we've got someone called Mini TV and someone called Mini TV Fan. So, do we remember what their mid laner was called originally?
Yeah,
or am I just calling her Jillian?
1 second and I can tell you.
Thank you. Thank you.
As I say that, I'm tabbing through all my tabs. Oh, that's not the right tab.
Find him.
I will find him.
But yeah, this TA is going to have a much better time versus the OD. Still not like a freest of free matchups. You know, the OD can turn it, especially if he's very wise. I believe his Arcane Bolt. No, not Arcane Bolt. What's his Q called?
Quick update. Can't remember what the guy's name was.
Okay, good.
Maybe Emmy can tell us it once the stream catches up. Yeah, that's the power play.
Yep, our stream team expert.
Yep.
Battle.
He also didn't know who the most handsome person was, so.
Oh.
He
Also
didn't
didn't know.
I'm not sure if he didn't have an
the
opinion
favorite
or what.
animal of Ervine, but.
He did. He said bat, which is really close to giraffe.
Oh yeah, it's true. That was very true. Okay, no, but more importantly, I like. So this is kind of. Dire's draft is very classic in terms of if their second pick, they pick that flex core, be it Razor, be it Ember, maybe even Troll, depending on if you can go mid or carry some games. Like, they've had a very standard drafting style. They use it this game to get that TA. They now have a timing of early BKB on Ember, Blink Deso on TA. They can't just run at them. The issue is they are on a timer where if Wraith King, OD, Axe all get to that kind of beautiful phase of BKB plus their active item, I think Dire are gonna have a lot of issues really pumping out the damage. So I think this is Radiant's game to lose. If they really muck up their laning phase, it'll be really difficult. But if they can go even, I think it's theirs to take.
Okay, I think I don't really know for this game. It's I think it's really even. It depends a lot on plays. I think we know Overlom can perform on this axe. And I think that's what I'm going to put my faith behind, Overlom Zap. So I'm saying we're going for a 2-2, baby.
Oof. Okay. It's bold. It's bold.
Yeah, I'm committing.
My fear is you can put your chips into the Overlom Max, but if he hits the call, then if there's no OD ultimate, then you've got no damage behind it. So my fear is just simply that. And because of that, I'm going to go with Dire, because I think they might be able to have just a strong enough laning phase to play off this TA and end the game. But Radiant as well. This late game's so scary,
and it's all going to start with the middle lane, and we'll see how this OD does into this TA. As I said, not a horrible matchup for the OD by any stretch, and I'd even say pretty even, to be honest.
Yeah, it depends on the. Oh, there you go. Oh, so obnoxious. Oh, there we go.
That's a great one. Yeah, a deny and a CS from it.
Well, the fact that the OD's got 3 denies straight up for the bat is kind of crippling for TA. TA is meant to at least have even time, but getting out denied on just the basic right clicks right now. But in terms of the matchup, it should be pretty even. I think if anything, TA will accelerate her farm, because when the lane gets away from just mid and you go to jungle, then tier will always farm quicker. So.
Yeah, of course, that's where the difference comes in. Didn't used to be the case, but unfortunately OD received a series of nerfs, which means he's now...
Oh, Anuraj in the bot lane. Oh, buddy.
Oh,
Turning it.
low.
Oh.
It's going to be the Willow that goes down. Anuraj lives, and the Willow dies. Anuraj, God. Give him someone to play with, and he will play.
Yeah. It just took him 2 games to learn that, but yeah, great job.
It's team, not him. He's always been.
Oh, he's always one of the support.
We don't mention the gyro game, but yeah, he's always been there. Another stun, another knockback. Cammy, you're a little bit too far forward here, my friend. And the right clicks from Sylar should be enough to bring it down. The roots! Is it enough? Is it enough? It is, because there's a salve coming out from Cammy now. He's looking to maybe turn around, but he doesn't have any spells to throw it out, so Sylar can make it into the tower. But goodness gracious.
Meanwhile, Ervine in the top lane. He's trying to play around with the X and the clock, but gets killed off.
Yeah, he's dead on the tower. Too much damage coming out from the 2 of these. T, good job on the observing, T.
Thanks, man. I got you.
Doing my work for me.
I had a sip of sparkling water, and now I've got all that energy in the world.
No, you and your sparkling waters. Oh, I hyped you up too much, but I'll take the fall here. I'll take the fall.
I was sipping the water. I need energy
I was believing in you. I was just leaving. I thought you had the wheel.
Oh,
you had the wheel.
God, I thought you had the wheel. I gave it back to you.
Moral of the story, never trust your friends.
Don't drive with 2 people on the steering wheel.
Also true.
Ervine, though, trying to go for the same play in top lane.
Up top, yeah, that's done dead. Lich and Overlord. He's going out the same way as well. I think Mini TV trying to go for the double here, and Finkish is kind of like, nah, I'm good.
Oh no, this is the saddest part to be a carry. Look, he goes for the range creep.
He's like, look, what do I go for? Go for the clockwork instead. Can't kill him. Go for the creep. Does get the creep. I think Finkish will be making his way out of this one, though, as Mini TV's like, well, I'll go for the pull.
Dude,
no.
you have a creep wave, Mini TV. Go for the creep wave.
Misses one. Ooh, he should get this one at the very least.
Oh, there we go.
Ooh, yeah, he's got it. He's got the DMGs. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, stun is throwing the way off no matter what, but Willow, not really worried. She's chilling. And at mid, we have ourselves a pretty even lane still.
Wait, has Overlord fed? He just fed! Overlord's just fed!
What? Are you at least going to get the kill, right? No, he's fine. Ember's healthy enough. Flame Guard, yeah.
Kingfish looking for it, but not at all. Lich trying to get as close as he can to the Ember, as if proximity of headdress increases regen. It doesn't. Maybe in 7.27.
Yeah, he's got no salve to even cancel, so I don't know what Finkish is really doing here. He's looking for the courier.
Oh, does he get it?
And yes, he does. And the Ember did get his one finished off at the very least. He might try his life for this one.
Oh, don't like that courier usage from Mini TV, especially in such an aggressive lane.
He's got no mana now.
Yeah, he's got nothing. But he's got mana in 2 seconds. 1 second.
Oh, slide fist. 1, 0.
Okay,
Gets it with a slide. Yeah. It does enough. Does enough. That's how I used to try to remember how to spell enough when I was a kid. I used to say Enoug.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
That's how I remembered it. So if you're an adult which struggles to spell Enoug, then go back to school, you idiot. Don't rely on Dotacasters to tell you how to spell. Go back to school.
The word that always got me was beautiful. That was such a hard one. And then you know I can't remember what movie it was. It was like B-E-A-U.
No. Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Don't remember which one, but yeah, B-E-A Beautiful. Yeah, I did that one as well.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, and we're talking to Brits here, so they're gonna get these references. Well, kind of.
Banging. All right, so what's your favorite? Tesco's, Sainsbury's.
That's a real tricky one.
We're a little on Aldi vibes. What we vibing here, lads? I want to know exactly what store you go to.
When I was at uni, I was an Aldi man through and through. But as I've started to earn a little bit more money in my life, I've kind of switched over towards. All
right, calm
I'm
down,
not on student loan anymore. It's not really a flex.
All right, sorry, as you were saying.
I'm kind of balanced it between Sainsbury's and Tesco. When I have an expensive week, we go Sainsbury's. When we have a cheap week, we go to Tesco. But I mean, Tesco's not even that much cheaper than Sainsbury's though most of the time. But it's all right.
Fair enough. But you know, also Overlord, they're getting tickled again in top lane, trying to do the same play. But Mini TV with the 1-1-3 build, a really solid build to put that pressure onto the Axe, and especially with the Lich. Now the Lich isn't just dying in the lane. You pair the shield and the shit damage he has, very strong. Get out the way.
Catapult just completely ruined Mini TV's CS there, but...
yeah, I think for me it's a... like from where my house is, it's like equidistant to Sainsbury's and Tesco, so it's like depending on.
Oh, you really have to decide then.
Yeah, I do, and I think I swing more towards the Sainsbury's for now, but you know, currently
Respect that.
in Ukraine I don't have any of these options.
Yep. Meanwhile, Ervine is going to go down. Overlom gets a kill onto the Lich. MiniTV unable to get revenge for that one. Yeah, I don't mind like an Aldi shop every now and again for like the basics and stuff though.
That's true.
It can be a bit hit and miss for some of the products, but you know, if you're just looking for like the basics, then you know, stock up on rice, stock up on canned stuff. It's great. It's
Go
really
to town
good.
on it, mate. All right.
Yeah, absolutely. I like Lidl for the bakery, but
Oh, I do love a good bakery, mate. You just can't go wrong with a bakery. I just like it's hard to actually I guess it's quite easy to ruin a bakery.
It's quite specialist, but Lidl have a good ass bakery. And then you got Waitrose and M&S, which is like, you know, birthdays, holidays. Maybe we might jump
Those
over there.
true special events.
Oh, top lane Kingfish
Mini-
is gonna
nice.
go down. MiniTV finds another hitting that level 6, and despite the rotation in, they just find themselves a kill and get out. That's so good for the Dire.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern
so
I have
good.
here is if you look at the last hits right now, Mars on 47, 14 denies compared to the 27 on Wraith King. Wraith King now opting to go to the jungle, so his CS is also inflated by the fact he's been farming up the small camp as well. Pretty much
for his
getting
net worth, and we
worked
see
in the
how
bot
far
lane.
behind he really is. He is a naughty hero right now, and he's going for
Yeah.
the double gloves, which does make sense. He's got 2 hands, therefore get 2 gloves.
Exactly.
But only
keep
has
him warm.
1 boot.
Top lane, they're trying to go on Overlom again,
The
but they
hell was
do.
that spear? What in God's name was that? They're Norwich going for the TP out though. Is he going to make this in time? No! He didn't time it right. He gets stunned by the Willow. And Norwich trying to run it in circles with this arena coming down. It looks like Norwich, he's still walking them in circles right now, but surely he's dead. Surely he's dead.
He's gone,
Surely. They got him. He won on
There
top
we go.
ATV, running himself away. They do finally kill off. Wow. I spent all that time watching that kill. Tried to take a quick look up the top, and that's the moment he dies. But
So
whatever.
basically, how Overlom died on the top lane was simply MiniTV dove him under tower, used double remnant, and with that 4 points in flame guard, just kind of tickled him down. The axe doesn't actually have. He has a hood, just been purchased, so it might change how aggressive MiniTV can be, but he has already died 4 times in this lane.
Well work. You're right here. Oh, actually, it's MiniTV who is in some trouble here. As Skylar makes his way over, and they've got the dunk to bring him down. MiniTV is dead, and they look over towards Evian as well. Overlom fears no towers, fears no Lich, fears nothing. Lich actually has a bottle and is healing himself
Ember's-
up.
it's
Turns
Ember's
around,
bottle,
though, he's gonna
yeah.
drop. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Do not fear, pal. We're not seeing a Lich bottle just appear in the NSC Grand Finals.
Some galaxy brain stuff.
What did you monster? Wait, what? What's this clip thing you just did?
Well, you could actually type !monster play at any point in the chat to immediately get a clip generated for you,
Yeah.
and then you can watch back your favorite moments of the NSC
So what did
Spring
you clip?
Grand Finals. I don't know. I just wanted to do it. Someone told me I
Alright.
could do it, so I did it.
I'm gonna watch the.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Okay.
I'm sure it was a very exciting moment.
We're just making lots of grunting sounds, mate. That's all it was. Kind of hot.
Okay.
Oh, MiniTV though.
Future. Uh-oh. The call is
Come on,
out.
buddy.
He does have a remnant this time. Finkish trying to stay on top of him here, but he does throw down those cogs and blast him back, running him out of mana a little bit. No matter what comes in from the side, they might actually want to make this into a fight. Arena comes down, but it catches nobody. That's not what we're looking for. And now in comes Melrose. The big hitter is here. Is he going to find a target? Looks over towards the creeps, interestingly, but Oka is dead. Down goes the Willow. Akami heading the same way as well, and this is the Radiant fight through and through. Warwick, they turn up. They dust their hands, they get themselves 2 kills, and they head straight back to their lanes.
Yeah, quite a scuffed rotation from the Mars. I guess the saving grace is simply you have this TA who is just farming away, getting towards her Blink Deso timing. But look at the net worth now. Axe is pretty much back on top,
yeah.
got the hood, he can now sit top. I think MiniTV, he's playing way too aggressive in this lane. He has to just be passive, let the fact that they've tri-lane. You got the 1-1-4 build or 1-2-4 build now. Just sit under your tower, push out the wave, make it annoying that Radiant have got 3 heroes here. That he's put himself in a vulnerable position so many times that his Axe has basically been given 3 kills. Just play off your remnant. They don't have enough stuns to lock you down. Oh, Anrad just farming away. Just
Based upon how this laning phases go, how do you think this affects your predictions for
I think
Warwick to Sorry, UCL to take this game.
I think it's like 60-40 for UCL to take this game, just because I see the TA timing being so strong that it simplifies Dire's game plan where they can't make many mistakes. But
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Depending on how they make these moves, I think they could easily just muck up and it just swings instantly to Radiant. Like, it's a 60-40 where if they make mistakes, it's like 100-0 for Radiant. Like, that's how much of a time I think Dire are on.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm still putting my faith in Overlom.
That's fair. You do that, man. It's a strong one to have faith in this university game.
Absolutely. And you know, Axe, definitely his hero. Looks like him, plays like him. I'm more than comfortable in this situation right now as they're diving really deep onto Veen here. Sylar caught out behind her. And actually, the hookshot comes through from Finkish. They're rotating in heroes though. Mini TV, he is over, but I'm sorry, Mini TV fan, might I add. Jillian. What was his name? Jillian. Was it Jillian?
Hold on, wait, I can't remember. Well, I can just hit the back here, right? Oh no, it changes the name in the previous games as well. No.
God damn it.
He's outdone us. He changed it to many X's in that game. It's whatever. Just the mid laner for UCL.
Sure.
He's going for the Blink Rush actually on the TA potentially. Yet both Deso and Blink in the quick by Blink first. Could be pretty interesting if he wants to go for the aggressive plays. Straight off the bat, OD going for the 4-stuff, knowing that he needs to fight early on, not wanting to delay the game too long with a greedier build, for example, maybe the Axe that we see sometimes traditionally on this hero.
Yeah, I think it's important that this TA goes for Blink first there, because it means she can still actually come to engagements.
Yeah.
You know, without the Blink, she can't do anything, because if she wants to come to a fight, she's going to walk in and get called by Axe or disrupted by the OD. Like, she doesn't actually get to Meld Strike anything, so...
Ooh. Will it though?
Yeah, there's the Ignis Fighters coming down right on top, and they will bring down Kingfish with relative ease, and then kill off the Ignis as well. It's going to be another 100 gold
this
going to
This is a really strong timing
Willow.
for Dire. Kotal just wasted ultimate. TA just got Blink Dagger. Using the present defensively.
Nice spear coming down. Actually doesn't catch out Sylar though, so this is going to be OD just backing out, none contested here. That is a shame.
A bad curse from the Willow, but doesn't really matter because they still have no Kotal ultimate, which is one of the primary ways in which Radiant take a fight right now. Axe has the Blink Dagger coming to the mid tier 2, so Overlom with the Blink Rival potentially can do a lot of work.
Oh,
look at that little call!
Alley-oop gets him. Overlom
could have been so good.
Uses the call onto the TA only, and she's still got the refraction up, and meanwhile the arena comes down just to separate the OD. OD being controlled up by Cammy in the backlines. Hookshot comes through, trying to save up the Axe, but Evine is already dead. Meanwhile, then comes the Amber trying to go and get him. Melrose will grab two of them. Oka, Cammy, Mini TV fan, all dead. And now they'll go over towards the Templar Assassin instead. And TA is also going to drop, and that is going to be a full team wipe from Warwick. That is what we want to see. My God. Messy start, but clean finish.
Yeah, Dire, they had to execute on their fights. Their initiation, like, they needed to lay it. Like, all they care about in these fights is OD. The only people that you should ever put spells on right now is OD, because OD ultimate will rip your team to pieces. And the fact that Axe gets a really underwhelming call off, like, literally calls off a TA by herself, that's it, alright, cool, that's fine. But then the rest of Dire, they go on different targets, don't even get the OD, and then it just turns around. So yeah, I think Dire just a little bit sloppy there, but Radiant turning around. Like, you have this OD. Whew. Such a good OD game.
Yeah, he wrecks him. He wrecks him honestly. Just like he nearly does Sanity's Eclipse, and it just changes everything. Like, it just the fight's over when he drops that Sanity's Eclipse. That's it.
There's a point in that start of the fight where I was like, oh, there's gonna be a 4-man call. Oh, and then it was like they all, as soon as it dispersed, I was like, oh, I want to just scream some names, you know, get into it.
Overlom.
It doesn't have the same ring to it, I won't lie.
No, it could grow on me. It could grow on me. Melrose just hanging in the middle lane, trying to get some pressure on this tower, utilizing that catapult, but they found a hookshot forward onto the Mars, blasting him back. Torn comes through as well. Have they got the fear to save his life? They certainly do.
Oh, this is the fight, this is the fight!
With the Chain Frost, look at the damage coming through. They're all being controlled up, and the TA trying to come down on the side, but does get controlled up by Naval Spiders a little bit, but it doesn't matter. The Chain Frost is doing so much work. 3 heroes dropped the buyback from the Coddle, but they're trying to go into the OD from backlines here, but there's an Ember coming in to cut off his route of escape, and they're going to be able to bring him down as well. He uses that jump to get himself out, but the moment he comes out of the astral prison, he is dead. And many TV, he's gonna get the +1. The die back on the Coddle. The game comes scorching back in the other direction. Now, I don't know whose game it is. Well, actually, I kind of do. I kind of do. This one belongs to the die. They're heading into the pit.
That was vile. That was
Chain Frost,
but,
baby.
The real question is, Radiant moving into that aggressive position, trying to take a hold on the dire side of the map, but they don't have OD ultimate up. Like, you only make moves with OD ult, and also you're in a choke point, you're jumping the Mars, you don't even get the Mars kill, and then, Mars, Lich, and Willow together. Wow, it's beautiful.
Yeah, just a nice little stew of heroes.
This is pretty scary
for UCL to chop up, but this Roshan is looking a little bit.
It's a little bit slow.
A little bit janky, this Roshan.
And OD has ultimate now. They have to finish it right now in the next like 4 seconds. Cancelling the Axe Blink though, that's critical.
He's so slow. Come on, OD. He's coming in. He's going for the Willow instead.
The Russian
Fish trying to make it happen, but no, 2 heroes inside. Surely they will take it. They will. The Aegis goes to MTV Fan. They kill off Oka on the sidelines, but I really have to criticize the OD here. Get in that pit. Stop chasing the Willow. Like the Willow without Terrorize, might I add. She was not going to do jack. Like, please.
Yeah.
But
she ain't doing nothing. That was
the same.
Like, my body was ready for like the biggest not upset, but like Die going for Roshan, then OD coming in, cleaning them out again, getting the Aegis, and Radiant being in a controlling position. But that was so close to being bad for Dire.
That was that was on the edge of disaster.
But okay, so Ember Spirit now has Vessel. Not a fan of the Vessel this game at all, personally. I think it's very much I'm playing an active Ember, think I need to buy Vessel type thing, where in reality he needs to go for a little bit more farming items to bridge his ability to maybe go mid-late game. So I think the Maelstrom BKB or like Phase Drum BKB would have been perfectly fine. And but yeah, okay, so Mars, if you look at him quickly, going for the Blink Dagger, that's perfectly fine. He's syncing up for his team. They are very much itemizing for we want to fight as 5 and try and wipe you and then go high ground with our Deso TA. If our TA dies in the fight, their ability to go high ground ends. So if Radiant can just identify or locate the TA in the fight and kill her, I think they shouldn't be too scared about any objective pressure due to the fact they have an Ember Mars as their side lane cores.
Yeah, the Ember Mars is definitely going to be kind of the space creators in these fights as well. I do agree with you that the Spirit Vessel, I don't think it actually helps the Ember do his job that well. It's the biggest thing. That's how I rate items. It's kind of basically like, does it allow the hero to do their job better? And I would say no. I'm kind of looking for some control. I'd like the Yules just to allow him to be more elusive, be a pain, disrupt things as much as possible. And then going on to the Wraith King here, he doesn't have the... Well, he's actually got the Radiance flying out to him right now, but it's not going to get here in time. And he's spamming the button. He really wants that Radiance to get to him. Another call comes in from Overlord onto 3 of them. Holding them still. The Chain Frost, though, inside the Mars ulti. Another Willow. Oh, no. The Radiance is on the side of the ultimate. They're going to lose their lives. Anurach, Overlord, they are both dead. The Clockwork limps himself away, but the losses have already been too big to mention. Holy that was painful. That
close one
was
there, mate. Close
painful.
one.
Don't worry, I'm not saying any naughty words today.
Oh. Maybe if it's a clean sweep and Warwick come back, then we might get some naughty words. But no, yeah, it's...
Sure, I'll drop a massive C-bomb at the end if they... No, I'm just
very colourful of you. No, but... What is it? Yeah, like the team fight's so nice on Dire, right? They hit them the arena.
Oh god. Oh god.
Melrose.
Melrose forcing himself into 4 heroes. This might be his death. Sire coming in trying to save the day with the English Spiders coming on down, but unfortunately MTV fans just going to tear him up. Melrose trying to fight up, but it's 1 man versus the... Well, okay. 1 man versus 4 now. The other heroes have got themselves into this one. The damage coming through onto Melrose. He's perceptibly tanky. They're trying to control him up. They're chasing him across the map, but Epi, they're going to lose the second one. Both supports are dead. He drops the ultimate. They're turning this one around. Melrose is going to get the the kill coming, and Mini TV both being brought down. Mini TV fan trying to get the TP up, but no, they find it with the cogs. Beautifully done. And there's going to be the TA added to the pile as well. The Aegis are also being burnt away. I think this is going to be 5 heroes all dead. Trying to get the blink, does do so successfully, but Overlom trying to stay on top, and he's got that call available, and this is going to be curtains for MTV fan. Down goes the Templar Assassin, and up goes the net worth.
I just need to commit on someone. They just need to commit.
Yeah,
like
they tried. They wanted the OD, but he was ping-ponging around all over the place like a ping-pong ball.
Like the diving on, but the thing is, the diving. That's how they work. They dive in the tower. The OD's like out of position, but then the TA blinks onto the Kotl, gets blinding lighted, so doesn't instantly kill the Kotl off. Then tries to go for the OD after that. Like the imprison, like they just need to very clearly go. Okay, this OD, go on him now. Like the OD wasted 4 staff at the start of that fight, right? He forced through a route and then imprisoned himself. So after that imprison, it should simply be clump and go. But then they got hit by the blinding light, or not the blind light, the Will-O-Wisp, and then after that didn't go on the same target. So a sloppy engagement from Dire, but a good use of their defensive spells from Kotl and OD, prolonging that fight just long enough that the Axe could come in and save the day.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Made it happen. And that's what we want to see. Overlom making the calls, the big ones. And such an even game. I mean, there's just some crazy ass plays going on. Some really close fights. Comes swinging one way, swinging back the other. But I think the Radiant are now in a really good position to close. Well, maybe not close this one out just yet, but definitely start to get themselves into a position where they can take the late game into their hands. That's what they've been looking for.
Yeah, well, we still haven't got to that period of time in which TA has the Deso Blink. Like, that is
true.
A very scary time, because Kotl, if Blinding Light doesn't connect on TA, will pop. You have the Imp Claw as well on the TA, so a lot of damage coming out from that first meld right click.
Yeah.
And like these fights, they haven't been that clean. Like Radiant, other than that mid engagement where there was the blink reveal on Axe, and which all of the heroes went on the Axe and ignored the OD, like other than that one engagement, Radiant haven't really made plays yet, and they've been reacting to Dire being wildly aggressive. So I'm looking forward to maybe Radiant smoking up and going for a play, or continuing to play defensive and just punishing the fact that Dire are being a little bit sloppy with their engagements. But you see here,
that team fight at bottom just now was very nice. I mean, not like necessarily a big play as such, but
it was still a return fight though, you know, like it wasn't them choosing to fight, right?
It wasn't them making it happen.
Exactly.
I don't think they want to make much happen into this TA Blink Desolator, which he now has finished up. They're waiting for their BKB on OD. That is a big timing they're looking for. And of course the Wraith King as well.
If the smoke don't work, just skip the wave.
What is he going for here actually?
Do they have Sentry? You like, come on, Lich, you have to deal with this cliff.
Why is there a casual Sanj on Wraith King? Has he not turned? He's got the, he has got the Talisman of Evasion queued up, but it's after the AC.
Yeah. Just casual, mate.
All right, I'm sure he's going for the Halberd though.
I hope so. Halberd's really good this game.
Against TA, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So Ember pushing out top lane, has the Spirit bottom in a very aggressive position. Radiant actually opted to smoke up. This could be really dangerous for Radiant if Dire actually want to fight here. If they group up correctly. Okay, they're just leaving. That's fine.
See ya.
I was expecting this could, like, they have the outpost as well to utilize buybacks. They had the Ember Spirit presence from the Spirit. Like, this could have been really good. Oh no, Willow, buddy, you're gonna get caught and die. Oh, nice.
Bye-bye. No, unfortunately.
That was a nice round. Like, to be fair, he did press round pretty quickly. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but
doesn't matter just because of the Axe.
Oh,
and Kingfish has got Camille split off from everybody else. He could be in some trouble, and Blaze could be some trouble. I mean, he's absolutely goddamn roasted. See you later. It's a double for Overlom with those calling blades coming on down. Coming up hero after hero. Some nice
this is the
sushi.
The difference between the two teams, like Dire just made a smoke, didn't make anything happen. Just they walk away. They don't like leave like smartly. Whilst Radiant on the other hand, their smoke was very like, okay, they tried smoking into us, run it right now, go, and they just found pick off after pick off because Dire were a little bit too confident on their own side of the map.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But you know, they're just pushing in the side lanes really hard right now. Mini TV pushing in one, Mini TV's fan pushing in another.
Who's pushing it better?
So annoying.
Mini or the fan? I think the fan.
Definitely the fan.
Yeah, definitely the fan. Oh, does he have? He has a Spirit out right now, and
there he goes. Gets kind of far away. Let's hope the OD is not on. If OD was on the case, if he's he would have used the Hurricane Pike. Weird. Okay.
We'll literally ward this ward that it just jumped. There we go. Nice.
That's good. Yeah, realizing where they were and just knowing that he needs to get that vision out of there. That makes the rotation much less. So, I mean, I like this. They've done everything they can to make that push and those few moments of aggression and you know, placement on the map less effective from
Take it.
Warwick.
There we go. Yeah, I was waiting. I was like teasing you there. I was like,
you shouldn't see my mouth. It was like, what? No. What? I mean, they're both W's, so.
just from Team W.
Yeah, Team W, the dubs.
Oh, we got the
Team
quiver
W,
again on the TA.
dubs.
Get the quiver.
Yeah,
I want
she
to see
won
that
it again?
big right click. Yeah, there it is. Grouping up again, going for it.
Against the
Oh,
spike
what
like
a
Mars,
flare!
right?
What a flare!
Beautiful.
Oh, that was nutty.
Beautiful.
Moving to again. It's so hard to see the smoke. Like they missed the smoke. That's unfortunate.
What do you mean?
The TA
Who
went to a
missed it?
smoke and then they misclicked it, so TA wasn't inside smoke.
It's fine. She's just gonna hang out
But
in mid.
the TA should show here again. Like it's every smoke Dire is doing now. It's so obvious. So.
Yeah, it's
But
super.
Radiant smoke up as well. Oh, actually.
they're
are
gonna
they
try and go
aware?
onto the TA. TA needs to get out. She could be in some trouble. The taunt comes in. The hook shot onto his own teammate, and they save the Templar Assassin in time. In comes the Mars. And they got the damage. No, the full stop away. The TA is gonna live. She gets out, but meanwhile, the frontline Silent will not be so lucky. He is gonna be the first casualty Overlom. Looks like he's gonna be the second, but no save comes in from Melrose in time, and they'll kill off the Dark Willow. Blink from Overlom, jumping forwards, nearly catching the Mars, but not quite. Meanwhile, Evie getting himself away, but not gonna happen. Melrose has the damage, has the orbs to bring him down. So it is gonna be a 2-for-1 trade. TA just about sneaking out the sidelines of that fight, but that was a BKB reveal, the big 10-seconder from the OD.
Yeah, Dire again to the point where their draft is falling off a cliff. Ember is not doing any damage. He doesn't have BKB. And the TA also doesn't have BKB, so cannot stand in the fight. This big defensive spell of the Will-O-Wisp, the save of the OD in prison, like it's so easy for them to prolong the fights. You have Axe with his big initiate, the pipe, you got Wraith King with his ultimate, like there's so much stuff you have to get through with a Ember TA core that it's just so hard in these fights. And the OD didn't even have to use ultimate there, just Dire cores instantly running away after the engagement.
Pretty much. And now the attack onto the high ground. Overlom trying to drag the Mars out of position. He is pushed pretty far forward here, but I don't think he's that bothered. We'll miss onto Anuraj. Is Anuraj? He's just right-clicking buildings.
Just slap.
Dire's middle barracks.
His evasion is through the roof right now with this Radiance and this Heaven's Halberd. Annoying ass hero, but they're going to go in with the wall, but they won't actually catch Sylar inside of it. Now the sidelines, oh my god, they just lose their Embo immediately. He does not have buyback either. The NTV fan trying to fight up in the front lines has that BKB as a fear. It's going to miss onto everybody somehow. And now a stun landing forward onto the Dark Willow. She gets taken out of the equation. And this might just be it. This might just be the end. They're just going under the tier 4s. They will take down the Templar Assassin. And now what? Where are the creeps? They're coming in quick. Are they going to go for the win, or are they going to go for
the win right now? Just go for the win.
Everyone's dead.
You can end the game right now.
They have the damage.
Go, end the game, ping it. End the game. Do not leave. Do not leave. End the game. End the game, please.
Like,
yes.
well, I guess
yes.
they don't have anything else to push.
Go.
They
nice.
are starting the ball rolling.
Click. Yes, let's go, Warwick.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What is the response here? Two heroes going to be up for this one, the Mars and the Lich. The Lich is called out immediately. Overlom finds the jump, finds the hook shot. They might just turn him straight back into the grave. The spear going to throw Overlom into the fountain, but doesn't really catch him either. And now the Ancient is exposed. They need to come in with a defense. The Ember making its way forward. The Mars as well has the arena in 2 seconds.
Just
they have to find a way to
Ancient.
fight this one. They need to come in on this, but there's the Ignis coming down on top of them as well. But they get the Ember again. They catch him out.
There
They
it
bring him
is.
down, and there's
GG.
your G to the G. This will be Warwick taking game number 4
damn.
and evening things out. We're going all the way to game number 5. Warwick Ducks taking this one. Wow. Their momentum, their aggression suddenly just turns on a dime. A really, really close game, but the moment they see the opportunity to take the victory, they do it. They go for the jugular, and that is the kind of decision, you know, they took the racks first. We'll forgive them for that, but they get in there at the end, and they get the big one.
Yeah, honestly, the way that they changed up their playstyle, I love Just love the fact that they've got this Wraith King. I think Wraith King is actually the key component in these victories. The fact that you've got such a simplified laning phase for Warwick, and then not only that, you have Overlord playing on this axe. So in this game especially, you've got this axe, so many good calls coming out onto the pick off onto the TA, on the Mars. I think if anything, and of course you have the OD, which is like the perfect OD game. When you're able to ultimate the enemy carry and just blow him up at any point in the game, it's just wonderful, even to TA as well. So that, and UCL, they tried playing aggressive. I think the Ember went for the wrong itemization, and also they went time after time, they went for really big fights when they just were maybe 1,000 gold away from their key item, and then at that point they just get team wiped. So I think UCL, they could have maybe taken this game if they were a little bit more patient with their aggression, but that continued aggression just got absolutely dismantled by Warwick with the plays of Axe, just overall. Actually, it's hard to put any one hero as a standout because Cole had really good ultimates, Odie had a solid game, Axe had good calls, Anuraj needs a Wraith King, and then Clockwork just bounced around the fight. So yeah, I think Warwick overall just really improving after the first 2 games, just coming back and making sure that it wasn't just a simple 3-0 that we were kind of scared it would be.
Yeah, no, it was looking like it was going to be that way, but a huge comeback from Warwick Ducks here in this series, looking for the reverse 3-2 sweep. Could it happen? I mean, after this performance, I wouldn't be surprised. The thing is, this was a complicated draft, right? It wasn't straightforward. They needed certain things to fall into place, and they needed to play it in a certain way. And I do think UCL kind of contributed a little bit to that.
Heavily.
You know, they still managed to make this draft work, and now this has got to be really scary for UCL coming into this final game now. You know, they were 2-0 ahead, and now it's 2-2. Your nerves have to be going like crazy right now. They need to play a solid game. They need to get a solid draft, which they can work around. I don't think the draft was a problem this game. I think maybe item builds played a small component, but for certain, I want to see something different coming out from UCL in this last game. Back to the aggression, I think.
Yeah, I think it's their ability to post-laning phase, go aggressive is their key component why they won the first 2 games. Didn't really happen in that last game. And also, I think maybe Wraith King could be the component Warwick needs to win. And if you're on a different core than Wraith King, because it's such an easy laning phase, you crit, you stun, you have fun, you live. Like, just ban it out maybe, and then you put Warwick in a difficult position again. So yeah, I think game 5 probably gonna see Wraith King banned.
Alrighty, well, thanks for joining us for this adventure. We're having a lot of fun here after game number 4. We've got one final game coming up for you guys. Game number 5 and the deciding match of the NSE Spring Finals is coming up just after this short break. We'll see you in a sec.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello and welcome back to the NSE British University Esports Championship Finals. We are here with the spring season and we are now down to one final game to find out who's going to take it. Is it going to be the boys from Warwick or is it going to be from the Londoners, UCL? T, tell us. Come on, let's hear it.
I kind of said that UCL would win the fourth game because I thought they would be a bit more like understanding of how Warwick's winning their games, but I'm still kind of in that corner where I think that they should know why Warwick is now coming back into the series. So I'd like to think that they can learn like Warwick did to take it to the game 5, you know, like Warwick had to learn from the first 2 losses and now UCL have to learn from the 2 losses they just experienced. So I think from just in terms of comfort, Warwick might get comfortable in their playstyle and then get hit by surprise. So I still think UCL should be able to take this. It just took a lot longer due to Warwick's ability to come back into the series.
Do you think they've drifted away from the style they started the series with, though, UCL?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were about to say Warwick, and I was going to say heavily yes, because Warwick were like horrendously bad at the start of the series. But okay, no, but UCL, yeah, I think they have, because I think the main thing is maybe the style's kind of the same in their draft, because they're always having the flex pick, right? They got the Razor or the Ember or some troll that they can flex between 2 lanes, and they're utilizing second pick. And the main thing is Warwick adapted quickly, and they've now got like the Necro v troll lane. They had the Axe versus Ember. Like they've got Overlom in matchups which are good, and the fact that they're now laning with Anaraj. So it's like a combination of many things that Warwick are doing that make UCL look like they're changing a lot, but they're not. They're just kind of not adapting as the series is going on. They're being very stagnant, so to speak. I think. Okay.
I think that's there's a degree of truth in that. However, I don't know. I think UCL started with like a very meta-focused draft, and the last few ones have been a little bit. I don't want to say off the wall because it hasn't been, but they definitely haven't been getting their Grimstrokes, their Clockworks, those kinds of heroes anymore since that earlier game. And I don't know. I guess it's still been sticking to the meta. They definitely haven't been unmeta, but yeah.
I still think it's very meta-driven. Where, like, so the lineups have included like Mars Willow. You've had a Phoenix. Was it Phoenix Mars as well in one game. It doesn't want to load, but yeah, like they've had a lot of none of the games that it said Mars, Willow Lich, yeah, like they've had a lot of meta lineups. It's just the execution is different because the way that Mini TV was playing carry in the first 2 games, he wasn't touched. He was AFK farming, and his team pretty much won him the game. And then he'd join the fights much later on, right? In these games, Warwick have taken the aggression to him, and then it's like, oh wait, what? We need to actually enable our carry somehow. We've not had to do that yet. So Warwick's change of playstyle of where they're focusing the aggression and the laning matchups has ensured that UCL kind of being a bit dismantled, I think, for now. But if they can just, I think if they just try lane Mini, get him the first 5-6 minutes, and then come back into the game with the rest of it, like a good mid lane matchup, then a good spot. Because again, surprise, surprise, Warwick is Radiant and UCL is Dire. UCL is second pick and Warwick is first pick. The entire series has been this. So there is no change in the draft and how the draft is going to appear. It's just these first bans indicate what type of game they want to play. And I think UCL, they banned out the Necro, they banned out Visage, potentially
Clockwork as well.
Clockwork.
I like that.
Yeah, well, Warwick have been first picking it
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, and they don't get it this time. They're like, hey, you know what? If we don't have first pick, we're not letting this Clockwork get through. So yeah, this is smart. I like this. I think Clockwork had a 100% win rate in this series. But he lost in the second game.
I think it's like 3 for 4, right?
Yes, correct. Because he lost in the second game, but won all the others. So
There's the Visage ban. No surprise there. What's left? What's
Visage,
the
of course, has had a
final
100% win rate in this series.
ban? 1 for 1. Very cool.
Yep. This is Timbersaw and Nyx and Beastmaster. Where's our bounty on our alchemists? I was told these heroes were going to be OP.
Who told you that?
I don't know. Everyone was just saying it on Reddit and stuff.
Yeah, but okay. Just because a gold change comes into the meta doesn't mean bounty and alchemist suddenly become like hot stuff.
Gorg was playing it on stream all night yesterday as well. So
wow.
Yeah, that's
so
pretty
Reddit
much...
and Gorg are your 2 contributing
Yeah, those are my
factors.
sources. Very reliable.
Do you want to say that again and think about it real quick?
No, I'm good. I know there's one big capper.
No, but okay, so DP ban from UCL, that's important. I think if DP slipped through, I think that would simplify the game for these 2 teams way too easily. You play offlane or mid. It's such a strong hero. But now Warwick have to decide, what are they opening with now? Are they Nyx is banned, Clock's banned? I hope they don't go to some first pick Lina that they did in the first game. I think that would completely reset the improvements that they've made across this series. Trying to think of maybe the 4s that you can pick here. It's kind of hard because Nyx and Clock are the most default. What are they going for? Oh, they just go for a Chen. Okay, we got a Chen team. Didn't know we had any Chen players in this series, but we got a Chen.
Fair enough, I guess.
Yeah.
It has been banned a lot, so clearly somebody has been playing it.
Sure.
My guess would be Sylar.
Yeah, I would assume so too. So they go Coddle. If they go Coddle TB here, that's just Chad. Oh. Alright.
Ooh, Cottle Bristle. That old combination, eh?
I really hate Bristleback as a hero. I think it's so underwhelming. If it gets a good lane and gets to run around the map, sure, but it still falls flat to high ground. It's so easily countered by a position forward Vessel or any defusal buyer, and obviously this entire patch is still delicately touching on the fact that defusal is a very strong item to have. Mana burn is still dumb. Just not a fan of Bristle. You also show that you don't have hard lockdown on your 5, so you're opening yourself up for like an Ember Spirit type game. Ember Spirit likes buying Vessel. I'd like to see Warwick pick Ember Spirit right now. You pair that with a GP of Chen. It's a very strong draft from Warwick if they do this right now with Ember. Go Ember, Warwick, please.
On the other hand,
Void Spirit's also fine.
they go Phoenix.
Whoa, okay. They reveal their support duo right now. Okay.
I don't like the support duo at all, actually.
No, I don't either. They are setting themselves up for a Mars. Technically, if Warwick pick Mars, it's fine. Perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But UCL should be smart enough to ban out the Mars.
Ban a pick available for them. I don't think I'll pick it with Brittle, but yeah. I don't know, man. Like, this support duo just doesn't do much. Like, they don't synergize together that well. Like, yeah, your team fights look alright with Hand of God and Egg, but you don't have any stun, you don't have any catch, you don't have, like, you can have centaurs, fine, but you can't, like, catch someone out with that. Like, the catch is what I don't. I always like to see a little bit of catch.
Key thing is though that the lane is strong. Chen in lane is strong if correct, and Phoenix in lane is strong with the right hero. So they're going to have potentially 2 very strong side lanes that they can then move into some aggression. The issue is with a Bristleback, I think Bristle Cuddle lane together should be perfectly fine against one of these laning setups. So it's already kind of a question, but yeah, I'm not a fan of the Phoenix pick here. I'd have preferred to see an active core pick and then pick up a really key 4 that can maybe counter someone later on. But I think Warwick deciding that they need to have good cores in this game to be able to play out this game. I guess the other thing for UCL is with the Cuddle Bristle, they realized that in the last 2 games they're kind of stagnant in the post laning phase. Their aggression, they want to be easily able to run at you. And with the Ember on Mini, it was kind of hard. So there's the Wraith King ban. So now with Bristle, it simplifies that, where if Mini is playing this hero, all he has to do is run at them. He doesn't have to think about farm. Because the last 2 games, he was not given a good... He played poorly in lane, / had a bad matchup, which meant he was kind of a non-factor. So if he's on Bristle, it's hard to be a non-factor when you just spam the W key, right? So yeah, I think maybe UCL setting up for a strong mid-lane win condition that puts less pressure on Mini having to find farm.
Okay, I can understand that. He has had some rough past 2 games. I mean, that troll game, ugh, I'm getting PTSD just thinking about it.
Yeah, the Diffusal Blade that just never came until like Rax fell.
Yeah, but with the Spirit Vessels didn't really get much done either, so... Trying to think, what could we see from him which could allow him to play the game at a high pace?
I think you just pick up your 4
6 sounds nice, but I mean, not versus Bristol, I guess, but...
No. Well, it's fine for the pick-off, but I don't mind Ana Ridge on Ursa. That sounds kind of fun. If you go like Ursa Ember, Ember goes Vessel, Ursa just goes like Phase Drum Basher, you could roll over them very easily. The issue then is you can't really go high ground. I think for UCL though, just pick up a Stunny Boy 4. You can even go for, I think, like a casual Wyvern could be fine. Just for the curse, to delay the game a bit, but you kind of also want to go aggressive, so... Shaker. Cool.
Oh,
There's a Stunny Boy. Yeah, I guess that's a stun. Yeah, he's fine.
Oh, I love Connell Shaker. I think it's a great support duo. I'm happy with it. I think you got a ton of team fight with it.
Yeah, you do.
You got
for sure.
stuns and the rotation potential from the Earthshaker and then the sustain of the Cottle. It's good stuff. That's what I like to see.
Again, my fear is simply they need to still pick a way to end the game. Like, sure, they don't, like, 4 will never be able to end the game, that's fine. Shaker's good. It's just, Shaker doesn't really have a lot of laning presence. He's kind of the mid that just kind of, the 4 that exists. He secures your waves by fissuring the first wave. He then maybe moves mid, gets that fissure block, gets a mid kill. And after that, he just kind of exists within the game early on. So Warrior go for the Razor. So I like the Razor pick here because it's kind of like a mini flex where you still have to pick one more hero, not knowing where the Razor's going, and then they can decide if it's mid or carry right now. But UCL, I think they're in a really good position to pick up Quap here, if they want to, for example, and then just force the Razor to a carry roll. And then UCL just own the game at this point, because you pick up Quap, put it mid, your Bristleback can be off in or carry, doesn't matter where it lanes really. And you're forcing the Razor to be a carry hero, which I think puts Warwick in a very defensive position, or a bad position, because Razor carry isn't that good against this massive aggressive Bristleback running at you.
Yeah, he's scary. He is going to be scary, but Razor does do something to, you know, just a little snack roll to force him back, control him out a bit.
Bristle just spams Quill against the Bristle v Razor. It's like Bristle just quills and Razor's like, I took your damage, but still get quilled to oblivion.
Way more in response.
Okay, so
I don't like this Razor pick at all, actually, because not good against Bristle, and then the Coddle's also just going to blast him away all the time. Yeah. Great, now the Razor really feels crappy. It's like, well, I don't have a game.
So now they have to go, okay, so where's our Razor going? Because if the Chen finds a Purge creep, it's going to be very hard for UCL to play Dota 2, because Darkseid will not get a game against a Chen Purge creep. So I think you still have to make sure they block some of these early camps to get rid of that mechanic, so Darkseid can just freely shut up the waves.
Am I the only one who always thinks every time someone says purge creep, but just imagine you're farming in the jungle and you come into a new creep camp and there's this guy and then you're about to farm and he goes, yeah, Lord, this is purge.
Just his face just stuck on the centaur body. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
like, yeah. It could be a nice addition if the game was to open up some more skins, because like the
Just giving you hints as you kill him.
Dire team back.
did you know? It's like, oh god. Okay, back with the Overlord Axe.
You'd be able to kill me 30% faster if you had a Battle Fury. Thanks, Purge Creep. Goodbye now.
See ya. So they opt to go for the Axe over the Mars for the Phoenix combo, which I think, sure. It's nice. Axe against Bristleback's quite nice. You can force Bristleback to look the right direction to kill him. Again, the issue simply is you don't really have a lot of burst damage coming out with the Axe combo, so you're very reliant on team fight, and also this time you still actually have a hero that can buy auras and has surge, so if you don't kill the person in cool, you're gonna have them surged away. You've got the reinitiate from the Earthshaker, and also the aura, again, like I said, the auras from Darkseer.
Radiant team back.
We need to find an explosive hero, I think, in their last pick.
Yep. Someone to just play around.
I still
That's
like
what
Ember.
that's what we know they prefer.
I still really like
Yeah.
Ember, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Because then you can flex the Razor and Ember between mid and carry. You're not showing anything. You still have to pick, expecting one to be in another lane. The heroes that counter Ember are normally countered by Razor, so you have that kind of nice natural pairing. And you have the ability to buy Vessel and Ember to deal with the Bristle. You got the Blink Blade Mail and Axe to deal with the potential carry of UCL. And the Razor just naturally can just exist within the game. He can buy Yules to deal with the Surge on Darkseer. Like, I think their draft looks pretty clean if they do that. Just the main issue is they do lack a lot of stuns, because their stun is literally at cool, Chen with any creeps, and whatever they last pick. Compared to UCL, where they have a lot of
Yeah,
stuff.
Monkey King Band, this isn't Ember. 100% Ember. There's no way
Yeah,
it's
there you go.
absolutely easy.
Wow.
Wow.
But that does mean that the Razor is 100% most likely carry, because they wouldn't ban Monkey and pick Ember if they didn't want the Ember to be mid. So,
I guess.
because why would you wouldn't ban Monkey if you're putting Razor mid with Ember carry?
10
Be
seconds
pointless.
remaining.
Like, the option's still there to mix it up. If they pick like an OD or something, then they can still change it if they want to.
Yeah. And there's the Queen. So,
Choose your hero.
Quappity doodle.
Corp actually dismantles both these heroes. That's why I don't like
Yeah.
them. That's why I really don't like the Monkey ban. Because, like, you already know, if you're banning Monkey, you're telling them, you already know that the Ember's mid. And Ember and Razor both get shafted by a Quap. Just ban out the Quap. If they pick Monkey, put Razor mid, Ember carry, the game's back to normal. Ember actually is probably better in the safe lane here, because he can max his Flame Guard, push out the wave, or starts his skipping. And Ember does better at zoning out the Darkseer if he wants to go to the creep wave, because he can get the level 4, level 3 point in chains to deal with the Darkseer. So I actually think that Warwick really wasted their last ban, and UCL got a really strong pick and completed their draft. But a lot of pressure on this mid lane to go. No pressure, sorry. The Corp will have a good lane, and if she converts that to a lot of space, I think it could make this game very, very snowbally for UCL.
Yeah. Alright, call it. T-Gav, what's it going to be?
I think the Corp's going to have a completely free game, and I think it will be a dire victory.
Yeah, I find it hard to disagree. I kind of feel like UTRs are.
As much as I think that
Observer.
Overlord Max will do
Oh,
well.
I'm the observer. Shit.
Oh, you're right there?
Yeah, I'm good, dude.
Alright, yeah, I think as much as the Overlord Max does a lot of work, I think it's going to be hard for it to truly carry his team, because at least one of his cores will have a bad game due to the Quap. And as much as I hate Bristle as a carry, I think it's going to be very hard to stop when paired with a Surge. I think the main saving grace is simply the fact that going high ground on Dire is near enough impossible. So Radiant might be able to prolong the game long enough with multiple high ground defenses that they could maybe turn it around. But I think that maybe if they control the map enough, you can mitigate that lack of high ground and just own the game due to having a much bigger net worth lead.
Yeah, I was about to come at the Dire saying they've got no objective taking, but then I
Gotcha.
look at the Radiant and I'm like, no one's got any objective taking.
Yeah, no, this is just going to be an all-out bloodbath. This could honestly go.
Yeah.
This game could last forever because no one hits buildings.
Yeah, this is going to last I mean, unless someone completely snowballs the other, but even then, like, how do you even? I guess you can plonk a Bristle on the high ground and hope for the best. We'll see.
Yep,
Or
we'll
Queen
see.
of Pain could go for a right-click build. Ember could go for right-click. It's some sort of push. You get Ags on race. They have options, and I hope they take advantage of these options, but they may not. Let's get into it. The final game here in this best of 5. We are all the way down to game number 5. It is 2-for-2. Warwick playing up versus University College London, and it is going to be a final game, which we're expecting to be an absolute bloodbath. A slight edge given to the Dire from both of us, but could go either way, and we know not to doubt Overlom Axe any more than this.
Exactly that. Oh, he's instantly going for the skip, actually. And look at Dire. They're going for the secure our mini TV some farm.
Yeah, they want to give him a game this time.
This is probably the most
we finally
pathetic...
meant to give Anuraj a game as well.
It's the most pathetic support duo that I've ever seen try and zone out an Axe. Cuttle Shaker level 1. I don't like the fact that Shaker actually is top, sorry. I like the idea of Shaker maybe coming in at minute 2-3 to punish the Axe if he's farming, but you just look at the way, just completely fobbing off your Darkseer is a bit of an issue, I believe.
Yeah, I always like to see teams kind of secure the Darkseer's level 3 first, so you just have that 2 points in Iron Shell, and just be a bit more of a hero, but...
The early level 2 because the supports weren't there, and now
Axe taking damage. 3 heroes surrounding him, blinding light, sending him back in again. They've got so many stacks of both Quills and Goo, and that's going to be a kill. And now look towards Finkish as well. This is Phoenix. He needs to get out, but how? He's got no spells. He's got no levels. He's got nothing except the sweet release of death to look forward to, and that shall come quickly. 2 heroes dead up in the top lane, and that is exactly the kind of start you want to the game for the Dire. UCL doing absolute work, tearing them a new one up in the top.
Yeah, as soon as Cuddle gets level 2, I don't think Axe will have a fun time. The best thing here is simply the fact that Axe does get a double wave coming into his tower right now, so he will get pretty much level 2.5 now from this this engagement, even though he died. And this is pretty much how Overlord plays offlane. He just dies, but he always dies in a position where his just creeps are running into him. It's more like just by chance rather than him like setting up the lane for it, but it just plays out.
Everyone just gets lucky every game he plays, and that's why he's so good. Meanwhile, there is a Fisher coming out in the middle lane, but it's actually the Queen of Pain who's dropping kind of low. She needs to back herself out. No matter what, trying to come in, and Melrose, he's out of options. He's going to drop under the Fairy Fire, keeping him alive, but he's still got that dagger in his back, and that's going to put an end to him. Yeah, no matter what, it's like chasing for it, like, please, give me that money.
But that is kind of the moving back to top lane here. You can see, Phoenix got the courier. No,
God, very rude. Poor Mini TV. They bully him, don't they? They're not very nice to Mini TV. But on the Bristle, it's a hero that can take a bit of bullying.
It can, but he was going for boots and a clarity, so very interesting item choice rather than a couple mangoes and maybe a stick would have been kind of cool. But,
no, boots and clarity.
Boots
and
clarity.
kill people.
Yeah, he does.
Get some mana, run at bitches, people.
And then as Axe, but look at Axe now, right? He died. The double wave came into him because as they
no
go
block
on him,
from no matter what.
Bristle with the keep the wave here. Yes, Overlom.
Yeah, he's trying to aggro it now onto the Phoenix. You need to click Phoenix. Oh no! No, doesn't have it.
Clean.
Yeah, there we go. Overlom grabs the creep waves across, and Finkish knows something about it. Meanwhile, Cammy at bottom, still trying to just survive in this bottom lane. 7-0 currently, though.
He should try and skip soon, but if the Chen finds the Purge Creep, it's currently not in his jungle. So Darkseer has I found the Purge Creep. Okay, so if the Chen is told there's a Purge Creep, he could make his way over there and just ruin Darkseer's life. If he goes to the camp just to the right of mid lane.
Yeah, there it is.
There's the sweet old soul.
Yeah. Raising his courage to that creep as well, but luckily won't be the case. This bottom lane is really boring. Let's have a look towards mid. Melrose getting super duper low once again here.
The regen rune.
Oh no, you've lost your lane rune. It's the new.
You're on 100. You're on 100 HP. Your Kuro's bringing out a bottle. Like, the Chen's brought the little hill creep and spamming a 15 heal on him. Oh, that is kind of cute, I guess.
Yeah, thanks, buddy, but he will die for his efforts.
He just daggered the creep because he was so angered by the fact that it was healing up.
Yeah, no you don't. I've seen Chen do some crazy things. I remember There's a Harpy Stormcraft, which is completely turned a lane once, which is being lost horrendously.
The damage, right? Was that the 100 damage or something? Was spamming it out, and it had so much mana, it didn't matter. Ugh.
Yeah, good times. And you just used to send it to mid and be like, yep, this lane's won now. Congrats.
Yeah. That skillful 1v1 matchup, no sirree.
Get out of here. You know, a bit of fighting for the runes, and, well, Earthshaker's going to be able to win it because he has that stun available to him. Taking the bounty rune away from the Phoenix. And looks like it's going to be a 3-for-1. Dire getting 3 bounties, and the Radiant just sitting with 1, which Kingfish has just picked himself up now.
Worthy tribute.
That's net worth. What we vibing? Alright. Right, oh, Bristle. Going on to Dax on top here.
Yeah, blast back onto Overlom as well, putting him in a bit of difficulty. And then comes a Fisher. Do they have the damage to finish him off? Chasing him under tower with the 4 stacks to go. I don't think Overlom's surviving this one. He tries popping the salve to keep himself alive a little bit longer, but mini TV, he's gonna have that quill spray available and will pop him like a balloon. Ervine, he's not even dying for this. I'm just constantly refreshing the mana on the Bristleback to keep on chasing these heroes down. It's just ridiculous. The ATB is getting low, but it doesn't make a difference. Oak is just going to secure that one with that nice little Fisher. And no matter what, and MeTV will find themselves yet
no, wait,
another kill.
Melrose can kill him. Oh, if Melrose had checked the mana on the Quap, could have killed him straight away there, but was not quick on the ball, but maybe gets him now from the chains.
Yeah, in comes a rock from the Chen, and he gets the rock off with the chains as well, but still alive. Queen of Pain blinking away, but with the haste rune still trying to chase. Melrose should get this kill. Chen will take it with the golem, and they're on top of no matter what as well. Is anybody else going to TP in for this one? Doesn't really look like it. This is going to be another hero dead. Oh, Earthshaker being chased down. All he's got is an aftershock to work with. Fissure in 1 second will get it off, but inside the Sleight of Fist, Ember Spirit will be able to finish the job anyways. So another hero dead, 2 dead in the middle lane, and they'll be happy with that one for the Radiant.
Yeah, that was a nice collapse of support onto mid to punish Quap there, and yeah, that's all about the runes in this lane. Quap got the region to start, and then Ember gets the haste to second. So it's nice to see the game balancing out the mid lane, because you wouldn't want Quap to get the haste and the regen. Ugh, that'd be terrible.
Kami's having a spot of difficulty trying to do the the jungling trick here with the creeps.
It doesn't aggro the creeps, good sir. Oh. Level 2 dagger. If this was level 3, this Ember would be very sad.
He's already looking pretty sad to me, but he's surviving. He's doing okay. About 400 gold off the Queen of Pain's net worth.
Oh, the stacks, there's stacks. Look at the stacks, Nomad.
Whoa, this is what we like to see. Why'd they even get the time to do this? Ervine, he was spending so much time at top, yet somehow manages to make some PHAT stacks. Look at these. Just raining neutral items all over this Bristleback. I mean, this is a dream for any Bristleback player right now. Ervine is the man.
Favorite animal is the giraffe.
Indeed, yeah.
I bet it's not even a giraffe. I bet I've been lied to.
No, I hope not. I'd like to ask him. If there's a pause, I'll ask him.
Hello, player trying to win this university tournament. Could you please not focus on the game and tell me about your favorite animal? Thank you. Post-game interview. Do we have that set up?
Yeah. I have no idea. Anuraj playing with Kami a bit here. Kami, that's so little he can do against this Raze. I mean, his net worth is so far down, but at the same time, he's kind of tanked it for the rest of his team. Like
exactly that. It's a Darkseer, right? Like Darkseers naturally give away a free lane to carry they play against, unless they're in like that perfect scenario where it's like a melee carry against melee 4+ Darkseer so that they can pressure. But in most lanes, Darkseer just needs to farm. He's playing off the fact that he will surge and enable his Bristleback greatly, and that realistically, the Bristle should be so fat they can't be dealt with. Like, look at the net worth right now. He's 1.1k ahead of anyone else in the game right now. So if he pairs well with his Darkseer at, say, minute 15, it could be a very scary combo.
Radiant are scanning.
And chasing up on that 10-minute mark currently. Indeed.
No, like the Cuddle TV in bottom. I was like, yeah, the Cuddle TV in bottom was a Monka.
He's good though. I mean, it's not like the Bristle needs him anymore. Bristle just wants lanes and creeps and XP all by himself. At what point do they start doing stuff with Bristle then? Because he's so far ahead. He's a monster.
I'd say when the Darkseid maybe has mech, or at least like one item to play off, and then the Quap has, I guess maybe level 10 would be pretty cool. Just so you have maybe another point in your blink, and also you have that tap damage talent, and then you can start rolling over them. But you see MiniTV running at the axe top now. He's TPing all the way back to base actually.
Ooh, just about makes it.
Yeah.
If another Quills came out or another right click, he would have been dead. But Overlom will survive that engagement, but a very messy one indeed. And rightly, meanwhile, Shaker being surrounded by both Melrose and Salah here, but Eternal Suffering coming on through. But Melrose able to dodge it out nicely, and they grab the kill onto Oka, and they're looking over towards Eternal Suffering as well. A wall actually coming down from the Darkseer here onto the Radiant side.
Everyone's turned up.
Yeah, this is turning from a fight into a brawl, and MiniTV is leading the charge here, coming forwards on Sar. Sar goes for a TP, will not make it out though. The damage is there from the Queen of Pain to finish the job with MiniTV, and they'll grab themselves at least one. So Chen dies, and they're looking at this middle tower right now and thinking, well, we got a catapult.
Yeah,
let's go.
This favors the Dire because they have the catapult wave, and they're the team that want to group up earlier on. Oh, there's a surge combo. Woo!
Running that Bristleback forwards. Could not care less about this this Phoenix.
I'd have liked to see favors on the Bristleback just to utilize that move speed from Surge. But
oh, Ember going in deep here, but
he doesn't have a remnant up right now.
But it doesn't matter. The Sonic Wave cuts him in two, and that's going to be a very, very dead Ember Spirit. Oh dear.
My
Getting a little bit leaky for Warwick here. Yeah. Don't want to leak that many kills, guys. Come on. But here's a lack of push. You know, it's taking them a long enough time to take down this tier 1 tower, but they
you know,
get it done in the end.
I really wish we'd seen Phase Boots Bristleback with the Surge actually. My god, that would have been great. Oh well.
I'm sorry for your loss.
I wanted to see the zoomies, no matter the zoomies.
Got enough zoomers in this game already.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hey. I thought it was good, okay.
Hey, no, I'm just
Yeah, I don't think that one deserved the radio silence it was given, but there we go. Overlom, he's
I'm
coming
sure there's like
once
3
again.
people laughing in Twitch. Don't worry.
I hope so. I mean, that wasn't a joke you laugh. That was the one you kind of like smile at and go,
Yeah.
right, yeah. Exhale through the nose, maybe, you know.
Okay, well, I did exhale. I did breathe.
Good. That's what we aim for.
Okay, so Bristleback going for the Crimson Guard, and being a absolute unit. 6k net worth right now, 2k above any core on Radiant, and a missed call from the Axe, as if it would mean anything. And bot lane getting pressured. Radiant feeling that they have to bring a lot of heroes. They're trying to get a little bit of pressure from the Chen. He has got a little army built, and this tower is already very low. So this is going to be a free tier 1 tower for the Radiant side.
Mech as well on Sylar, and taking that tower is going to get him closer to those boots.
I hope Court's buying Yules. Okay, now she is. Like, you need a Yules in an Axe game. I feel like it's so it's so broken actually. If you can just get that like your finger quickly, he calls someone, bam, Yules. Axe doesn't become a hero anymore. So yeah, big fan of the itemization coming out from Dire, which again I feel like that is one of the strong suits that Dire has, other than maybe a MiniTV on a couple games. Most of the team has bought like really good items.
Yeah, no, I agree with you though. Their itemization's been pretty good, pretty spot on. They're recognizing what they need to do as a team and what the enemy team want to do. And you know, if you can just think about those two things more than you currently do, then you're probably going to get the better Dota player.
Yeah,
my favorite advice to give to people: stop thinking about yourself. Start thinking about your team. Start thinking about the enemy team.
Damn, bigger.
Yeah. Quite. But now we are chilling at this kind of approaching the 50-minute mark, and you know, this Bristleback is really carrying the Dire team ahead in net worth. But it's just one of these heroes which you can't really do much with. Like, it doesn't really matter that he's got this this. Ooh, I like what he's going for.
Sorry, I thought he was going Crimson, but he's not. He's gone for the Vanguard
He's going
Hood straight Basher. Yeah, big fan actually. It's like he buys 2 semi-active, like semi-tanky items, doesn't want to compete either, but then goes straight for aggression. I maybe would like to see the pipe built to enable the rest of his team, and then go for the Abyssal, because it means that his entire team can fight. But I guess if he just wants to maybe accelerate his way to being the frontline hero, then sure, just go straight away for that killing item.
No, I really like the Abyssal. I think it works really well versus its Ember Spirit. Moros can't play a game until he's got like I don't even know what. Like he can't do anything once he gets the Abyssal.
It might also just be a casual bash into then completing one of the actives, because we only see the basher right now is quick buy. And Shaker, he's about 700 gold away from his blink. I think maybe grouping up and taking some towers would unlock that ability to farm. Earthshaker doesn't really have any space right now to farm on the map, so structural gold should be the answer to that one, as he does maybe lick up a little bit of farm mid, but not really enough to constitute a happy Shaker.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
No, he's not living the dream life just yet, but you know he'll be there eventually. Until the Darkseer comes in, it's like, yep, that's mine. Thank you very. They shouldn't give the Darkseer this farm.
Okay,
they
so
shouldn't.
They shouldn't. They got the the Yule completed onto the Quap, and they're looking to maybe have a go.
Yeah, onto Bristle though. He's not the easiest target to bring down. Call comes out and Bristle will be turned around into it. And now with the egg coming down on top of it, they're going to turn around and try and go for it here. Can they bring it down though? That is the question. With the Ignis Spartans giving them the cover, they will be able to get it off. And now the Sonic Wave comes coming on the slam on the backlines as well. Is it doing enough? No, it's not. Olam is going to lose his life. And Melrose running away on the sidelines here. He's got 3 remnants up, so he should be fine.
Oh, if he got 21 and an arcane ring, he is perfectly fine. Maybe even going for a kill here actually.
This is cheeky. This is a bit naughty. Playing a dangerous game. You know, sometimes you play it on the edge, and sometimes you just play too close to the edge, and you lose your footing, you come slipping off the cliff, and then, you know, you're that one kid that fell into the quarry, which the whole town talks about for weeks. Until you've forgotten forever for being an idiot. No,
then like a tree's planted for you or something, or a bench is made in your honor, but yeah.
No benches here for this Ember Spirit though, as he does end up losing his life. Despite having a remnant to jump to. Hard to see him getting out of that one regardless, I guess.
He had 3 remnants and lots of mana. He was perfectly fine, but
just trying to min-max a bit.
Min a bit?
Yeah, a bit too hard on the min, not much on the max.
Lots of min max, yeah, wow. Oof.
Oh well, God. A big setback, but you know, we'll see if they can keep on holding it. I think they still got a chance at this game. Well, both teams have a chance at this game, even when they're approaching high ground, because of the lack of push both teams have. That's always going to be the saving grace.
But I think that the way that
the Bristle, fangs for Bristle.
The way that Bristle is itemized, okay, fangs, very cool. But the itemization, the fact, look, he does 300 damage at this point in the game. He's already level 14. Like, high ground isn't an issue when you have a Bristleback who hits this hard. It's an issue when you have Radiant with items, and that can maybe deal with this siege. But if they siege within the next 5 minutes, they have nothing to do with this Bristleback. Oh, the call onto the Shaker, but
the vacuum coming on out. Sylar being controlled up. He should be the first one to fall here. The Ignis Spartans is going to drop just to continue keeping control up. They changed targets to Overlom, and that means neither of them is going to die. So Cammy's going to try and chase down Sylar. Meanwhile, Overlom still being chased here by the Bristle, but they won't be able to run down on the tower. Meanwhile, Sylar did eventually fall thanks to the Eternal Suffering coming in and helping him out as well.
Middle tower is under attack.
Okay, that was a... This kind of shows how Radiant don't really have anything to muster right now. I think this Bristleback is an absolute unit. Like, if you look at Phoenix right now, how far from Vessel? Boop.
A long way. Very long way.
1900 gold away from a Vessel, which that would be one of the key things. But the game, the call though.
I mean, it's a 2-man call. They're gonna try and follow up with the Phoenix egg. Can they keep anybody out inside of it? It looks like Cammy might be losing his life in this one. The call comes down and they get it. But a slam! Oh my god, they're gone! They are just gone. There's a decent amount of damage coming out in response, but it doesn't matter. 4 heroes completely annihilated no matter what. He took his time to get it, but when that blink comes, he makes it happen. Oh Christ! Oh Jesus! That was a 2,500 damage slam coming out right there. What about a combo?
I was alright, Darkseid might die, so that's fine, that's gonna happen. And I look away for a second, look out the windows, like clouds are going over by. I look back and it's like, damn!
And there's just graves. there's just bodies, blood in graveyards. Wow. That was a smackdown. That was an absolute smackdown. And there you go. That's gonna completely ruin any chances the Radiant had of turning this game around in the next few minutes. But they're gonna keep on trying. You know, head into brick wall maneuver. We gotta keep on trying to fight them.
All right.
Where's our Razor at? All right, he's going for the Yasha into BKB. Fair enough.
would have preferred to maybe see the Yules BKB this game, just because it does so much against the Surge. It's another like preventing measure against this Bristleback that wants to run at you, but it's fine. He wants to go for a greedier build, I guess. I don't see the reason why you want the, I guess, the SMY for the status resist against the Earthshaker combo, but if you're getting caught out by a slam just like we saw, you're probably not going to live even if you do have a bit of a status resistance.
Well, not many people survive in that circumstance.
No, not really, no. Maybe a Wraith King if he has a second life, that's technically cheating,
If
but...
this Bristle, maybe.
True.
When he
Yeah,
fills
so-
these full health.
Goes for the casual basher, now going for a halberd as well. I think he needs to go for one big item. I think going for 4 small items is a bit underwhelming, especially with the halberd. It's like, it's kind of cool, but I feel like completing the Abyssal would be godly. Or
I
even
think
just
what
going for
I would
Oh,
like to see
sorry.
the Abyssal as well, but I think is because you got the Vampire Fangs now, it kind of just makes the Heaven's Halberd like a little bit more value. So it kind
I
of like tips the
guess.
balance for him. He's like, you know what? I want the extra because it's going to amplify your healing which you get
It's
from
a
the.
very small amount. I think the
spell and-
impact is like such a
Yeah.
minimal play, which I just think the Abyssal would
It might have just been
dominate
enough
the
to
rest
tip
of
the
this game.
balance. Meanwhile, Overlom in the bottom lane. I'm not sure who's caught who here, actually. There's a lot of heroes TPing. In fact, the entire
about
Radiant team are
TPing?
going to arrive here in a minute. No matter what, coming in for the 2-man slam. They can take these 2 heroes down, and it might be a thing, because the Dire are arriving in force. Down goes the Razor, and everyone else trying to get themselves out. King Kish getting himself
The
out
Surge,
with a
whee!
nice one. And down comes with 2, and there's a Sonic Wave out on top of it as well. Overlom, he's out of here. See you later, buddy. And that is going to be another 3 heroes taken on down. The Radiant team did not arrive quickly enough. They didn't have the spells. They didn't have the time they needed to get those pickoffs. And with that post taken by the Dire, they'll just TP in a couple of heroes. And once that Bristle arrives, it's fight over. You don't do this anymore.
They just can't deal with this Bristle. It's a first phase Bristle that just hasn't really had any direct counters. I know they've got the heroes to buy the correct items, but the game has never got to a position where those items are even purchasable. Oh, Yules
Nice
onto the
Yules,
Phoenix.
very nice Yules, but even nicer call onto 2, and Queen of Pain losing his health. They've got the egg out on top of it here. They're trying to kill off the egg. They've got to try and do this in time, but meanwhile, no, actually the Queen of Pain gets herself out, and Kingfish is dead. Coming back into this one there, they're trying to make it work. Meanwhile, the Darkseer is going to lose his life very, very quickly. The first casualty on the side of the Dire for a while, as everyone else trying to get themselves into that reverse gear, get themselves up as the high ground. Melrose is chasing, however, and he's got the
Nice
chase
call.
available, and a nice 2-man call. Down goes Airbeam. Can they get the big one? He's in trouble, but he's also
don't
getting a
think-
lot of quills off. They need to get away. They realize this. Very, very smart.
Meanwhile,
I was so
Sylar in
close
the
to
middle
them all
lane,
dying.
pushing a tower.
Indubitably, Overlom will lose his life eventually here. And they do get that kill, but meanwhile, in the middle lane. Well, that's chilling. He's having fun.
He's playing his own little mini game. He's like, I can't really do much in this game, lads. I'm a Chen being ran at. Chen don't like being ran at, therefore what do? Guess I push towers. Now he's dead. Roshan
You'll be
just got
dead.
pinged about 12 times from Earthshaker. I think they might be going to Roshan, Nomad.
What gives you that idea?
Just 6th sense. I understand this Shaker. We connect.
I mean, they're not right now. It'll be the very, very slow Roche.
Hold. There you go, Goo. Goo's really good against Roshan. Goo is big pog. Oh, they move towards mid lane. Start tickling away. They just shouldn't be scared right now. Like, this is just... As long as the Bristleback just isn't completely by himself getting Sunrayed, Axe called into some like static link, I think this Bristleback is pretty much unkillable at this point.
He's pretty large, yeah. Sanj, Bit of Defiance, Vanguard. And of course those Vampire Fangs helping out a little bit as well. Mini TV is the raid boss.
He is a little raid boss, correct.
It was so sad before. They were so close to bringing him down, and they were like, hold on a minute, guys. You're like
Yeah.
7 stacks of quills, and off 1 more quill and we're all dead.
It was
We need
basically
to
the
run.
Vampire Fangs basically keeping him alive at that stage of the game. Like,
I told you.
oh, yeah, he's going high ground. He has the Fangs. The Fangs is the strong part for sure. The not going Abyssal, that's the sad part.
True.
I want to see him slay.
That said, the save resistance definitely helps out as well. And now, here we go. Into Roshan. Shouldn't take him long. This Bristle is pretty damn powerful.
Slap.
And he's not a hero you generally associate with having a lot of damage, but with this Kotl, he can get up to, well, maximum
He's
warpath
already,
stacks.
at 24 minutes, he's level 19. Like, this completely just, like, you don't have damage issues when you're a level 19 Bristle at 24 minutes. That is, you'll kill any hero in the game with this hero if you have this type of game.
Yeah, and that Quill stack damage, I imagine he's probably going to go for it, because it's not like he needs to be any tankier, and that's just going to tear them a new one.
Zoomy, go Bristle. Go, go. Zoom, zoom.
Whee! Sonic, is that you?
Oh, this poor Chen just trying to push out lanes, just constantly dying.
Someone needs to, but yeah, unfortunately, Sylar will be meeting his demise shortly. Okay.
Oh, he's got the Axe, alright. I see
Yeah.
the spike play, alright. You can see how Radiant now trying to adapt the playstyle here, trying to maybe get a little bit more wave clear going, trying to get the lanes a little bit more in a comfortable position, just to fight Dire in a one-lane scenario, but I don't think it really helps. You have an Aegis Bristleback who's hitting for near enough 400, 350, so this is going to be some spooky times. Bristleback TPing bot lane, just want to push out this one lane that Radiant may have been able to pressure in. Clean it all the way back through.
Was there. He was pushing it.
Sweep through the Radiant jungle, take away this wave, and then go for the high ground siege.
Tis the plan. Meanwhile, there's just constant Kotl Blast coming in to try and push out this middle wave, but Overlom, he smoked himself up here and is looking for something with Sylar. Maybe they can find a Kotl, or maybe they can find a Darkseer. Who knows? They're searching, they're hunting. Kotl forcing himself away, but there's a call coming down, and this is one dead wizard. See you later, Airbeam.
Very dead. Poor guy. Oh, go on, Bristle. Go for the Abyssal now, please. I want to see the Bristly Blade.
I just want to say Bristle Abyssal.
Oh. Bristle
Yeah,
got
he's got
Abyssal.
it. Fires it. It's coming out. It's coming in thick and fast.
Nice.
My thanks.
Oh, I think you got the
Quickening Charm or Vampire Fangs? What are we saying here?
Quickening Charms for the Radiant team.
Yeah,
get one as well?
Sword's testing you. No, I
Okay.
got a Paladin Sword instead.
Cool.
Still very nice.
Congrats.
17% lifestealer and amplifies
I'd always go
generation
for
healing and lifesteal.
I'd
by
go for
17%.
Fangs on the Bristle, just because you already have the Kotl on your the cooldown department, anyways.
Yeah, true. What about Paladin Sword versus I feel like the 17 damage is completely irrelevant considering he's got like a bazillion.
Radiant's middle tower
I don't like the lifesteal
Healing and
particularly.
lifesteal, like, but he's not lifestealing for anything
yeah, he's
right
not
now, so
got
it's
the
gonna,
magic lifesteal anymore. Yeah.
I guess he does hit like a truck, so if he does get into a slugfest, like against the Axe Call, he should be able to lifesteal. So I like it.
True. I didn't think of that. Axe Call.
Yeah.
Does make a difference.
It does. Oh, Ray's
do.
gonna acquire the bot lane.
Uh-oh.
ya.
Adaraj caught outside of the base
Oh.
and killed off swiftly. Now
Overlord.
an Abyssal comes down onto Overlord. They've got the vacuum coming on in. Where is your Earthshaker? Doesn't
No
really
buyback.
need him. They're buying back into this one. They want to try and make a play here, but Darkseer gets annihilated by Adaraj. They're looking for the return kill. It's looking like a dieback for him. He can't make it back to the fountain. He's gone. The egg does come out. They're trying to save him. They're trying to keep him alive, but they're just coming on in for this egg. Can they kill it in time? Doesn't look like it. Phoenix going to respawn into this one. Meanwhile, Air being taken out on the backlands. Eternal Suffering trying to kill, will kill down Melrose. Meanwhile, Phoenix back into the base, hiding inside the fountain. They are diving deep here. Maybe too deep. I don't know. They're going back towards those barracks.
He's like, take the buildings, goddammit, don't dive. We're not losing this game.
Look
This
at
is
no
how
matter what
Bristleback
here,
loses their
he's
game.
in a very naughty
he's got the
place. He's
Abyssal.
going to come in. There comes the slam. There comes the Abyssal. They've taken down Melrose as well. No buyback on the Ember Spirit. It might be slipping away from them. A three-man call from Overlom gets him one kill, trying to drag the rest into the base. That's not going to happen. Down goes one
have
at the
any
very
creeps.
least. There's no slam potential, but you need to go and get these boys.
Gotta get the creeps, lads. There we go.
Yeah,
there we go.
buys
Yeah.
back. There you go. Cheeky
Cops
Sonic
had
Wave
enough.
over just to keep him coming in. These Sonic Waves being used pretty much off cooldown at this stage. Oh, he's got the Quickening Charm and Quap as well. That's beautiful.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Might be coming to an end soon.
Radiant's bottom barracks
Yeah, it does feel that way.
How do they get them out of their base? Like,
Just
what
look at
do
the
you do?
items right now in Radiant. Ember has
DM
Maelstrom,
them?
small crit. Razor has nowhere near BKB. Phoenix nowhere near, like 300 from a vessel.
Radiant's middle
You're-
tower is under attack.
Oh
like,
god, Cyber
two-
Vice, Queen of Pain.
It's just, yeah, this is too rough. And if you look at the items on Dire, you got Abyssal Blades, Halberds, Hexes, Ags, Greaves. Like,
They rich.
yeah, they gone rich. Oof.
think we might be witnessing the last few moments of the British University Esports Championship Finals. They jump in onto the Razor once again. Anuraj caught out of position with Overlom here, and there's your Sonic Wave, and there's your damage coming through. Overlom and Anuraj sent back to the grave where they just came from. There is a buyback available on the Axe. Overlom can fight this one, but it's going to be a 4-on-5, as without Anuraj, it's looking mighty desperate, and they're going for this top wave now. Top lane of barracks under siege. A buyback from Overlom, a smoke into it as well, but they've got this Earthshaker back with those slams available. Oh, he does actually have the slam. Now the call comes in. They might have the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain's dropping fast. She is dead and out of the situation. Meanwhile, Mini TV trying to get on top of Overlom. Has the Abyssals try and control him up, and in comes the Earthshaker. In on top of him as well. They're trying to control him, but they're changing targets. But in comes that Supernova, trying to hold them down with the call as well. Can they kill off the Supernova in time? Doesn't look like they're going to. It's going to come off, and now this Darkseer, his life's being threatened, but Overlom as well. Also going to pop as they both go down. Cammy and Overlom both sent to the grave, and now Melrose needs to get himself out. He's got the invis. Is it enough to save him? No. The damage from Mini TV, it's just too much. He's still on 100% HP. He hasn't taken a single droplet modicum of damage. This Bristleback is just his own hero in these fights, and he is untouched. Under the tier 4, Silo will lose his life, and with that, the dying gasps of Warwick here as they try to keep themselves in this game.
Why are they going back?
Guys, you can end the game.
You could take Megas right now. Don't be scared.
Bristol literally didn't take any damage. They're backing for bounties. They're backing for regens.
It's a Chen Phoenix support duo, no stuns against a Razor that has only Yasha Drum. All right.
I mean, they're not exactly going to come back from it, but still, that feels like a overly safe decision.
Exactly. That's the point, right? They're enjoying farming too much.
Yeah, they really want to make them bleed. They're Warwick, you know what, guys? We could end this game, but we want to keep on beating you.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Last. Yeah.
And 1,000 more. And 1,000 more.
Death by 1,000 quills, I think, is more apt in this situation. I think, you know, that call came from Earthshaker. That call came from no matter what. He was like, guys, I really want to land on the slam.
I want one more slam, and then we can call it quits. Yeah.
We're going to win the game now. No, please, Mum, I want to keep playing. No, we've got to end the series. We've won. Oh, one more slam. Fine. One more slam. Then we can end the series. Yay. You know, that snot-nosed little shit's just going to be like, yeah, I want another one afterwards. Damn kids. Hate them.
God darn it. They always get what they want. Goddamn little faces. Alright, okay,
all right,
so
boys, here we go.
Smoke up. We're going for the final play.
Are you sure Bristol could just run at mid to have the same effect?
It's got the BKB now as well. Like, this is disgusting.
Oh, Phoenix, he's nearly got his vessel. I don't know how he's going to get it, but this is what they need to bring down the Bristle. No, I'm just kidding.
Said the Bristle
Don't make a
BKB.
difference.
Start slapping the high ground. Here we go.
Yeah. Whack, whack, whack. Sunray percentage-based damage doing work. Another smoke thrown the way of the Radiant this time.
He has 90 regen per second. 95 when next to the... Whew.
Look at Overlom. He's going for a walk.
He's going for
a journey. Oh, double damage. He sees it. There's no wrap around. This is a...
If he gets the coddle, then it might be a good fight. Or the shaker.
Look at it. He goes to the shaker, just running into the entire enemy team, and they kind of don't know what to do about this. You can see this. They're hesitant. Bristleback's got him on the front lines here, and they've got the Ignis down on top of this Axe. Overlom being controlled up, and a Hex out on the Phoenix as well, so no egg coming in just yet. They will take down Overlom, but they just turn around. Once again, Mini TV is going to try and take down this egg, and once again, he will fail miserably to do so. But does he really care? He might do. The Sunray, the slam, comes down on top of Van Rush. Can they give it in time? The invis is keeping him alive, but he will still certainly go down. And now, no matter what, he's getting low, but it doesn't really matter because Chen is the one that's being caught out. And there's your G's to the G's thrown into the chat. And that's going to be it. The game, it goes to the University College London Gaming Society. What a name, and what a victory, and what a series. They take the tournament, they take the title, they take just about everything. They will be your British University Esports Championship champions, I guess. Championship champions. There you go, that's them. A beautiful game, a beautiful series, and they nearly get reverse sweeped, but in the end they managed to pull out a great strategy behind this Bristleback in the end and secure themselves a victory, and with it the championship title, and they'll be the NSC champs.
Yeah, I've got to, even though they did get the champs, I want to give, like, see, props to Warwick for actually being able to overcome their first 2 games that they had. The fact that they took it to a game 5 is obviously really good for them. But I think, yeah, this final game from UCL, they like mentioned it at the end of game 4. It's like, it's all about, I think, Mini TV needs a good lane. He needs to be supported, because when in dual lanes, he doesn't perform that well. And you see here, they had the tri lane to enable him. They gave him that early level, so he had that level 2 advantage to annoy the Axe. Then they had the stacks to play off, and then you had the Darkseid to enable even further. So it pretty much, his final draft was the let's get Mini to play a game that will basically push him towards the victory. And I'm not really a fan of Bristleback personally, but in these types of games, when you enable it so heavily and you can win the game before the Radiant team, or the opposite team, sorry, has even come online, that's when it excels. And they actually they performed really well with this Bristleback.
They did. They really, really did. I mean, he played a great game, but everybody played around him great as well. You know,
exactly.
Like the Kotl especially. I think Ervin, MVP of the tournament for me. Ervin, he's played some fantastic games, and that last one there, you know, just enabling his Bristleback so hard, always making sure he was there with the Track Magic, making those huge stacks to allow him to get that flying start to the game, enabling him in lane, and just generally like a stellar performance from him across the series. So yeah, I think.
And also the Shaker. I think actually the 4 player in the series also was really instrumental as well. Like the big slam we saw in that game, the first start of the series, he played the Clockwork. Like, I think overall UCL had, each of their players had the stand-up performances that kind of done pretty well, and yeah, overall their ability to play their draft was always, I think, better than Warwick, and that's why they eventually did kind of result in the win.
Yeah, and it's interesting, we came into the series saying that we wanted to see a lot of comfort picks, but actually the comfort picks from Warwick didn't look comfortable in the game at all. They picked stuff which they wanted to win with. The Axe was the thing which looked best for them probably, but it did get broken in this last game here.
Yeah, well, it's all about, you can have comfort picks, but you still need to have a good draft, right? So it's the balance of the amount of comfort you need and then it working out. And of course, you don't have to obviously follow meta, because you can still have a good draft from comfort, but it's the fact that, like, for example, in the first game, you had like Lina, Wyvern support Joe, and then you had like Wyvern Phoenix or something, not Wyvern Phoenix, what was it? Chen Phoenix, that was it. And it's like, it's just very compared to, like, even though UCL got dumped in a couple of games, they still had drafts which looked good. It's just the fact that they just got absolutely worked in laning phase, and that was basically down to the fact that Overlum had a good lane and completely destroyed Mini TV, right? But when Overlum didn't destroy Mini TV, then you had a farmed carry and it was kind of a chill game. So I think the fact that Overlum wasn't able to really dominate in this final game was probably one of the smaller factors in why it didn't really go their way as well.
Yeah, and I think Mini TV, it was really good for him to get this final performance in, because if they'd have lost and he hadn't had a good game in this last one, he would have felt real bad, because that Troll game was super rough. And then afterwards, I can't remember what he played in game 4, but that didn't go well either. And then finally, he finds his comeuppance in this final game and puts in a stellar Bristleback performance and carries his team to victory, which is really great to see. And of course, team effort for sure, though, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, literally, that's the key thing about this team, I think, was the fact that the game that they won was always that team effort. The fact that just because one player stood out, it's because of the actions of others and the smaller things that made that one performing player stand out. Like the Bristleback had the stacks, he had that tri lane, he had the Darkseid who was sacrificing the off lane that enabled him. Like, this is why this team were able to win the games, was because of that, the itemization across the team and the bond that they had. And then again, Warwick, when they won their games, they won. It was because I think they just performed really well with the niche picks that they had. It's just, unfortunately, those niche picks, and I think if anything, maybe the small hero pool Overlum had wasn't able to push them through a full best of 5. It's good for 1 or 2 games, but not the whole series.
Okay, T, well, that's going to be it, I think. Thank you so much for joining me to take us through these NSC Grand Finals. I hope you enjoyed it. And, if you had any words of wisdom to give any of these teams, which may be, excited about the prospects and maybe wanting to see what they can do in the scene here in the UK and maybe beyond, what would your advice be to any aspiring pro players in the UK?
So just keep playing in these types of tournaments. The fact that you have these types of university tournaments is like outstanding, and just continue looking to do all UK tournaments. Don't just stop at the uni tournaments. Do them all. Keep having that time to get your exposure in the captain's mode games. You see how captain's mode is far superior than all pick. Continue doing it. So yeah, just keep it up. Really, that's the main thing.
Great advice from someone with professional experience and, of course, a coach for a TI attending team. Alrighty then, that's going to tie everything up. Once again, congratulations to UCL Gaming Society for taking the victory and claiming the championship here at the NSE Grand Championship Finals, and hugely deserved for that one. They're really entertaining finals, and shout out to Warwick Ducks as well for being a great competitor, great second place, but that is what it would be. And of course, thank you to NSE for organising this event and to all the sponsors involved. And we are going to throw it over to a break, but when we come back, we're going to be back with League of Legends, and we'll have Warwick versus Bath. So
again,
that
Warwick, of course, it's Warwick.
Warwick back again. Yeah, they're back again. They've got another chance. Might still be their day yet. My name's been Nomad. He's been T Governor. Thanks a ton for watching. We'll see you next time, and goodbye.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Poetics, bring the drums in.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. and gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles, so you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the NSE Spring Championship for League of Legends. My name is Jake Kipper Matthews, and I am joined by Dan Orcs Harrison. Dan, new look for you and a new tournament to get involved in. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, yeah. Suffering in quarantine, so I have had to, get rid of my hair, which is getting a little bit long, as a lot of people have, but I'm feeling good. Hype for the finals coming in today. We've got a full best of 5 for everyone.
Yeah, we've got 2 teams coming into the this best of 5 here, and it is going to be a Grey Warwick, well, they're Grey WW, but we're assuming they're Grey Warwick. And then from Bath, we've got Bio and the Hardstucks as our 2 teams. Yes, it is Warwick Esports, thank you. So these are 2 teams that will be going up versus each other here in today's final. And like I said, it is a best of 5, and Dota that just went on before here actually went all the way to 5, so we could be in for a long haul one as well for the League of Legends final to round out the day.
Yeah, should be exciting. I think particularly Warwick has very much been at the forefront with League of Legends for quite some time. In fact, they just actually lost in Dota as well, so always been up in terms of levels in the University Esports. But I think Bath has a decent chance to give them a run down here if they get the opportunity.
So, Orcs, I've taken a little bit of a break from competitive League of Legends for a little bit, just as we've been in between the main seasons in the UK scene itself. Talk to me, what are we looking at going into today's games? Are there any kind of spicy picks that have kind of made a bit of a resurgence recently, or are we still looking at what we've been seeing for the last few weeks within competitive?
Things haven't changed too drastically, but we are on patch 10.8. There has been some shifts in terms of more emphasis on solo kills. They're worth more XP. Shared assisted kills will be worth less. Jungle got a little bit of a buff in terms of the XP available, so things like Karthus might find a sort of come up. And obviously we've had a lot of individual changes to champions. It's pretty hard to scope out what has changed, because obviously even the LEC running at the moment is behind compared to this patch. So the 2 teams, obviously we've seen what they've been playing before this, but things might shift on this patch a little bit. And the team that can sort of get ahead of that curve may well have the edge. For the most part, it's a sort of thing we've seen over the split, whereby obviously jungle having a massive amount of importance, mid priority being able to rotate, and then bot lane looking to prioritize those dragons, transition that into heralds. Power play still a really valuable objective to look for.
Okay, so with your scouting a little bit into the teams, what have we been seeing them play, maybe just in the solo queue or in some of the games here at the NSC? What are we looking at? Are there any particular like champions or players that you got your eye on?
I think for me, there's a few. I think Erasu in the mid lane for Warwick, I think he is a force to be reckoned with. He's never going to be able to play Katarina because it's just banned against him very frequently, but he does like playing those sort of high skilled cap champions like the Diana as well, which can obviously apply a lot of pressure. And even when the rest of the team has been shown to sometimes struggle, he will often be a driving force. We can also look towards the bot lane. Koki, one of the players, was actually managed to bring mages into his champion pool. A lot of players in the bot lane will just stick more to 80 carries. I think Chipmunk on Bath more so an 80 carry player, whereas Koki very happy to play things like the Cassiopeia, the Vigar, and that flexibility can offer a lot when going up against a team who is more rigidly set on things like the Misfortune and all those other traditional 80 carries.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the AMF throughout just the regular season anyway. Been falling down a little bit in the priority as of late. We've seen the returns of like the Kai'Sa or the AP build, where kind of max that CDR and just look for W poke. So might see something shift there, and obviously mage bot laners has still been a thing for a little while now. So like you said, adding mages into your bot lane pool could be big for you. But we have loaded through into picks and bans here. Starting out with a Set, a Kassadin, and a Nautilus ban coming through. And on the red side is that Katarina and the Renekton.
Yeah, Renekton is something that Warwick's top laner will play very frequently, and the Vladimir, no surprises as well. It's something that they can flex between their solo laners, but more so lent on for Erasu. And they're going to instantly go in for that Vigar first pick, so likely this will be going to the bot lane for Koki. Question is, what will Bio and the Hardstucks respond with? And a quick Ziggs lock-in, something that's been rising in priority globally. A lot of regions have been putting more emphasis on the Ziggs pick, a lot of wave play, a lot of scaling, and that priority that's also important in the mid lane, but can also be flexed to bot lane. You haven't really seen that too much from Bio Chipmunk, but this could be the opportunity to bring it out.
All right, well, let's see what they're going to look to pick in. It is the Pyke, so it could just be that Veigar Pyke bot lane. Very, very strong, where you can hook them into that cage. A lot of burst and a lot of execute potential between those two, but we'll see what they decide to round this out with here. It looks like you were saying Erisy likes to play these kind of high skill cap mid laners, the likes of the Katarina or the Diana. Has got his hands on to that Diana. Now Bio, they're looking to get their final pick up here. Where's that Ziggs going as well? Is it going mid or is it going in the bot lane? A flexible pick here, so it looks like Bio haven't really shown their hand too much yet.
No, they definitely haven't, and I think here you kind of expect a support pick. Top could come out, but it looks like they're just going to go for the support pick with that Taric. I think you don't want to give away where the Ziggs is going right now. Keep it as a flex because it's still a little bit harder to read compared to the likes of Grey Warwick, who you very much know that Veigar is going towards the bot lane. So, as you said, more flexibility on the red side so far, and they have an opportunity to ban away here. They could look towards the jungle, maybe force TK onto one of those tank junglers that Trundle does so well in, or potentially go towards the top lane. The Hecarim, actually something that will get played by Dard Hong in the top lane. You might see that he's actually in the Heka. He has the Heka clan tag, so removing another pick from his pool, and in theory could potentially be flexed as well, so just taking that one off the cards.
Now Grey Warrior, they got 2 bans to make. Again, looking like it's going to be the Pyke Veigar bot lane and that Diana in the mid lane. The Senna's going to get taken away. Been a pretty staple kind of bot lane ban for a fairly long time now, but we don't know whether or not that Ziggs going bot lane. So Bio kind of maybe kind of pulling out some bait bans here from the side of Grey Warwick, just with that Ziggs pick alone. Now they're looking to ban away the one last thing. It's going to be the Ornn. So focusing towards this top lane, like you said with Dodd, that's going to be... You know I'm going to get that wrong at some point. You know I'm going to get it wrong. It's so bait.
He's done it specifically. It's the caster hate with the name. It's so hard
That's the hit frame counter, that is.
Literally is. It's a struggle. I mean, that's the thing, is that I have to... If you get it wrong, then it's kind of, you know, it's expected. If I get it wrong, then something's really, really going to miss. I actually really like this Tristana pick. This is something that can be flexed in the mid lane. I've seen Champion's Tale playing it a fair amount, so I expect it to be in the mid lane, but it is still a flex. It still has that possibility, and it doesn't really set things in stone. I think the Ziggs is fine in the bot lane against Veigar Pyke. You have that satchel, which obviously gives you a little bit of space. You also do outrange the Veigar. Overall, I think draft has been done pretty well for Bio on the Hardstocks, but going to see the Wukong picked up here, something with a ton of strength, very recently reworked. I mean, the fact that you can ult twice, I think that's enough said on how strong that champion is. But now just looking towards that top lane, we expect TK with Jam has been playing more Wukong in the jungle, so this could be a top lane Wukong, but I expect it's going to be the jungle for now. But we'll see how things pan out with this next pick.
Yeah, looking for maybe their jungler, maybe their top laner, but it looks like for now it's just going to be the Maokai added to the top lane here for Grey Warwick. And Fire in the Hardstocks, they're looking to pick up their last pickup here. Tristana and Ziggs still fairly flexible. The Trundle probably going to be their jungler, so they're looking for a top laner. So if they can deal with this Maokai, the Ornn has been banned away, so they obviously can't just pick that Ornn for the kind of engage potential. Maybe they want to pick something that can kind of go toe-to-toe with Dard Hong here. It looks like they're actually going to go for a safe pick in the Gangplank.
Yeah, so Gangplank offers a lot of scaling. I think a huge aspect here is Gangplank Ziggs together. It's extremely hard to play something like Veigar into that because, you know, the Gangplank ult comes down, the Ziggs ult comes down. Instantly, your immobility is punished. And I do think the team fighting is extremely strong from Bio and the Hardstocks. They have a ton of scaling on their side as well. The question's going to be, can Grey Warwick find that backline access with the Diana, with the Wukong? Can they start getting those executes rolling? But I do feel like it's going to be a little bit difficult. I feel like Grey Warwick have to be the aggressors in this matchup. And I feel like if they start to mess things up, if the Taric ult comes into play, if the disengage and appeal is there, they could start to struggle. Now, one thing I will say is Bio and the Hardstocks don't have too much agency. Their engage isn't fantastic. Essentially, they're going to be looking for Koki because he's the only one who they can really pin down with the likes of that Cannon Barrage and then a pillar. Whereas, you know, if you throw a pillar down against the likes of a Wukong, likely he'll just be able to dash away. And even the Diana often has a lot of tools to buy time to allow the team to get in place. So I think ultimately this is a situation where Bio and the Hardstocks have gone for a bit of a safer sort of scaling draft, but they have a lot of tools at their disposal. I'm looking towards Grey Warwick particularly in the mid lane and the jungle, to start setting the pace of this game and be aggressive and sort of capitalize on that.
Yeah, it really feels like Grey Warwick have to get control of this game in that kind of early to mid game and look to push their advantage there, because team fighting kind of post 35 minutes is going to be really, really rough for Grey Warwick. When you, like you said, you got the Gangplank and the Zigzag just layered on top of each other. You obviously got a Trundle that's just going to sap all of the stats away from your front line and your Maokai, so he would just melt down. And obviously with the Tristana as well in that comp, as the game goes later, Tristana is not going to have any problems with a Maokai who's been subjugated. So there's going to be so much shred potential here for the Bath lineup. So for the side of Warwick, it is really about them kind of taking control of this game early. And for me, it's going to be tracking these junglers and seeing how they're going to be playing. Where do you expect the action to be breaking up? Where do you expect for Warwick their focus of their jungle to be?
I think mid lane is a pretty solid one. I think if you can get the Ziggs behind, you will actually start to struggle, and you can translate that pressure outwards. You could also look towards the top side of the map. Maokai has a very good setup with the root, and even bot lane isn't a bad option. I think that's the thing, is there's a lot of flexibility for the Wukong, but really his gank pressure doesn't come online too much till he's past level 6. Before that, you can find skirmishes, but you do have to be cautious. If you dash in, use all your mobility, and then you find Trundle turns up, it's very hard to get away from that, and he will steal your AD and make things pretty difficult for you. And yeah, as you said, I think it's very much going to be Warwick needing to set that pace early. One thing maybe I would have liked to see is a top laner who could have scaled into a side laner. I think picking the Maokai when the Trundle's already been taken is a little bit concerning, because that Trundle pick was super early, and essentially you knew that always if you take a tank, you're just handing off free stats to him. And I think that was kind of a bit of a mistake in that regard, but I think it's very much playing around the comfort and having that reliability of the top laner. And it very much suggests that you pick a Maokai, you are looking to mostly play towards the bot side of the map. You know, as much as the setup is typically good from the Maokai, there is always the oranges from the Gangplank. There's the threat of a counter gank. I think play through mid, transition at the bot, and I think that's Warwick's opportunity to get the ball rolling, especially if they can stack up dragons early and look towards that soul win condition. That could well be where they make the game a lot faster paced than Bath otherwise would want it to be.
Yeah, and when you're obviously looking at that like level 6 mark, if they go bot lane with the Wukong and the Diana, you got the Moonfall into the Cyclone. There's so much CC, there's so much AoE burst potential available to Warwick that they can use that just to pressure out in this bot lane, especially when you're ganking the Pyke Veigar lane. They've already got CC to set up. This will most likely be the Glacial Augment Veigar we've been seeing pretty much played every time Veigar sees any play at the moment. It's actually a really easy lane kind of post 6 to get that gank off if you have that mid lane prio. So like you said, we want to see Warwick play around mid lane, play around getting themselves going so they can actually apply the mid lane outside of that lane and look to try and snowball the game from there. And like you said, Dragons and Heralds are just kind of icings on the cake, because if they sit back, I do worry for the side of Warwick. I think Bath definitely have a vastly superior kind of team fight as this game goes on. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Obviously, we're a bit new here to the NSC, so excited to actually see what these teams have to offer here as far as these kind of university grassroots teams go.
I think the big thing I'm looking at is Champion's Tale for Bath, because he's playing the Tristana, and we said that mid priority is going to be an important factor. Trist naturally shoves very easily, but if you start to play aggressive, a lot of Tristanas like to jump in, stack up the explosive charge, jump out again, so you get buffs on this patch as well, so going to be even more damage. But that is where the vulnerability can start to occur. If you start to use your rocket jump, that is when TK can start to punish the matchup. You can sort of get vision control, potentially burn that flash. That's when you can start to look to transition Erasu down to the bot lane. Now, I really feel like for the Trundle, it's just keeping your lane safe. I think with the disengage of a Ziggs and a Taric, unless you're looking to dive them, unless you're looking to bring 4 members down, they're going to be a little bit okay. So ultimately, jungle, as you said, very important in this matchup, but also Champion's Tale on this Tristana. Can he apply reasonable pressure and stay safe?
Well, we loaded through onto the Summoner's Rift for our first game here of our best of 5. It's Grey Warwick from Warwick University taking on Bio and the Hardstucks from Bath. We'll have to see how this is going to go down. It is a best of 5. It is all to play for the title. It looks like we're just having red side starts for both of our junglers in this early game.
Getting that buff that'll assist him with the early pressure. Trundle going for it solo, so not as much information revealed in this scenario, but a little bit slower. I do feel like Trundle has a really strong clear, especially on single target camps. It looks like we might actually see an early gank come out here, or an invade from T-Cake in the mid lane. He's actually looking already before the Tristana may have the rocket jump available.
Curious to see whether or not the Tristana's actually leveled up anything at this point. Sometimes Tristanas don't take any points early on Tristana mid. There is a lot of damage being put down onto him, and he's already used the exhaust and the flash to get away. So we did miss out on that action there in the mid lane. Free was able to move over to make sure that not too much went down. And I don't actually know what he took. It looks like he probably started with E then on the Tristana.
Yeah, I don't think he had the rocket jump available. Potentially could have essentially used both summoners in that scenario. Really good opportunity to gank there from T-Cake. It's hard to expect. Wukong isn't really the best level 2 ganker, but he has the mobility to make use of it. And essentially, a level 1 Tristana is when you have that vulnerability. Similar to like an Ezreal, before you have your mobility available, you are a target that can be threatened. And now, as much as Champion's Tale didn't die, he's lost both his defensive summoners. The flash is still available for Danae. Danae is able to shove the wave in and still has TP. And it's essentially already achieving that pressure and priority we wanted to see in the mid lane. So from minute 2, we've already seen the mid lane take a big hit for University of Bath, and that means that they're going to be able to more frequently allow Erisu to roam. He's already getting a ward down at this Raptors and can just transition his pressure across the map. So great start for Warwick so far.
Yeah, Champion's Tale has now got all 3 of his base spells, so he's able to disengage more effectively. Although one Crescent Slash could be enough for Erisu to stick to Champion's Tale with that Lunar Rush. And we are seeing the prio afforded by Bass bot lane has allowed them to pick up this crab on the bot side. T-Cake has been able to do the same thing top side. He's actually looking to see if he can make something happen here. Onto Galvanizer.
This is a really rough wave spot for the Gangplank in this situation. You can see it's pushing in, so he has to overextend to try and take any of the CS. And the end result is he has to be overextended in the lane. We do see Erisu trying to apply some pressure to Champion's Tale, but Field Special is in the wings. And TK spent a lot of time top lane looking for this gank. And Galvanizer, he's not stepping up too far. He's not actually contesting much of the CS. We'll go for it there, and I think TK was hovering with the potential to go in there. They're actually going for it now.
He actually held the orange, gets himself the movement speed buff from the Trial by Fire, flashes away as TK looks to jump in, the orange to heal and to cleanse him momentarily. Galvanizer played that very, very safe and has to burn his flash. TK, 2 successful ganks so far for him in this game.
What I will say for that one, though, is that being able to get away with that for Galvanizer is huge, but the wave is still in a really bad position. And he needs Field Special to move in now and help him shove it in. I think he is going to just shove it in himself because he has his jungler nearby. But that is one of the big aspects of wave management, is when you're forced to overextend in that scenario, it puts you in a really dangerous position. And we're seeing a similar thing here from Erisu in the mid lane. And he's actually taking this time to walk away and look for TK with Jam. He understood you can't just walk up in the middle of mid lane, even with the rocket jump available. The fact he has no sums makes it extremely dangerous. But I think overall what I like for what I see from Warwick's solo laner so far is this wave management to force the enemy team to overextend. And typically Wukong isn't the greatest early ganker because he doesn't have any hard CC. But he's actually doing a lot of work here because his solo laners are setting him up to have easy gank paths with where the wave is positioned.
Absolutely. As we hit that 5-minute mark in the game, gold is pretty much even between our 2 teams. And so far, TK has been very, very proactive early on this Wukong. He's actually not really gone down too much in CS. It feels like Free has been a little bit more reactive on the Trundle so far. Erisu does have the ultimate, gets instantly exhausted, and Champion's Tale just jumps forward, looks to try and burn as much of the health bar there as possible. So it means he did have to burn a summoner spell. But Erisu is able to put some distance between them and he's able to get out.
Now with the priority afforded bot and also mid lane, they're going to look towards his first Infernal Dragon. And this is actually a massive aspect for a team who has the scaling advantage, because this dragon essentially adds 5 minutes minimum to the soul timer. So we were talking before the game in Champion Select how Warwick may want to force dragons so they can make that dragon soul an earlier sort of win condition. by University of Bath taking it essentially means that if Warwick were to go for that, they need another dragon to have spawned. It means from here, we're waiting 20 minutes before that's a possibility. And by that point, University of Bath could well have hit their scaling points that they're looking towards, especially when overall in the bot lane, they've been relatively untouched. Ziggs, Taric, both champions that are going to scale monstrously, and there hasn't really been too much threat. Now, I think that the situation where this could change is when Koki and Send hit level 6 and get their ultimates. Obviously, the element of execution could be a big issue, but for now, they managed to push the wave in, and I expect to see them go towards the top side of the map in time for that Herald spawn. They've synced it up with Dodhong's recall on this Maokai, and you can see on the other side, Bath going to match that on the top side of the map, but it's going to be a little bit sooner for Warwick, so could potentially look to capitalize on that. But unfortunately, T-Cake with Jam is on the bot side of the map, so I think both teams are going to try and get that setup in place for this Herald, and this could be the big objective where we first see a fight and potentially that first blood.
Been a very lax game is probably the word, not lack. Been a very lax game so far for the side of Bath. It does look like now they have rotated up, like you said, want to get their kind of attention shifted towards this Rift Herald, and that's where we expect to see some kind of action break out. Free is already the first one over to this side of the map. There's a lot of vision already being placed down though by the side of Warwick. It's a little bit harder to get through this area, and Free's actually just going to look to start up the Herald on his own. T-Cake has spotted him out. He's not level 6 yet. Nerisu does now have that Lunafall available to him again.
Yeah, I think you'll be concerned about starting this fight for the side of Bath. Like, ultimately, there's a lot of skirmishing tools coming available. We now have the ultimate for the Veigar, the ultimate for the Wukong. Pike won't be too far off. These are tools that will just absolutely flat out win you a skirmish. So Feel Special was going for potentially a sort of feeler Herald, see if anyone sort of contests it, but ultimately he does have to back away. Now, you can see they're aware this is going down, they've thrown a ward down, but I don't think you're in a position to contest this one. They will give it up, and I think this is the right call. When you're looking to scale as a team, dragons are important for delaying the game, but the Herald, ultimately, it's not worth fighting over. They may get some plates out of this, but as long as they don't take a full tower, or you're able to trade on the other side of the map, you should be in a pretty good spot. And you can see the recalls coming in from BioChickMonk and Rob236, as well as for Galvanizer. They're going to swap again and look to prioritize that dragon coming up in the next 2 minutes. And I think if Bath keep prioritizing these dragons, if they can get 2 in their pocket, then they have a really easy position just to sort of sit back and scale up into the later stages of the game. They have a ton of wave clear available. They have the tools to stall this one out. And interestingly, the decision was made by Koki and Sen to actually freeze in the top lane. So not matching the swap to the bot side of the map. They have a little bit of time to do so if they want to, but I think their call might be, forget the dragon, we just want the top lane tower. So Galvanizer is up there, and he does have his ultimate available, which can very much be used to sort of mitigate a shove, but I think they're going straight for plates, and he has thrown that ultimate down. He expects this to come in, and he should be able to clear this wave out, stalling things out to a degree.
It was a pretty solid ultimate there by Galvanizer. Maybe we now see Warwick swap out towards the bottom side of the map, but it feels like he's a little bit too slow to the punch. There is a teleport available on to Koki, though, as Dodhong is obviously going to have a bit of a harder time being able to shove out the wave compared to the likes of Galvanizer, Gangplank. Incredibly solid at being able to clear out these waves. This BioChickMonk and Rob are going to be able to walk the wave up, and they should be able to get themselves a plate or 2 here. I don't really think Maokai is going to be able to do too much. But he's able to actually hold the wave momentarily. But instead of burning a plate, does actually just burn a load of health. As actually they're going to use the dazzle onto him there. It's going to take him nice and low. He had to flash away to get out of that one.
That's huge, because now they're in a situation where they can get a lot of damage on this tower. Ziggs does an incredible amount in 2 towers with his passive available, and if they do start to get a low, it threatens that satchel. Ultimately, Galvanize was able to stall out on the top side. This Herald hasn't been used. 2 plates taken bot lane, essentially for free, and the typical value of a Herald is that 2 plates. That's how much damage it does, and the fact that Warwick are unable to find it, and they've essentially traded their pressure on the top side for those 2 plates bot, means that they're actually not doing too hot right now. Now, Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. TP's come in from Koki, and T-Cake is there, but this is a very late contest. It feels a bit reactionary. The vision's not in place. Send on the Pike is just rushing over now. And ultimately, they are going to be there in time to sort of stop this from being started by Bath. But ultimately, just a very late contest. I feel like them staying on the top side of the map hasn't really paid off at all so far.
They've been very slow to the punch there. Send is going to go for the deep water dive and just look to play some of this vision down. He's got those Mobies, so he's pretty quick. As now Erisu actually being jumped onto, has to use his ultimate, tries to jump back to turn it around, but that is first blood picked up for Champion's Tail, and that should be a dragon in the pockets of Bath as well.
Could actually look to collapse bot lane as well. The Herald got thrown down, so they'll get those 2 plates, but looks like there's not going to be anything more able to be picked up. You still have to be a little bit concerned about contesting this one because Dardhong has TP available in this Maokai. Would be a force to be reckoned with if he was able to join this fight. So I think Bath are just happy to take the kill, take the wave priority mid, and also an opportunity to shove out bot lane, go for their resets and re-establish the pressure. Ultimately, they know they don't need to take any dangerous fights. They can just play it safe, and the benefit of scaling will favor them.
Well, Vision's going to get cleared out here by Warwick, and it actually looks like the Cloud Drake should just be started up by them. The reset's going through from pretty much everyone on the side of Bath. Now Warwick are going to get their hands onto this Cloud Drake for themselves. There's not going to be any response, but First Blood was still picked up by the side of Bath. Warwick, though, did use that Herald to get some plates in the bot lane, so still the gold is dead even after all of the kind of breakouts of action we've had.
Going to be an Ocean Soul, so an extremely powerful one in several elements. So first off, just the buff itself is huge, especially when you have a lot of bruisers, a lot of bulky champions. The likes of a Trundle, the likes of a Maokai become incredibly hard to kill. And then the mana regeneration is pretty big for the likes of... not going to land that hook. Good attempt, though, from Send. Really big for the likes of a Vigar for Ziggs as well. But critically, there's going to be extra brushes. And that means there's going to be some difficult moments. So we are seeing a bit of an engage come in.
Yeah, they're actually going to use everything here. Send can just go for the execute. But Champion's Tail flashes forward. Gets ignited by Send. And he will go down. Champion's Tail almost getting a fantastic outplay there, though. As they did throw the bomb out from Bio, it didn't find its mark onto Koki. And now the hook's coming in, now the backup's coming in, the Cyclone's going to land for multiple members. They do have the ultimate to try and keep them alive, though. The sustain is there. They've got the healing, they've got the backup as Galvanizer. He's the one to make his way forward, throws out the cannon barrage, and they've got the damage onto Donghard. He is going to go down here. So they got a lot of sustain to work with. Erisu misses his ultimate, completely whiffs that. As Free Special also makes his way forward. Erisu does find himself 1 kill, but the Bouncing Bomb's going to chase him down, and it's a double kill to Galvanizer.
Oh, and just such a misplay there from Erisu. It was so clear that he wanted to go for the dash into the ult, potentially even a flash as well, but that wasn't available, and it just ends up whiffing it. That could have been the fight in the bag for Warwick if he was able to land a huge ult there on the Diana, but unfortunately does mess up a little bit, but still Warwick finding some headway when they do manage to get that skirmish off. You can see the power of having the double ultimate available from that Wukong, getting the knockups more frequently, and I think Bath a little bit disrespectful there. Champion's Tail just a bit too far up when he got picked down by Koki. The power of the Vigar with the Glacial Augment and then also the Cage, really limiting what a Tristana can do. You see them posturing for this Herald. They're starting up already, and Field Special's on the wrong side of the map, but I think they're going to get warded off, not feeling too aggressive. We're looking towards this, although with TK with Jam coming over, they're just going to look to secure this one. And again, Warwick did miss out on that first Dragon, but they've been able to pick up the second one, and now this second Herald as well. The question's going to be, what can they do with this one, though? They managed to get that tower in the bot lane, but I think mid would be the big priority with me, especially with Bio Chipmunk now setting up camp there. It's going to be very hard to actually push down this mid lane tower against a Ziggs, so that's the objective I would look to potentially prioritize. Although if you pair up the Herald usage with that Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, they'd be in a really good position.
Alrighty, well, 15 minutes on the clock here. Gold still pretty close, even though with all the action we've had breaking out. Erisu, next time I'd like to see him actually land that ultimate onto 3 people grouped up, as Koki's actually making his way forward. They've got the slow coming down, and they're actually going to get pinned inside there. Chipmunk's going to take a lot of damage as they do land a lot out there, but then in comes the dazzle, in comes the bomb, in comes the turnaround. They're able to get their way out of that, but that was close.
Yeah, but the disengage comes in clutch. It looked really disastrous almost for Rob there, not having the flash available. but they were too close to the tower in that scenario. They were able to use disengage, and enough members from Bath were there to collapse. But it still does mean that the flash goes down for Chipmunk there. Sen looking again, potentially on the Tristana, but won't find anything. And this is the issue. University of Bath have this composition that's so difficult to apply pressure to. They have the wave clear, they have the disengage, they have the safety, and essentially they're happy just to stall the game out for longer and longer.
There's a lot of wave clear available to Warwick on this team with the Veigar. Obviously, the later the game goes, the more he's going to be able to clear it out. The same is the case for the side of Bath here. They've got the Tristana, they've got the Ziggs, they've got a lot of ability just to clear out these waves. It could be harder and harder, as it looks like there's a little bit of a skirmish breaking out there. We see Rob had to flash just to get away from the cage. This could just be the dragon picked up here for the side of Warwick.
They're fishing here for Feel Special. They have priority in the mid lane and the bot. They could actually throw down the Herald in the mid lane if too many members move over to contest this dragon. But now that they're just fishing for picks, I'll just be happy with taking the Grump.
Yeah, you can steal away a few camps there. Smite actually did just get used by T-Cake.
You'll have it up in 10 seconds.
Should have it up, yeah. Well, looks like Heresy is going to look to come through here. They go in for the Dazzle. They actually got the cage to place down onto Rob. He's going to take a lot of damage, but has the ulti to use. The bomb's going to be absolutely massive. Champion's Tail does get caught out by the Nature's Grasp. Already we've seen Free has gone down, but the health bars on the side of Bath are just a little bit too low. The dangerous place to be for them. So they're going to step away momentarily, but this could just still be that Ocean Drake picked up here. As the Wukong has enough health to tank. And it looks like for now they are just going to take a bit of a breather and a step back. Special will be reviving up in 2 seconds time. So they're going to throw out that Rift Herald there in the bot side of the map.
It does force someone from Bath to react. They'll have to go and tackle that one. And that means T-Cake and Eris can just start up this dragon. Essentially, not in a position where Bath feels comfortable to fight. They'd used the Cosmic Radiance from the Taric. They did have to react to that Herald, but ultimately they saved that tower, but they will lose that dragon. Now 2 in the pocket for Warwick, but I think the big takeaway here is this could be a very different situation if Bath hadn't prioritized the early dragon. This could be a scenario where Warwick were on sole point because they denied that one away. They're still 2 away. It's still going to be another 10 minutes, which might put them in a much better spot in terms of their scaling already. You can see Chipmunk on the Ziggs. He's got that Ludens. He's also got the Pen combo off the Oblivion Orb and the Sork Shoes. In the mid lane, Champion's Tail has that Blade of the Moon King, a great spike for Tristana, but also the Hex Drinker to provide some protection from the likes of this Veigar and this Diana. So nice items to come in, but still looking to get a little bit later in this game for now. But Warwick, good to be setting the pace in terms of these objectives. They got both of those dragons, but things are going to slow down quite a bit here. They don't have the Herald to make use of anymore. They're going to struggle to sort of apply pressure in the top lane against the Gangplank, and the mid lane against the Ziggs is even more difficult. So I expect there to be a bit of a lull unless someone finds a pick. And we do see Koki working towards the Spooky Ghost, so once he has those available, that could be the opportunity for Warwick to start to force things.
Oh, big bomb actually. Free Special's going to make his way forward. He throws out the Mega Inferno. Great cage by Koki, though, to make sure him and Send do get their way out of that one. It's looking a little dicey for them in the mid lane there, but they were able to get the grand escape out.
Ultimately, the end result is 2 flashes, though, from Koki and Send. Pretty critical to take those ones out, and it means that the Pillar's going to have even more effectiveness against the likes of Koki in the future. He has reset and picked up the Spooky Ghost, so if Bath overstep here, they could be engaged on very easily, especially Dodhong already coming in for the flank.
Yeah, he does have that collapse available. The Minefield's going to get placed to try and slow them down, and Dodhong is able to get out, not able to find his opening. Galvanizer just pushing away in the top side. He's pretty happy just farming up, building towards his Hysterics at the moment. Actually, pretty close to getting it. Isn't quite there yet.
There's a big cost as well in that scenario. They roam Dodhong over, and he does miss out on that wave in the top lane, as you said, being pushed up by Galvanizer. Interesting to see Galvanizer going for the Hysterics. Suggests more that he wants to be relevant in team fights on the front line, rather than just having max amount of damage for capitalizing on those barrels. I do think it's the right call in this situation. This champion still go in.
Erasu actually has so much damage to work with, but he gets exhausted, tries to Luna Rush away, and misses out on the damage. That's going to be an easy kill, but they do get a bot up into the cage momentarily as the Dazzle comes down, and Biochipmunk trying to put that damage into TK. Has used that second Cyclone charge to just disengage his way out of there. The teleport used by the top lane as well. Pretty heavy cost burn for the side of Warwick.
This is a huge loss for Warwick. They lose a tower on the bot lane, they lose the mid laner, and then they try and commit mid and they just can't find anything. Ziggs Tarek is just so immovable. They have the wave clear, they have to disengage, and they have the tools to stop any chance of them really getting killed unless they massively mess up. And the end result is Warwick just don't really know what to do in this situation.
Well, 22 minutes on the clock here. The gold lead, 1,000 in favor of Bath, but like we were saying, the scaling is what sits in their favor. The longer this game goes, the more comfortable they feel. They got the Tristana, they got the Ziggs, they got the Gangplank, they've got the Taric, they've got all the tools to get themselves going. There are 2 Drakes already picked up, and the fight is breaking out here. The Nature's Grasp going to pin a couple in places. That's a huge cannon barrage into the bomb, into the Cosmic Radiance. Nobody's going down today as a double kill is picked up. In comes the assassination though from Erasu. He's able to find himself one as he's looking for more, chasing down Biochipmunk, finds himself the kill as the Maokai looks for the assassination off onto Rob. A pillar will put some distance between him and the Taric though, and the fight is just so scrambled. In comes the tree man. Rob is making as much distance as possible between him as he gets himself caught out and slowed down. The Subjugate is on. The heals are big, but they're not big enough. The Dazzle will connect, and Galvanizer, he will be gifted the kill. That's a massive win to Bath.
Massive win in a situation where Warwick really need to be coming ahead in these fights. Their skirmishing power just isn't enough in these 5v5 team fights with the Taric available, with these backline DPS, and you can see the value that Trundle gets. Very hard for anyone to cut through him, and the ult at the end just shuts down the Maokai. Bath, still a little bit of time before that dragon spawns, but he will get the reset out, but Galvanizer could be caught out here.
Yeah, TK actually just finds himself an easy assassination off of the Cyclone. And that could just be the dragon now gifted over to the side of Warwick. They'll be one away from that soul if they can make that happen. It looks like for now, they're going to get their resources and move their people over. Galvanizer's not up for another 20 seconds.
Yeah, no
should just be the dragon
available. This should be that dragon. Just a mistake. Galvanizer benefited massively from that team fight. Managed to go 4-0 and then oversteps, gives a huge shutdown to the Wukong. Potentially this dragon might be given over, but Field Special's contesting.
Yeah, he's going for the contest. He's going to get jumped onto here. Rob's onto that flank. They got the cage. They got the Dazzle, looking for Koki. So he's able to put some distance away. And Koki, great zoning tools there from the Veigar. And that is just going to be one off soul here for the side of Warwick. They're very comfortably in control of the neutral objectives. It's going to be hard to push out these waves for the moment, though. Chipmunk able to do a lot of damage to them with that Ludens, with the Oblivion Orb. And they know Baron is the key thing for them here. If they can get Baron Nashor, they can get control of the mid lane and start to push in these waves. So we're looking for an optimistic bait there. It looks like for now, Bath do not fall for that.
Cool, Send actually gets very low, but yeah, I think they were just fishing for picks there. They're feeling confident right now, and they know they have the power. The Veigar got to set up the CC, find that. Bath still up in gold very slightly, still has that scaling advantage, but things have started to get a little bit concerning. That mistake cannon over the dragon was a critical one, and that means 4 minutes away from that soul. If Warwick are able to get that, it's really going to give them a massive boost. But Cage comes in, Koki unfortunately not able to find anything. We have 5 members of Bath around mid lane looking to try and pressure this tower.
Yeah, they've got the ability just to execute that turret really, really quickly. There is, caught up on the tail end of the cage, but it's not enough as the flash subjugate comes down and Frill able to pick that one up. They actually held that satchel, I believe, as well, so they can look for an execute on the turret here. As in comes TK, but actually Champion jumps in forward, gets the exhaust off onto him just to send him packing. They get a pillar on to the Maokai. Going to slow him down with the barrels of the CC to work with, and that is one dead tree. Galvanizer 5-1 on the gangplank. And he's looking to get control of all of this vision around the Baron Pit and take that, as Erasu in the meantime will take a bot lane tier 2 turret. As TK actually looks to jump in here, gets the Cyclone off. His Champion's Tail now looks to jump down onto the jungler. The pillar's well placed, but there's a blast cone to get away. And it was close.
Sen's going to stop the reset here, but they block it. Really nice moves there. They need someone to answer this down, who's just going to end up taking the inhibitor. As much as that all looks good for Bath, they just left their base alone, and Erisu able to shove up, take 2 towers and the inhib there, and this is the furthest inhibitor away from that Baron, so a pretty critical one. And Bath just overstepping. They wanted to group up as 5. They know their team fighting is stronger when all 5 members are together, but ultimately they end up overstepping, not respecting the side lane pressure from this Diana.
Galvanizer doing his best to hold this mid lane currently. But they got Champion's Tail in that bot lane to push out the wave, but it does look like Galvanizer will probably go off for the base, start building towards his Essence Reaver, and he should have a pretty decent time dealing with this wave in the bot side. So with Teleport, with the Cannon Barrage, he should be able to hold the wave, and it could just be a bit of additional gold for him. But Erisu, great job to be able to just shove in and take an inhibitor for free when the rest of your team are just kind of losing everywhere else on the map.
And Erisu could well be the factor in these team fights if he's able to find a big ult. He has got 4 out of their 6 kills on Warwick, farmed up pretty heavily, so the Diana can make a massive impact. Unfortunately, the window is getting a little bit smaller. Now, they do find a big burst to engage. That could be the potential for it before that Taracle comes down, but for now, they're actually starting up the Baron. Blue Trinket's gone down, and they're moving over to respond, but I don't think they're going to be there in time.
They're going to use a lot of their tools early to try and burn the health bars down. That Drake is that Baron is already low, and over goes the Maokai to try and run Interrupt here. His Champion's Tail has to flash away from the execute from Send. Does get himself the kill, but they lose Baron for that.
Just an oversight from the side of Bath. They just didn't expect them to rush that Baron down. You could see how they all started to rotate over, and as much as the Blue Trinket was quick, they weren't there in time to contest. There's tons of Baron damage from this Warwick side. The Vigar, who can spam his abilities, actually does a significant amount with his AP ratios, and the Diana as well, great at cutting through it. So a massive amount of gold, massive amount of XP just instantly handed over to the side of Warwick, and it's at the worst timing because that Ocean Soul spawning in 40 seconds, Bath need to deny this one.
They're going to get spotted out by the Spooky Ghosts as well. Knows they were setting up in that Burschen. They're just ignoring them. They're running it up the mid lane here. They got a tower that's very, very low. Koki should be able to finish that one off with the help of the Baron buff minions. Now they've got to rotate members over to clear this out. Champion's Tail is inside the base as a massive wave was actually crashing in.
It's actually so hard to contest. Oh, actually, Koki could be overextending here.
Yeah, he may just look to turn it around, though. They just get the assassination off in time. The Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't even hit a single target. Another fantastic cage will pin everybody in place. And that was the execute they needed. Erisu finds the kill. 2 for none in favor of Warwick, and they are going to move on to their Ocean Soul.
I thought Koki was overextending, but it looks like it was Bath who was. The cage so critical in these jungle fights, in the cordoned off areas, and they're able to pick up that Ocean Soul. Hugely powerful for the side of Warwick, and it's just going to make the game so difficult for Bath here. They have the Baron, they have the regen, they're going to start pushing in, and Champion's Tail can't do very much to defend.
He's got the Infinity Edge, he's got the Blade of the Ruin King, but he doesn't really have enough to hold versus this team. A big satchel into a lot of damages. Actually, they do get the stun off. Erisu is very, very low. It might actually just die to the pop there. They get that execute off. And now it's a Maokai being run down. Looking for that dazzle. They got the cannon barrage for the slow, but they lose their inhibitor in the meantime. And Rob is almost dying to the cannon minions.
Wait, the
Maokai is just healing up for days. He's so hard to cut down. They finally find the execute. They finally find the kill. But he just bought so much time and so much space. Warwick, there is only one more inhibitor for them to take.
That was a big overstep from Warwick, I will say. Erisu dying there was pretty comical as well. He opted to go for the Void Staff and not the Zhonya's. That would have saved him there. But as you said, it was just the Maokai. Dard Hong just unkillable. They had the Subjugate down as first as well. And just the healing from Maokai on top of the Ocean Soul just made it so hard for them to cut through him. And this is without even having a Spirit Visage as well for the Maokai. And he still just took so long to cut down. Power of the Ocean Soul coming in clutch there. And as you said, 2 inhibitors down. Looks like Warwick potentially looking to threaten that top lane. The Baron has timed off, but with the super minion waves inevitably going to push in, once Darthong respawns, they can look to apply this pressure. Send just going to be able to get away on the pike, but actually could be caught out.
Yeah, they actually get themselves a lot of damage off there. Kogi has to flash away as he tries to jump out, but he is going to get himself one traded back out. In comes the Maokai, in comes the backup. Erisu can look for a massive ultimate, pulls everyone in with the Moonfall and finds the turnaround. The Cyclone is layered and a triple kill is picked up for Erisu. He flashes forward into Galvanizer's face and they are looking to run down the gangplank. He's able to get away with the shield and with the safety that Hysterics gave him, but this could just be game for Warwick.
And it looked like it was going to be a rough fight for Warwick, losing the bot lane at the start, but the wombo combo of the Diana and the Wukong together is just enough to cut down everyone from the side of Bath. Galvanizer going to try and defend here, but this looks like it's going to be game.
Yeah, he's going to fire the cannon barrage and everything. Erisu mops him up for his 9th kill, and 32 minutes on the clock. Warwick take game 1 of this best of 5.
And honestly, this looked like it could have been a game where Warwick stumbled. In the early game, we expected a lot more from them. They had this composition that obviously had spikes they wanted to hit in the early to mid game. We had concerns about going up against the likes of the Taric, but as soon as they got control from some slip-ups from the side of Bath, they just kept the momentum. And the Vigor cage meant it was impossible to check into. The threat of the Diana and the Wukong and the Maokai and the backline was huge as well. And it just made things so difficult for the side of Bath once they lost that momentum they had to get back into it. And I think I also have to praise the objective control. That was something that Warwick did really effectively, and the Dragon stacking up was a critical factor in the victory.
Yeah, they were able to get those early drakes, like you said, and it was very much a matter of once they got themselves in control of the game, they really did accelerate. They didn't kind of give that time over, and it was maybe a little slower than we predicted, but like you said, every time you take a Drake, you buy yourself more time, and that really came through for them. They had an unkillable front line. He felt so hard to cut through, and just the combo between the Warwick and the Diana was just too much to bear for the side of Bath. But obviously it is still a best of 5. Maybe we'll see some bans go down towards Erisu a little bit more focused. Obviously that Katarina was banned from him in game 1. But maybe they look to ban away this Diana as well, because it could just prove to be a little bit too much for them.
I think the big thing for me is that realistically, I felt like Bath, the game was going at a good pace for them, but it just came to a point where it's almost like they felt, oh, we have to force something, we have to be doing something, we can't just sit back. And ultimately, that's what led to their downfall, because Warwick were perfectly happy with that. You want to take fights when we have a Wukong and a Diana who are going to threaten your backline. We have a cage, which is going to be available every 7-8 seconds. Sure. And they just capitalized on it. And this is the replay where we saw that great combo come in. And it's just, there's very little you can do in that scenario. And I think Bath came too focused on trying to look to contest, to force pressure, and ended up not protecting their backline properly. And as soon as the Zig started to feel threatened, as soon as Tristana was unable to find success, they kind of just fell apart.
Well, game number 1 did go over to Warwick, but we still have more games to go here. So we're going to cut to a quick break, and when we're back with game number 2 of our best of 5. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the NSE. My name is HitBrain, and obviously I am once again joined by Dan Orgs Harrison. Now, game 1 was fantastic. I'm so excited to get into game number 2, but before we do, we actually have a little shout out to our friends at Special Effects, one of our partners here at NSE. Now, if you log in on to the League of Legends client, you can actually see the option to donate to 3 different charities. We'd love it if you could donate towards Special Effect. I have a little thing to read off, which I've lost. So it's
actually a vote. It's to add. It's the proceeds vote, yes, from the skin. So basically, right, it's saying proceeds will go to a charity of your choice. And I think we all think Special Effects is a great charity who's done a lot to help out with accessibility for gaming. Obviously, we all enjoy games ourselves, so being able to introduce more people in the wider community to have access to that and enjoy the same games we do, and we just think it's a great choice. You have the opportunity, there's a link on the screen that you can follow, or you can just log into your League client from the UK and you'll have those 3 options.
Yeah, so give that a vote, and then we'll be getting on to game number 2. Now, Orcs, talk to me a little bit about our first game of the day between Warwick and Bath. It looked like Bath actually were doing okay. Every team fight seemed to go in their favor, but it was the neutral objectives. There was everything kind of focused around the map, but was going in Warwick's favor.
I think one of the things is when you're playing one of these teams where your win condition is the more scaling element, you have to be really concerned about little mistakes because they just give a massive amount of momentum to the side. There was a moment where Galvanizer got caught out, a big shutdown on the Dragon, which was costly. And I think ultimately it was just too many mistakes from a side who really wanted to slow down the momentum. I think Bath had some really good plays, they had some good setup, but ultimately they weren't able to contest the objectives, which to an extent I think is okay. You're not the team who's going to take all of them. But it just felt like they wanted to go a bit too aggressive. I think they were concerned about the state of the game getting later on. They didn't respect things like Erisu in the side lane, and they felt like they had to have 5 members grouped together, which was a little bit unnecessary. I think it was just some poor decision making around the map, some poor team fights that they opted into that cost them. Ultimately, as much as they do have scaling elements to their composition, as much as a 5v5 is strong, if you have a Diana flanking, getting a 3-man ultimate, it's never really going to go favorably. And I feel like although Warwick, a couple of mistakes I feel in the drafting phase, picking that Maokai, as much as it worked, it just felt a bit not the optimal pick when the enemy team already has a Trundle. Ultimately, the tools they were given, they did extremely well with. The priority and objectives was great, and they found those opportunities. I think the big pick for me was probably the Vigar, because not only did it offer them an easy element of engage with the Glacial Augment slows, but also those cages were just so pivotal in zoning off areas.
Yeah, it just, I combine with that Pike as well. You obviously have the ability to just CC people down for days. You obviously have the Maokai, and you saw even in the game-winning team fight, it started by the Veigar and the Pike getting picked. They were able to do enough damage and buy enough time for the rest of the team just to show up and just murder the rest of Bath. So going into game number 2, I'm curious to see what gets banned away, where the priority goes, because I said in the game, maybe that Dino might be something they need to think about banning. Obviously the Katarina is the kind of like something you have to deny, but are you going to look to ban away something like this Veigar? We saw 2 mage bot laners. Are we going to see just a focus on mage bot laners throughout this game, or is the ban phase going to change to kind of reflect that, you know, even though the Ziggs didn't win, it was still pretty strong. It was still a nuisance quite a lot of the time when they were looking and finding these picks. So curious to see how the next kind of picks and bans will be going into game number 2.
Yeah, in isolation, I don't feel like Dana was an issue. Obviously, she's strong and she served a purpose well there, and a great pick for Erisu. But I think ultimately it was more so the Vigar that frequently offered issue throughout the game, because as much as Warwick did win this match, it wasn't clean sailing. There were definite moments where the Diana didn't find success in the mid lane, where the Wukong was, as much as he gets a lot of impact with his ultimates, that alone isn't necessarily going to be enough. I really felt like the power of the cage and the Glacial Augment slows just set them up to find those frequent engages. And particularly, you notice those points where they're sort of setting up around the Dragon or the Baron, enemy teams trying to push in, you throw the cage down, and it's just, that's it. There's nothing you can do. It's just like, you are stuck, especially because one of the critical things is Bath were playing a front-to-back team fight. So they want their front line to push forwards, and they want their back line to follow up behind that. Flanking wasn't really an option for them. I mean, Gangplank isn't necessarily the best flanker, and even if he was, he's there alone, because really you need protection for this backline. And I think that's ultimately what cost them, is that they just weren't able to approach any areas against the Vigar cage. For me, personally, I think ban away the Vigar. I think that's one of the bigger issues. Koki's been playing a lot of these mages, but if he was not playing the Vigar and he was playing, say, the Cassiopeia, I think that game would be very different.
Well, actually, going into this game, we got to pick sides once again. Bath were the one choosing, and actually they went for red. So we're actually having the exact same size we had in our last game. Question for me is, how is that going to affect our picks and bans going into this next game? Do you think, you know, them stacking on red side, maybe they had a plan, but they just weren't able to execute perfectly this time that they want to stick to? Or do you think maybe there's something else going on?
I think fundamentally the draft wasn't a massive issue. I think you can make little tweaks, and that's the big thing. You keep the same size, the draft can be roughly the same, and then you tweak 1 or 2 things. So you ban the Vigar, that can be the difference maker between those 2 drafts. And I think ultimately, even if the drafts are exactly the same in theory, I don't think that was the issue in that game. I don't think that was a game that was lost on draft for Bath. I think very much it was how the game played out and how both teams sort of prioritized different aspects, how Warwick were able to find frequent objectives and stack up that Ocean Soul, and also the control they had. I think those were the critical aspects. Because, I mean, as we said, Bath had a good start to that game. It looked like it was going to go in their favor, and they just kind of started to lose momentum towards the end. And Grey Warwick, as soon as they found the opportunity, just ran away with it.
Well, there goes the Ziggs this time. Don't want to be dealing with Bio Chipmunk Ziggs again. And now it's over to the side of Bio. They ban away that Katarina, pretty much standard stuff. It's actually, they're a little bit all over the place. I don't know if they've just got their order in the wrong way there. This game.
Yeah, I think Grey Warwick, a little bit out of order. But, you know, happens. Regardless, I think Ziggs, it's a difficult matchup to deal with. You saw one big aspect with that pick was the momentum that it shut down in the mid game. You see how they were trying to push down that mid lane tower. Ziggs was happy just to sit there wave clearing. It's also actually a rough matchup for Vigar just because the Ziggs outranges him so much, but that is going to get banned away, so they've adapted, and I think this is the big one. I think that's a smart move because Koki's super successful with it. I think Sen's best champion is the Pike. and he will pair that up in tandem. So shutting that down is a critical aspect. But we do see the Taric banned away as well from Grey Warwick. So really just hammering away at that bot lane off Bio and the Hardstucks, and how much Bio, Chipmunk, and Rob really shut down the pressure. Grey Warwick obviously wanted to set an even faster pace in this game if possible, but another ban thrown towards Koki, so Renekton up and available, and as is that Vladimir, which we saw banned away last time. So a lot more picks available for the solo laners of Grey Warwick, but Koki being pressured pretty heavily here.
We'll see what they look to pick up here. Right, not clocked down a little bit here for the side of Warwick, but like I said, the Renekton and the Vladimir open. We'll see what is going to be the priority for these teams, and it is actually the Senna who was banned away in the first game in the second phase.
Yeah, so something that Koki will play. Obviously, still strong. Had a couple of nerfs on this patch as well. The value of the soul's gone down in terms of AD. The soul generation has been nerfed as well, but still a powerful pick. Stellar laning. But something Grey Warwick did ban in their first phase last game, but having here is the set. So this one's going to be left open. And the big success with the set is not just the strength of the champion inherently, but his flexibility. You can play this champion top, jungle, mid, or support right now. And in particular, the reason why this is not only a good pick, but a good denial is Senna's set is such a super powerful, oppressive lane. You have the slows from Senna, you have the engage potential from Set, and he's also a great champion to give gold. So a big one for them to deny that one, and they're going to combo it up with that Jarvan. So a huge amount of threat already established for that Senna, a huge amount of engage potential. Potentially, we could just see a Tom come out, because there's not many picks that pair up with a Senna that can keep us safe against a Set and a Jarvan in combo.
Yeah, it could be a really, really rough one for them here now. That is going to be the Renekton picked up for Dardhong. We talked about this. He got banned away in the last game. It's left open, and he really has to put his stamp down on this set, because if the set starts to snowball, Renekton is never going to catch up to that set. And now it's over to TK to pick up the last pick here for the side of Warwick, and maybe they're just going to kind of walk away from the likes of the Tahm Kench for now, and they're actually just going to lock into Vladimir, looking to get some comfort picks for their laners.
Yeah, a lot of power already, and these two were banned away first rotation in the last game, so denying those ones out. Renekton obviously has a lot of power in terms of trading. The Blader and King Rush has been a new build recently, where you end up in your combo doing a massive amount of percentage HP, so it can cut through a set. But there's the thing, it's not necessarily a set top lane, so it still has that flexibility. We do see the Misfortune picked up for Barrett Chipmunk, one of his most favored champions. Obviously, typically is more of an AD carry player rather than playing those mages, although he did go for that Ziggs last time. Now, bans potentially coming through. Poppy going to be taken away. We'll have to look and see what else is taken off the table. Diana going to be first and foremost. Something shared between Erisu and Champion's Tale in terms of champ pool.
Yeah, they are going to ban that one out here. Seems the Vladimir has already been picked up Erisu. He may just look to kind of pinch more into that bot, into the mid lane, and ban away a little bit more here for the moment. Bio and the Hardstucks looking to ban away the Sejuani as their final ban. So they focused out a little bit onto a jungler here, taking that away. And Grey Warwick looking for their fifth and final ban before we get into the last pick phase, and they're going to round out these comps. Because so far, I'm really liking the look of the Bio and the Hardstucks comp. They have a massive wombo combo available to them with the Cataclysm, with the Showstopper, with the Bullet Time. There's so much AoE damage that can just be layered down very fast into the face of Grey Warwick. And
I mean, it's just
if you want to
worse
add to the wombo combo, if you want to add to the AoE damage, Rumble does that so well.
And this is actually a great flex. This is another huge flex. You can play Rumble top, jungle, mid, or support. They're all viable to different levels. So ultimately, this is still a lot of flexibility for Bio and the Hardstucks. We don't know where the set is going. We don't know where the Rumble is going. We can sort of try and work it out. But it's overall been a great draft to sort of set that up in that regard. And the team fighting is just absolutely monstrous already. So looking towards Grey Warwick to answer. I mean, the question is going to be, how do you keep that Senna safe?
Well, you said Tahm Kench, but they say Yasuo here. So, where is the Yasuo going? Where's the Vlad? Where are these picks going? Is it going to be a Yasuo Senna bot lane?
I think could well be the Vladimir in the bot lane.
Could be, yeah.
I think that makes sense. Ultimately, have the Yasuo in tandem with the Zac, but this does not leave very much protection for that Senna. It's basically, okay, you're going to try and beat up our backline, but we'll beat up your backline as well. We'll have to see how things play out. This last ban is going to reveal a lot for Bayern the Hardstocks in terms of where the set and the Rumble might be going. So Leona Misfortune, a really strong combo if they want to lock that one in. Yeah, and I think you can go through this. I think Set and Rumble are both fine into the Yasuo. Just depends what you want to put up against Dardhong on this Renekton. But the end result is, I feel like Bayern the Hardstocks have one hell of a team fight.
They have an insane team fight. And also the key thing is they have a good team fight with ease of execution. That is not a particularly hard team fight to pull off if you kind of get the opportunity pulled to you. You've got that solar flare, you've got the carpet, you've got all the setup and the engage available to you. When you look at Grey Warwick, they have a very solid team fight themselves, but it's the execution. It's a lot harder to kind of pull that combo off. So for Grey Warwick, they need to be really coming in at a kind of full power here to actually go toe-to-toe with Bayern the Hardstocks, because for them, it's just kind of punch R and just hope you land it on as many people as possible, and that should be enough just to win the team fight.
Yeah, and there's definitely scaling elements on the side of Grey Warwick, like the Vladimir, the Yasuo, the Senna can all be really monstrous late game, the Zac as well, but there's never a point in the game where you just sort of auto-win based on scaling, just because of how powerful the team fight is on the other side. And ultimately, I have played against Yasuo Senna bot lane before. It was terrible. I don't feel like those champs synergize really well together overall. We'll have to see how things pan out in the game. You can obviously apply pressure to the Misfortune. The wind wall is really effective against the bullet time as well. But ultimately, I'm favoring Bath heavily with this draft, but it's going to come down to execution in the game as well. We did see them have a strong draft game one and then managed to kind of mess it up a little bit towards the end of the game and end up losing that one. So this could be a game for them to bounce back and make this a series.
Could be that game, or it could just be Warwick pushing it all the way to match point in this game. It's going to be a harder one for them than that last game. Last game, they were losing the team fights, but they were winning net across the board. This game, I think they need to make sure they're also not hard losing in the team fights, because it will be just really, really rough for them to play into an MF who will be scaling up into that game and just melting people with the bullet time. Like you said, the wind will sure it can shut them down, but even if you're dodging away on that bullet time, then the rest of the team can just lay the equalizer down, lay the show. It's hard. It's really, really hard for them.
There's so much you can throw down in this situation. And ultimately, I think one of the concerning things is if these solo laners get really far ahead, that could be a bit of an issue, because do they really have anyone who can necessarily answer them? Maybe not. So I think that should be the sort of play condition, is if Warwick can find some momentum in the early game, set up these solo laners, and they can start to extend leads. The Renekton, for example, is a champion who could become monstrous to sort of overcome the issues they've sort of laid for themselves in draft. But I feel like, as you said, ease of execution is the big factor. It is very much a pressure R buttons together and pick up the rewards for Bath. And so I feel like they have an easier job coming out, but they are 1-0 down. As you said, it'll be match point if they lose this one as well. Really hard sort of mentally to come back from that sort of, from being 2-0 down. So Bath, this game they kind of need to have if they want to put themselves in a good position, essentially reset the series, make it into a best of 3. And I think they've given themselves a good composition to do so.
They have definitely done so. Now let's have a little look at Warwick, because we know what Bio need to do. But for Warwick, what is like their win condition? How do they pull this one out the bag?
I think it comes down to the Zac. I think Zac has some great gank angles. I think you can set up potentially top lane. I think bot lane as well is an okay one to gank. Obviously, Leona Misfortune has a lot of strength in terms of their pressure, but if you do threaten them in a 3v2, you can very much just have the Yasuo dive on top of them. But I think ultimately Renekton should be your big. If you get him strong, he can sort of carry you through the earlier stages. When it hits late game, there may be a situation where no one can answer the 1-3-1 thread. You know, you'll have the likes of Vladimir, you'll have the likes of Yasuo. My concern is the lack of wave clear, though. I really feel like if you lose momentum, and you need to stall the game out, who's clearing waves? Because you don't have something like the Ziggs, not even the Vigar, as we saw in the previous game that both teams had. And the end result is going to be, it's like if Senna has to walk up or Yasuo has to walk up to clear waves, they're just going to get engaged on. So I think it's a hard ask. I think this is going to, if Warwick wins this, I think it's going to be really rough for Bath, because by all means, with how the draft has gone, I am calling this as a Bath win, but I've seen stranger things.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one for Warwick, but they are 1-0 up, and it came off the ability of them to control the Drakes early in the game. They have to look to try and do the same here. They don't want to give time. They don't want to give space over to Bio once again. But if this team does start to snowball, it gets really, really rough. When you got the Vladimir, the Yasuo just running through your team, if you fall behind into that, it is going to be hard. Doesn't matter how easy the execution for your engage is. If a Yasuo jumps onto your backline and starts one-shotting you with the backup of Vladimir, it's going to be really, really rough. So for Bio, it's very much about getting control of the game and just not letting Gary Warwick get any kind of ability to get back into the game.
Yeah, but also, worst case scenario, you kill the Yasuo 10 times, he hits his power spike, and then suddenly it's game over. That's what you've always got to be concerned about.
All right, well, we're loading through on to Summoner's Rift for our second game of this best of 5. Grey Warwick, 1 up in the series currently. And Bio and the Hardstucks from Bath University, it is about them getting back into this series. Winning here puts it into a best of 3 for them. They can ignore that first loss and they can pull it back. Send the support is playing the Yasuo here. Koki is going to be on the Senna.
Yeah,
the fasting Senna though, so
I'll put support in quotation marks because Send has shown he's a bit more of a carry player based on how he sort of plays in solo queue. Also very favorable for the Pike. I feel like Brob is more your traditional, Leona, Nautilus, Thresh sort of player, whereas Send is the sort to go, hey, yeah, I'll play Yasuo on the bot lane. My concern is going to be, though, against a dive, these two champions could potentially be vulnerable. And having the Rumble in the mid lane against a Vladimir of all champions, you're always going to have priority and be able to rotate down. Now, interestingly, it is a Comet Rumble and not a Predator Rumble that we typically see. So not as much sort of skirmish power from that, not as much ability to roam down, but you are going to have more laning power. And I think Vlad is going to struggle a little bit with such long cooldowns on his transfusion early. It's going to make things a little bit tricky.
All right, well, looks like we've had a pretty standard start here. So it looks like Fear is actually looking for maybe either an early gank or an early invade here. He's pinging down. He's level 2, so he actually has the ability to jump in. They jump onto Koki. He has to flash away, but that flag and drag is going to be there for the follow-up, and Koki tries to get the heal. The exhaust is going to go down, and Sen gets a knock-up, but that is too little. It is too late. First blood picked off a free special.
Yeah, already seeing a little bit of an issue with the Senna and the Yasuo. No one really to offer that level of protection, and that was an extremely easy gank. Critically, no flashes used from Bath at all across the board. And there's a level 1 Leona who sort of facilitated that play, so really insane to me how easy it is to execute when you do see a Senna on the other side with no protection, no Tom Kench, nothing like that. Yeah, just a really, really easy pickup, but great movement from Field Special to find that opportunity.
Maybe a little over-optimistic just to go in early. Shove up that hard on those first few waves.
Koki and Send are like, look, we have lane priority. Things are going great. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no, no, no.
Round 2.
I think they're playing with a little bit more respect this time. Sen does obviously have his flash, but Phil really wants this. There's a big wave to work with, so they actually might just look for a gank here.
They should.
Koki is level 1 still. He's going to look for the heal. They have to use the flash and the teleport. Sen is trying to get the damage back out, but he can't find it. This is just going so rough right now. As Darnong also came in with the teleport, it is just rough here for the bot lane.
I have some good news. Okay, it is fasting Senna, so she's not the one missing out on the farm, but it's a very small consolation prize. Koki's still level 1 at 4 minutes, and I mean, we expected it coming out of draft. We did say Senna, Yasuo, there's not very much protection for the Senna, and I think Bath have realized that as well and have capitalized. I feel Special just going to show up mid, not essentially looking for pressure onto the Vladimir, but just looking to shove the wave in and allow champions still to get a reset in this situation. You can see the Zac hovering, but Vladimir at this point is borderline useless in a skirmish. So
yeah,
actually the Zac goes for a reset. I think he was just covering in case of a potential dive, but that means that although Erisu throws that first wave, Champions Tales are going to be able to shove it again. And this is going to be the tail of this lane, is that Rumble shoves, and Vladimir just has to pick up the waves in the tower. There's not much you can do outside of that. Koki now hit level 2, though, so, you know, woo, that's nice.
The rest of the team, bot lane are level 3. Send is level 4 because he's basically been in solo lane for the entire game, so he has a experience lead over Chipmunk, and actually he's doing a good job to stay equal in CS to Bio Chipmunk as well. Obviously, Bio Chipmunk does have his 2 assists to his name, but like you were saying, the assist experience and gold, well, experience, sorry, is down.
True, did get nerfed in this patch, and I think that's a big thing though, is that yes, they killed the center, and you're thinking, oh, you know, it's rough to have your AD carry. And typically in a lane, you want the support to die rather than the AD carry because the support can stay and pick up the waves. But, you know, it is essentially a support center. It's Yasuo who's taking the farm. So although that was a lot of pressure put down, they got the gold from those kills. They don't deny any farm really away from Send, other than the waves he zoned off, and he's managed to keep up pretty heavily in this situation. Now, Field Special is reset. Somehow his top lane cams disappeared, and I'm joking, he did go and clear those, but he's heading straight back bot lane. This is essentially where he set up his tent, and he's walking straight down the lane. They're probably going to look for the engage again. Koki's still flashless. They do have the Yasuo wind wall now, though, so they can use that to block the Zenith Blade, but it's not necessarily going to be enough.
It's really about this Renekton trying to taking over the top lane. They both use their teleport to get down to the bot lane, and that second dive, T-Cake is in the wings. He's waiting about towards this bot side. He smells a rat. This wave is getting shoved in. It's a big wave, and they know that they might just get another gank, another dive into this bot lane. Flash is available on Send. They look for the Glacial Augment slows. Actually, they're looking to jump in. In comes the interrupt. In comes the knock-up. They're trying to put some space out there. Sen looks for the knock-up himself. Chipmunk is low. The tower shots are coming down, but the equalizer has been used. And Sen now trying to buy some space between him and Champion's Tail, as he's just clearing out this wave once again. They find themselves a pick on to Koki. He is 0-3 on the center. He's having such a rough game.
I mean, what did Koki say something in all chat? What did he do to deserve this sort of punishment? I mean, that looked like it could have been a great turnaround with TK coming in, but ultimately the difference there was the mid priority. Champion's Tail on the Rumble, always able to have priority, able to rotate down first. He throws the equalizer, they're able to clear out the kill and reset, and they get that dragon as well. So that's finding the success they need to now. Send really hasn't been punished here, but this Sen is getting pushed more and more behind. And I think the thing to note is that although she's not the one farming, every time she's dead, that's just less and less souls she's picking up. And that's the avenue of how this center works, the fasting center, is you get the souls, which sort of make up for the gold loss from not CSing, but he's not getting those souls. The only soul being taken is his own, and unfortunately he can't collect on that one.
Unfortunately not. Now, at least there's some kind of consolation prize. Bio Chipmunk hasn't found a single kill from all these dives in the bot lane, so at least they've got that going for them.
True.
As the dragon was taken out, the wave gets picked up, and now a late swap is going to come out here from Warwick as they reset. The Zeal is being brought up by Send here, and he's looking to try and join up towards this top side of the map. He does now have the last breath available to him, so maybe he can use that to his advantage, but they are just too slow to the punch here on this Rift Herald. TK will spot him out with the Scryer's Bloom, but Erisu's resetting. The bot lane have only just made it to the top side of the map, and they're just really slow to the punch every time.
I mean, it's kind of what we expected. You fall behind this hard bot, you're not really going to be able to contest these objectives. Herald's going to be taken. Field Special hits level 6, so it's like Cataclysm. Flash is now available for Koki, but I'm not sure how long it's going to be, because you already see Champion's Tail roaming up with this Rumble. I think there's going to be another dive.
Well, it looks like actually they're trying to spot them out early here. Free Special could just get caught up. He's already taking a lot of damage. The equalizer gets used. Send puts some space out, has the knock-up, comes in as the bullet time's there. They're going to melt through it, trading out 1-for-1. Solar Flare lands onto T-Cake, and he's trying to buy some space. They trade out 1-for-1. But with the Herald, with a wave, this could just be first turret blood.
But critically, they killed the Jarvan, and the one who had the Herald, so that won't be available. They should be looking to get some plates in this situation, but a 1-for-1 trade, considering how much they invested there, it's not too hard, honestly. Erisu going to be able to push up in response and get a plate himself, and he's up 20 CS. And you may be thinking, well, Champion's Tale's been roaming a lot, sure, but like he's also had priority when he's been roaming. Erisu's just been calm, calculated, farming away in this lane, and scaling up in this Vladimir. So as much as things have looked disastrous for Bath in this, for Warwick in this situation, they still have very good farm on their solo laners. Send isn't actually that far behind considering the amount of ganks that have been put towards him and Koki, and they're not actually that far ahead gold. The gold difference only 500 for Bath. So we really need to sort of see where this Herald is being utilized to sort of expand that gold lead more, and also frequently picking up these neutral objectives, because for now, as much as it does look favorable for Bath, they're not actually that far ahead.
Well, it's also in the top lane. Look at the lead that the Renekton has been able to accrue for himself. Building towards that Blade of the Ruin King, got the Bilgewater in the inventory. The Riptail's going to get summoned down in the bot lane as they actually do get themselves a knock up, and they actually get the flash out. That's going to be a kill already for the Crocodile as the Equalizer gets used. The Cell Division's going to get forced, and in comes the backup, in comes the damage. They will take themselves down a support there. Junglers, they're trying to get some damage out, some healing onto Erisu, but now the turnaround is going to be enough. He's ignited and burning down. A double kill's been picked up, and it's just a disaster for Warwick. They're going to lose first turret blood, and they're going to lose everything elsewhere.
Just an overcommit. They sort of felt confident, you know, Vladimir has been farming away, as has the Renekton. They're like, oh, you know, it's fine, we can take a fight here. But the end result is, it was still a numbers advantage for Bath in that situation. The bot lane of Warwick were nowhere to be seen, and the team fighting power that we talked about, the skirmishing power, the rumble, the misfortune, just far too much in that situation. And as we said, Bath weren't that far ahead. You look at the gold lead now, it's 3,000. And critically, Galvanizer was just sitting on the other side of the map, doing his thing, taking plates. Didn't even opt to TP in that scenario. Wasn't even needed. I think that sort of shows how much of a stomp that was for Bath. And things are starting to look a little bit rough for Warwick now.
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder for them here. Dardhong in the bot lane. Has got a big CS lead for himself. That's the one favorable thing he has to go for here. But he's not being able to pay too many plates, too many advantages for it. And that was Erisu's first time kind of joining into the team fight. And they trade 3 for 1. It is really, really rough for them. And now Bath going to turn their attention towards this Mountain Drake, the second Drake of the game for them. And I feel like if you're Warwick, you just have to give this up. You might have to look to contest the next one as well. Going to be on another Ocean Soul. Really great for the Zac. It'll be great for the Renekton in these extended team fights if they can get that.
Well, at the moment, it's looking like it's going to be Bath to take, and Set definitely benefits from that. Jarvan as well. I mean, even the champions like Misfortune, who ends up quite bulky when she goes Bloodthirster for third, is going to be really hard to take down. I'm not exactly going to say at least it's not an Infernal, because Ocean's pretty rough as well, but I think with an Infernal, Koki's life would not be lasting very long. But either way, it's just going to be a massive benefit to the team fight off Bath. They're managing to secure that one. Overall, it's been a great game for them so far. They did come out with a strong draft that I sort of said does put them in favor to win this game, but they've managed to find these opportunities. They've punished the bot lane, they've punished the Senna, who is left without protection with the Yasuo, and these skirmishes that have come out ahead in. And now they're moving over towards his mid lane, potentially trying to capitalize. TK with Jam is in the vicinity to try and stop, but Engage comes in.
The wind wall's too low. The solar flare comes down. He gets the railgun onto Sen to keep him alive. He has the knock-up. He doesn't find the damage in time, and in comes the Crocodile. They're inside the fighting pit, and they're going to turn it around and just melt them through. Galvanizer flashes forward, looks for the showstopper, can't quite find it. But this is just that ease of execution we were hitting on here for the side of Bath. They're going to be able to take down this turret nice and simple. And Warwick, it is just crumbling at the seams for them.
And you can tell that, like, TK with Jam knows this is coming. He's there in position. He's ready to try and turn around, but it just doesn't matter. You can't protect Koki. Send even feels vulnerable as well. And they just throw everything and they kind of dismantle them. TP used by Dardhong as well, so it's going to make things rough. And as much as Erisu gets some plates in the top lane, some alone time, it's at the cost of the rest of the team. And this is the issue with the Vladimir, is that you just take so long to come online. He joined that one team fight, and I think the calls after that were, okay, guys, we're going to wait now.
Erisu actually has to try and turn it around.
Oh!
Gets the outplay. In comes the knock-up. He's going to look for the slow. Transfusion's going to power up here, so he's going to get the big heal, but he just looks to jump underneath the turret, knows that he was doomed, and gives up his life.
I think a little bit disrespectful from Galvanize in that situation, using the Haymaker there, which actually means he didn't have the shield available if the Vlad went for the all-in. I think he just didn't expect it to happen, so a good punish from Erisu. But when like a good moment for Warwick is a 1-for-1, you kind of know the game's in a rough spot is what I'll say.
You can see in the bot lane, Dardhong is going to try and take this turret down. He's building towards that Blade of the Rune King, but hasn't even finished it yet. This wave is just going to be unable to contest. That's that wave clear problem you were hitting on. They don't have any ranged wave clears. They just had to kind of sacrifice the turret. As the second Herald will also get picked up here for Bath. This is their second one. And they're going to just plop it down in the top side and look to push up some turrets now.
Erisu potentially walking over, and as much as it's a little bit tricky to dive a Vlad with his pool, I don't think it's too hard to stop, but they have to respect the mid priority, so they'll move over there. Fortunately, no engage potentially going to come down on Koki. He's still only sitting on those 3 deaths, but the Vladimir can't walk up. You don't have the vision. Obviously, Rob's waiting in the wings, shadowing the Misfortune, and the end result is they get another tower without even using the Herald in this situation. So Warwick just have to give things up at this point.
It is feeling very rough for them right now. Base is going to come through for Champion's Tale. He's seeing a lot of components. Got the Haunting guys, got the Oblivion Orb. This base should be a fairly big one for him. And she just gets a Blasting Wand and the Magic Pen Boots. So just kind of going into a lot of early penetration, a lot of early damage available to him. Ocean Drake will be spawning up in 50 seconds, and it's going to be hard to fight versus this 4-0 Rumble, the items he's got at the moment. Obviously, the Phantom Dancer's been picked up for Send. He's about to get his exhaust back, so he should have it back in time. But I just don't know if he has any damage to really stick to Biochipmunk or Champion's Tale to get the kills quick enough.
Yeah, he doesn't have the AD to really back up the crit chance. Obviously, he's at 90% right now. But like, he doesn't have the Infinity Edge, so he's not actually going to do that much damage. There is potential if Zach finds a great knockup onto Biochipmunk and maybe Champion's Tale as well, that they can combo with the Vladimir and the Yasuo to burst them. That could happen, but you have to have like the greatest team fight Warwick will ever have to really find success here. And I think as much as you don't want to give them this 3rd dragon, I don't think you're in a position to team fight this one. I think you might have to wait for the next one and go for that. Maybe Zach can try for a steal. Baron isn't available, so if you do die, it's not that bad. But I think they've just said, yeah, it's not going to happen. They give over the dragon. It puts...
Looking for the set instead. They actually used the showstopper onto Send. He does flash in to the solar flare. The dragon gets picked up. And... don't flash into solar flares. That's the moral of the story, if I'm going to be honest.
So my thought process with not contesting the dragon is because you didn't want to fight that. But it looks like Warwick still wanted to fight. He ended up going on the set, who obviously is incredibly hard to take down. And it means that I can just push up mid, use that Herald and get the tier 2 tower. Potentially even threaten more in this situation.
They really don't have that much reliable damage. They do take out the Herald just as it gets the charge off, so won't actually take any damage out of this turret. And Erisu, he's been farming up a Storm, but he's still a ways away from actually being able to be that kind of late game terrifying Vladimir that we all fear.
Yeah, and I think it's going to get trickier because Biochipmunk, when he gets to 3 items and has a Bloodthirster, is like notoriously hard to kill. Like a Misfortune who has Bloodthirster and the two crit items, the Infinity Edge and the Essence Reaver. Like, especially if they have the Ocean Soul at that point, it's just going to feel really difficult unless you have additional people hitting that target. And I think right now Erisu's a while away from being super relevant. The amount of gold influx from towers and kills it's just really favored this side of Bath. I actually like to look at the individual gold and just see where it compares, but there's a massive disparity between teams already. And that's considering the farm advantages in solo lanes, in the jungle. The fact that despite everything, Send is even in farm with Biochick I think it just shows the objective control that Bath have had in this situation. Baron is going to be spawning a 40, but not likely to be on the cards right now. But that Dragon is the one I'm looking towards in 3 minutes.
Well, closing in on that 20-minute mark, a 4,000 gold lead over to Bio and the Hard Stucks from Bath University. 3 minutes until that Ocean Soul comes up, and you feel like this 3 minutes are going to be the very important moments for Warwick. What can they hit? What items can they gain? What fighting capabilities can they earn versus this comp? As a big Death Ball is roaming towards that Renekton, and he has to flash away from the Solar Flare. That means you're not going to have flash for that Dragon fight.
Yeah, obviously a little bit rough for the Renekton, but not the end of the world. They're actually applying pressure, so Bath moved 5 members down. And this is some smart moves coming out from Warwick to sort of send Erisu in the top lane, and they have Send in the mid lane with T-Cake, and they end up actually trading up pretty heavily. Get 2 towers off the back of that. Obviously no plates there, so not going to get that benefit, but you can see Bath very much sticking together as a 5-man unit. And as much as their compositions favor that they drafted in Game 1 and Game 2, it leaves you vulnerable. If you're only willing to group together as 5 and ARAM it, then there is potential for side lane pressure to be a thing. You can see right now, Dard Hong is pushing in the bot lane, and Galvanizer, he looked like he wanted to walk down, and then he changed his mind. So potentially leaving this wave to crash into the tower. The tower's already low, and now Galvanize is gone, but I think this is Bath's weakness they've shown so far. In the team fights, they can be solid. The drafting's been good, but it's that wave management that they've kind of struggled with a little bit, and it's just they kind of commit to grouping up as 5 and trying to fight in that way. They're heading over to clear up some of that Baron vision right now, and Galvanizer did catch this bot wave, but this is going to be the reason why Warwick will always be ahead in farm. Because as much as the team fighting strong, it's just the wave management, and you can actually see that both solo laners for Warwick are actually up in levels compared to their counterparts. Typically when a team was this far ahead, that shouldn't really be happening, and it is a little bit worrying if we get to the point where Warwick start to, like, if they win a fight, they might just like catapult themselves ahead because they're already up in levels in some regards. They're already doing okay in terms of gold because of the farm. Like, if the farm numbers were even, Bath would be massively ahead.
Well, we actually see Send cancel his base, decides to hang around, and Dragon's up in 30 seconds, so any opportunity to actually go back and start to get some items are slowly evaporating for him. He does once again stick in the lane, cancels his base, is just itching to get as much farm put into him as quick as possible, and a Death Brush is being started up here from Bath University. They don't really have their front line to check around these bushes for them. This could be a really, really dangerous point for them. T-Cake sitting over the wall does spot them out on top of that pink now. As Dard Hong is going to move forward. They look for the engage onto Send, but he gets slowed down from the Glacial Augment.
Galvanizer just starting the Dragon up. They want to commit to this one. Question's going to be, will Warwick fight them off? I feel like they have to try and go for it.
Well, T-Cake has been spotted out on that ward, jumps in, tries to get himself a big old knockoff out. It's going to be the Dragon picked up already into the Railgun. They're buying space, but already Sender's caught inside that Cataclysm. They jump onto the back line. It's going to be the Vladimir trying to just buy some space for his team. Phil comes in, gets himself the knockup. That's going to be the shutdown onto the Rumble already. The bullet time is just massive as they find themselves a double kill for Biochick. The rest of the team are just putting some space between them as Koki is trying to put some distance out. He's being run down, gets himself the snare off, and now Tace able to jump away momentarily. Dard Hong has to be very, very careful as he slices over the wall. The turret will fall in the bot lane in the meantime. And yes, the Ocean Soul was picked up, but a couple of good shutdowns now onto that Yasuo. Could get harder and harder to deal with him now.
Yeah, the fight actually favorable to Warwick because they got that shutdown gold. Yes, they traded evenly in kills, but a lot funneled now into the Yasuo, but they lost the Dragon. That is the critical thing. They've closed that gold lead to 1,000, but the soul is going to be a critical factor, especially when team fights were already difficult. feel special. Galvanize, Champion's Tale, these are just going to feel so much more bulky in these team fights. Now, Grievous Wounds has been picked up. Koki and Send both have Executioners to try and mitigate that. Bramble Vest also coming in from TK. But definitely, Bath got what they wanted, but it's still a little bit precarious. The team fights, as we said, are easy to execute, but we're starting to see some of these carries on the side of Warwick really step up. Infinity Edge finished off Ascend on the Yasuo, and Erisu's just picked up that Rabadon, so got to be a little bit concerned. These ones can pop off. It could be a game that Warwick is able to turn around.
And you saw what Erisu was able to do on the back line in that last team fight. He was really what kind of afforded Send the space to actually live through that team fight. And now that he's got that death cap, instead of just kind of being a nuisance, he could be an actual threat to Bio Chipmunk here. We'll have to see is TK, he's actually going to find himself caught out by a bit of CC. Solar Flare gets used as well there, so they use a fair amount. He's on a relatively short cooldown at this point.
Was a Let's Bounce as well from TK to get away. A little bit ambitious with the Solar Flare, but ultimately it didn't really trade down, just an even trade in terms of ultimates. I think this is a situation with Bath. Can I try and force this Baron? Obviously, with the Ocean Soul, it's very easy for them to take because they can just sort of absorb the damage from it. But they know that this game might end up being on a timer if they let this Vlad, if they let this Yasuo keep scaling up, that they want to try and force. The Elder Dragon up in 3 minutes as well can make things precarious when you're trading objectives on the other side of the map. And obviously, taking the Dragon was great for Bath because even though the fight was even, the Dragon's way more valuable for the side who have 3 stacked up. The Elder sort of equalized that. But right now, they're just starting up the Baron. They have the Stain to keep themselves healthy. And TK, he's a far distance away. And
I don't think they know this is going on.
Hasn't been used. They have
the Squire's going to get used. This is their opportunity to jump in. TK wants to find himself the opening. Half health onto Baron. Send already jumps in forward, gets himself caught out immediately. The railgun's there. They don't find the knockup. As Galvanizing jumps into the back line, they get themselves a shutdown. It's a 1-for-1 fight so far. The Solar Flare's there. A massive Hemo Plague though. And there goes the pop. There goes the team fight. It's all in favor of Warwick. And they turn back on the Baron Nashor.
And that was the point they were waiting for, this clustered fight. They managed to take down Bio Chipmunk, and as much as Sen looked like he was out of position, he turns it around with the ultimate. They kill the Misfortune, they kill the carry, and then the AoE team fight comes in, and Erisu goes shoots. This Vladimir was banned for a reason, and now they're going to be able to transition that one into a Baron. Things look bad in the early game, but Warwick have bounced back.
This is exactly what we saw in the last game, just on a more incredible scale. Warwick, I thought Sender just completely misstepped and got himself caught out and threw any chance of winning that fight. But with his dying breath, with his last breath, found a kill onto Bio Chipmunk, and then it was all Erisu.
That's what his ult's called. It's really smart.
Wow, is it? I hate you so much. Just take all the way out of a statement there, don't you?
Yeah.
You're the guy that has to explain a joke after it's been said.
But yeah, stuff. Warwick looking in control. You can see pretty sizable goal lead, and that Elder spawning soon. Likely to see another fight. And I think the big takeaway here was that when Bio Chipmunk goes down, they kind of lose the momentum. Rumble, great when with his ultimate, but after that, he's just not really having the impact. You need the Misfortune to clear up. And right now, Bio Chipmunk doesn't have the Bloodthirster. If he had the Bloodthirster, I'd be feeling a lot more confident. But at this point, he is a little bit of a vulnerability. So have to see how this fight pans out. Warwick got to be feeling confident now, though.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling very, very confident. You can see that looks like Send is building towards the Death Dance as his next item as well. On the Yasuo, pretty standard.
No, it's lock it for sure.
Yeah, always lock it. TJ gonna get some damage off here into the last breath on the field. He uses that Cataclysm. They do have the Equalizer putting some damage out as the bullet time is flashed away by Sen into that Solar Flare. As TK jumps back into the backline, but look at Erisu. He's onto the flank. The railgun's been used. Erisu has delivered his way in. They've got the knockup. They've got that turnaround once again. Rob is all alone, and he is melted through. Yet another ace for the side of Warwick. They're gonna run it straight up into the base.
This should just be a game for Warwick. They have enough members alive. There's no one on the side of Bath to be able to defend. Well, Specialist coming up soon, so maybe they might be able to hold this one off, but ultimately it was a massively lost fight for the side of Warwick. And I think, yeah, they're sending Sendo to pick up the Elder. They've realized maybe the spawn time is still a little bit too short, 30 minutes, so they'll get that mid lane inhibitor and they'll get the Elder Dragon as well.
He's on the
don't
pink.
lose right now, but it feels so disastrous.
He's on a pink, and you can look and feel he is bolting towards that objective. They're going to use the Scryer to catch out if they see the Jarvan. They don't have that smite available. Can they get there in time? Darda's going to move forward. They've got the execution. He can't find the smite. Pinned down. And with a gift of the Elder, Koki finds the kill.
I thought he had it. I thought he had it. He was in range. He even smited. I think he smited one of them at the end. But
I think he smited a champion.
Yeah, I think the Baron went and then he smited a champion after. But he was so close. I literally thought he had it. I literally thought he had it, but just like a couple of seconds sooner. And you know what he should have done? He should have sold his boots and bought Moby boots. Right?
Yeah. Actually, that could have been the difference maker for the game.
But Feel Special tries to make the hero play. But Warwick, they now have that Elder Dragon, which is such a powerful team fighting buff, as if they didn't need it already. And we just saw Erisu there. I think that was the talking point of that last fight, is that it looked like Bath were holding out pretty good. It looked like they were actually going to be able to take that fight. And then Erisu turned up and they just instantly lost. And I think that's the critical point. This Vladimir is just so strong. You take him out of the equation and maybe they have a chance, but with him around, it's just so difficult. And he had a perfect flank onto Biochipmunk, who now has that Bloodthirst, that has that shield available. Without it in the last fight, just ended up being a vulnerability. And Warwick don't have the Baron buff, so they're not going to be able to use the empowered minions to push up. But if a fight breaks out with the Elder buff, they just will absolutely stomp it.
You do worry, though, because Erisu has been the big flanker for his team. That's how they've won so far. The Equalizer's now been used. They're kind of just baiting out some of these key ultimates. Meanwhile, the mid lane was getting pushed up by Send. He's continuing to be a bit of a nuisance for his team. Bot lane is not really in a position for them to take advantage of for the side of Warwick. But so far, this game has got to be heartbreaking if you're Bio, if you're Bath, because this game looks so kind of clean and done. And all of a sudden, the game is just flipped on a knife's edge. As UOB are going to lose their top lane inhibitor and their mid lane inhibitor. And it just looks like Warwick are just going to peace out. They've got Baron up in a minute. They're going to spend their gold. And they're looking to get control of the game.
Yeah, it looks like they're potentially trying to move to bot lane, but I think you got to remember there's a tower there, and you don't have a wave. But as you said, you're going to reset, set up for that Baron. They picked up a ton of gold, and now 9,000 up nearly. And I think at this point, you just need a hope and a prayer for Bath to come back into it. 2 levels between both solo laners, 2 levels between junglers. Send is a level up on Chipmunk and Koki up on Rob. You got to remember that Koki went 0-3-0 at the start of this game. He's now gone 2-3-13, so no death cinch. Really had a redemption play, and as much as I said the Senna you saw was really easy to punish, it was. But they've come back into the game, they found the momentum, and they're looking like they're in pole position to sort of take this game. They are moving over towards that Baron, and Bath are trying to look for a contest, but it's so difficult.
It's going to be very, very rough for them. 30 minutes on the clock, 9,000 gold in favor of Warwick right here. Got the Infinity Edge, the Death Stance, and that Phantom Dance to finish off with the Send, but this might be the opening. The bullet time gets blocked up. The Railgun's going to get used, but they're inside that Equalizer. Into the backline, Send jumps. He's going to get taken out already, though. Erisu's going to have to try and put some big, big work in here. Already got himself a double kill. Going to turn it around and find another one, as Fear is able to put some distance out, but Rob is all alone. And that is going to be another clean kill. Another clean ace for the side of Warwick. They don't need Baron. They're just going to win right here, right now.
And it looked like Biochipmunk maybe trying to survive, dodges away from the last breath, but it's just not enough. Erisu so strong in this Vladimir, driving force for this team, and they're able to clutch this one out. Bath should have had this one in the bag, but Warwick are going to push this to a 2-0.
Warwick looking so clean here in our grand finals as we push ourselves through to match point in favor of Warwick.
As you said, this is the heartbreaker, because the draft was super favored for Bath. I feel like they had this one in the bag, they had a strong team fight, And I was saying, they lose this one. This is the one where it's so hard to bounce back from. They had a massive lead. They had a composition that was easy to execute. And they just messed up with some critical things. The lane assignments, a little bit rough. Grouping too much, giving up waves. And Erisu did nothing for a significant amount of time, but it didn't matter. He was farming up. He was getting strong. And then it came to the point where that was just too much. I think the thing that always worries me is when a team are like winning team fights, taking all the objectives, and they're only like 1,000 gold up. That is really concerning because it shows that as much as they've been getting the kills, the objectives, they haven't been using the waves properly. They haven't been managing the sort of resources of the map. And the end result was as soon as Warwick got a kill, a Baron, boom, snowballed straight in their control. And it just felt like Bath didn't come back into the game.
It felt to me very kind of solo queue death pool comp, where you run around, you just pick a very easy to kind of execute death pool. But like you said, the problem is I mean, if you look even during the team fight, just the CS deficits, the CS numbers, the mid, the top was so far ahead. And this was actually where it started to go right for the side of Warwick. This is where those leads they'd kind of accrued for themselves started to get turned around in their favor. And then after this was the key turning point. Sen survived for so long, gets that knock up on to 2 members, gets the shutdown before dying, and then it is all Erisu. Every team fight was, they used everything to shut Sen down, and Erisu on the Vladimir was the true threat the whole time.
And then the critical thing was Bath's team fight worked great on the initial engage. And like even here, when they started to fall massively far behind, the start of the fight looked great. You pop all these big ultimates, you know, using the equalizer, the showstopper. But if you don't win the fight off those, you don't win the fight. Yasuo is able to put out so much DPS. The Renekton's get a lot of value from rotating his cooldowns. The Vladimir, just the Vladimir in general. And the end result is we see a situation where Bath aren't able to instantly win a fight. And they try it again here, you can see on screen. They try and make the impact of their ults, but they need Misfortune to be alive to sort of clean things up and be that sustained damage. And it's just never happening because there's so much backline threat. I think this was a better draft from Bath, obviously a better early game, but the macro and the team fighting was just better here from Warwick, and it gave them the victory in this one. And that's a really rough one to come away from and bounce back. You're already 2-0 down, and you just lost a game that by all means should have been yours, and mentally it's so difficult.
The question to me is, are Warwick now confident enough just to go 3-0? Has this broken Bath, or are they going to be looking for blood? We're going to cut to a quick break, and when we're back with game number 3 of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the NSE Finals for League of Legends. We are 2-0 up for Warwick in this series versus Bath, and the first game, that was a good game. This second one, that was such a turnaround here for Warwick, and for them, it's a matter of not letting that win get into your head and then kind of throwing it out the window when you're on match point. And for Bath, it's really about recovering from what was a fantastic start for them in that game. They hard stomped the bot lane. They were rotating around the map effectively, but it all came down to farm. They just weren't getting enough gold put onto their units and onto their players. And for the side of Warwick, they were just farming up like a storm, and they just got so far ahead. And then teamfight execution late game was just superb by Warwick.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was the momentum, as much as it was in favor of Bath, it wasn't able to carry out throughout the game because they weren't ahead in XP, they weren't ahead in, well, they were slightly ahead in gold, but not as much as they should have been because of the CS discrepancies. And I think this has been an issue we saw in game 1, but it was more emphasized in game 2 when they should have had a massive lead and they missed their spike. You know, this was a competition that did great in the early game, did great in the mid game, but you need to look to have an insurmountable lead by that point. And the fact is they didn't. Erisu was consistently able to farm in the side lane, just pick up waves. And then when it came to team fights, his flanking was just stellar. And this was a player for me to watch in this series, and he's performed extremely well when he's able to find these opportunities. And it's just the team fighting from Warwick is so excellent. It feels like Bio is just unable to find any freedom. He's unable to play the champions he wants because he's just constantly threatened by the backline access. And if the same thing happens in game 3, this could just be series for Warwick. And it's up to Bath to really bounce back in this one and just fix these issues. You don't have much time to do it, but you're staring down a 2-0 disadvantage. You need to try and get a game here and just find something that works, because the early game pressure didn't come out. Even when you had the scaling advantage, that didn't. Maybe you need a balance between those two.
My worry is Erisu's champ pool might just be a little bit too big. You see the things like the Katarina that have just been constantly denied from him. You don't want to give him that. Then there was the Diana. Now there's also this Vladimir as well, which was banned away in game 1, but not in game 2. There's a lot of champions that you can ban away from Heresy, and if you want to ban those away, sure. But then that leaves things like the Veigar, the Pike Open, like we saw, which was kind of monumental for them for winning game number 1. So it's, do you look just to target out this mid lane, or do you just hope you can pick something that can handle Heresy? Because he has really been a star performer for his team in these late game team fights. Every late game team fight has really come down to him doing a lot for his team.
And that's my fundamental issue here for Bath, is that if there was a situation where you could just turn around and go, let's ban this champ, and it's fixed, oh, we start winning now, that'd be great. But that really isn't the situation. I feel like their draft was great last game. I feel like they came out with a draft advantage, and I feel like if the teams had played at an even level, Bath would have just auto-won. They would have just closed the game out after the huge lead they accrued in the mid-game if they'd been playing it correctly. But the end result was, it feels like Warwick just have a better read on how to play the game out, despite the fact that drafts are a little bit off, and I feel like it does put them in a hole at times. They completely know what the win condition is, they know how to get there, and they know at which point they need to sort of back off or contest the fights. I mean, the fact that they even gave over the Ocean Soul and they're still fine is just a huge factor. So I guess we'll see how things play out in this situation. Ultimately, Bath need to do something to bounce it back.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, for me, Champ Select is going to be the first stepping stone towards that. Even though last game they definitely had the better comp, the execution of the comp was really, I wouldn't say easy or simple, but it was the ease of execution. It was more simple to pull off their comp than what Warwick had put together. But Warwick, like you said, it was just their advantage they had. They were able to pull it out. And going into this game, Champ Select is going to be important, but also the execution in game, the wave management is also going to be important, because I think that's what's bit Bath 2 times in a row now, is they go for a team fight, they win the team fight, but wait, they've lost a couple of turrets in their side lanes or wherever they're not, because the lanes are getting set up, they're just bleeding out resources and CS. So as we load into this game, we have the exact same sides once again. So Warwick have taken blue and Bath have taken red. So our 3rd game in a row, potentially our final game, depending on how Warwick play here, we're playing on exactly the same sides we've had for this entire series so far.
Yes, so for anyone who's unfamiliar with how the side selection goes, because sometimes we see the losing team chooses next side. In this situation, Warwick chose side game 1, then it goes to Bath, then Warwick, then Bath, then Warwick. So unfortunately for Bath, they don't get choice of side here, although in game 2 they did go for red side, so I'm not sure necessarily they would have changed things, but this is Warwick's side selection. It'll be the same throughout. They're opening with that Ziggs ban again, and we'll have to see if Bion the Heartstocks, if Bath are going to shake things up once more to try and find a more favorable draft. I will say the one element that I can talk about in the last draft from last game, despite the fact that I was really happy with it was pretty one-dimensional in the sense of, like, it was great at team fighting. It was great in those sort of skirmishes, but if you aren't able to make those work, you know, there wasn't really this huge side lane threat. I guess the scaling, there wasn't someone who was like your super late game insurance. Ultimately, I think these are like nitpicking. I don't think it's actually really a true problem with the composition. I think it was definitely more about the play, but maybe there's elements there you can shift things up in the draft. But ultimately, Bath consistently, I feel like have come out with drafts they should be happy with. It's just in-game things to look at. And we are going to go with the same bans again. We'll see if Bath are going to match their game 2 bans once more.
They got the Katarina so far. They're looking for a final ban. Do they take away this Vladimir, this Renekton, even maybe this Yasuo? We'll have to see, as they are running the clock down, looking to round out their ban phase. And we'll see what is left open for to first pick. That's the Renekton banned away from Dardhong. Does mean for things like the Vladimir have been left open, so you kind of expect that to be the first pick here for Erisu. Or maybe they look towards their top lane as they get their hands onto the set.
Big strength to set is that you can flex it once again, the denying it away from Bion the Heartstocks, and you could see set in the bot lane, which is far better than set Yasuo as a duo lane. You can see it go mid, go jungle, go top. The flexibility of this champ is insane, and the strength of it is a force to be reckoned with as well. Now, there has to be some sort of answer, and I think this Senna makes a lot of sense. You don't really want to give over Senna set to the enemy team. If they're taking one, you can take the other. The question is going to be, what necessarily are you going to take in response? They are going to, once again, go for that Trundle. The nice thing here is they already have a relatively decent target in this set here to use with that ultimate. Obviously, does stack a fair amount of HP. But the end result is that there's not necessarily a great target like the Maokai we saw earlier. And now over to Grey Warwick to sort of decide what they want. If they want that Vladimir again, they need to take it now, and it looks like that's on their minds as well.
Well, that's going to be the Vladimir pickup there for Erisu. Looking for their last pickup here. With that center band away, we don't expect to see the center Yasuo getting picked up for Bio. It might be a little bit rough for them to go into. What are they going to pick up? Are they going to get themselves their jungler here, seeming as Phil has picked up the Trundle? I expect them to maybe pick up a jungler and then maybe look to ban away some stuff that can go up against the set in the top lane. They're going to pick up the Wukong, going back to game number 1.
And it's huge team fighting once again. This is a situation where the Senna is going to be so vulnerable, and the question is going to be, what are they pairing it up with to sort of make it a strong pick where it has the safety? That's the critical thing.
There's the Diana. Like you said, Champion's Tale has a very shared pool with Erisu. Talk to me about the Diana versus Vladimir matchup. How does this go?
So the thing is that Diana can apply a lot of pressure in the early game, has a little bit of wave priority, and if you can get on top of the Vlad, can cause issues. And in the later game, Diana actually holds it pretty well compared to a Vladimir. Like it's not gonna have as much pressure early as the Rumble. It's not gonna be able to roam and team fight as well in the early to mid game. But Diana scales pretty well into late game, can be this massive backline threat. But Vladimir is the sort of champion that just sort of scales everything to an end degree. But Diana is definitely there's less of a timer in the matchup. I think is the critical takeaway here, and it also serves well as a side lane threat. So some interesting takes here from the side of Bath, and we'll have to see how the rest of the draft pans out. So Gangplank and Cassiopeia, the ones taken away so far.
The last ban here for the side of Bio is going to be nothing. They actually just didn't opt into a ban there. So for the side of Warwick, what are they looking to round out with? Looks like they're going to run this down. 10 seconds left.
See, personally, I'd be interested to see if they ban something away that they want to see paired up with the Senna. So the Nautilus makes sense to me. You want something for Bio on the Hardsticks that has a lot of peel, a lot of sort of protection for this Senna. And Nautilus obviously offers a lot of CC that you can essentially use, but ultimately I don't think it's the biggest pick in terms of protection. The Maokai, though, I really like this as a flex because this can go top or in the bot lane. So essentially, there's no revealing this on this first pick in the last rotation, and it means that they do have something that pairs up well with the Senna if they need so. A lot of CC to provide that disengage, but a response quickly comes in, and this is confident. This is very confident.
Well, Warwick have just gone, okay, we're going to scale. That is very much a scaling comp. You got the Vladimir, you got the Lulu Vayne. There's a lot of CC available to Bath here. They've obviously got the Senna. You've got the Maokai, you've got the Diana, you've got the Trundle. It can be pretty rough for the Vayne, but obviously with that Lulu to shield and peel, could be big here. And now we're looking towards Bio. They're going to round out with Zillion pick as their final pickup here. So that means that Maokai is going into the top lane. Orcs, what the hell's going on?
Just one thing to note, that last ban was apparently a pike. We've just been informed, just to let you know. Okay. But in terms of what's going on, so the Maokai being flexed up the top lane is because you don't want to play Maokai into Vayne, Lulu, and bot lane. It's really not a fun matchup. You'll just get harassed, you'll get beaten up. So they go for a ranged matchup in the Zillion to match and also match on the scaling, but the end result is you have a huge front line from the side of Bio and the Hardstugs, but you're going up against the likes of a Lulu Vayne. There's also this Vladimir on the other side. It's just so much late game. It's going to be so difficult to deal with. And I feel like as much as you see elements of the Bats composition that does have scaling, I feel like if they go super late, they should, not just based on their champions, but also based on how stellar Grey Warwick have been, I think Grey Warwick come out ahead. So the question is going to be, can they look to punish? Realistically, we saw them dive the Senna heavily last game, but they don't have that sort of easy punish to look for. A Zillion and a Trundle aren't exactly the greatest sort of pressure appliers in the bot lane. And I think that's the big difficulty for me, is that where are you going to really apply this pressure? The early Trundle pick, it's something that I don't really see where you make these effective ganks with. And this could be a game where Bath bounce back, where they have a lot of backline pressure potentially to put down on this Vayne. If they play it well, if they execute the Vayne, maybe they come out ahead. If Diana can be strong as well. But my issue is, we've seen issues in the previous games where they're not handling the side waves well. We're seeing an issue in the draft, which compared to the previous two, I was much happier with, where they really don't have a great avenue to punish any of their solo lanes. And so that's my big concern, is that what Bath had going for them was the early game, and I don't really see that with this composition as much. They can apply a bit of pressure and have priority, but I don't think there's an easy lane that you can just play through and solidly abuse.
Yeah, I do feel like the champ select wasn't as solid for Bath going into this game as it was into game 2. One thing to note is Send is actually playing the Vayne in the bot lane. He is playing AD carry, and their AD carry is playing support. So bit of a lane swap arena, but like you said, Send isn't like a typical support. He normally plays carries and stuff. He's kind of, I think there's a bit of flexibility in this bot lane between these two, and it can actually lean towards making it harder to kind of scout the team out, because if you don't know who's actually going to be the carry, you don't actually know who you're banning away here. And Send has shown off that he likes to play flashy champions, the likes of the Pyke, the Vayne, and the Yasuo so far. Can Warwick go 3-0 here in the NSC finals, or are Bath going to be able to pull it back? That's the question on my mind. What do Bath need to do in this game? What is their attention? How do they pull out a win?
I think the fact is they're going to have priority mid and bot lane. So I think that's something that you can definitely look towards to sort of apply pressure on. The Trundle can find success, and you can start to look for those objectives, look for the Dragon, look for the Herald. It's definitely not like they don't have lanes that they can do anything in, but it's just they aren't going to be able to hard force through a Vayne Lulu and just tower dive them unless they can rotate the Diana over. And I feel like it's not really fixing the issues they had in the previous games is my big concern, but we'll have to see if they can make use of the priority, if they can manage waves better, if they can capitalize on these objectives. This could be a good game for Bath, but ultimately my big concern is just seeing that Vayne Lulu, seeing that Vladimir, seeing what Grey Warrior can do when they hit the late game, and yeah, it just looks a bit rough.
It does look very rough for Bath, but like we said, it's a best of 5. It's still potential for a reverse sweep here for Bath, but their backs are well and truly to the wall. They had an incredible game 2, well, at least an incredible start to game 2. And like you said, the key thing was they got ahead. They played incredibly well, but they weren't really amounting too much as far as the leads go. Like, we saw them be like kind of 8 kills up and only 500 gold up, because the side lanes were just farming up so hard that it was top mid who had the CS leads, and we had Send on the bot lane on the Yasuo, and he was staying equal in farm after getting tower dove 3 times, after getting completely hard camped and attempted to shut down. They didn't actually really shut them down. So for me, it's Bath need to make sure that they play as proactively as that, but they're not also just giving up, you know, these CS leads. They did a good job to get the Ocean Soul. They got control of the neutral objectives, which I would say was their big problem in game 1. But this time, it was they got the neutral objectives, they got the kills, but they weren't really getting the gold. So it's kind of put together what they had in game 1 and game 2, and they should have a win.
I mean, yeah, it's that simple. Just you know, just play like SKT.
Yeah, just
play,
you know,
like
farm
G2,
well,
yeah.
Get neutral objectives, get kills. That's how you win League of Legends.
Be better and destroy the Nexus easy.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm seeing something in the items. It's a little bit, we'll say, confident.
Oh, is that the call?
That is. That's a
confident pick.
That's a sort of alpha move. Go back to back in Worlds last year, we have Kleptomancy and Cole being picked up on Vladimir's just because you're that confident. But yeah, so very much sort of emphasizing this a bit, the want to farm out. Now, me, I'm looking at Bath. I'm looking at playing around the bot lane priority and seeing what you can do for it. Just my big concern is I just don't see the actual gank pressure. You know, as Zillion, all he can really do is slow people down. Maybe if Send and Koki overstepped, but I don't feel like the dive is excellent either. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. In this situation, they definitely will have that priority. But if they let the game go like game 2, this one is arguably even worse, because there's a huge front line for Warwick, but they also just have 2 massively scaling carries and a Lulu as well. I mean, you can imagine a situation where Wukong ults, and then you wild growth, and then Wukong ults again. And it's just, you're never touching the ground for a solid like 8 seconds.
Could be very, very rough here now as we take to the lanes. Phil is maybe looking for an early gank into the mid lane. He did this effectively in the bot lane last game, and already Erisi was flashed. So Phil's early kind of read and early kind of ganks have been really, really effective. Bot lane is getting harassed pretty heavily here, but what you'd expect from the Zillion and the Senna early game into the Vayne Lulu. Obviously, these two do need a bit of time to kind of farm up and scale into the game. Erisu now level 2. Once he hits level 3, he'll have the pool available to him, and it'll be a bit harder for Phil to punish.
Gosh, so just watching Rob trying to CS on the Zillion, it's so rough. Zillion not the best CS, just with the amount of wind up there's on his auto attacks. Obviously, it gets a bit easier when you have the wave clear available.
The Clockman has a wind up, get it?
Aha!
Hey man, you ruined my joke last time.
True. That's what we're there for, you know, just make each other look bad. That's how casting works, right?
Yeah, yeah, let's go with yeah. Let's say Phil's actually looking for a gank onto Erisu. Erisu very pushed up in the lane. Remember, he's already used everything, the flash, and Bloodpool is going to assure him the ability to escape, obviously with the power of his phase rush as well. But even so, he's getting a lot of attention put into him in this lane. It's still up in the farm currently, and I think he has a fairly large wave to deal with. Send also.
I think that just describes this series. You know, like, yeah, he's getting a lot of attention. He's still up in farm. I think that's literally been the talking point of this entire series. And I think that sort of highlights the problem here is that you see them go for a gank mid, but it's like, it's a Trundle. Like, what is he realistically going to do against a Vladimir? You can just pull and walk away. Not the best sort of gank pressure. Maybe it's going to change when Champion Cell gets access to his level 6, but it's one of those situations, just as I said, we see the priority coming in for Bab, but it hasn't really yet amounted to anything, and it's really down to Bab to sort of transition that into something more. And I think these neutral objectives is going to be the big thing, but for now, we're seeing Galvanizer being threatened.
Yeah, actually goes on to the wrong target with the Twisted Advance, but that's enough for him to get away safely. Yeah, Dark Hong is going to be able to catch this wave. He's got a CS lead as well. Mid lane, obviously, Erisu has gone down a little bit in the CS department, but
oh, he missed that cannon. There you go.
Should be catching some of it. All right, he's tilted.
That's one. No, I think, yeah, there's massive CS lead top lane. Bot lane is up in farm. Mid lane, there's a slight lead over the Champion's Tail, but it is a Cole Vlad, so I'm not really going to complain too much. And it's just another situation where Warwick could just climb in gradually ahead in terms of CS. Now, when you see Field Special heading towards the top side,
yeah, Dodd has seen him on a ward though, so he is out of there. Phil's been very proactive early game. I think that's a comment. But I think that's something that's shone about him as a jungler. He's been very proactive. Unfortunately, it's been his kind of laner's abilities to then use the advantages he's given them. As Bio goes in for a bit of a trade onto Koki. They have actually got T-Cake looking to see if he can make some kind of a play happen here. It's been spotted out by the ward. Pink goes down, and that's just Bath putting some distance between them and the side of Warwick. Don't want to get caught out by that gank.
But the critical thing is they clear that ward out, and if you look at the wave position, Rob and Bio, they have to step up to contest the minions. It's really difficult being in this situation. Field Special is heading down, potentially to assist, but right now, I mean, they just can't walk up. They want to try and contest the wave, but they just cannot walk up, and they're being zoned away. You can see how aggressive Koki's able to go and put that harass down.
Let's step up a little bit here, but that's going to be the decoy used, and now they're jumping in. Chipmunk instantly jumps away, throws out the exhaust, and in comes the pillar. It's a little bit poorly placed. Not going to catch anyone out. And Warwick happy with that. They burn the exhaust from Chipmunk. He's low, and Koki just goes in for some damage there. The flash is used by Chipmunk in response.
Ooh, Send could have flashed. I think the auto would have killed. But they do actually have heals, so it would have been baited. So I say that, you know, and I'm completely wrong. But ultimately, they get summoners from Bio Chipmunk, and they force him away. Warwick doing well in this bot lane. We said, you know, Bath should have had priority, and they did, and actually cost them pretty heavily because the wave was in a rough position. And TK with Jam just heavily playing to sort of facilitate this bot lane has been such a massive advantage. And now, Field Special might look over.
They actually do get the stun bomb off onto Sen. The heal's already used. He's trying to put the damage in. Gets himself the condemn. The pop is enough, and it's first blood picked up Chopmonk. In comes Dard, though. He does have the ultimate. He's going to get himself caught out momentarily. Uses the Haymaker. Not willing to commit. Rob still doesn't have his ultimate, but they're not going to go for it.
Massive win there for Bath. It was a good gank time in the double bomb from Rob. Perfect. And then they even get the TP out of Dard Hung. So overall, just a good play from Bath when they absolutely need it the most.
Seven minutes on the clock and the gold lead in favor of Bath, but it's only a momentary one. It's only a small amount. CS lead pretty heavy in the favor towards the top lane. Dard actually ahead on the punch with these lane swap, and he's going to pick himself up a lot of plates as well here in this bot lane. As Warwick, they're not actually that fussed by getting the dragon early. They want to get their hands onto his herald and just accelerate their gold lead as much as possible. They want to make sure Erisu joins into the game as fast as possible on this Vladimir. He's got 39 stacks left on that coal before it cashes in. He's pretty happy with this currently.
And I think a critical thing here is you kind of do want to be cross-mapping right now for Warwick, because your TP isn't up for quite a long time on your top laner. Galvanize is up way sooner, and the end result is if you match Bath on the bot side of the map, and then they TP their Maokai in, you're just going to massively lose out in that scenario. So I think the decision to go on the other side of the map is a good one, and Bath opting not to match means they will get that dragon, but ultimately the gold is more relevant that you get from using that herald. They've already taken 2 plays down bot lane, so just a solid decision, I feel like, for Warwick here in terms of what's going to give them more favor into this mid game.
That's going to be the dragon picked up, as the herald will also fall, and we may just see it get placed down here in the top lane to kind of accelerate that tempo they've got. Champion's Tail's already roaming over. He's got the teleport, so he can move back to lane if he needs to, but the base is coming down, and it looks like TK, he's going for a bit of a quick escape here. Dodd, he's got 3 members towards the bot side of the map. He could be in for a bit of some attention, a bit of a tower dive here. So actually, TK didn't go for his base, so this is going to be a 3 versus 1. Dard goes in with a flash, gets himself the showstopper off. The bomb is going to pop. He's going to be CC'd for days. Goes in with a haymaker. A lot of damage put down, but he will fall. Bio finds his second kill on the center. As the Rift Herald gets summoned, Galvanizer going to do his best to try and clear out this wave, but this will be a charge going down. They're looking to put Send onto the map with as many plates as possible. He's got 4 plates from this turret, and he may just continue to stay here and push up and try and get first turret blood for himself. The wave is getting shoved in, and it's going to be so slow in response here by his opponents on the side of Bath. They're not going to be quick enough. First turret blood will be picked up by Warwick.
And that's the difference between having the herald and otherwise. Not only can you sort of threaten the plates initially, but you can also translate that into a full tower, which, I mean, Bath, they get the kill, but they're not able to do anything more with it. Dard Hung does his best to try and sort of turn that one around, but realistically, when you're looking at just 1 kill gold compared to the amount achieved from that plate and the first tower, it's definitely in favor of Warwick right now. They're actually looking top again for this Maokai, so they may just end up getting the kill.
Well, he doesn't have that teleport. He doesn't have that tower to cow behind. He's being pulled back by the passive. They're teleporting up, though, seeing if they can make something happen in the top lane. That's going to be the railgun. Send's low. He's actually caught up by the Moonfall, and Galvanizer finds the kill onto Send. We missed a lot of the setup there. And Champion's Tail will probably be able to pick this kill up, although they actually jump in with the Cyclone. Double kill for Galvanizer. So sure, they find a double kill, but a lot of that gold goes onto Galvanizer, onto the Maokai.
Yeah, I think Sen was feeling pretty confident, but his woodcutting level just was not high enough. Galvanizer buying so much time, and then the TP from the Dyna comes in just to sort of secure things. Warwick making a little bit of a mistake, overstepping. The end result is they still managed to get a huge win in that topside play. Goal difference is only about 700 though, and once again, this is a scenario where Bath are up in kills, but they're down in gold.
Been a consistent part of this series. Send now makes his way back to lane. He's going to take a bomb, but he has the bilge water, so he has a fair amount of sustain to work with. Koki makes his way over to join into the lane as well, and there is a pretty solid shove at this point with that lost chapter finished up, and Bio actually doing some serious damage to Send. He does just get clipped by the slow there, by the snare, sorry. And another bomb. So Send is just getting poked out of lane the moment he comes back.
Yeah, plan a lot of damage at this point, and Bio and Rob are pretty strong right now. You've seen the Umbral Glaive finished up for the Senna. A lot of AP packing for Rob, and he's close to maxing out that bomb. At level 9 will have 5 points in it. So you just really can't trade with them effectively as Send or Koki. You want the all-ins, not just the short trades that they come out ahead in. Right now, not really being offered that by Bath. And Warwick, they're still going to be moderately happy with the position they're in, but the later the game goes, the better they're going to be feeling. And I feel like this mid-game is where things are going to be a little bit rough, because Send won't have the damage to cut through the tanks. Erisu still won't be super relevant, but like the likes of the Maokai and the Trundle and the Dana will just feel super bulky. They've got the Zillion to sort of apply pressure. And I think this mid-game is really where Bath need to run away with the game if they want to come out ahead in this one. But for now, Erisu, he's actually walking down. He has been spotted in the wards. They're looking to collapse.
Yeah, they got multiple members collapsing onto him. He goes in with a Proto Belt, uses that Hemo Plague. The Wild Growth is on, and they use the Pillar to slow him down. But in comes T-Cake. He has the Cyclone, gets himself the kill. The teleport's being used, and it's time to turn it around. Another knockoff on the Cyclone's going to be there, and Phil is low. They find themselves an engage on to the backline. Koki's trying to keep Send alive with the shields, with the heals. He trades out, though, and in comes Dard. A team fight turnaround for the side of Warwick. They get the Polymorph onto the tree as he is just cut through. Showstopper by Dard, and it's an easy team fight win for the side of Warwick. 4-1.
And that's a team fight that Warwick had no right to win. I mean, you see the situation where they're looking for a pick onto the Vladimir, who of all the champions is probably one of the hardest to pin down with that pool, also the flash available. And then the turnaround is huge. TK getting right onto Rob. Flash, heal, and the ult available for the Zillion, none of them used. And as soon as he died and Bio got chunked out, it felt like the fight was just Warwick's to take. It was not in any sort of realms of what should have been happening, but they find the angles, they find the critical thing, and it has been all series, is the backline access, and they end up delivering now.
Oh, TK actually being caught out here, trying to contest onto the Dragon, and this should actually just get picked up as Dard looks to jump in, Send comes onto that backline. They pick up the Dragon, but once again, they're going to lose members. A double kill picked up for Send on the Vayne. He's continuing to chase with the Midnight here. Can find more damage onto Special as he just goes pop. Down goes another member. You get Cloud Drake, but you lose 3. And all of a sudden, this Vayne is looking so scary.
You know, Warwick looking at the clock, they see 14 minutes, they say it's close enough to late game. They are winning these fights so hard, and then time and time again, it's Bio and Rob who are getting AoE'd, caught up and dismantled, and then you're left with the front line who just don't have enough damage to carry through. Send playing with fire here, but why not? You're feeling so confident at this point. You've got the Ardent Sensor available for Koki, and Dardhong looking for a bit more on a Galvanizer here, but just going for some heavy trades.
With the double blade, the Ruin King's coming in as well. It's going to be so rough for Galvanizer in this game. So much health percent damage available. Erisu doing what we've seen Erisu do all series long. Get a massive CS lead, sit in a side lane, and Champion's Tail is just so far behind him currently.
I mean, we've seen a 50 CS discrepancy already. And this is a matchup where, sure, it's not as hard punishing as the Rumble into Vladimir in terms of priority, but you should be ahead. And it's just rough. It's just rough. When this is the point of the game where I was feeling confident for Bath to sort of take control, you have great team fight potential if you can get your front line and keep your back line at a safe distance, but that just hasn't happened. Excellent play from T-Cake so far to sort of find that backline access. But now, Dardhong could be in
Galvanizer's doing a lot here. Dard actually needs to try and get the shield off as he's burning low. The lifesteal might not be enough. They find the shot down. They find the kill. The Cyclone will trade it back out, though. And now T-Cake uses the decoy to put some space between him. They trade out 1 for 1. Dard took way too many tower shots there, got way too cocky, and paid the price.
It was just Dard using the Haymaker way too early. And the critical thing to remember is he's going the Blade of the Rune King build. You know, we used to see the sort of Triforce or the Black Cleaver Rush that gave you cooldown reduction. You have no cooldown reduction, so you use that Haymaker, use your shield, and you're waiting a long time before it's available again.
Bombs on, Exhausted's on, Send is trying to kite, he's got the Wild Growth on, Chipmunk's going to get popped. Now they're looking to just turn it back onto Feel. He's gone invisible, and Send is just popping kids right now. He is going to get blown up and taken down though by Chipmunk. Again, a little bit over-eager, and it does bite the side of Warwick.
Okay, that's 9 points for Vayne spotting right there, I believe, for Send. A little bit over-ambitious is what I'll say. Went a bit too far, and I think the critical thing was the Zillion ult was there to turn things around. The Trundle pillar as well meant he couldn't really go more aggressive, and some really nice bombs coming out from Rob to land that stun. So Bat's still in with a chance. You know, if Send keeps playing like that, then potentially they can get back into this game, but still not a super favorable state for the game to be in. 2,000 down when you're looking at the Vladimir, Vayne, Lulu on the other side. But hope is not gone yet for Bath. For this series, for this game, for this tournament, there's still potential.
That still looked very scary, though, what Sen was doing there. That was a 2 versus 3. In a 3 versus 3 scenario, when you have a little bit extra CC, that might be a very different fight. They're going to use this Riptail mid lane. Look to try and take down this turret. I don't really think there's going to be too much, but we can see from Bath to defend here, although they are going to try and pop the eye here. He's going to get the charge, and that's going to be mid lane turret falling down. 1 minute 25 until this Mountain Drake comes up, and you feel Warwick are going to want to get their hands onto these Drakes. Now, they've given up the first 2, and they don't want to give up more. They're up in gold currently. They've got a very strong Vayne. They've got a Vladimir who is just farming up a monstrous amount currently. Koki maybe finds himself getting a little caught out by Bio Chipmunk. Does need to be a little careful.
You saw the Hemo play get used top lane, I believe, just a second ago. Not too, it might have been just to push the wave in so you can rotate down. Either way, 50 seconds on that dragon. Both teams on a posture for this mid priority, and actually Erisu is close by. Again, doesn't have that ult available. They are looking.
They jump in, they get the Cyclone. That's Bio Chipmunk already getting himself popped here. Galvanizer looks to jump forward, throws out the Nature's Grasp. That's the end of the ulti send. That's a bit of Vayne spot, and we're doing it there. He has to flash away from Galvanizer as Fields now onto him. They've got the sustain, they've got the damage to work with, but in comes Champion's Tail. He flashes forward, misses out onto the full, misses out onto the ultimate, and Sense takes him down. Meanwhile, in the back line, Erisu is just running such a muck through the members of Bath. They are sent packing. 16 seconds until this Mountain Drake's up, and it feels like Warwick can reset, can sustain them way back up to this dragon.
A little bit of messy engaging there. We saw a good initial fight from TK getting the ult to knock them up, but they weren't able to close out on their kills. But the collapse came in from the rest of the team. Champion's Tail looking for Sen, just unable to find the skill shots onto him, and it just ends up being a disaster for Bath once more, and they're going to be able to they're going to get denied, this third dragon with Warwick taking this one. This was sort of the remaining win condition. You stack those dragons up and get the soul. It's now been delayed by at least 5 minutes before that one's going to be available. And Bath, it's just looking rough right now because things aren't necessarily going to get better. When you look at the Vayne working towards like Ginsu's Rage Blade, has just picked up the pickaxe, and that is going to be the big point for me. When you have second item for Send, when you have the Rabadons coming in for Erisu, I feel like things are going to become extremely difficult.
I feel like as well, if the side of Warwick can get this Mountain Drake, it suddenly becomes even harder because Champion's Tail, he failed to assassinate Send there. Send with the barrier, with the Lulu, if he can get the Mountain Drake as well. I don't think Champion's Tail has the ability to assassinate him. Erisu is going to jump in. Will get jumped onto here, uses the Hemo plate to sustain, jumps away with the Proto Belt, and he's back to half health, so a lot of sustain available. TK and Koki making their way over. They spotted them out, and actually it looks like there's a bit of a collapse coming in from both sides here. TK jumps onto Champion's Tail, has that Cyclone, can use a second proc, is able to do so. They use the ultimate to keep him alive and already find themselves a kill onto the Monkey. Sens joins in onto the backline. They get a big old knock up, and Darg is going to jump straight in, lopping the tank in, but now it's Send who he is just caught out and jumped onto, taken down, and Bath find a massive team fight win.
And that should be Baron. This fight was so good for them because finally, from all 3 games, we finally see a team fight where the backline of Bath are not pressured. Chipmunk and Rob were just able to do so much damage, consistently landing the slows and the CC, and it allowed the front line just to do such a large amount of work. Warwick finally take a bad team fight, and they are punished massively for it. Baron over to the hands of Bath.
Dard does go get himself a Constellation Tower for his warriors there. It looks like he's actually building towards the Wit's End as his next item here on the set, so he's not quite as bulky as normal.
A lot of side lane pressure with that build up against the Maokai, but the end result is going to be super squishy in team fights, as is T-Cake, who's going towards Blade the Ruin King himself. Really not sure if that's necessary. It makes their tank killing better, but the end result is going to be a situation where you just don't have a bulky front line. They are kind of going to be shredded, and there is a lot of tanks on the side off Bath. I guess it kind of reduces the effectiveness of the Trundle, but you know, I don't think the Trundle's complaining about having just so much bulkiness on their team in comparison.
The question for me is how effectively they use this Baron they've now got. They look to push up the mid lane currently. The wave was cleared out by Send and Koki. Koki has to get himself the whimsy speed up, otherwise he could get himself caught out by a pillar. And Champion's Tale looking for an assassination onto Dard. Dard does have that Wit's End. He's going to get himself caught out, uses the Showstopper, and now he's looking to turn it back around. That's a lot of damage in response into Champion's Tale. Ult for ult traded. And I think Champion's Tale, maybe not so happy with that one. The sustain available onto the set with the Blade of the Ruin King. So it'll be a little harder to deal with that now. And Send still doing a good job to hold this mid lane.
That's the problem. There's not great engage from the side of Bath between these three members. They kind of need the Maokai to be there. Do you see a little bit of a swap coming in? So Champion's still going top side to catch that wave, and then moving Galvanizer down towards bot lane. But ultimately, that mid tower doing a lot to sort of mitigate the pressure from Bath. The Baron was great to get, but despite the influx of gold from the Baron, they're still down in terms of overall team gold. They're slightly up in levels, especially in mid and in the bot lane, but that's it. And realistically, again, it's going back to the talking point of this whole series. Up in kills, up in objectives, down in gold.
Oh, Send!
Just gone.
He's just popped. There was no reaction. Koki wasn't there. And now T-Cake has to drop the clone just to get away. That's a turret picked up. Send's just completely overstaying.
Power of those slows coming out, and a great setup from Bio Chickmonk and Rob. And I gotta say, these two have stepped up so much this game. They had some really rough moments where they were just being caught out, but here they're the ones doing the catches. And once again, Rob looking for Dardhong. He will flash away. They get that top lane tower. They got the mid one as well. They'll go for a quick reset and try and get back in time for this dragon. They pick this one up. Then I gotta say, a pretty successful Baron. It sort of sets them up for that soul if they can get their hands on it. But right now we see Ginsu's Rageblade for Send. We have the Rabadons for Erisu. Some dangerous items to be going up against.
Yeah, you can see that Send is working his way towards that QSS. Can't afford to continually get caught out by the CC available to the side of Bath. There was a big wave in the bot lane. He went to go grab that, and now the rest of his team are setting up the mid lane. Top lane's fairly neutral currently. And Send is joined up with his team. Already the slows have come down, and that's going to be TK jumping in onto Champion's Tale on the backline. Send kind of try and put some damage out, interrupts Champion's Tale, who jumps in forward. Send flashes away, finds himself a kill. So 1-for-1 so far. Free is going to get popped here from the Chrono Break, but Galvanizer is being liquefied by Send. Send is just popped! He's taken down. There was no response. Dard left the fight. Koki is out of there as well. And another team fight victory over to Bath.
And it's just the same tale. This back line is untouched. You saw Erisu at the end trying to get close to them, but just wasn't able to survive enough time. And Bio and Rob are just doing so much work on this combo. So much utility, so much damage. And right now, Warwick just don't have an answer. It's going to be Dragon being picked up by Bath, but they're also going for this mid lane tier 2. Huge team fight win for them.
Send really needs to pick up a QSS, but he's actually gone for the Negatron.
This is a bold decision.
That's a Wit's End pickup for him. And I think the key problem that Send's been having is he hasn't got cleanse or anything, and he keeps getting caught by CC. It's not the ability that he's just getting popped. He's taking a lot of damage because he gets CC'd and then dies. So yeah, interesting to see him go towards what looks like to be the Wit's End build here. Obviously wants to kind of survive versus Champion's Tale, I guess.
I think for me, QSS would have been the better buy. I think you could still go with Send after if you want to. Maybe even a Death Stance would be nice, because obviously you heal a lot from the on-hit with a Death Stance. But either way, that's the decision he's gone for. We do see Spectre's Cowl picked up by Erisu and Kindle Gem from Dardhong. I think they're realizing they actually do need some bulkiness in these fights, because the Maokai the Trundle and the Diana, they are so difficult to cut through. Even with the Vayne in your team comp, even with all the Blade Rune Kings, they're just bulky. And at the moment, at this point of the game, that is what is pulling Bath ahead in this situation. For Warwick, they need to wait until their scaling really kicks off, or they need to find backline access. The last couple of ults from T-Cake haven't been on Biochipmunk or Rob, and it's just allowed them to essentially sit back, use that utility, throw the Chrono Break down, but now Bath are looking to collapse onto Warwick.
Yeah, Champion's Tale's going to get himself caught out by the Hemo Plague, but the rest of the team are coming in. That's the Railgun, everything. The blood pool is just not enough, and down goes the Vladimir. 2 members fall, but a big push is breaking out in this mid lane here for the side of Warwick. They want to try and trade out. They've got another 2 turrets to cut through if Bath want to equalize out on an inhibitor trade here. And it looks like this might just be the case. Dard is pushing up the bot lane. He's looking to be a bit of a nuisance, and they don't take out that inhibitor turret. The base is maybe a little bit too slow. They're going to teleport away to try and collapse in. Teleport's also coming in. Sen's got to try and survive a very, very long time. Has that wild growth. Galvanizer has the Chrono Break onto him. That's going to be Sen flashing away. He finds himself 1. He finds himself 2. Galvanizer is next to fall down to the Vayne. Sen's shields are just way too big. And Warwick come up massive.
Vayne, Lulu coming up huge there. They try to go for the team fight when they weren't in a position to do so. They don't have 5 members. They didn't have anyone to shut down the Vayne, and the end result is Send is able to clean up. We see the bot lane of Bath, who are doing so good, go down, and now Champion's Tale alone trying to defend against 3. They might just look to take the game here.
They might look to close out the series here. Champion's Tale is already being jumped onto. Look at the damage! Senj takes him down. There's 28 minutes on the clock. Dard will get executed by the turret here. They've got a cannon minion to work with. Send is going to cut through this turret so quickly. It's now fallen. In comes the backup. In comes the team. It looks like they can't commit for more, but Erisu actually jumps in forward. It looks like it was just the base all along. Chrono Shift's being used. Send is trying to survive for the moment. It's going to get the pop. In comes Frail. Fail's going to get cut through by that Blade of the Ruin King. Look at the damage Send is able to do. The railgun is there to cut them through, though. It looks like the Nexus will be left open. Kogi has to flash away. Galvanizer speeding forward. Slowed down by the Glitter Lance, and Send continues to run. Kogi is the sacrificial lamb for his team. And Warwick have an open Nexus. They have wards in the base, but they don't win the game yet.
Such a close one. I just think the damage wasn't quite there to finish it out, but they do such a massive blow to Bath's base. This one's certainly been the sort of match point game. 15 kills to 22. So many already at this point, but it just feels like Warwick are starting to hit their stride, starting to hit their spikes. They definitely overstepped there, but they weren't punished too heavily. Bath won't take the Baron in that situation, but 1 minute till that dragon spawns. It could be Soul for Bath. We have seen them get Soul earlier and still manage to lose out the game. That definitely wouldn't hurt, especially the big shield on this already bulky front line and protecting these critical carries could be a massive factor in this situation. But for now, Dardhong and TK just going to clear out the vision in this vicinity.
That's the Wit's End and the QSS picked up for Senj, so he's now pretty much at a very, very strong point where he's going to be very hard to pin down. That Baron Nashor will melt to triple Blade of the Ruin King.
It's a lot of magic resist as well, which goes a long way, because realistically, it's only really the Senna who's doing a lot of AD damage. At this point, a tank Trundle isn't doing too much, so a lot of value coming out of that one. Or I could just posturing around this Baron, potentially looking for something. They just need someone to overstep. But now the opportunity hasn't really arose.
It looks like it's just a quick beeline here for Warwick towards this Mountain Drake. They want to get that, pads out even more magic resist for this team, and it was very slow by Bath to react to that. You know the triple Blade the Ruin King is just going to melt through that, and that is the dragon down. They run towards the Baron, but the vision setup was already there by Warwick, so there's no way you can sneak that away. That was just nice and clean there.
They're trying to chase down Bio, but won't find it. You could see the pings coming out. Initially, they were saying, we can go Baron. We don't mind losing this dragon because it's not Soul for Warwick. But then they realized that their mid lane Nexus is open. They didn't want to go for it.
Look how quick the Baron is dying.
It's going fast.
It's going so quick. Phil has to make a miracle steal here. I don't know if he can do it. He throws out the pillar, gives them vision. It actually looks like they don't want to risk it. They don't want to throw the game now. So they step away, give up that objective, at least set it up for the moment. It's going to start to momentarily reset. There is a pink inside the pit, so they know it's going on. Galvanizer stepping forward. Erisu healing up on this blue buff. And once again, it's just the step back, the Baron reset. Buying some space for the side of Warwick. Super minions are starting to be a nuisance and pushing up into the base. They get the crab as well. Bomb's going to get used, sure. Baron's just going to get started once again. Someone has to go answer this wave, and it is going to be Galvanizer, but he has to make his way back towards his team. Rob gets a big glacial augment slow off. Bombs are going to start to go down. Doesn't actually find himself a stun. Ascend gets chunked out. TK has to use the Cyclone early as Friel is going in. They've got the suppression. They've got the ultimate. That's a big Nature's Grasp. And Sen, QSS is instantly taken down from the fight, though. And Dada's next to fall. This is a disaster for Warwick. And they're looking to salvage it somehow here with the Vladimir, but they're unable to do so. Baron Nashor should just be the gift here.
GK still looking potentially for the steal right now. They've sent Galvanizer back to clear up the minions that are threatening the Nexus.
Oh, TK's able to get one. Does get taken out as Koki just puts some space out. The health bars are a little bit low. And Koki is just running a nuisance. Champion's Tail is taking a fair amount of damage, and Rob doesn't really have any mana to work with. They do jump into him. Koki's just trying some space. That's the delayed ace, and that should be Baron Nashor picked up here for the side of Bath. The second one of the game. It is a very close game. Game 3 here.
It felt like Warwick just were unsure what they wanted to do. They kept taking so much damage from the Baron, and it just whittled them down over time until eventually Bath went, we need to go. Super Minions pushing in mid lane, and it was a very easy fight to take. The ult from TK got super low value because he was just trying to disengage, but it's very hard to do so against the spooky ghost of Rob on this Zillion, against the Maokai engage, and the end result is it was an easy fight for Bath. The inhibitor respawns, the Baron's being picked up, and we're now 2 minutes once again away from that Dragon Soul if they're able to get it right now.
Well, 33 minutes on the clock. Send. QSS was used in that last fight. Has got it coming up. Well, has got it back up now, and he is just getting popped. Even with this Wit's End, even the QSS, the magic damage is still massive. And also, Bio Chipmunk is chunking him with the lethality. He's got and the Infinity Edge.
Damage. Now we'll be at the 100% crit point, so just guaranteed damage. And the thing is, in the last fight, Send and Koki were just split up. There was no shielding, no protection for the Vayne. And you need the Vayne to be consistently putting out damage because, Phil Special could be in trouble.
Oh, he's doomed. He's going to get cut through so quickly. The Polymorph is down. They're chasing him down. In comes Dard, and now Dard's just looking for Champion's Tail. The Railgun's going to try and keep him alive for the moment, but Koki is still untouched. Send is on that back line. He's able to put some distance out. Does trade out, though, as they find themselves a bit of a turnaround, and now Dard needs to be careful for Bio Chipmunk. TK is trying to close in, but Dard is so low. He is getting the shield off on the Haymaker, but he is taken down. Once again, Send is just punished.
And he actually got a lot done in that fight, but it just wasn't enough. And Bio Chipmunk managed to clean up at the end. Once again, Bath coming up huge in this game. They were a point away from losing. That now looks like they're in pole position to take this game. They're pushing down the top lane with that Baron buff. Dragons spawning in 45 seconds. I think they're feeling confident to take a bit of the base in this situation.
The Zillion is just completely clock blocking them so hard here. I don't know what they can do about it. They're going to lose this bot lane inhibitor turret. They don't feel comfortable enough to stay up. The rest of the team are coming in, and this has not been the Erisu we've seen in any of the other games. He's having a really rough go of it. He's got the Spirit's Visage.
He's just unable to get onto Bio Chipmunk. I mean, the Zillion's huge as well, because he just shuts down his ability just to pop him. But it's like, typically, if Bio Chipmunk was at all threatened, he would have gone the Edge of Night. But you can tell how confident he's feeling when he's gone full raw max damage output with the lethality items. No spell shield needed. Right now, they're looking for Koki.
Koki's going to get caught out by the pillar. He's flashless. Galvanizer's going to jump onto him, and Koki has to use the Wild Growth on himself. Bio Chipmunk gets himself a killing spree as Champion's Tail takes out Send, and that's another one picked up for the side of Bath. They've just done enough to close this game out. What was Koki doing there?
trying to get a ward down, I guess, but it ends up being paid for massively. And the rest of the team, when they see him caught, try and make a fight, but no one can challenge Bio Chipmunk.
Dart is trying to go for the back door, but the base is coming through. He has to take an inhibitor. He's not going to get this in time. And his base is going to be the sacrifice here. They've got minions to work with. They've got the damage to work with as well. Nobody is alive for 20 seconds. And that's going to be tower number 1 going down. That's going to be tower number 2 going down. Bath, we're on the precipice of getting 3-0'd in this series. And they push it to game 4.
Huge comeback. I mean, it was the fact that even in this game, it didn't feel like completely decisive for the whole thing. They started to get momentum and kills, but they weren't exactly far ahead and farm again. But they started to be more coordinated with these team fights. And critically, the big takeaway here is the backline. The backline was able to function. You saw Rob, you saw Bio Chipmunk just free hitting throughout that. And that is the big takeaway from the situation, is that when T-Cake and Erisu can't find that level of threat, and this is when they were finding it. Bio Chipmunk and Rob both getting chunked out here by T-Cake. And this was not the last, but the second last scenario where they really felt threatened. And you can see the flank again coming in from Tardong. This is where things look difficult. This is where I was thinking, oh, this is going to be a 3-0 for Warwick. But in the subsequent fights, Bio Chipmunk clearly just decided he wasn't happy with going out of this series without a win. And it's another repeat here where you see them just blown up at the start. But every fight from here on out, they are just completely able to play it out cleanly, and there's no threat on them.
And we've seen the center denied from the side of Bath every game so far. Game 1, it was banned. Game 2, it was stolen away in the picks. And this game, they get it, and you see why this pick has been so hard denied from them. Send, his Vayne was good, but it just wasn't enough. And it was his positioning, it was the mistakes, constantly getting caught out time after time. And he just felt so weak into this team. Every time that fight would start, he would be the one who got focused out by the CC and immediately popped.
I think a critical thing as well was the range discrepancy. You know, Vayne is a short range carry, Vladimir is as well, Set, Wukong, both melee champions. And it just felt like when you're going up against a Zilean, when you're going up against a Senna, when you have these 3 beefy frontliners with a ton of CC, when you have that much of a range discrepancy, it's very difficult to function in these team fights because you don't have any space. Because there's a situation where say Vayne can be only able to hit 1 person, but 3 people could be able to hit you. You have a Maokai up in your face who you're trying to deal with, but the Senna is able to ult from across the other side of the team fight, maybe able to walk up and auto attack you. The Zilean as well, able to provide so much utility, and I just feel like, you know, the scaling element, although we saw it there, it was just way too confident. The team fight became difficult when they fell behind, and I think Bath finding some momentum here could end up bringing this to being a 2-2 if they come out ahead in this next game.
I honestly was convinced we were going to be done by this game. Warwick were looking so hard to beat, and somehow maybe the ego just got to them a little bit too much and they threw that game number 3. That does mean we still have more League of Legends action to go. So we're going to cut to a quick break, and when we're back, we'll be back with game number 4 of this series. We will see you shortly.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the NSE League of Legends Grand Finals here for the Spring Championship. Now, looked like we were on track for a 3-0 Bright Warwick, but maybe picking a little bit too cocky there, and they just got themselves owned by Bath in game number 3. It was actually a really good game for Bath, and especially after game 2, that's got to be a really big confidence boost for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think there was 2 main factors, I'd say, that came up in that game. I think the backline, I think Chipmunk and Rob had their best game so far in the series. They were really just doing a lot of work. Yes, there were some rough points in the early mid game, but then they found momentum and they were just untouchable. And also the range discrepancy. I mean, the Vladimir and the Vayne just both struggling to get anything done in these team fights because they couldn't go up against a Zillion Senna who can just do things from so much further away. That huge front line was a factor as well. And I feel like the itemization choices were very much sort of, you know, set wanting to do more damage to tanks, Wukong want to do more damage to tanks, when you already have a Vayne. You know, you have a tank shredder, and essentially you're not going to win going front to back. You need backline access. They couldn't find it, and they end up getting their first loss of the series.
Yeah, I still feel like they kept popping the chrono break quite a lot in that last game, which was maybe suboptimal. We have seen the sides have actually swapped here. So this time, Grey Warwick are going to be on the red side, and Bio are going to be on the blue. We see a pretty standard ban so far. The Senna taken away. Don't want to be dealing with Bio on that again. The Katarina from Erisu, the Kassadin and the Vega also banned away. As one final ban here for the side of Bath. See what they look to pick up.
Can be the next in this situation, so concerned about it as a counter pick. Does mean that Tarek is open available. Sorry, no, it was Grey Warwick banning Tarek. Does mean that Ziggs is a possible pick, though. That's something that's been left up through these bans. Vladimir, a possibility as well still. But it looks like for now, Bath's going to prioritize that Diana as a first pick. So this was Bath's choice aside, if anyone wondering. In with game 4, they get side selection. They're the first team to opt to go to switch things up.
All right, well, that's going to be looking like a potential Trundle first pick here. Could be a little bit of an interesting one for them to go for. We've seen Phil pick that up twice so far in this series, and last game he had a pretty effective start on that pick. Looks like they are just going to deny that there. Champion's Tale had a fantastic game on the Diana last game. But what is going to be the answer into that? The Vladimir has been left open. Erisu has been highly prioritizing that across the series, but we'll see maybe if he has something else in mind, something else he can deal with this Diana.
Nope.
But looks like for now, wants to just pick up his Vladimir, get back into that kind of scaling option. I want to see something more from Koki and Send. The Vayne just didn't fit their comp. It didn't fit their play style. Well, it fit their play style, but it was just a little bit too over eager. It was too easy to punish and kill. Even with the Lulu, they just didn't have an effective front line. Now, obviously, with the Trundle, they have a more bulky front line, but Diana can still threaten that Vayne on the backside.
I think the thing as well is that they're mitigating some of the differences from before. So critically, them having the Trundle means not only do they reduce the effectiveness of tanks from Bath, but also giving themselves one. Bath just going to take Xayah Rakan. So Chipmunk and Rob feeling confident after last game. And Xayah, this is on 10.8. Xayah has been buffed. She now gets less fall off per feather. So if you stack up a ton of feathers in a fight, you can literally just one-shot almost anyone in the game if you've got enough damage behind you, just with the buffs that have come in. Look at the other side, we see the Ezreal pickup by Koki. So a bit of an interesting one here. Obviously, he does have a lot of safety against the likes of the Rakan, against the Diana. And I think a big factor is it has that range to play around with. It does have a bit more early pressure spikes in the mid game compared to that Vayne. So I like this pick. Just gonna have to see what it gets paired up with. I fully expect a Yuumi ban to come out here from the side of Bath, just because obviously paired up with the Ezreal, it can be such a menace, and that one will come through. Set targeted away from the side of Bath, could potentially take away the Wukong for the side of Bio. Actually, sorry, I'm getting mixed up. It's a Trundle on the side. Yeah, it's going to take away the Jarvan from Field Special here, so really thinning out the pool of junglers in this situation. And now Bio potentially looking towards the support, could also look towards the top lane. The Dart Hong. For now, though, there's already a lot of things taking up the pool.
Yeah, they may just let to pinch the support pool a little bit more, something else that can kind of go alongside with this Ezreal. Something to give some kind of safety, but the kind of easy engage that the Ornn offers, they don't want to deal with that. They're going to ban that away and deny that from Dard. Now, the question is where are they looking to pick up? It looks like they'll probably go for a support here and then counter pick top lane. So what kind of supports have been left open?
I mean, it depends sort of what you're looking for. I think the typical, like, Leona's an option, Nautilus is an option, Thresh is an option, but in terms of pairing with the Ezreal, it sort of depends what you want to offer up against the Xayah Rakan and how much pressure you want to apply. They're going to go for the Maokai, so potentially a flex. It's actually decent into the Rakan because you have a point-and-click CC, so solid effectiveness there, and I like it in terms of it being a flex pick. Dardhong can play this, but if you pick something like, I don't know, a Fiora, in the top lane to try and punish this, you could end up getting counter-picked and force yourself into a bad matchup. Now, looks like Skarner might be the takeaway here. Bit of an interesting one
for me.
Traditionally, so when Trundle first came into the jungle, it was when Olaf Skarner dominated the meta. And it was because Trundle was good into both of them. Against Skarner, you make him squishy, your pillar can block off his retreat when he's ulted someone, so I mean, it can have some effectiveness here. Obviously, you might force a QSS tax, but ultimately, Trundle is a good matchup into it. Now, we do see Mordekaiser as being potentially considered. Maokai can do okay into that matchup. Obviously, Mordekaiser is a good tank shredder, but Maokai is fine at sort of stacking up MR and having that sustain. But those two picks are like, you have to buy a QSS. Yeah. Warwick have to buy QSSs against that composition. And I think it's pretty well-rounded composition for Bath. Just looking to see what's going to be finalized out with Grey Warwick. It looks like they're going to go for the Morgana in the bot lane, so mitigating some of the CC impact that will come out from the other team, and obviously offering some lane pressure. So overall, I feel like this is a pretty balanced draft between both these teams. I think more so than the other games.
Interestingly enough, we've seen Phil play very aggro early, a lot of early ganks, a lot of level 2 ganks in this series. The Skarner feels like something he's not going to be able to pull that off on as effectively as he was with the Trundle and the Jarvan throughout the rest of the series. So maybe it's on to T-Cake now to try and see if he can make those early ganks happen. But the question to me is, where are you early ganking if you do decide to go for that, if you're on Warwick's team?
Mid just kind of is rubbish. Top lane is okay, I guess, as long as you don't get counter ganked. Like, you have to be really careful because you get counter ganked. Mordekaiser's Skarner hard win that 2v2. Bot's okay, but it's tricky because like if you overcommit into the feathers, you're just going to get really hurt. I think essentially it comes down to someone from the side of Bath overstepping. I don't think there's a guarantee like you can gank this place and it'll go successfully. I think both junglers are sort of looking to be relevant later in the game rather than be, as you said, those heavy pressure early junglers. And I think it's more about the key champions hitting their item breakpoints and finding strength there. It could well come down to individual laning, which so far Warwick has been favored in. But we'll have to see how things pan out in the game.
So going into this game, let's have a little look at what Bath need to do. They are one away from pulling this all the way to the game 5 and one away from getting themselves set up for a reverse sweep. But so far, outside of that last game, Warwick have been looking dominant. What is the game plan here for Bath going into this game?
But I think once again they have a great front line. I think they have solid carries in the bot lane and the mid lane. I think essentially it's just a situation where you have to be keeping Biochipmunk safe on the Xayah. He has to be able to consistently put out DPS and just force the fights. Just look for the engages, transition from that. You have a Mordekaiser, you have a Skarner. These two can essentially take someone out the fight. I think you want to do it from the mid game, because there's going to be two scenarios. Either one, enemy team doesn't have QSSs, your composition just hard wins because of that. Or two, enemy team does have QSSs, they're now 1,300 gold down from where they should be. And it means that you have more stats afforded to you that's just going to win you out. So I think mid game is a massive place where they're going to necessarily spike. My concern is, again, late game up against Warwick. Vladimir is going to become strong at that point, although Xayah is good at sort of mitigating the pressure because she has that Feather Storm. But Ezreal Morgana as well is a lane that is going to be a bit of a menace. Very hard for 3 melee champions potentially pressure. Like Skarn and Mordekaiser, Diana really are like a piece of cake for an Ezreal as long as you don't get flanked.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously still got that black shield, so even if you do get flanked, it gets a little bit harder to kind of land that CC. So I much prefer this draft here for Warwick. And I have to admit, their last 2 drafts I haven't been particularly sold on. For the side of Warwick, it's more been about their execution and their ability to get ahead in lane. And even when they're falling behind because they're getting constantly ganked and losing skirmishes, they still keep themselves relevant. And that's what they were doing last game, but it did actually come down to their draft just got out drafted as the game got later and later. We talked about the scaling afforded to the Vladimir and the Vayne, but we kind of didn't really hit on the fact that obviously, like you said, at the end of the game, it was the range that was really shutting them down. That on top of the Zillion, every time a pick came through, the clock came down and it just reversed time, and it just became really rough for them to deal with that. So this time the Zillion isn't something they have to worry about. This time they have a good bot lane, but should be able to get some kind of an advantage here, and it's a solid mid game. So far, Warwick have put a lot of effort into their late game scaling. This time they have a bit of everything. They had the Ezreal for the mid game. They had the Vladimir for the late game. Ezreal obviously doesn't like just hard fall off, but he doesn't scale as hard as the likes of the Xayah. So for me, I much prefer this draft for Warwick.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think both teams can come out of this draft pretty happy. It's definitely not flawless, you know. I feel like, but there's definitely win condition points that I can see, and I can see those are the moments where you'll go, okay, this team's going to take the advantage, and a lot of it is again going to come down to execution. So it's just looking at how these teams play this out during the games, and also these pivotal item breakpoints. So when Ezreal hits that 2-item spike plus QSS, maybe he doesn't even need a QSS potentially. That is when you're like, okay, this is go time. We can start to apply pressure. And on the other side, when Xayah hits 3 items, obviously in a great spot, Diana on 2, 3, strong as well. And it's just finding the right scenarios for the fights, because both teams have a very much more balance. You know, you have the diving aspect of your composition, you have the backline aspect. I think previous games, it was like one team wants to play it this way, one team wants to play it this way. Whichever team gets what they want wins.
We head on to the Summoner's Rift for our 4th game of this series. Warwick, this is their first time on the red side. And for the side of Bath, they are still 1 loss away from being knocked out here. They have a long way to go if they want to pull this back here at the NSE Spring Finals for League of Legends. This is Bath University taking on Warwick.
Cole again picked up for Erisu. So I think part of the reasoning is that like there aren't that many good items to start with for Vladimir. I've seen Doran's shield, I've seen Doran's ring. Usually you want something that gives you extra damage to minions, and the reason being is that it makes CSing a lot easier for yourself when you really don't have many spells to do so, because your Q's are long cooldown early, your E also costs your own health. So the end result is we have a situation where like Cole feels okay, you know, for the Vladimir. It gets you your item breakpoints sooner, you have the extra on-hit damage, you don't really need the mana because you don't have any mana. Yeah, see both junglers start on the top side of the map, potentially looking to transition down towards bot lane, and could see a contest there. Now, Zyracon obviously really powerful level 1, really powerful level 3, but Koki Send at level 2, the Black Shield is going to come in pretty critical, and also having the Arcane Shift and the Mystic Shot gives the Ezreal a lot of strength.
Pretty nice pickup for them here now. Feel already pretty low on this early clear, but expected as he's gone for that double leash. So like you said, top lane is going to be an interesting one because Dada's quite happy just to stack up the magic resist, especially into the Diana and the Mordekaiser comp. Already Koki has taken a little bit of poke. We didn't see exactly how that happened, but he's got the Doran's Blade, so he has some kind of lifesteal available to him. Level 2 being hit, so he gets himself an instant binding off, and Rob, he's just going to take a bit of poke.
Seen a lot of damage trade back and forth between these two. Koki feeling confident at level 2, but we've got to respect the fact that there's a lot of damage potential from the Zyracon, and level 3 really looked to spike, but TK gonna head down. It's pretty tricky to sort of gank this lane, but there is opportunities to do so. I think Rob and Bio are kind of respecting that and backing away, and if they do play it safe, they should be okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit harder. Galvanize are actually going in for a fight versus Dard. Dard is actually, in the extended trade, going to lose out pretty hard there. This is all about Sen trying to find this barrier, find this pick. They get themselves the slow. They're looking for that binding. It does connect onto the support, and that is the flash forward. Rob is almost down. In comes the TP, in comes the backup. Now Champion's Tail looks to turn it around. They're trying to put the damage on the free. He's able to find it with his first blood, turned back around. They get a kill onto Koki. In comes Erasu though. He's trying to see if he can make something happen now. Champion's Tail gets caught out by the pillar. And Erasu is just going to get a little bit of light poke off.
And honestly, I gotta say that's favored for Warwick in this situation. So many summoners burned and the TP from Champion's Tail just to go 1-for-1. You take that by any day of the week. Now, fortunately, it is a kill onto the Trundle versus a kill onto the Diana, but a good turnaround. And what I loved there was the decision making. They saw the Skarner come in. They knew they weren't going to all get away. So they instantly dived on him and tried to maximize damage on field special. And it worked to trade the kill. And if you look at the spot of the wave in mid lane, Erasu's fine with this as well. He's just able to pick up that farm. Now, Darhong does have to burn the flash here, overstepping a little bit and not respecting the speed available to the Skarner with that Predator.
Erasu just catching a massive wave and holding it here as well. A lot being denied from Champion's Tail on this Diana. So he will make his way back. He's got that blasting wand as his first item.
Just give him that early AP for the shove and power. Erasu, till he gets that back, will be behind quite a bit, and that's afforded Champion's Tail to move over, give some assistance. But here, we actually don't have a ward for Galvanizer in that brush, so potentially TK could have got a free angle in, but I think the big wave is kind of the mitigating circumstance, and also the fact that Champion's Tail could be following behind.
Yeah, Champion's Tail missing means it was a little bit too risky. No teleport available to Champion's Tail. Erasu obviously running the Ignite on the Vladimir. He's not also going for the teleport. He's just quite happy farming up for the moment, and Send is thinking about seeing if he can make something break out in this mid lane, but I think he's just providing cover for Erasu as the lane is slowly starting to push into Champion's Tail.
It's a typical thing we see is the CS discrepancies, but difference is top lane, Galvanizer actually up in farm, and obviously it is a favorable matchup for the Mordekaiser, so should be looking to extend that lead. Darhong is holding on pretty well.
He's a bit of a way of getting any kind of real magic resist for himself. Yeah, we expect like an Abyssal Mask to be an early pickup for Dard.
I think it's a super strong option when heal special goes tank and you have like AP top, AP mid.
So they might be trying to see if they can find something onto T-Cake here, but the pillar will just deny the Predator used by special. Phil's not going to be able to find that one.
I mean, I say Skarner goes tank, and typically he does in competitive, but up against a Trundle, maybe we'd see a Skarner who does go like the more AD heavy build in this scenario, so isn't as good as an ult target. But we'll have to see. Right now, they are just going to prioritize this Dragon in the situation, and no real contest coming in from Warwick. The priority bot lane and mid, really, he's just setting them up to take this one. So pretty free pickup. Not too much of a concern for Warwick, obviously. They're happy to look to contest things later on. Right now, Ezreal just sitting on a tier, Erisu on a Cole, so not really in a condition to fight. I think
he needs to be very careful. He's level 4, and he may just get spotted out. Champion's Tale just jumping forward there. Erisu has the Hemo play. T-Cake, no flash available, and he is just going to get jumped onto. Erisu didn't want to be able to overcommit, and that is just another kill picked up for Bath. Just, again, we're seeing kind of mistakes being made. Just little ones that are giving small advantages over to the side of Bath.
Yeah, you could see that T-Cake really did not want to be in that fight. Obviously, the Trundle at level 4, but also Erisu again, just on that Cole. That's not a scenario you want to invest into, and he did try to get away, but ultimately no flash available, and the Diana ult pulling him back just means there was no real avenue to escape. So, another kill handing over. Bath looking positive so far in this game, but still a while to go. And this Vladimir has been farming up pretty heavily. He is now finally going for his first recall. 61 farm.
Dard is just trying to hold the lane here for the moment. Phil is going to start up the Rift Herald, and it looks like there is no contest coming out from the side of Bath. They are late to the swap. They don't even decide to go for the swap. They're just happy splitting the map here, and it should just be some free plates, even maybe a free turret over to the side of Bath if they want to use it.
And it's just very much conceding a lot on the map for Warwick. They didn't go to contest that Dragon. They're not going to contest the Herald. And as much as they are scaling elements that we talked about, you know, Bath aren't a pushover team in the later stages. There's a lot to sort of give up for free, essentially. And you'll see them swap back towards the bot lane. They've got that Herald in tow in the pocket of special. He has that ultimate as well. Huge tool in these skirmishes where you can essentially just remove one member of the enemy team. So Warwick have to be a little bit concerned in this scenario. What can be done on the back of that Impale, on the back of that Herald, and the momentum that could be given over to Bath.
Erisu's CS lead isn't actually as monumental as we've seen in other games as well here. Champion's Tale does jump in just to get some of them poke off onto the minions, and he's going to lose a couple here, and it looks like, once again, Erisu's just going to walk away slowly towards him so he can set up either a slow push or just a freeze for himself. Koki, this is the first time we've actually seen him play an AD carry all series, and so far it's okay. He's ahead in CS, but a lot of attention's been put down into this lane, as pretty much has been the standard for this entire series. Koki and Sen have had a pretty rough go of it.
I mean, I guess Senna technically counts as an AD carry.
Yeah, technically. He was playing it.
Sort of.
It was fasting Senna with a Yasuo
he builds
carry.
AD, you know.
It was very
AD,
weird.
And he was a carry. Does it count? Who knows? Let's have a tribunal and work it out.
Dard is down in CS. First time in this entire series, actually. He's been down in CS's. Looks like Phil wants to push up the wave here. He has got the backup of his team, so maybe they're just going to hold for the moment. Send with the ultimate available could be a little bit too scary, so they're not willing to jump forward yet, and it looks like Phil just going to move over and get himself the crab.
Very defensive game being played so far by Warwick, and I mean, they're doing okay. They're doing fine to sort of hold things off, but I just expect once this Herald gets thrown down, once their ultimates start being used by Bath, that they're going to be in a really solid position. The question is going to be when does Warwick feel like they can sort of give back something in return? They don't really have priority in any lane right now. That Dragon is spawning in a minute, and I feel like the skirmish should go in the favor of Bath, but remains to be seen. Arisu just permanently freezing the wave in this position, so that Champion's Tale feels really bad about stepping up this far, really concerned that the enemy team could be there to respond.
Definitely a much slower paced game for Warwick here, and the gold lead is in favor of Bath, but we've seen that time and time again in these early games. 22 seconds until this Ocean Drake spawns up. Maybe this is the place where Warwick decide to look for a fight. They've got the controller over around the river area. There is a ward behind them, which Galvanizer and Champion's Tale can use to flank. Zen does need to be careful with Koki, and Koki's going to flash the wall. They actually go in with a black shield onto him, and Zen is just able to get away. That's the ultimate used by Rob.
That's a lot invested. Now, Warwick aren't going to contest this dragon. They don't feel like they need to. It's second, it's not the most significant. But that was kind of a waste of the quickness completely there, used on Ascend. So if they sort of run into that situation later on in the game where they waste the quickness in that way, Warwick will capitalize. But for now, it's just going to be a dragon, and they're going to transition that into throwing a Herald down mid. He won't be able to get the tower in this situation. Hemoplay going to be used for the wave clear, but a couple of plates will get secured.
Yeah, they get himself a couple of plates, but the tower, the Herald, sorry, will go down. True shot barrage as well from Koki to make sure that this turret does survive, and bit of gold given over to Diana currently, but looks like Bath are just going to rotate back towards this bot lane. So Heresy just quite happy farming up, almost got that level 11, so 2 points into the ulti. Just did literally that second just get the coal cash in as well. Now he's past level 9, he's got max points in transfusion, so he's got max cooldown, max healing, max damage on that ability to work with.
The level 10 a big point as well when you get Transcendence, the 10% CDR on the Vladimir, so that's been a really powerful spot. You see Rod of Ages stacking up for Champion's Tale. And I feel at this point, Bath very much a stronger team, just based on the item spikes, having access to the Impale, to the Death Realm, quickness, really powerful skirmishing tools. And Warwick have shown that they're just happy to sort of chill and wait until the opportunity arises. TK with the jam, I'm going to flash away there, scared of getting impaled with Champion's Tale there. Maybe not necessarily would have instantly died, but have to be a little bit concerned and just wanted to be in the flash to play it safe.
Koki just looking to zone them off the wave momentarily. Still feels like Warwick are way away from really kind of hitting their main spikes here. It's just the Manamune, which isn't fully stacked yet at this point on the Ezreal. Dard is way away from kind of finishing up his Abyssal Mask as well. There's only 2 real complete items for this team currently. This is definitely a very different Warwick from what we've seen throughout the rest of the series. It feels like maybe that loss did get into their heads a little bit, did affect them a little bit going into this game.
To an extent, but I also feel like it's been that sort of, other than game 1, it's been that sort of like, you know, we're just going to scale up, let Arisu become relevant and wait for later on in the game. But I think the difference here is that other than all the other games, I feel like there's been very clear, this team does this team does that. This is kind of just like, you know, one team has an edge in areas, but it's not a massive discrepancy. I think neither team's too upset about going late. Although I think Bath know that they are strong right now and are trying to capitalize on it. And the thing is, I feel like Warwick, they're not going to take a fight until they have QSSs available for the front line, because they're just flat out going to lose it. But Gage actually comes in as I say that.
Yeah, they actually get the pillar off as well. The chains are broken instantly as the flash gets used by Champion's Tale. The Herald was picked up, but Champion's Tale gets poked out of lane. Has to be a little careful now, he's flashless. Koki just picked himself up his Sheen, so building towards his Triforce most likely. Maybe go for the Iceborne if he really wants some additional sustain. But this is the Rift Herald being put down. They're going to try and get it as low as possible so it can't execute the turret here. TK's going to move forward and try and clear this one out. They have to be careful though for Field Specials Impale, but that should just be the Herald used and just wasted from the side of Bath.
Yeah, no value. You don't get that mid tower, which you really want to pick up the pace in this game because it allows you to push deeper, rotate that priority elsewhere. And I think, I mean, the engage from Bath, the end result is that Warwick were able to turn around, but you saw even though they started to take momentum in the fight, they were so cautious about pushing further. They stopped the fight, they got a couple of flashes, and they went, that's it. You know, we still don't want to play into the tools that Bath has. They are very much playing a strong mitigating game, and so far it's been doing well. You know, I have to praise them that they are very much playing to their win condition, and a typical thing is that when teams do have the scaling advantages is that they overstep massively. We've seen it in this series as well from both teams, actually, that they've just decided to commit to fights way sooner than they should have. But so far, Warwick's been very patient, and it should be looking to pay off at some point, but for now, Bath are the ones still maintaining control over these neutral objectives. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and that will put them on sole point.
I feel like the Triforce is going to be the big spike here for Koki. You can already see a QSS has been picked up for TK. It should just be first turret blood going down in the top lane for Galvanizer. He's kind of been having a pretty quiet one on the board so far, as he does take that for his team. Dragon's going to spawn up here, and it actually looks like this might be the Dragon, but they want to fight over. They don't want to give up too much more. They don't want to give the opportunity for the Infernal Soul just to be nice and early. It looks like Eriksu, he's moving forward. The True Shot Barrage has already been thrown out, and they're looking for a little bit of light poke. The Predator's been used, and Champion's Tail's going to jump in forward. That's going to be the Hemo Pake used by Ericsson. He's trying to keep himself going for the moment. Bio Chipmunk is going to get caught out. Koki's going to take him down. It's 2 kills already picked up for the side of Warwick. Koki has been called in by Galvanizer and taken down within the Death Realm, but that is just 3 members falling down. Galvanizer, you have stats, but now they're being taken away by T-Cake. He's going to look to run him down, caught out by the pillar. Send is not going to die today, and that should just be the Dragon picked up here for the side of Warwick.
And Bath just again overcommit, and there wasn't the protection for the backline. Bio Chipmunk got left alone. They try to dive way too deep onto Eris, who after all that actually managed to survive. And the end result is they didn't play the game. They didn't play the fight like they did last game. They didn't play the fight to sort of facilitate that carry. Bio Chipmunk got taken down, and it was just Warwick running over the fight. And that's the thing, is that they only had a QSS on T-Cake. So in that scenario, they got the Impale onto Erisu, they got the Death Realm onto Koki, and even with those massive ultimates being unchallenged, they still lose just because they don't facilitate their own AD carry. And that's the critical difference, is it just feels like Warwick has a much better read on how to play out these fights, and they're hitting the spikes earlier as a result. Typically, I wouldn't think that they should just auto-win these fights at this point, and they don't. It's just because they play them better, and it's delayed that soul from Bath. We could have seen a scenario where in 4 minutes, we have Infernal Soul available for Bath if they take the Dragon, whereas now it's going to be another 9. And by that point, Warwick are going to be considerably more scary.
Could be incredibly rough for them. Dart is getting tankier and tankier, harder and harder to cut through. Building towards his Sunfire Cape, as it looks like they might just try and brute force their way through the mid lane here. Champion's Tail stepping up, and Koki can't really do too much to deal with that. As Champion's Tail jumps in, uses the ultimate. Now he's caught out by the pillar. He's caught out by the chains. Koki's going to try and get himself caught out by the knockup, as they do look to turn this one back around. They find the kill onto Champion's Tail, and T-Cake with Jam is looking to run down Bio Chipmunk. A great Blade Cooler, though, will call in the members, and now Specials jumping forward. The binding is massive as Galvanizer's looking for his opening. That's going to be the blood pool used by Erisu as he's running away. They get the black shield onto him, and now Friel, he's ignited, he's low. Koki flashes forward, and Erisu's ignite is enough to get the kill. Dard is closing in with the Nature's Grasp, finds himself a catch onto one, and Galvanizer, he will be melted through. Erisu catches him out, but he is going down. That's the end of Rob. That's the ace for Warwick, and this should be a mid lane turret picked up.
I think they're actually just looking towards the Baron. It's just spawned now, and they're going to take that one. Huge team fight for Warwick. Bath committed to it, but they couldn't find a clean engage. And there were some clutch moments coming out there. I think Send has to be my MVP of that fight. Lands the chain stun onto Champion's Tail just as it looked like the turnaround was coming in onto Koki. And then critically, Black shielded the Death Realm. Mordekaiser points his finger, but Vladimir does not come with him. It was just beautifully played by the Morgana, and it was just Warwick being the better team there. Gets them the win, gets them the Baron, and now they're 4k gold up, looking strong in this game so far.
A clean ace into Baron. Everybody's going back to base. Looks like Koki's just trying to pick up his red buff to get as much gold as possible on this base, and if he gets a Triforce, here. This could be really, really rough for the side of Bath. It looks like he's pretty close, but he's not going to be able to finish it quite yet. But all of the components are there. And now Bath have to deal with Baron at 20 minutes, pushing into their face. The amount of poke available from Koki could just make this really, really rough.
Absolutely, it just becomes so difficult to threaten him. I mean, both carries on the side of Warwick are hard to threaten. You have the Black Shield supporting both of them, but then also just you have Arcane Shift, you have the Blood Pool. There's no easy avenue to capitalize.
TK's actually just looking to run them down. They get the pillar off. Bio Chipmunk already taking a fair amount of damage, but the Black Shield once again by Koki is huge. You can't catch him out of the Blade Caller because he's still got that Black Shield on, and they do just force a couple of members away. No summoner spells burnt there from the side of Bath, so that's at least one thing they can walk away happy with. But these turrets are going to melt in the face of Warwick's shove.
Quickness is one of the primary engages for Bath. Sure, they have other elements, but you kind of want the Rakan to go in first, and then everyone else follows up with the Diana or with the Impale. Whereas with that down, it does make things a little bit trickier. Warwick just happy to keep pushing up. They're going to throw down the Nature's Grasp to zone away. Champion's Tale is on the other side of the map trying to push up and get some cross-map objectives, but that just means the mid-inhibitor's gone.
Yeah, there's just nothing he can do there. Everybody else is going in for a base. Koki has to cancel his base to get away. As that is a tower picked up, a Constellation one there for Champion's Tale, but now he has to be careful because there is a sea of champions running towards him right now. He's been spotted out by this pink ward, and I don't know if he's actually going to be able to get the base off in time. He's thinking about getting the teleport out, and that's actually his teleport used early. The pillar not going to be in time, and Champion's Tale is able to escape.
It's a nice attempt. Tree Shot Barrage connects, but not enough to stop a TP. So Champion's Tale getting out, but now without that summoner, it means he's not going to be able to as much as a threat in the side lane. Obviously, you won't be able to join the fight if one breaks out. Now, Dragon spawn in 5 seconds. Warwick are rushing over, but they are a little bit late. Vision control is in favor of Bath, and you can see Rob. He's on the flank, potentially looking. He just show himself.
Feels looking to come forward. Galvanize has to be careful. They do get the Impale off on 2-1 already. Erisu goes golden into the Moonfall. Champion's Tale has to flash away. Koki goes in with the exhaust to get the damage off. Erisu's going to survive for absolutely ages. Gets an assassination off. Has the empowered transfusion as well. Is going to get pulled into the Death Realm, but his team are just going to run amok. In the meantime, Erisu finally goes down, and in comes the tree to get the damage on. The subjugate's there, and Koki's going to run him through. Another ace and a quadra kill for Koki. They're teleported in. This should just be the game for Warwick. Game number 3 was so rough, but game number 4 they come back swinging, and Koki's Ezreal was just unbelievably clean in this game. The turrets will crumble, and Bath can do nothing but watch as their Nexus will fall here. They're going for a few glory kills, and now the rest of the team are coming in. Maybe they can find an interrupt. The knockups are going to land onto the wrong members, and Warwick will be the champions.
Huge game there for Warwick, and the team comps were pretty even, I said overall, but it was just critical things like Koki on this Ezreal and the performance in those team fights. And I think that was defining the whole series, is Bath had the tools, but they just weren't able to find the execution. Whether it was where they were on the map, it was the wave management, or if it was the team fights themselves, Warwick came out better. They were the better teams on the day, and they end up winning the whole thing 3-1 overall.
It was just a fantastic game there by Warwick, and they look very different. Got a quick issue there with the replays, unfortunately, but yeah,
even the replays can't keep up with the action.
There we go. Overall, it's just a really solid game by Warwick. Game 3 was an odd one for them, and it felt like this time the problems they were having in that game were just not even existent. This seemed like the cleanest win for Warwick for the entire series.
And it just felt like game 3 was a great game for Bio Chipmunk and Rob. And then we hit game 4, and it's back once again. The team's tunnel visioning onto the Vladimir. Bio Chipmunk is never able to sort of be protected in these team fights, and Koki's just running rampant. You can see that quadra kill again, where he's just an absolute monster. And it's like, it feels like Bath has this sort of style where they want their beefy frontline to be diving. They want Bio and Rob to sort of be providing a lot of utility, but they just never set the fights up in that way. It feels like Bio Chipmunk is is literally with the hard stucks where he's just unable to find any space. Every single time you see him just being threatened, someone is killing him. And it's just very rough to see, because I like the drafts a lot of the time from Bath. I liked some of the ideas they had, especially around, you know, the pressure they applied to the center Yasuo. It just felt like they needed to look back again at sort of how they're assigning pressure around the map, look at their team fight in particular, if they want to be able to come back next split and challenge up against Warwick, because Warwick really put on a show. Just in terms of their performance in game was just stellar.
Maybe got a little cocky in game 3, but they looked so solid in this best of 5 series, and it was a 3-1 victory over to Warwick, who kind of continues to be one of the more dominant scenes, more dominant teams here within the university scene. So fantastic gut stuff for them getting that win, and they can walk away pretty happy with how clean that went down, maybe ignoring game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, game number 3 was one of the ones where, you know, you 2-up in the series, like there's no way they reverse sweep, and then you're like, wait. Got serious though in that game 4, and I think although it's definitely not a flawless performance, I'm glad to see that you know, it was Bath biting back with a strong performance themselves, giving a bit of challenge over to Warwick. No one likes to see a 3-0, but it definitely was the better team came in and won this series, and Warwick got to be happy managing to take this title. Definitely big achievement.
Well, guys, thank you very much for joining us here at the NSE Spring Finals for League of Legends. There is still more action to come tomorrow, where we have FIFA on both Xbox and PS4, then into Overwatch, into Rocket League and Rainbow Six. But for all of you League of Legends fans, remember from the 10th of April to the 23rd of April, when you log into the League of Legends client, you can vote for one of 3 local charities, non-profits within the region, for kind of meaningful work within the community. NSE's charity partner, Special Effect, are one of those non-profit organizations, and the more votes you can give them, the more people they're able to help. They do fantastic work making controllers for those who are unable to use, you know, your standard types of controllers, and kind of enable people to from all kind of walks of life to be getting involved into gaming. So a vote on them would be fantastic. It's a simple click within the client. So thank you very much for your vote, and thank you very much for joining us here for the grand finals. We will be back tomorrow at 12 o'clock with all of those aforementioned games. You've got FIFA, Overwatch, Rocket League and Rainbow Six. So until then, good night, and we'll see you later.
See ya.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. and gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles, so you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.